In the vast expanse of the Qingyun continent, atop the majestic Yushan Peak, ominous black clouds of calamity roiled ominously, accompanied by the thunderous roar of countless electric serpents that rent the heavens. Master, I am but a mere disciple, unable to suppress the impending tribulation any longer. A middle-aged man knelt before a youth, his visage awash with remorse. Ancient Xianxin nodded gently. Enough. 2 millennia ago, when you ascended to the Martial Emperor, you could have summoned the thunder tribulation to transcend into the sacred realm. Ultimately, these 2,000 years have been a delay for my sake, tethering you to the Qingyun continent. Master, were it not for your teachings, I would be naught but a mere cowherd, and the world would not witness the existence of the carefree Martial Emperor. If it were possible, I would willingly trade my entire cultivation, even my very life, to lift the seal from your Dantian. The middle-aged man spoke with fervor, yet who could have imagined he was the legendary Martial Emperor of 2 millennia past? And who could foresee that ancient Xianxin, despite his profound mastery in martial arts, formations, alchemy, and divination, an unparalleled sage, was bound by a peculiar seal in his Dantian? Despite having nurtured countless prodigies from the Qingyun continent, such as the carefree Martial Emperor, the reincarnation Pill God, and the Grandmaster of Formations, he remained confined to the Qi Refinement realm. The only solution he could conceive was to summon the tribulation to shatter the seal upon his Dantian. As he approached the tribulation platform, the carefree Martial Emperor's eyes flickered with concern. Master, contemplate this storm of calamity. You must reconsider. He understood that his master's true Qi had grown extraordinarily pure over the span of millennia. Yet 2,000 years prior, when his master devised this method to break the seal, he had suppressed his aura to evade the tribulation's sensing, ultimately attracting a more formidable storm. Now, there was no longer a means to conceal his presence, and the terrifying aura emanating from the storm above instilled trepidation even in him. Ancient Xianxin cast a loving glance toward the carefree Martial Emperor, his tenderness gradually replaced by unwavering resolve. Today, either the seal shall be shattered, or I shall perish. Having endured the harrowing sensation of omniscience coupled with powerlessness for far too long, Ancient Xianxin resolutely ascended the tribulation platform. Boom, boom. As ancient Xianxin stood upon the platform, the ominous clouds above erupted in deafening roars, and bolts of calamity, each several yards in diameter, cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, a chill enveloped ancient Xianxin, and he slowly opened his eyes in a start. Another dream. He felt drenched and uncomfortable, and upon seeing the beautiful yet repugnant face before him, a bitter expression flickered across his features. Since his fateful entry into the Luo family, he had been imprisoned in this dungeon, enduring endless torment and fainting repeatedly, only to be awakened by cold water, a cycle that persisted. The only solace he found was in those peculiar dreams. In the past 2 years, he had experienced similar dreams each time he lost consciousness, yet upon awakening. Luo Xingxue glared coldly at ancient Xianxin. At this juncture, you still refuse to relinquish your ancient sword technique of the Gu family? I have stated repeatedly, the ancient sword technique of the Gu family was offered as a dowry to your Luo family. That is merely an ordinary yellow-tier sword technique. Does your Gu family truly believe we would be so easily deceived? If my family's inheritance were not more than that yellow-tier sword technique, how could the Gu family have fallen to such a state? Ancient Xianxin forced a bitter smile. A once mediocre ancestor of the Gu family had fortuitously acquired a sword technique, leading to unprecedented glory for the family. Who would believe that it was merely a sword technique of the lowest tier? Even though the Gu family refused to yield, and their descendants toiled day and night in pursuit of greatness, by his generation, the Gu family had dwindled to a second-tier family in Anyang City. The Luo family had flourished in recent times, producing countless talents, and had rightfully become the unrivaled sovereign of Anyang City. The powerful Luo family coveted the ancient sword technique of the Gu family, and, through convoluted means, decided to use it as a dowry, binding themselves to the Luo family. On the wedding night, after perusing the sword technique, Luo Xingxue cast ancient Xianxin into the dungeon, subjecting him to torment ever since, dismissing all his explanations as unworthy of belief. Stubborn and obstinate, Luo Xingxue lost her patience entirely and struck with a palm to ancient Xuanxin's abdomen. Along with a sharp pain, his Dantian was instantly rendered useless. Luo Xingxue scoffed. The Luo family has supported the Gu family into the ranks of first-tier families, and I have publicly announced my intention to divorce you. The families oppressed by your Gu family are elated, and I've heard the Ling family has sought your sister's hand in marriage. Your sister is merely 13 years old. What fate awaits her marrying that scoundrel Ling Ba, who frequented brothels by the age of 15? I shudder to think. Luo Xingxue, you madwoman, I shall slay you. Ancient Xianxin roared in fury, his eyes ablaze, and with a sudden surge of latent power, he broke free from his chains, charging at Luo Xingxue like a frenzied beast. Luo Xingxue's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly struck a palm toward his forehead. Ancient Xianxin collapsed as if struck by lightning, utterly incapacitated. Forgot to mention, 2 days ago, Elder Mo He of the Carefree Sect passed through Anyang City, recognizing my talent and accepting me as his personal disciple. You dare to threaten me? Someone, toss this waste outside. With a final icy command, Luo Xingxue turned away, leaving the guards to drag the limp ancient Xianxin to the entrance and unceremoniously cast him out. After a considerable time, a torrential downpour roused a flicker of consciousness within ancient Xianxin. Sister. He recalled her youthful, innocent visage, summoning the strength to endure his pain as he trembled to rise. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck directly above ancient Xuanxin's head. He was struck by the lightning, his body charred and numb, and a torrent of astonishing memories flooded his mind. I am the Imperial Master. Is this truly the body of my rebirth? The seal that confined me for millennia has actually been lifted. Ancient Xianxin marveled, finally managing to digest the memories of countless years. Reflecting on the cataclysmic tribulation from millennia past, he realized he had overestimated his own endurance. Fortunately, before his body was obliterated, a fragment of his soul managed to escape, preserving a flicker of life. Having traversed 7 centuries of existence, he ultimately reincarnated within the body of this waste from the Gu family, awaiting the awakening of his past memories. The astonishment in ancient Xuanxin's eyes gradually faded, and an indescribable aura began to emanate from him. Lingba was it? With a gaze turned icy, ancient Xianxin raced toward the Gu family. Elder of the clan, Yuhan does not wish to marry him. Within the grand hall of the Gu family, his sister Gu Yuhan knelt, her face a portrait of grievance and tears, pleading to those around her. Lingba was notorious in Anyang City, having visited brothels at 13 and succumbing to debauchery by 15. In recent years, he had become increasingly depraved, with many young girls entering the Ling family, only to emerge as broken shells of their former selves. Elder Gu Haiba, however, responded with cold indifference. The matter of marriage is not for a mere child to decide. Today, young Master Ling has come in person, full of sincerity. How can you refuse such an honor? Chapter 2. The might of the imperial tome despair enveloped Gu Yuhan as she beheld the lascivious glint in Lingba's eyes, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Elder of the clan, no. This is a family command. Who dares to defy it? The elder's voice thundered with authority. As the elder spoke, the impatient Lingba surged forward, seizing Gu Yuhan by her hair. Elder, I have not come to seek the Gu family's consent today. I intend to take her with me immediately. Anyone who dares to oppose may step forward. The members of the Gu family seethed with indignation at being so brazenly affronted by a scion of the Ling family. Yet the formidable power of the Ling clan loomed over them, silencing any dissent. Stripped of the protection of the Luo family, the Gu clan appeared but a gathering of ineptitude. Lingba cast a cold gaze over the Gu family, gripping Gu Yuhan's hair as he began to drag her away. Halt! A disheveled youth suddenly appeared. Who dares to obstruct my path? Lingba's expression darkened. Brother! Gu Yuhan recognized him instantly and cried out. Lingba's eyes filled with disdain as he remarked, I wondered who it was. You, the Gu family's waste, have been imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 years. And now you seek to court death? Gu Xuanxing sidestepped, drawing the guard's sword from the hall, and with a flicker of movement, charged directly at Lingba. Capture him alive. Since my uncle has returned, I wish to show him my bridal chamber. I shall certainly perform better then. In a frenzy of excitement, Lingba commanded his 2 martial attendants to pounce upon Gu Xuanxing. With one on each side, they struck simultaneously toward Gu Xuanxing's shoulders, their speed akin to lightning. Minor spirit realm. Though the 2 had entered the spirit rank, Gu Xuanxing harbored no dread. Their seemingly fierce assault was riddled with flaws in his eyes. As they closed in, Gu Xuanxing deftly maneuvered through the openings between their grasp, and in a flash of cold light, each attacker bore a bloody hole in their foreheads. Collapsing instantly, Lingba stared in shock at Gu Xuanxing. But before he could finish his sentence, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, severing his right arm, which had clutched Gu Yuhan's hair. Brother! Lingba howled in agony, and the freed Gu Yuhan leapt into Gu Xuanxing's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Rainhan, I have returned. It is all right now. Gu Xuanxing gently reassured her. Gu Xuanxing, have you lost your mind? How dare you harm young Master Ling? The elder bellowed. You are finished, Gu Xuanxing. Today, I shall have you skinned alive, and your sister. Oh, I intend to toy with her before selling her off. Lingba raged hysterically, but his words were cut short as his left arm was severed in an instant, causing him to crash to the ground in pain. The elder's figure flickered as he positioned himself before Gu Xuanxing, sword drawn. Stop! Do you wish to destroy the entire Gu family? Destroy the Gu family? Gu Xuanqing's icy gaze locked onto the elder. Had it not been for my marriage into the Luo family, the Gu clan would have been devoured by the other families 2 years ago. Do you recall when I married in, you promised to protect Rainhan for all her days? Is this how you uphold that promise? The Gu family exchanged my life for 2 years of mere survival, and now you set your sights on my sister? Outwardly fierce as wolves, yet inwardly craven as dogs. A mere descendant of the Ling family has compelled you to grovel in desperation. What purpose does such an ancient clan serve? As Gu Xuanqing's gaze swept over the assembly, numerous members of the Gu family bowed their heads in submission. The elder of the clan, humiliated and enraged, declared, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Today, I shall extinguish this rebellious wretch to atone for my transgressions against young Master Ling." With a fierce shout, the elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. And as his spiritual energy surged within, he wielded his long sword. The heavenly net sword technique. The elder unleashed the most lethal move from his family's ancestral swordsmanship. A cascade of sword lights shimmered with a chilling glow, intertwining to form an impenetrable web of blades that enveloped Gu Xuanqing. Early stage of the earth spirit realm? Sensing the surging spiritual energy within the sword net, Gu Xuanqing advanced rather than retreating. "Old fool, allow me to demonstrate the true heavenly net sword technique." With a commanding shout, Gu Xuanqing raised his sword, executing the same technique, yet it appeared distinct from that of the elder. Although Gu Xuanqing's momentum paled in comparison, the elder could distinctly perceive the profound sword intent embedded within his opponent's strikes. Crack, crack. The resplendent sword radiance of the elder collided with the supreme sword intent, shattering upon contact, and in a moment of horror, his body exploded into fragments. Gu Yuhan, terrified, buried her head into her brother's embrace. Witnessing his sister's terror, Gu Xuanqing's murderous intent dissipated, replaced by remorse as he said, "Yuhan, I am sorry. I forgot you were here. This is the sword intent of the ancient sword technique. The principle of the Great Way is simplicity, imbued with an ancient aura." Indeed, Gu Xuanqing, possessing merely the true Qi realm, could not have slain the elder of the earth spirit realm so effortlessly without genuinely comprehending the essence of the ancient sword technique. Meanwhile, some clan members could not suppress their astonishment. A hint of disdain flickered across Gu Xuanqing's lips. This so-called ancient sword technique was merely a fragment of the imperial tome. Having been passed down through the ages to the ancestors of the Gu family, it was only superficially understood. Otherwise, how could they have achieved such a meager foundation? The imperial tome. It is the essence of a warrior's lifetime of martial comprehension, distilled into imperial-level techniques, which could encompass cultivation methods or sword techniques, subduing foes across the world. Though this sword technique was but a fragment, its intent radiated with dominance, rivaling earth-grade techniques. And the aura of the imperial tome felt strangely familiar. Is it Xiaodian? Gu Xuanqing was taken aback, finally recognizing the source of this imperial tome's aura. Thousands of years ago, one of his sword-cultivating disciples, Qin Tian, lived and breathed the sword, possessing the highest talent in the way of the sword among all his disciples. Ultimately achieving the imperial realm, he was bestowed the title of the sky-soaring Sword Emperor. Who would have thought that a millennium later, traces of my disciple would be found everywhere? Gu Xuanqing couldn't help but smile wryly, yet he felt a sense of pride, rejoicing for his disciples. Suddenly, 3 elders knelt before Gu Xuanqing, proclaiming, "We welcome the family head's return. What are you all waiting for?" The elder who forced our head to marry into the Luo family, leading to the previous head's departure in anger, has been vanquished. Now that the family head has returned, who dares to oppose him? Indeed, the family head has comprehended the true essence of our ancestral sword technique. Who else could rightfully take his place? As realization dawned, the clan members echoed their sentiments, kneeling in reverence. Gu Xuanqing cast a sweeping glance at his kin, and with a flick of his hand, his long sword detached itself, piercing through Ling Ba's chest and pinning his lifeless body to the ground. He then took the hand of Gu Yuhan and proceeded towards the courtyard. What could this mean? As elders, we have already come this far. What more does he desire? Does he truly believe himself to be so extraordinary? Indeed, no matter how formidable he may be, he remains a mere son-in-law of the Luo family, and has even been cast aside by Luo Xingxue. Why does he put on such airs before us? As the siblings departed, the standing kin began to murmur their discontent. Silence. At that moment, the elder of the 3 clans spoke in a grave tone. From now on, Gu Xuanqing shall be the head of the Gu family. None shall show him disrespect. Elder of the 3 clans, must we really acknowledge him as our leader? A glint of coldness flashed in the elder's eyes. Do you not understand? Without the protection of the Luo family, would other clans allow us to wield the sword techniques of the Gu family? Although Ling Ba was slain by him, Do you think the Ling family will spare our entire Gu clan after they learn of this? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the clan members shifted dramatically. The elder continued, by recognizing him as our leader, we place him at the forefront of any troubles. If he can withstand it, we shall naturally reap the rewards. Should he falter, we need only to disclose the secret of his comprehension of the sword technique to the other clans, which would certainly secure the survival of our Gu family. The elder's wisdom was evident, and the clan members finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 3. The Great Turmoil of the Xiaoyao Sect. Gu Xianxin and his sister returned to Gu Yuhan's chamber. Brother, you appeared terrified earlier, Gu Yuhan remarked, still reeling from the carnage witnessed in the main hall. Just then, Gu Xianxin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling further. Brother, what ails you? Are you all right? Gu Yuhan exclaimed in alarm. Gu Xianxin managed a faint smile. Lower your voice. If those outside learn of my injury, we siblings may find ourselves in peril. During the turmoil in the hall, the turbulent energy within Gu Xianxin had rendered him incapable of speech. The path of martial arts begins with the tempering of the body, followed by the cultivation of true energy, and subsequently the comprehension of the spiritual essence of the world, which is then refined into spiritual power, allowing one to ascend to the spirit realm. Within the spirit realm, there are further distinctions: the minor spirit realm, earth spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, and the spirit king. Although Gu Xianxin had vanquished the elder of the great clan by harnessing his sword intent, the disparity in power had nevertheless left him grievously wounded by spiritual energy. But brother, Gu Yuhan, filled with concern, hastily interjected, I have saved some silver over the past 2 years. I will fetch a master from the Dan Hall to assist you. No need. I can manage my recuperation on my own, Gu Xianxin replied with a slight smile. However, you must not leave this room until I have finished my recovery. Gu Yuhan nodded slightly, pulling out a dagger from her pocket. Rest assured, brother, I will ensure no one disturbs you. Yet, as Gu Xianxin beheld the dagger in her hand, a chilling aura flickered in his eyes. What purpose did Gu Yuhan have in keeping a dagger so close? Even a fool could deduce the implications. Ling family, Luo family, since you have orchestrated this drama, prepare to face the wrath of Gu Xianxin. Yet, despite harboring countless profound truths of martial arts within his heart, without sufficient strength, all would be in vain. Gu Xuanqing crossed his legs and began his cultivation. As he calmed the surging energy within, he found himself in a quandary. In his previous life, although he had nurtured numerous powerful entities at the imperial realm, it was entirely dependent on an innate comprehension of the heavenly principles, lacking any comprehensive martial arts manual. Conversely, the imperial texts understood by his disciples upon attaining the martial emperor status were considerably more complete. However, the treasured imperial scriptures, such as the Jinyu imperial scripture, the Mingdu imperial scripture, and the Xiaoyao imperial scripture, revered by various sects, now flickered through Gu Xuanqing's mind, each possessing its own uniqueness, making the choice difficult. Ultimately, since he had meticulously studied the Xiaoyao martial emperor's teachings to attract the void thunder calamity, he decided to temporarily base his practice on the Xiaoyao technique. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gu Xuanqing chose the Xiaoyao imperial scripture. Once the technique began to operate, his previously empty dantian swelled instantly, with boundless true energy manifesting from thin air, circulating through his meridians, bringing a sense of tranquility to his agitated aura. In mere moments, the dantian was filled to capacity with true energy, and simultaneously, Gu Xuanqing sensed an unusual energy gradually flowing into his body. This spiritual essence, though unfamiliar, felt oddly familiar to Gu Xuanqing. It was precisely the spiritual energy he had longed to draw into his being in countless dreams of his past life, stirring emotions to the point where his eyes brimmed with moisture. At that very moment, as Gu Xuanqing practiced the Xiaoyao technique, in the distant Xiaoyao Sect's Grand Hall, the sect leader Hu Haikuan suddenly witnessed the statue of the ancestral master move its lips, faint sounds reaching his ears. West, Anyang City, genius, please enter the sect. Was this a guidance from the ancestral master? The founder of the Xiaoyao sect was none other than the renowned Xiaoyao martial emperor, and Hu Haikuan, as the sect leader, understood that this was a transcendent message from the master across realms. What kind of genius could warrant such attention from the master? Realizing this, Hu Haikuan wasted no time and promptly summoned the elders of the sect to inform them of the matter. Elder Tao Qian, upon hearing, brightened and said, I understand. I heard that Elder Mo he has taken in a direct disciple in Anyang City. It must be her that the master is referring to. Indeed, Elder Mo he had not taken in disciples for many years. Who, apart from the genius indicated by the master, would qualify to be his disciple? Hu Haikuan hastily interjected. Disciple? Nonsense. Would Elder Mo dare take in a genius pointed out by the master? Even I wouldn't dare. The urgent matter was to relay a message to Elder Mo to swiftly bring the master-designated genius back to the sect, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. As for everything else, they could deliberate on it once the person returned. After the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the room settled, Gu Xuanqing, having broken through to the minor spiritual realm, opened his eyes. Feeling the vigorous spiritual power within him, he could hardly contain his excitement, even after 2 lifetimes. The spiritual tier. In his past life, he had sought this for millennia. Who could have imagined it would come so easily in this life? Brother, are you all right? Gu Yuhan rushed forward. I'm fine, look. Gu Xuanqing replied, flipping his right hand to reveal a mass of grayish-white energy in his palm. Spiritual energy? Brother has entered the spiritual tier and broken through the minor spiritual realm? Gu Yuhan stared intently at Gu Xuanqing's palm. Despite being deemed as someone with a natural inability to cultivate since childhood, being born into a martial arts family, Gu Yuhan naturally understood the significance of the minor spirit realm. Luo Xingxue was also acknowledged for her talent and accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Mo He of the Xianyao sect after breaking through to the minor spirit realm at the age of 18. However, her brother, at merely 20, had also achieved the same breakthrough. If it weren't for the detestable Luo Xingxue, he might have had the opportunity to join the Xianyao sect as well. With this thought, a hint of coldness surfaced in Gu Yuhan's eyes. Head of the family, I have something to discuss. Gu Yuhan felt her tension rise upon hearing the voice of the 3 clan elders from outside. Gu Xuanqing stood up. It's nothing. Wait for me here. Outside, the 3 clans and several clan uncles clasped their fists in greeting. We pay our respects to the head of the family. Gu Xuanqing replied calmly, speak your mind. One elder stepped forward and inquired, head of the family, may I ask about your relationship with Miss Luo? Gu Xuanqing sneered, what? Are you planning to seek justice for me from the Luo family? Head of the family, please be cautious. The elder quickly responded. Miss Luo was taken to the Xianyao sect by Elder Mo He, and Elder Mo has even placed a Xianyao order atop the Luo residence. She has left? Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed. The debts that tormented him for the past 2 years remained unpaid, yet Luo Xingxue had departed? The elder glanced at Gu Xuanqing and said, head of the family, the key issue is not whether Miss Luo has left, but the Xianyao order. It represents absolute protection from the Xianyao sect. Even the royal family must pay their respects before entering the Luo residence. Gu Xuanqing understood the significance of the Xianyao order, but he was indifferent. And what of it? The elder hurriedly continued, after much deliberation with the clan, we wish to know if there's any possibility of reconciliation between you and Miss Luo. If not, perhaps relinquishing the true essence of the ancient sword technique may not be a bad option. After all, your act of killing Ling Ba will soon be exposed. Without the protection of the Luo family, we cannot withstand the wrath of the Ling family. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the other clan uncles clasped their fists in unison. We implore the head of the family to consider the family's future. Gu Xuanqing snorted coldly. The Luo family will surely perish, and Luo Xingxue will meet her end. If you fear being implicated, you are free to leave the Gu family. Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Seeing Gu Xuanqing's demeanor, the elder's expression darkened, and his body slightly sank, an imposing aura radiating from him. Simultaneously, the other clan uncles gripped their swords at their waists. Mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm? Gu Xuanqing looked over in surprise. Knowing that the elder was merely in the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, the elder smiled smugly. I have recently made a breakthrough. I humbly request your guidance. Head of the family. Clang, clang. The other clan uncles drew their long swords in unison, declaring, Gu Xuanqing, the elder was merely caught off guard earlier. Even if you have comprehended the true essence of the sword technique, you are merely at the true Qi realm. You hastily departed from the main hall. It seems you are not unscathed. For the future of the Gu family, I advise you to be wise. Casting a glance at the elder and the others, Gu Xuanqing turned his gaze to the onlooking clansmen nearby. What about you? Is no one else willing to step forward? The clansmen were evidently incited by the 3 elders. Yet their timidity rendered them unable to take a stand, compelling them to lower their heads instead. The 3 elders gazed coldly at the group of clansmen, deriding them as a bunch of useless individuals. What if he comprehended the essence of the sword technique? Without a sword in hand, he was merely a wasted talent at the latter stage of the true Qi realm. I dare say they are wiser than you. Ancient Xuanqing's spiritual power began to surge, and his aura shifted dramatically. Have you broken through to the minor spirit realm? Is this the essence of the sword? The expressions of several clan uncles changed instantly. At that moment, Ancient Xianxin stood like a sword unsheathed, his flowing spiritual energy resembling a multitude of sharp blades, instilling a chilling dread. Who says the sword technique requires a sword to wield? With a fierce shout, Ancient Xianxin extended his right hand into a sword-like gesture. A single finger pointing into the air, and the sword intent surrounding him instantly transformed from formlessness to substance, surging like a tide towards the three elders and their companions. Kill him. This boy must not be allowed to live. Feeling the disquieting sword intent, the three elders finally recognized the sheer terror of ancient Xuanqin's talent. With a sharp command, they raised their swords, unleashing a series of sword waves that cascaded towards ancient Xianqin one after another. The other clan uncles, understanding that retreat was not an option, also executed their sword techniques, sweeping towards ancient Xianqin from various angles. However, the ancient sword technique of the Gu family could only unleash the full might of the Emperor's sky sword technique when its true meaning was grasped. Otherwise, what was conjured would merely be the mundane yellow-tier sword skills. Amidst the cacophony of clashing metals, muffled groans echoed from the myriad beams of sword light. When tranquility returned after a few breaths, ancient Xianqin stood proudly, a blood mark marring his left shoulder. While the three elders and several uncles lay fallen in a pool of blood, each sporting a blood hole in their foreheads. Spiritual power, how splendid! Glancing at the wound on his shoulder, ancient Xuanqin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The same technique that had previously injured him when facing a clan elder of the early Earth Spirit realm had now merely grazed him when confronting the mid-Earth Spirit elder and several uncles of the minor spirit realm. And this was still due to his lack of a sword. The head of the family is indeed formidable. The three elders, who had just professed allegiance to the head of the family in the Grand Hall, were now guilty of treachery, deserving of their fate. The surrounding clansmen hurriedly approached, trembling as they pledged their loyalty to ancient Xianqin. As his gaze swept over them, they promptly fell silent. At that moment, ancient Xianqin sensed that Gu Yuhan had reached the doorway, though she did not step out. After a brief hesitation, he declared, "Bury them. I must step out for a moment." Though he longed to stay with Gu Yuhan, ancient Xianqin understood the challenges that lay ahead for the Gu family. If they could not significantly enhance their strength in a short span, it would be impossible to offer comfort, let alone protect his sister. The clansmen, aware that their lives had been spared, bowed once more, complying with the head of the family's command. As soon as ancient Xianqin departed, Gu Yuhan emerged, a dagger in hand. "Greetings, miss." The lingering might of ancient Xianqin was still palpable, and the clansmen now sought to ingratiate themselves with her, no longer daring to exhibit their previous attitudes. Gu Yuhan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, and without uttering a word, she slowly approached the lifeless bodies of the three clan elders. "Miss, allow us to handle such sordid matters." Some individuals stepped forward, but upon witnessing the frigid intensity in Gu Yuhan's eyes, they promptly fell silent. Kneeling before the corpses, Gu Yuhan plunged her dagger repeatedly into the lifeless forms. In mere moments, the bodies were reduced to a grotesque state, and the onlookers were filled with horror, unable to believe that the once timid girl harbored such a brutal side. After venting her fury, Gu Yuhan rose, her gaze icy as she surveyed the crowd. "My brother may be merciful, but I am not so benevolent. Whoever dares to harbor treachery against him in the future shall serve as an example of this fate. Yes, we shall remain unwaveringly loyal to the clan head and the young lady." The trembling clansmen hastily clasped their fists in response, for in their eyes, Gu Yuhan seemed even more fearsome than Gu Xuanqing. Observing their expressions, Gu Yuhan turned and retreated to her small room, determined that her brother should remain oblivious to the events that had transpired. With a cold snort, she closed the door behind her. Upon entering, Gu Yuhan trembled uncontrollably, collapsing onto the floor, her complexion turning as pale as death, and she could not help but retch. "Yuhan, do not be afraid, you can do this. My brother is preoccupied with important matters. I must assist him in managing the family and ensure no one disrupts him." As she quaked and vomited, she offered herself words of encouragement. Meanwhile, while the Gu clan members busied themselves burying the bodies, Gu Feng, the son of the three clan elders, had quietly slipped out of the Gu residence, making his way toward the Ling family. In his pursuit of rapid power enhancement, he knew that cultivating was no match for the efficacy of medicinal pills. Thus, the pill hall was undoubtedly his first choice. Having changed into a fresh set of attire, Gu Xuanqing entered the pill hall, where a young maid greeted him warmly. "Young master, how may I assist you?" "I wish to sell a pill formula," Gu Xuanqing replied. Although the pill hall offered a variety of miraculous elixirs, Gu Xuanqing found himself without a single coin to his name, yet fortunately, the hall also purchased various cultivation resources. The maid's enthusiasm quickly morphed into disdain as she coldly stated, "Follow me." They walked to the pill hall's exchange area, where a stunning young woman clad in white sat gracefully, her exquisite features breathtaking yet exuding an ethereal chill, as if she were untouched by the mortal realm. Surrounding her were several elegantly dressed young men, all of their gazes fixated upon her. "Find your own seat. Miss Qingyue is presiding over the hall today." They have been attempting to write their formulas for 2 hours and have yet to succeed. The maid tossed this remark over her shoulder before departing. At that moment, Gu Xuanqing understood the contempt in her eyes. Isn't this Gu Xuanqing? Recently rejected by Luo Xingxue, and now seeking to ingratiate himself with Miss Qingyue? Do you think she is blind? As soon as he approached, one of the young men recognized him. Qingyue slightly lifted her gaze to regard Gu Xuanqing, an expression of profound aversion surfacing in her eyes. Gu Xuanqing, disinterested in their taunts, swiftly pinned a pill formula at the table and presented it to Qingyue. Miss Qingyue, may I trouble you for an appraisal? Qingyue cast a glance behind her, and with a wisp of black smoke, the formula in her hand turned to ashes. She exclaimed, an estimation? Do you think you are worthy? Begone. Gu Xuanqing's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Qingyue scoffed. Is this truly a formula? The names of those herbs are entirely foreign to me. After being cast out by Luo Xingxue, you dare attempt to deceive me again? Who gave you the audacity? Qingyue's attitude caused Gu Xuanqing's face to cloud over. Not having heard of them only signifies your ignorance. Although he had awakened memories of his past life, after countless eons, Gu Xuanqing could only recall a few relatively significant details. Fearing that Qingyue might lack discernment, he had presented the most rudimentary formula from his memories. Renowned as the foremost genius of alchemy in Anyang City, Qingyue had never been so belittled. She barked, since you are so confident, dare you wager on alchemy with me? Gu Xuanqing retorted fiercely, a wager on alchemy? Very well, I shall claim your life. A wager on alchemy was a contest between alchemists, where both parties chose a particular elixir to concoct simultaneously. The outcome was determined by the quantity, quality, and time taken to produce the elixirs, with the victor entitled to decide the fate of the defeated. Today, I shall eradicate you, the disgrace who relies solely on women, from Anyang City. With a fierce shout, Qingyue produced a wager contract, inscribing her name at the end. Come, choose any elixir for the competition. On the template of the wager contract, both parties needed only to fill in their names and the elixir to be contested. Gu Xuanqing took the pen and swiftly wrote down the name of the Breaking Spirit Pill along with his own. The Breaking Spirit Pill, a second-tier elixir, as its name implies, allowed a spirit-tier martial artist to directly break through to the next minor realm upon consumption. This meant that if successfully concocted, Gu Xuanqing could ascend from the initial to the mid-stage of the minor spirit realm. Let us proceed. Stowing away the wager contract, Qingyue turned toward the back hall, with Gu Xuanqing closely following. What did this waste want to accomplish? It wasn't the proper way to approach Miss Qingyue. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Soon he would be a corpse. A few youths nearby, watching the pair vanish, could not decipher Gu Xuanqing's intentions. Arriving at the alchemy chamber, Qingyue retrieved a selection of herbs from her storage bag. Since I proposed this wager, I shall provide the herbs. Please inspect them. Gu Xuanqing accepted the herbs, glanced over them, and proceeded toward an empty alchemy chamber. The chamber was equipped with a specialized alchemical cauldron, which, while not of high grade, was adequate for concocting second-tier elixirs. Beneath the cauldron lay a hexagonal array, with the heart of the earth sealed beneath it. Low-tier alchemists, before cultivating their own spirit fire, could only rely on the heart of the earth to refine elixirs. Gu Xuanqing invoked the alchemical technique in his hand, channeling his spiritual energy into a beam of spirit light that struck the array. With a howling sound, a surge of earth fire erupted, enveloping the cauldron in flames. Is this earth fire too weak? There are grades to earth fire as well, and Gu Xuanqing was surprised by the feebleness of the alchemical hall's earth fire. With a soft sigh, he altered his alchemical technique, and the flames encasing the cauldron shifted from red to purple, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply, while the cauldron itself turned a bright crimson. Now this is more like it. Nodding slightly, Gu Xuanqing waved his hand and cast the herbs into the cauldron. What is happening? At that moment, on the other side, Qingyue, who had also entered the alchemy room, gazed at the flickering ground fire beneath the cauldron. Her brow furrowed deeply. No matter how she attempted to employ the fire control alchemy technique, the flames refused to flourish. Consequently, Qingyue stepped back, resolved to seek another alchemy chamber. Just then, a nearby door was forcefully flung open, and a middle-aged man emerged amidst swirling black smoke and a foul stench. Master, it's the alchemy hall's leader, Tao Hai, he exclaimed, his face contorted in anguish as he stared at the billowing smoke of the alchemy room. Oh no! My star branch, my frostless leaf. Star branch, frostless leaf? Are such materials truly in existence? Qingyue's expression shifted slightly, recalling that the alchemical formula Gu Xuanqing had intended to sell her contained references to these two ingredients. Tao Hai shook his head with a sigh. Indeed, I expended a considerable fortune to procure those fourth-tier materials from the imperial capital. But why has the ground fire suddenly weakened? Fourth-tier materials? Master, what about the Di Luo flower and the Wulong grass? What tier are they? Qingyue thought in astonishment, quickly reciting several names of ingredients from Gu Xuanqing's formula. These are all fourth-tier materials. How did you come across them? You are merely a second-tier alchemist. You shouldn't have had access to such knowledge. Tao Hai regarded Qin Yu with surprise. Have you stumbled upon some ancient alchemical formula? I sense that the materials you mentioned could be combined to forge a high-tier fourth-grade elixir. A high-tier fourth-grade formula? Qin Yu reflected on the recorded alchemical formula, recalling that the Xian Dan technique incorporated the Di Luo flower, while the Qing Dan technique utilized the star branch, supplemented by. Upon hearing this, Tao Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely forgetting his earlier losses. Noticing Qin Yu's hesitation, he hastily pressed, supplemented by what? Seeing her master's reaction, Qin Yu's complexion paled slightly as she murmured, I seem to have forgotten. Tao Hai chuckled, forgetfulness is no matter. Where did you see this formula? Quickly, take me to see it. The mention of the formula sent Qin Yu into a fluster. After a moment's hesitation, she recounted everything that had transpired in the main hall to Tao Hai. Observing the pallor of her face, Tao Hai shook his head and sighed. I have long warned you that there are always those more skilled than oneself, yet you arrogantly rely on your reputation as the foremost alchemist of Anyang. Fortunately, Gu Xuanqing has been imprisoned by the Luo family for 2 years and likely knows little of alchemy. He probably just stumbled upon an ancient formula. However, heed this as a cautionary tale. Should you provoke a true master of alchemy, I may not be able to protect you. Chapter 6. An old friend. Upon Tao Hai's analysis, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I merely felt angered because he attempted to cling to me after being rejected by Luo Xingxue. I never truly desired his life in this alchemical gamble. Still stubborn, Tao Hai replied, shaking his head. While I know your nature is kind and devoid of murderous intent, have you considered what would happen if Gu Xuanqing were to win today and insisted on taking your life? Qin Yu retorted defiantly, could he truly defeat me? Seeing that Qin Yu was resistant to his counsel, Tao Hai sighed softly and approached the now dissipating smoke of the alchemy room. Though the alchemical attempt failed, the formation of the ground fire must still be sealed. Master, what is happening? Qin Yu, who had accompanied him, observed that the ground fire in this chamber had also diminished to a mere finger's width and promptly inquired. Tao Hai furrowed his brow slightly, and then, with a flick of his hand, he invoked the fire control pill technique. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the surroundings as the ground fire began to swell. However, when it reached the girth of an arm, it suddenly trembled and reverted to its original state. Tao Hai's expression shifted. He activated the fire control pill technique once more, only to find that this time there was no response whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly pushed open a few vacant alchemy rooms, dispelling the array seals to release the ground fire. Qin Yu, filled with concern, inquired whether the ground fire was about to extinguish. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from Gu Xuanqing's alchemy room, followed by a wave of scorching heat that rushed towards them. Turning to look, they observed that the alchemy room had crumbled amidst thick, billowing smoke. Within the haze, the fierce ground fire spiraled like a fire dragon around the alchemical cauldron, while Gu Xuanqing was rapidly altering his hand seals for the alchemical technique. Startled and at a loss for words, Qin Yu exclaimed, this ground fire is so potent that your life may no longer belong to you. Tao Hai, his face filled with astonishment, realized that the ground fire had not diminished. Rather, Gu Xuanqing had skillfully concentrated its power within his alchemy room. This had caused the temperature indoors to soar, ultimately leading to the room's collapse. Can he truly refine pills? Qin Yu, her complexion paling, gazed at Gu Xuanqing's fluid hand seals with disbelief. Refine pills? The myriad techniques he employs are ones that even my master has only glimpsed in ancient texts. While Tao Hai marveled at Gu Xuanqing's prowess, his mind raced with thoughts of how to ensure Qin Yu's safety. With a rumble, the alchemical cauldron before Gu Xuanqing emitted a thunderous sound, and a streak of luminous energy shot skyward from the cauldron's mouth. With a deft motion, Gu Xuanqing directed the light back to his fingertips. Observing the two intricate patterns dancing like ethereal dragons upon the pill's surface, Qin Yu swallowed hard and asked, Master, is that a two-patterned spiritual pill? It should be. Tao Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. It was said that only when a pill was refined to its utmost limit could it manifest patterns. Even a single pattern on a second-tier spiritual pill far surpassed the efficacy and value of a third-tier one. However, this legendary type of patterned spiritual pill was something Tao Hai had never encountered before. As the master and disciple stared in disbelief, Gu Xuanqing approached them, asking, Miss Qin Yu, what of your pill? In the process of comparing the results, this is a crucial step in the gambling of pills. In Qin Yu's eyes, Gu Xuanqing's mention of the two-patterned spiritual pill felt like an immense mockery. Not only myself, but even my master has never refined a patterned spiritual pill. With a defiant tone, Qin Yu declared, Gu Xuanqing, you have won. My life is yours. Yet, She was not one to fear death. With a fierce shout, she brandished a dagger that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, aiming it towards her throat. Qingyu no. Tao Hai's face turned pale as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a pillar of fire that instantly snatched back the dagger. Qingyu, do not be reckless. After scolding her, Tao Hai turned towards Gu Xianxin and clasped his fists, saying, Young Master Gu, I am Tao Hai, the head of the alchemy hall. My unworthy disciple was ignorant. Before Tao Hai could finish, Gu Xianxin interjected. Xiantian fire control technique? Are you a descendant of Tao Yun? In a previous life, Tao Yun had once assisted him, and in return, he imparted a technique called the Xiantian fire control method, which was precisely the method Tao Hai had just demonstrated. However, later on, Tao Yun met an unfortunate demise after a dispute arose due to others mocking him as a mere waste in the Qi Refinement realm. Although he avenged Tao Yun, the regret lingered within him. Despite feeling a sense of discontent, Tao Hai recognized that Qing Yu's life was in the hands of others, and thus he could only express mild reproach, stating that Tao Yun was an ancestor. Reminded of their past bond, Gu Xuanqing's murderous intent waned as he turned to Qing Yu and beckoned, Come here, kill if you must. Qing Yu retorted coldly, striding toward Gu Xuanqing. Observing this, Tao Hai hastily reprimanded, Silence. Young Master Gu has shown you mercy, yet you do not hasten to apologize. Just as Qing Yu was about to speak, a resounding slap from Gu Xuanqing struck her face. With a sharp crack, she clutched her swollen cheek, glaring at him. You dare strike me? What grounds do I lack to do so? I can kill you if I wish, having bested you in alchemy. Your master as favor does not necessitate that everyone else must coddle you. I declare you ignorant and narrow-minded, and you dare defy me? At merely 20. You are but a second-tier alchemist. What is there to take pride in? Were it not for my past connection with your master, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Covering her face, Qing Yu longed to retort, but found herself utterly speechless against Gu Xuanqing's words, which rendered her proud alchemical prowess worthless. In tears, she stomped her foot and fled. Although dissatisfied, Tao Hai clasped his fists and expressed, Thank you, young Master Gu, for your leniency. Gu Xuanqing cast a glance at Tao Hai and remarked, Tao Yun was once a 9th-tier alchemist. How is it that you have only reached the 3rd tier at your age? Upon hearing Gu Xuanqing mention his ancestor again, Tao Hai sighed. It is indeed shameful. Times have changed, and the Xiantian fire control method left by my ancestor is now incomplete. No wonder I found your rendition of the Xiantian fire control method lacking, even inferior to that of novices. I owe your ancestor a favor, and today I shall repay it to you. You were connected to my ancestor? Tao Hai gazed in astonishment at Gu Xuanqing, who appeared to be of similar age to Qing Yu. This matter need not be questioned further, Gu Xuanqing asserted, lightly pressing a finger against Tao Hai's forehead. Are you transmitting your thoughts? In an instant, Tao Hai could scarcely ponder Gu Xuanqing's identity, as he felt a complete Xiantian fire control method flowing into his mind. His eyes widened in shock. The thought transmission technique required at least the mental prowess of a 5th-tier alchemist to accomplish. At that moment, a crimson flare shot into the sky above Anyang City, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks. The Gu family is in peril. This was a signal summoned by the Gu family in their hour of desperation, calling all clan members back to defend. Gu Xuanqing's expression changed abruptly. He withdrew his hand and vanished, racing toward the Gu family. Chapter 7. The Sword Departure Technique. The Gu family has fallen. Surrender Gu Xuanqing, and you may keep your lives, roared Ling Xiaotian, the head of the Ling family, at the remaining Gu clan members below. Half an hour prior, he had led the Ling family in an assault on the Gu family. And given that the Gu family lacked even a single Earth Spirit Realm expert, they crumbled before Ling Xiaotian like a house of cards. Still defiant? In a fierce shout, Ling Xiaotian seized a member of the Gu family, brandishing his blade at the man's throat. I ask you once more, where is Gu Xuanqing? Spare me. I truly do not know. The clan member trembled in fear. Have courage. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Xiaotian's eyes as he swung his blade, tossing the man to the ground. As his gaze swept over the members of the Gu family, they trembled in fear. Ling family head. We truly do not know where Gu Xuanqing has gone. Even if you kill us all, it will be of no use. How had I never noticed the Gu family possessed such audacity? Ling Xiaotian roared, seizing the speaker once more. I will kill each of you one by one. I am certain that someone will remember. With his words, another spray of blood mist erupted as yet another member of the Gu family was flung to the ground. Ling Xiaotian, with his bloodied blade, pointed at Gu Yuhan, declaring, However, I shall spare you, for Ba holds you dear. You must give him a ghostly marriage. Because of your words, after today, there will be no more Ling family in Anyang City. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the gates of the Gu residence. Head of the family, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, the Gu family members wept openly. perhaps never having anticipated that they would one day yearn so profoundly for his return. Gu Xuanqing, mid-stage of the spirit realm? Ling Xiaotian turned to glance at Gu Feng. Gu Feng tensed up, hurriedly explaining, Ling family head, please do not misunderstand. He was only at the initial stage of the spirit realm moments ago. I truly had no idea. Gu Feng was indeed unaware. Upon exiting the alchemy hall, Gu Xuanqing consumed a 2-pattern-breaking spirit pill, effortlessly refining a second-tier pill with the immortal technique, without the need for meditation. However, due to the constraints of a former seal, Gu Xuanqing had been unable to break through. To store more true energy, he had devised a method to expand his dantian, enlarging it several dozen times during his training at home. Consequently, the second pattern-breaking spirit pill, which could have elevated his realm significantly, only allowed him to progress from the initial to the mid-stage of the spirit realm. Yet now, he wielded the strength of the early stage of the earth spirit realm. Noticing Ling Xiaotian's silence, Gu Feng quickly began to flatter. In any case, whether he is at the initial or mid-stage of the spirit realm is merely a matter of 1 or 2 strikes to you, Ling family head. So, you were the one who informed the Ling family? Gu Xuanqing fixed his gaze on Gu Feng. A cold glint flickered in Gu Feng's eyes. Yes, it was I. And I even suggested that Gu Yuhan marry young Master Ling in ghostly matrimony. Then let us all perish. Gu Xuanqing ceased his words and advanced with his sword drawn. Immediately, a throng of Ling family members surged forward. Stand back. I wish to personally torment him to death. Ling Xiaotian's furious shout commanded his kin to withdraw. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he felt his spiritual power surge within him, the blade's aura extending several feet, enveloping the area in a chilling presence and immense pressure. Dominating blade technique. The members of both the Ling and Gu families tensed. For the Ling family's rise in power over the past 2 years had been bolstered by this mid-grade martial technique, the dominating blade technique, which Ling Xiaotian had inadvertently acquired. Die! With a furious roar, a colossal blade aura descended upon Gu Xuanqing, like a celestial river crashing to the earth, the air around it rippling with a piercing howl. How dare you present such a mere Xian-tier martial technique? Allow me to demonstrate a heavenly-tier sword technique. Gu Xianqing scoffed lightly, his figure retreating gracefully as he flicked his wrist, sending his long sword soaring through the air. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his hands, imbuing the sword with a life of its own, directing it to pierce directly towards Ling Xiaotian's left eye through the gaps in the blade's aura. A gust of wind surged forth, prompting Ling Xiaotian to withdraw his blade defensively, executing a swift and decisive strike to intercept the oncoming sword. With a sharp crack, the sword shattered upon impact. Just as Ling Xiaotian regarded the scene with disdain, Gu Xuanqing's hand shifted the seal, causing the 2 shards of cold light to pivot midair and surge forth once more. A gasp escaped as Ling Xiaotian swung his blade again, aiming at the relentless onslaught of cold light. In a symphony of sharp sounds, the cold light transformed from 2 into 4, only to launch itself at him again. Despite the seemingly uncontrollable multiplication of the cold light, failing to sever them would result in his own injury. Caught in a dilemma, Ling Xiaotian found the surrounding cold light becoming increasingly dense under his vigilant defense. Is this the legendary heavenly tier sword technique? The members of the Gu and Ling families gaped in astonishment at Gu Xianqun, an adept of the mid-stage of the minor spirit realm, effortlessly dominating Ling Xiaotian with such dazzling swordplay. Those who hold their ground for too long are destined to falter. Ling Xiaotian bore several deep gashes that revealed bone. Roaring in fury, "Are you all dead? Why do you linger? Finish him." He understood that if he did not subdue Gu Xianqun, who commanded the sword, he could very well perish in this humiliating predicament. Kill him, Patriarch, we are coming. With a rallying cry, the Ling family surged forward, an overwhelming tide of blades and swords crashing against Gu Xianqun. With a flash of disdain in his eyes, Gu Xianqun waited until the Ling family members were within 3 feet of him before altering his hand seal, retracting half of the cold light that encircled Ling Xiaotian. Although the leaving sword technique was merely a heavenly tier sword art, its mastery by Gu Xianqun signified anything but mediocrity, while the Ling family boasted sheer numbers. Aside from Ling Xiaotian, only 2 possessed mid-stage earth spirit strength and 5 were in the early stages, the rest being mere minor spirit realm practitioners. In Gu Xuanqing's eyes, such power was utterly inconsequential. As the cold light danced, blood mist erupted around Gu Xianqun, the lives of his kin merely buying Ling Xiaotian a fleeting moment of respite, yet failing to liberate him from his plight. Retreat, retreat. Witnessing his kin fall one by one and feeling the fresh wounds on his own body, Ling Xiaotian was filled with horror. He had never anticipated Gu Xianqun to be so formidable. Too late to escape. Just as the Ling family members contemplated retreating, Gu Xianqun raised his arms fiercely, causing countless shards of cold light to penetrate the bodies of the Ling family. At that moment, a dozen martial artists surged through the entrance. Who are you? Gu Xianxun quickened his assault on Ling Xiaotian, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed that among the newcomers were 5 at the heavenly spirit realm, with the others nearly as powerful as Ling Xiaotian, being late-stage earth spirits. The leaving sword technique. The newcomers gazed in astonishment at the swirling cold light, and after a moment, one finally regained composure and spoke. We are here on behalf of Master Tao, having heard that the Gu family is in peril, but it seems our assistance is no longer required. It turns out they were allies from the Pill Hall. Please wait a moment. Gu Xianxun clasped his hands together with great force, and the myriad of cold radiance seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, shooting towards Ling Xiaotian like a multitude of sharp arrows. Chapter 8. Tao Hai speculation, not the Gu family master. There must be a misunderstanding between us. Ling Xiaotian exclaimed in utter disbelief upon hearing the attitude of the Dan Hall, but all he received in return was a barrage of murderous cold light. Despite Ling Xiaotian exerting every ounce of his strength, a single beam of cold light pierced through his defenses, instantly slashing his throat. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, as the countless rays of cold light transformed into a long sword that flew back into Gu Xuanxun's hand. Family master, I was wrong. Gu Feng, pale-faced, hurriedly knelt down and pleaded for mercy. Moments ago, he had charged towards Gu Xianxun alongside the Ling family, yet now, with the Ling family decimated and himself untouched, Gu Feng understood that this was not due to Gu Xuanxun's benevolence. As a member of the Gu family, you conspired with outsiders to attack the Gu family. Do you think I would spare you? Gu Xuanxun's gaze was icy as he regarded Gu Feng. Brother, leave him to me. Gu Yuhan interjected. At her words, the Gu family members shot her glances filled with dread, evidently recalling a harrowing memory. With a sudden tremor, Gu Feng decisively struck his forehead with his palm, taking his own life. Gu Xianxun turned to the warriors of the Dan Hall, smiling. It is unfortunate for my family to have displayed such a spectacle before you. Gu Gongzi, I have arrived. At that moment, Tao Hai rushed in, panting heavily. He paused, surveying the scene of carnage. Ah, has it already been resolved? One of the Dan Hall warriors stepped forward, saying, Hall Master, let me speak. Tao Hai interrupted, advancing towards Gu Xianxun with a smile. Upon witnessing the Gu family's distress signal, I immediately summoned the warriors of the Dan Hall to provide support. Fearing that my speed might hinder them, I instructed them to proceed ahead. Are these few capable enough? Gu Xianxun furrowed his brow, questioning their prowess. The Dan Hall warrior quickly approached and replied, Hall Master, all of the Ling family were slain by Gu Gongzi using the leaving sword technique, including Ling Xiaotian. Although he had nearly witnessed the entire event, there was still shock and disbelief in the eyes of the Dan Hall warriors. Tao Hai gazed at Gu Xianxun in astonishment. Gu Gongzi, you. It was known that Gu Xianxun had imparted to him the secret technique of the Tao family, the Xiantian fire control technique, and in its complete form. Thus, upon seeing the distress signal, Tao Hai had immediately gathered the warriors, anxious that he might not arrive in time, and had sent the Dan Hall warriors ahead. However, who could have anticipated that Gu Xianxun was not only astonishing in alchemy, but also possessed such formidable martial prowess? Moreover, he was adept in the leaving sword technique. At that moment, Tao Hai was entirely convinced that Gu Xianxun was a descendant of that immortal who had guided their ancestors. Otherwise, he could not possibly be so powerful. With this thought, Tao Hai turned to the warriors of the Dan Hall. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and take Gu Gongzi's injured kin to the Dan Hall for treatment. He then quickly corrected himself. No, Gu Gongzi's kin are injured. Go to the Dan Hall and summon some alchemists. Yes, yes. The Dan Hall warriors complied and hurried away, leaving the Gu family members in a state of shock, as if they were trapped in a dream. Could the Gu family truly possess such greatness? Some have begun to ponder whether Gu Xuanxun has truly been imprisoned in the Luo family dungeon for the past 2 years. I express my gratitude to Master Tao. The transmission of skills was merely intended to compensate for the regret concerning Tao Yuan. In truth, Gu Xuanxun holds a heartfelt appreciation for Tao Hai's actions. Tao Hai, promptly clasping his fists in respect, replied, Young Master Gu, your words are too kind. It is my fortune to be of assistance to you. Disliking excessive formalities, Gu Xuanxun chose not to dwell on the matter, stating, I shall entrust you, Master Tao, to oversee my household affairs. Tao Hai gazed at Gu Xuanxun in surprise, inquiring, Where are you headed, young Master Gu? To pay a visit to the Ling family. Gu Xuanxun declared succinctly. Tao Hai understood the gravity of those 4 words. Young Master, you must. The members of the Gu family exhibited expressions of astonishment, as Gu Xuanxun had previously proclaimed that from the following day onward, there would no longer be a Ling family in Anyang City. Yet, to the clan, this seemed merely a momentary outburst from Gu Xuanxun. Now, However, it appeared otherwise. A chilling smile graced Gu Xuanqing's lips as he asserted, I intend to make it abundantly clear to the people of Anyang City that as long as I, Gu Xuanqing, draw breath, none shall dare to lay their hands upon my family. Otherwise, they shall face annihilation. Today's events illuminated to Gu Xuanqing that his sister remains his Achilles heel. Thus, he must instill a sense of dread within all factions of Anyang City. I pledge unwavering loyalty to the family head. I pledge unwavering loyalty to the family head. In that moment, the Gu family members knelt, tears brimming in their eyes, their devotion genuine and heartfelt. In times past, when the Gu family faced adversity, the elders would merely cast the clan members into the fray. Thus, in such an environment, self-interest flourished. Yet now, as Gu Xuanqing sought vengeance for his kin, desiring to eradicate the Ling family, the long-suppressed fervor within them was reignited. Head of the family, my injuries are not severe. I shall accompany you. Head of the family, my wounds are also light. I wish to join. Suddenly, over 10 lightly wounded clan members stepped forward, while those with more grievous injuries wore expressions of guilt and regret. Brother, I await your return. Gu Yuhan, her eyes filled with concern, refrained from detaining him. She understood that what her brother intended to do was undoubtedly right. As for the danger, it was of no consequence. Should her brother perish, she would follow him into the abyss. Gu Xuanqing glanced at the impassioned clan members and nodded. Very well, you shall accompany me. Observing the numerous experts of the Ling family lying lifeless, Tao Hai felt reassured about Gu Xuanqing's safety. Young master, rest assured. I shall look after the Gu family well. As Gu Xuanqing and his entourage strode forth from the Gu residence, Tao Hai sighed. Your family is destined to rise. Gu Yuhan was suddenly invigorated. Rise? Will we be stronger than the Luo family? She vividly recalled her brother's demeanor when he mentioned Luo Xingxue. If the Gu family could not surpass the Luo family, it would spell peril for her brother. The Luo family? Reflecting upon the tales of Luo Xingxue, Tao Hai chuckled. You foolish girl, you have been deceived by your brother. Do you know where the departure sword technique he just demonstrated originated from? Seeing Gu Yuhan's bewildered expression, Tao Hai continued with a smile. The departure sword technique is one of the signature martial arts of the Shaoyao sect, accessible only to elders and above. Contemplating the departure sword technique and the Shaoyao token of the Luo family, he mused, though I remain uncertain about the nature of their relationship. I am certain that the rumors circulating about your brother and sister-in-law are entirely unfounded. Moreover, although Luo Xingxue possesses a modicum of talent, it is inconceivable that the Celestial Tranquility sect would hold her in such high esteem without the clandestine assistance of the young Master Gu. Otherwise, what merit does the Luo family possess to warrant the Celestial Order? Tao Hai, increasingly convinced by his own reasoning, stroked his beard contemplatively, feeling as though he had unearthed the truth. Is it truly so? Though Tao Hai's argument appeared sound, recalling the gaze of his elder brother, Gu Yuhan remained convinced that the reality was far more complex. Chapter 9. The Art of Battle arrays Gu Xuanqing, accompanied by over 10 clansmen, stood resolutely at the entrance of the Ling family. With a powerful kick, his uncle Gu Kaiyuan shattered the Ling family's doors. Who dares to act so recklessly in my Ling family? A voice thundered forth, prompting the Ling family members to surge towards the entrance. However, the Ling family was not significantly stronger than the Gu family. It was only after Ling Xiaoyan's recent breakthrough to the late Earth Spirit realm that they had ascended to the upper echelon of second-tier families in Anyang City. Now, with the elite members of the Ling family, including Ling Xiaotian, fallen at the hands of the Gu family, the remaining younger generation and guards were scarcely more formidable than the Gu clan members. With Gu Xuanqing at the helm, and the clan's fervor ignited by the thirst for vengeance, they descended upon their adversaries like a tiger among sheep. When faced with any formidable foes, Gu Xuanqing swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword. History seemed to be repeating itself, though this time it was the Gu family that became the blood-soaked executioners of the Ling family. In less than half an hour, the Ling family's warriors had been thoroughly vanquished, and Gu Kaiyuan cast a fierce glance at the gathered elders, women, and children of the Ling family in the Great Hall. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Gu Xuanqing interjected, shaking his head, according to the rules of martial arts. Calamity should not befall the innocent kin of the common folk. Gu Kaiyuan hesitated before inquiring, what of these people? Gu Xuanqing replied, confine them all for now, and publicly declare that they have all been exterminated, as a show of deterrence. Gu Kaiyuan nodded in understanding. Master, Elder Tao requests your presence. At that moment, a clan member, whose injuries had been bandaged, approached. Elder Tao? Gu Xuanqing inquired. Indeed, the fourth uncle's injuries are quite severe. Elder Tao mentioned that only you could remedy them, the clan member remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Xuanqing. Unable to fathom how the family head could heal wounds that even Elder Tao could not, Upon hearing of the fourth uncle's predicament, Gu Xuanqing did not dare to linger. Let us proceed. When he had once married into the Luo family, the fourth uncle had stood up for him, although he did not intervene to prevent Yuhan's marriage. His absence from the Great Hall indicated that even in his powerlessness, he had not allied with the elder members of the clan. Returning to the Gu residence, Gu Xuanqing hastened to the fourth uncle's chamber. Young Master Gu, look at this, Tao Hai said, gesturing towards the fourth uncle Gu Qianlong, who was covered in silver needles on the bed. I shall examine him first. Gu Xuanqing stepped forward and took the fourth uncle's pulse, carefully removing several silver needles from his body. Beside him, Qing Yu, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, Gu Xuanqing, have you lost your mind? Those needles were employed by our master to extend your fourth uncle's life, consuming an immense amount of spiritual energy. Tao Hai hastily admonished, Qing Yu, be silent. He then turned to Gu Xuanqing, apologizing, young Master Gu, please excuse Qing Yu's lack of decorum. After all, as he was aiding a family member. Gu Xuanqing refrained from expressing his displeasure and nodded, acknowledging, fourth uncle's meridian is shattered, and his internal organs are displaced. Although you employed the solidifying yuan needle to prolong his life, the insertion at the fengqi point was a mere fraction shallow, and when needling the qianhai point, an excess of spiritual energy was introduced. After pointing out Tao Hai's numerous mistakes, Gu Xuanqing remarked, if I had not withdrawn the needle, fourth uncle would likely struggle to endure even half an hour. Filled with self-reproach, Tao Hai lamented, no wonder I found the effects unsatisfactory after administering the needles. It appears my skills are lacking. Young Master Gu, with a gentle smile, Gu Xuanqing reassured him, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Tao Ho Master, although your proficiency with the solidifying yuan needle is not yet refined, had it not been for your intervention, fourth uncle would not have lasted this long. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing repositioned the silver needle. However, both Tao Hai and Qing Yu watched with bated breath. For their discerning eyes could perceive that within Gu Xuanqing's seemingly casual technique lay a profound understanding of the alchemical arts, while the minute discrepancies showcased his terrifying mastery over the solidifying yuan needle. After needling, Gu Xuanqing inquired, Tao Ho Master, do you possess a jade pen and spirit stones? Yes, Tao Hai replied, though uncertain of Gu Xuanqing's intentions. He hastily retrieved a jade pen and 5 inferior spirit stones from his storage pouch. 1 spirit stone will suffice, Gu Xuanqing declared, taking one in hand and, with a slight squeeze, reduced it to powder. He then dipped the jade pen into the powdered spirit stone as if it were ink, lifted fourth uncle's garments, and began inscribing on his body. What are you doing, young Master Gu? Tao Hai cautiously asked, observing this unprecedented method. While continuing his work, Gu Xuanqing explained, in Anyang City, it is impossible to procure 5th-grade elixirs to heal fourth uncle's injuries. Thus, I must resort to a formation for treatment. Qing Yu scoffed disdainfully, you understand formations? Who lays formations on a human body? Before she could finish, Tao Hai swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face. How dare you question young Master Gu's abilities? Stand there and witness how he employs formations for healing. I refuse to accept this, Qing Yu retorted defiantly. Tao Hai, his eyes aflame with anger, interrupted, silence. From this moment forth, if you utter another word, I shall expel you from the sect. The corners of Gu Xuanqing's mouth lifted slightly. He could see that Tao Hai's seemingly harsh measures were, in truth, aimed at keeping Qing Yu around to broaden her horizons. However, given that Tao Hai was an old acquaintance and had extended such assistance to him, Gu Xuanqing chose not to dwell on these trifles. At that moment, Gu Xuanqing stowed the jade pen, formed a hand seal, and a beam of spiritual light imprinted a series of intricate patterns upon fourth uncle's body. Instantly, a powerful suction emanated from him, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his being, and gradually, a hint of color returned to fourth uncle's pallid face. Tao Hai was astounded. Young Master Gu, you are truly inscribing formations onto a person's body, and it can heal? Gu Xuanqing smiled gently. A formation guides the forces of heaven and earth through its patterns, harnessing natural power to achieve the desired outcome of the one who lays the formation. The human body itself is a microcosm of the universe. Why then should it be impossible to establish a formation? While this theory might seem preposterous, Gu Xuanqing, who in his previous life could not ascend to the spiritual tier, had conceived countless methods over thousands of years to enhance his own prowess. This unique technique of body formation was created by him, yet he has never imparted it to anyone, leaving the people of the Qingyun continent unaware of its existence. Tao Hai contemplated for a moment and inadvertently exclaimed, does this mean that by employing agile formations on one's body, one could significantly enhance their speed in combat? If defensive formations are laid down, it would bolster one's resilience, and if offensive formations are employed, one's strength could also be amplified. Gu Xuanqing's eyes brightened, surprised to find that you indeed possess a modicum of talent. In truth, what Tao Hai described were merely the rudimentary applications of Gu Xuanqing's body formation technique. Coughing up a mouthful of clotted blood, the fourth uncle slowly opened his eyes. Qingyue, feeling a sense of injustice, stepped forward to grasp the pulse of the fourth uncle, her brow furrowing in disbelief. How could this be possible? The fourth uncle had been gravely injured and unconscious long before Gu Xuanqing's return and was unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Qingyue, he weakly expressed, "Thank you, Miss Qingyue, for saving my life." Chapter 10. The Carefree Sect understanding the fourth uncle's misunderstanding. Qingyue, despite her reluctance, gritted her teeth and said, "It was Gu Xuanqing who saved you, not I." The fourth uncle quickly interjected, "Even if the family had personally invited you, it was still Miss Qingyue's miraculous skills that brought you back to life." Faced with this inexplicable misunderstanding, Qingyue shot a fierce glare at Gu Xuanqing, stomped her foot, and exited the room in embarrassment. Gu Xuanqing stepped forward and said, "Fourth uncle, you have just awakened, so you must rest well and refrain from speaking too much." The dazed fourth uncle nodded in agreement. After exiting the fourth uncle's room, Tao Hai could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Young Master Gu, although your formations can channel spiritual energy into your fourth uncle's body, it shouldn't have allowed him to awaken so quickly." Gu Xuanqing smiled. A powerful formation can easily move mountains and fill seas. Thus, correcting the position of his internal organs and channeling spiritual energy to nourish his damaged heart meridian is certainly not a difficult task. Tao Hai pondered aloud, so, formations are also a branch of alchemy? Observing the lively gleam in Tao Hai's eyes, Gu Xuanqing cautioned, "Formations and alchemy are not inherently connected. It is commendable that you have grasped one aspect. Do not be overly ambitious." However, Tao Hai initially intended to remark, "But you possess such terrifying prowess in formations, alchemy, and martial arts." But upon recalling that Gu Xuanqing was a descendant of an immortal family, he wisely held his tongue. Changing the subject, Tao Hai inquired, "So, is it true that you intentionally arranged for Luo Xingxue to enter the Carefree Sect?" Gu Xuanqing looked at Tao Hai in confusion. Intentionally arranged? After recounting his prior theories regarding Gu Yuhan, Tao Hai chuckled, "If it were not for your deep ties to the Carefree Sect, how could you possibly be well-versed in their signature sword techniques, the Carefree Sword Technique and the Departing Sword Technique? The Carefree Sect's signature sword techniques? The Departing Sword Technique?" Gu Xuanqing furrowed his brow. What connection does this Carefree Sect have with the one from Penglai Mountain? Tao Hai looked at Gu Xuanqing with astonishment, unable to comprehend why he posed a question that was common knowledge. Nonetheless, he replied, "Over 3,000 years ago, after the Carefree Martial Emperor attained enlightenment, he mysteriously vanished. Numerous enemies of the sect sought revenge, leading to the gradual decline of the Carefree Sect, which ultimately retreated to the southern wilderness. In the era when the Unfettered Martial Emperor instilled awe across the Qinyan continent, he established the Unfettered Sect on the bountiful Penglai Mountain. Thus, for a long time, Gu Xuanqing regarded the Unfettered Sect in the remote southern wilderness merely as a coincidence of nomenclature. Suddenly, Gu Xuanqing comprehended why the warriors from the Pill Hall could recognize the sword of departure at a glance. However, considering the pride with which the Luo family celebrated Luo Xingxue's entry into the Unfettered Sect, along with the ascension of one of their own, Gu Xuanqing couldn't help but smirk at the irony. He pondered how they would react upon learning that the sect was now filled with his own disciples and descendants. With a smile, Gu Xuanqing remarked, "Indeed, I have some connection with the Unfettered Sect, but not in the way you assume. You will understand in due time." Gu Xuanqing's inability to explain left Tao Hai feeling that he had pried into personal matters, and he quickly apologized. "I was presumptuous. Please forgive me. Your words are too severe, Tao Hall Master. Regarding the injuries sustained by the Gu family, I ask for your continued assistance. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Upon learning the origins of the Unfettered Sect, Gu Xuanqing could no longer remain seated. Leaving behind a perplexed Tao Hai, he made his way toward the Luo family. As he approached the Luo family, he gazed at the unfettered token atop their roof. Although it was merely a replica of the original, the familiar runes evoked a flood of memories within him. If not for the necessity of concealing himself and suppressing the perception of the thunder tribulation, the Unfettered Sect would not have fallen to such a state. Since fate has allowed our paths to cross again in this lifetime, I shall restore the Unfettered Sect to its former glory. Just as Gu Xuanqing sighed in contemplation, a group of youths gathered around him. "Isn't that Gu Xuanqing? What? After being rejected by my sister, does he still wish to cling to our Luo family?" It was Luo Tao, a familiar face from the dungeons of the two Luo families, who had tormented Gu Xuanqing countless times, oblivious to the annihilation of the Ling family. Luo Tao looked at Gu Xuanqing with smug satisfaction. "Let me enlighten you. My sister possesses such talent that even the sect master of the Unfettered Sect dared not accept her as a disciple, instead taking her on as a student under his tutelage. She is now a junior to the sect master. Therefore, it is too late for you to curry favor with the Luo family using the Gu family sword techniques. My sister cultivates the premier techniques of the Unfettered Sect. Taking her on as a student? Hearing Luo Tao's words, Gu Xuanqing felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the Unfettered Sect and deliver a few resounding slaps to the current sect master. Was this fool out of his mind? Even if Luo Xingxue had some talent, surely she could not reach such heights. Gu Xuanqing's bewilderment was perceived by Luo Tao as fear, prompting him to boast, of course. If you still wish to cling to our Luo family, that's not out of the question. You could be my dog, entertaining me at your leisure. Rest assured, with the unfettered token to protect you, even as my mere dog, no one in the entire Xian kingdom would dare to bully you. Luo Tao raised his right leg with arrogance, resting it on the wall of the street. Come now, be my dog, starting from beneath me. A cold glint flashed through Gu Xuanqing's eyes as he slowly advanced. The servants surrounding Luo Tao began to mock him with sycophantic jibes. To be the master's dog is indeed a privilege. Hurry and crawl, for the master's lap is your gateway to greatness. With a focus that sharpened the air, Gu Xuanqing unleashed a chilling glare, and in an instant, the leg that Luo Tao had raised fell severed to the ground. Oh! The anguished cries of Luo Tao echoed as he collapsed to the ground in pain. His subordinates quickly surrounded him. Young master! Young master! Luo Tao roared with a grimace. You useless fools! What are you waiting for? Capture him and sever his limbs, but spare his life. Yes, his subordinates responded, rising to their feet. Yet none dared approach the glimmering sword in Gu Xuanqing's hand. A bunch of inept cowards. My sister has already rendered him powerless. What is there to fear? Upon hearing Luo Tao's words, the subordinates finally reacted and charged at Gu Xuanqing. However, as they drew near, they felt a flash of cold light before collapsing one by one to the ground. Luo Tao realized he had not even seen how Gu Xuanqing drew his sword. His face filled with horror. Gu Xuanqing, you were supposed to be incapacitated by my sister. Gu Xuanqing replied with a chilling smile, guess. As Gu Xuanqing approached, Luo Tao shouted, no, you cannot kill me. My sister is the disciple of the sect master of the Xianyao sect, and my family possesses the Xianyao token. If you kill me, your entire Gu family will pay the price. Stop. A voice resonated from the street, belonging to Luo Sihai, his former father-in-law. Accompanied by several heads of families from Anyang City, Gu Xuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Master Luo, are you issuing me orders? As he spoke, numerous members of the Luo family who had rushed over had already surrounded Gu Xuanqing. Gu Xuanqing, what madness has seized you? Release young Master Luo at once. Gu Xuanqing, the Luo family is protected by the Xianyao token. Your actions will bring calamity upon your own family. Before Luo Sihai could speak, the heads of the families nearby had already begun to shout in outrage. Luo Sihai coldly scoffed. Gu Xuanqing, release Tower, and I might grant you a swift death. Gu Xuanqing replied with a smile, since death is inevitable, why not take someone down with me? Luo Sihai sneered disdainfully, do you dare? The Luo family is under the protection of the Xianyao token. If you kill Tower, your entire clan will suffer endless torment. Is that so? Gu Xuanqing shot a sidelong glance at Luo Sihai, then thrust his sword forward, piercing it into Luo Tao's throat with a soft thud. It's absurd. How dare you? The heads of the families present gasped in shock. Upon learning of the Luo family's connection to the Xianyao sect, they had promptly presented lavish gifts, ostensibly to congratulate the Luo family, but in reality, to curry favor and align with a powerful ally, possessing the Xianyao token. It was said that even in the entirety of Xian country, they could walk unhindered. Yet, Gu Xuanqing dared to kill a member of the Luo family, and worse still, Luo Sihai's son, the younger brother of Luo Xingxue? Very well. Luo Sihai seethed with rage. Gu Xuanqing, I will make you regret everything you've done today. Gu Xuanqing coldly laughed. Why should I regret? Your Luo family has imprisoned and tormented me for 2 years. Now, it is only right that I bring about your destruction. Luo Sihai roared, destroy my Luo family? Such arrogance. Even without the protection of the Xianyao token, how could a mere waste like you bring about our downfall? Gu Xuanqing shrugged. Unfortunately for you, your Luo family possesses the Xianyao token, and thus, must face annihilation today. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing formed seals with his hands. And suddenly, the Xianyao token hovering above the Luo family erupted in a crimson glow, sweeping across the street and enveloping everyone within. What is happening? The crowd was taken aback. How could Gu Xuanqing possibly control the Xiaoyao order? With a cold smirk, Gu Xuanqing declared that the Xiaoyao order protected all living beings. Beyond the inherent deterrent power of the token itself, it was far more significant that the Xiaoyao order was inscribed with an attack formation. Faced with the formidable presence of the Luo family, which boasted 3 celestial spirit realm experts. Gu Xuanqing, despite his thirst for vengeance, found himself lacking the necessary strength for the time being. Thus, upon uncovering the secrets of the Xiaoyao sect, he immediately sought to examine the Xiaoyao order. Though this token was merely a replica and did not contain the prisoning Heaven Great formation he had originally inscribed, it nevertheless bore a 4th-tier formation that surpassed that of spirit-level warriors. This was more than sufficient for Gu Xuanqing. How could you possibly control the Xiaoyao order? How do you know there exists a formation within it? Luo Sihai, feeling the suffocating heat emanating from the endless crimson, stared incredulously at Gu Xuanqing. With a slight curl of his lips, Gu Xuanqing replied with a chilling laugh, Luo Xingxue, esteemed as the sect master's junior sister, has a boundless future ahead of her. Why would she wish for the world to know of such incompetent kin as yourselves? Before her departure, she imparted to me the method of utilizing the Xiaoyao order, commanding me to eradicate the entire Luo family and eliminate her blemish. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Was this truly Luo Xingxue's design? Sensing the intensifying aura surrounding them, Luo Sihai shook his head repeatedly. No, it's impossible. Xingxue would never do such a thing. Didn't Luo Xingxue inform you that my Dantian had been ruined? You witnessed it with your own eyes, did you not? Were it not for her, how could I know the secrets of the Xiaoyao order? Faced with Gu Xuanqing's probing questions, Luo Sihai fell silent, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Uncle Luo Qiansheng seemed to have realized something, forcefully supporting Luo Sihai as he exclaimed, Family head, this young man is merely stalling for time. Have you not noticed how the power of the formation is growing stronger? Luo Sihai's gaze sharpened suddenly. Kill him. Gu Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Luo Qiansheng spoke wisely. Although Gu Xuanqing could control the formation within the Xiaoyao order, he still required some time due to his current realm. Thus, his earlier words were merely a ploy to unsettle Luo Sihai's mind. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing changed the hand seals, causing the searing heat to surge once more, igniting the members of the Luo family in flames. Amidst the endless screams of agony, the Luo family members writhed in torment, many rolling on the ground, while others desperately channeled their spirit energy. Yet, no matter their efforts, the flames of the formation clung to them relentlessly. The heads of the surrounding clans, witnessing the scene, retreated to a distance, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they watched the once proud Luo family poised to be consumed by flames. As the cries began to wane, numerous members of the Luo family were reduced to ashes within the inferno. Relying on his profound cultivation, Luo Sihai barely managed to endure, though he was nearing his limit. With a heart full of unwillingness, he inquired, Gu Xuanqing, was what you said earlier true? Gu Xuanqing coldly replied, Can you provide a second reasonable explanation for the events transpiring now? Luo Sihai, having exhausted his spirit energy, succumbed to the flames of the formation, his body instantly charred, meeting an untimely demise. With the Luo family extinguished, the Xiaoyao order transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring into Gu Xuanqing's hand, casting him in a golden glow, as though he were a divine being descended from the heavens. The illustrious young Master Gu, it is known that Miss Luo has a deep affection for you, yet Luo Sihai has obstructed this bond, imprisoning you in the dungeon for 2 long years, a fate he richly deserves. Indeed, Miss Luo has now joined the Celestial Freedom Sect, and at such a young age. Young Master Gu has already reached the mid-stage of the spirit realm. It is inevitable that he will also enter the Celestial Freedom Sect in the future. How can the Luo family, a collection of worthless individuals, ever be deemed worthy of being your kin? As the heads of various clans came to their senses, they began to offer their flattery. After all, that was the Celestial Freedom Order, known for its ruthless killings. They had just rebuked Gu Xianshan, and if they did not display better behavior, he could easily retaliate against them, a prospect they could not bear. Gu Xianshan cast a cold glance at the assembly before turning to leave. Watching him depart, the clan leaders collectively exhaled in relief. As he walked, Gu Xianshan gazed down at the shattered Celestial Freedom Order in his hand, casually discarding it by the roadside. It was disheartening to realize that even the emblem of the Celestial Freedom Sect's authority could only be forged from falling star iron and could not withstand the activation of a 4th-tier formation before breaking apart. It appeared that the current predicament of the Celestial Freedom Sect was more dire than he had anticipated. Upon returning to the Gu family hall, Gu Kaiyuan, who had just returned from the Ling family, approached him with an excited expression. Master, after your departure, we raided the Ling family and seized a total of 17 low-grade spirit stones, 62 second-tier elixirs, 94 second-tier herbs, and various weapons. Gu Xianshan was taken aback. Was the Ling family truly so affluent? Master, the heads of the Qin and Ma families, along with others, are seeking an audience. At that moment, A clan member entered the hall, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the gathered clansmen. Gu Xianshun instructed, "Let them enter." "Wait." Gu Kaiyuan interjected. "Master, with so many visitors, they may not come with good intentions. Perhaps we should first invite Master Tao to the Grand Hall." "Come with ill intentions?" Gu Xianshun raised an eyebrow. "Has anyone ever sought an audience with the Gu family before merely barging in?" Gu Kaiyuan chuckled awkwardly. "And no, they typically enter directly." "Then let them in." Gu Xianshun dismissed the need for further explanation. They would soon understand. Seeing Gu Xuanchuan's determination, Gu Kaiyuan discreetly signaled to a nearby clan member, who hastily went to summon Tao Hai from the back hall. The clan member tasked with notifying the heads of the various families seemed to comprehend Gu Kaiyuan's intent, deliberately slowing his pace. Before the clan leaders arrived, Tao Hai had already reached the Grand Hall. Young Master Tao Hai greeted Gu Xianshun, but refrained from further conversation, merely standing by. As the various clan heads entered the Grand Hall, they were met with the sight of Tao Hai standing at Gu Xuanchuan's side, astonishment filling their eyes. Could it be that, aside from the Celestial Freedom Sect, Gu Xianshun had significant ties to the Alchemy Hall as well? Suppressing their internal turmoil, the gathered leaders hastily bowed. "Greetings, Gu family head." "Greetings, Master Tao." After a few polite exchanges, several clan heads quickly remarked, "Gu family head, now that the Luo family has been vanquished by you, Anyang City cannot remain leaderless. We implore you to take charge and guide us in the future." "Well, what? The Luo family has been destroyed by the family head." The members of the Gu family were taken aback, their faces filled with shock. Tao Hai looked at Gu Xianshun with confusion, realizing that his earlier departure was to eliminate the Luo family. But how could Gu Xianshun have accomplished such a feat in such a short span of time? Could it be that the relationship between Gu Xuanqing and Luo Xingxue is not as I had surmised? Countless questions lingered in Tao Hai's mind. Yet due to the secrets surrounding Gu Xuanqing, he refrained from probing further. This realization dawned upon him. Every time he thought he had discerned Gu Xuanqing, he remained oblivious to the true extent of his capabilities. Gu Xuanqing declared, "Regarding the matters of Anyang City, you should discuss them with my second uncle. Henceforth, the Gu family will be under his leadership." A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as none could have anticipated that the illustrious Gu Xuanqing would relinquish his position as the head of the family. Gu Kaiyuan appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Head of the family? I fear I am not up to the task." Gu Xuanqing rose and stated, "If you lack confidence, I shall seek another." Although Gu Kaiyuan felt unprepared, the allure of the family head's position proved too enticing to resist. "Well then, I shall give it a try." Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly and made his way toward the back hall, with Tao Hai following closely behind. While Gu Kaiyuan became the focal point of flattery from the other family heads present. "Are you planning to depart from Anyang City?" Upon entering the back hall, Tao Hai, well aware of Gu Xuanqing's true nature, was unsurprised by his decision. A place as modest as Anyang City could hardly contain someone like Gu Xuanqing. Gu Xuanqing nodded. Yuhan is not inherently devoid of potential. Rather, he is a chaotic body. Tao Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. What? A chaotic body? One of the most suitable, yet paradoxically impractical physiques for cultivation, as legend has it? Gu Xuanqing smiled faintly. Impractical? For me, it is the most fitting physique for cultivation. For an ordinary person, the potential of a chaotic body could only be activated by one of the 9 spiritual treasures, the Hongmeng fruit. However, with the Hongmeng fruit, even a common individual could transform into a genius at any moment. Moreover, the Hongmeng fruit is a treasure coveted even by those in the imperial realm. How could an ordinary person hope to possess it? Yet Gu Xuanqing understood that the true terror of the chaotic body extends far beyond this realm. As for the Hongmeng fruit, he had ways to obtain it, for he had many endeavors in this lifetime and could not afford to expose his sister to numerous dangers. Thus, from any perspective, he must ensure his sister possesses the ability to protect herself. Tao Hai quickly grasped the implications. "So, you intend to head to the Xiao Sect?" Gu Xuanqing shook his head. "The Xiao Sect? They have fallen so low now. The Hongmeng tree planted by the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor is likely long gone. Indeed, the Xiaoyao sect once possessed a Hongmeng tree, whose fruit could transform a warrior's very essence, and its trunk could manifest the principles of the Hongmeng Dao, allowing those who cultivated before it to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, had the Xiaoyao sect truly managed to bring the Hongmeng tree with them when they fled to the southern wilderness, they would not have fallen into such dire straits. Tao Hai remarked, although it is rumored that the Hongmeng tree vanished when the Xiaoyao sect fled from Penglai Mountain, according to intelligence gathered by the Pill Hall, the Hongmeng tree still rests in their possession, yet they dare not reveal it due to the peril it brings. Gu Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. Knowing the profound strength of the Pill Hall, the Pill Hall comprises numerous top-tier alchemists, with branches scattered across every corner of the Qingyan continent, primarily engaged in the sale of elixirs and the procurement of various cultivation resources. The Pill Hall in Anyang City is merely one of its countless branches. And with such an expansive network, its intelligence is indeed extraordinary. I shall take my leave now. I entrust my sister to your care, esteemed Master Gu. Rest assured, young Master Gu. With that, Gu Xuanqing bid farewell and ventured deep into the mountains. Within the Qiandang mountain range, following the intelligence provided by Tao Hai, Gu Xuanqing found this place. After several days of searching, he finally sensed spatial fluctuations within a dense forest. The Qianhuan Spatial Array. This was the grand protective formation crafted when the carefree Martial Emperor founded the Carefree Sect, a formation I assisted him in creating. Within the array lies a myriad of landscapes, forming a small world of its own, while outside it, one can conceal themselves within the fissures of space. Gu Xuanqing formed hand seals, and a beam of spiritual light pierced the void, causing a grand tree before him to manifest a gray-white spatial door. He flew into the door, which then vanished, restoring everything to its original state. Yet, at that moment, Gu Xuanqing found himself in a transformed scene. Gazing upon the familiar mountains beneath the boundless sky, he felt as though he were in another era. Memories of the time spent establishing the Carefree Sect with his disciples flooded back, accompanied by the echoes of their voices. Master, let us carve a spiritual river here. Our sect shall never lack spiritual energy again. Master, behold this divine beast I have captured. Though it is merely in the early stages of the divine tier, in a few thousand years, it will reach the late stages of the divine tier and serve as a guardian beast for our sect. Master, this Hongmeng tree will bear fruit in 3,000 years. I can hardly envision what the future Carefree Sect will be like. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy jolted Gu Xuanqing from his reverie. Scanning with his mental energy, he discerned that the fluctuation emanated from an area cloaked by a second-tier formation within a branch of the spiritual river on the outer mountains. With a flash of his figure, Gu Xuanqing raced toward the formation. Silently passing through the formation's restrictions, he beheld a young girl fiercely battling a second-tier water dragon. Although the water dragon was merely a second-tier spirit beast, the girl's wind chase sword technique, while swift as the wind, lacked the power to breach the dragon's defenses. At last, unable to restrain himself, Gu Xuanqing offered guidance. Channel your energy back to the source, wield the wind with your breath, and let your intention guide the sword. Chapter 13. The Hidden Predecessor. The girl, unable to break through the water dragon's defenses, was startled by the presence behind her. The moment her focus faltered, she was struck by a surge of water. With a startled cry, her body uncontrollably flew toward Gu Xuanqing. He reached out to catch her, infusing her with gentle spiritual energy to dissipate the force of impact. Such pure spiritual energy. The girl gazed at Gu Xuanqing in astonishment. He admonished her sternly. You allow yourself to be distracted even in a life-and-death struggle? What have you turned the wind chase sword technique into? No wonder the Carefree Sect has fallen to such depths. Pay attention. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at the roaring water dragon. With a series of wind chase sword techniques executed in Gu Xuanqing's hands, each strike was not only swift as the wind, but also bore the weight of thunderous might. Every beam of sword light struck unerringly upon the same dark scales of the water dragon. Just as the scales began to shatter under the relentless blows, Gu Xuanqing's sword pierced through the gap, embedding itself deep within the dragon's body. With a deafening roar, the water dragon crashed heavily into the spiritual river, thrashing about for a moment before falling silent. You have comprehended it. As Gu Xuanqing returned to the shore, he was abruptly struck by the formidable aura emanating from the young girl. The stones beneath her feet reverberated violently, being ground to dust. Is this innate talent not terrifying? Gu Xuanqing indeed intended to guide the girl, yet he did not anticipate that, having merely demonstrated a sword technique, she would grasp its essence so swiftly. Little did he know that in his previous life, despite harboring profound insights, his physical form was incapable of reaching even the initial spiritual level. Thus his teachings could only be conveyed orally. However, in this life, having entered the spiritual tier and glimpsed the path, every utterance and action of his embodies the evolution of the heavenly way. From the moment he unsheathed his sword, an image appeared in the girl's mind, vividly illustrating each swift movement he executed. Simultaneously, a deluge of sword principles surged forth, illuminating her previous confusions regarding the sword path. Almost instinctively, any sword technique she contemplated was immediately transformed into its quintessence by the figure. Yet, as Gu Xuanqing ceased his movements, the image in her mind vanished as well. Have I broken through? The girl, Imo Qianyin, opened her eyes to gaze at Gu Xuanqing, astonishment filling her expression. In that fleeting moment, not only had she subtly touched upon the essence of the sword path, but her realm had also ascended from the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm to the late stage. What kind of sorcery is this? Is he a deity? No. He appears to be merely at the mid-stage of the little spirit realm. Suddenly, she recalled Gu Xuanqing's earlier remark about the decline of the Xianyao sect. Yes. Her grandfather had once mentioned that certain extraordinary elders could remain eternally youthful. He had merely summoned the power of the mid-stage little spirit realm to demonstrate the essence of the sword. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could easily extinguish a water serpent with a mere flick of his finger. The girl hastily rose and bowed respectfully to Gu Xuanqing. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. At this moment, Mo Qianyan was certain that he must be a hidden powerhouse of the sect. In fact, both the sect leader and the elders had always emphasized that the Xianyao sect was once a prestigious lineage that produced a martial emperor. Although they had retreated to the southern wilderness, it was because the hidden experts within the sect were in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Once they emerged, it would herald the glorious resurgence of the Xianyao sect. Elder? Gu Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized he could indeed be considered a senior of the Xianyao sect. He then inquired, tell me, has the sect recently taken in a disciple named Luo Xingxue? Are you referring to Elder Luo? Mo Qianyan instantly understood. This hidden elder must have emerged because of the esteemed elder's chosen disciple. Elder Luo? How could she become an elder so soon after joining? Gu Xuanqing recalled that Luo Tao had mentioned the sect leader accepting disciples on behalf of the master, thereby making Luo Xingxue the sect leader's junior sister. Yet he was perplexed as to the reason behind this. Mo Qianyan gazed at Gu Xuanqing with curiosity. Aren't you here for Elder Luo? Gu Xuanqing replied, not entirely. Oh. The girl suddenly realized that while this elder sensed the master's message, he likely was unaware of the sect leader's actions. She promptly recounted the situation. A wry smile involuntarily crept across Gu Xuanqing's face. At this moment, he recalled that his initial decision to cultivate the carefree technique must have triggered the perception of the carefree martial emperor in this realm. However, now that the carefree martial emperor had ascended to the holy domain, the cross-realm transmission had encountered some discrepancies, resulting in the current situation. No wonder the carefree sect held her in such high regard. Upon learning the context, Gu Xuanqing inquired about the whereabouts of Elder Luo. Although he felt a twinge of envy towards Luo Xingxue for garnering the attention of such a hidden elder, Mo Qianyan promptly responded. Although Elder Luo was appointed by the founder, her foundation had been somewhat lacking in the secular world. After joining the sect leader and several elders worked together to open the primordial blessed land to assist Elder Luo in her cultivation. The primordial blessed land? Gu Xuanqing furrowed his brow. The primordial blessed land was a celestial domain crafted from the primordial tree, utilizing its essence to interpret the laws of heaven. Warriors who cultivated within it would inevitably gain profound insights, directly touching upon the essence of martial arts. However, once the primordial blessed land was opened, all pathways would be sealed from within. Although he understood the method to forcibly open it, his current realm rendered him incapable of doing so. Alas, he decided to let the sect leader and the elders seize the opportunity to enhance their strength. Since the carefree sect had expended such great resources to open the primordial blessed land, the sect leader and elders would certainly not miss this chance. All he could do was wait for Luo Xingxue to emerge. With this thought, Gu Xuanqing began to ascend against the current of the spiritual river. When Luo Xingxue emerged from the primordial blessed land, her strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, and he too must make some progress during this period. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he were unable to match her prowess. Observing Gu Xuanqing departing at once, Mo Qianyan swiftly activated her spiritual technique to stow away the array device and hurried to catch up, saying, Senior, many elders and numerous disciples have gone to cultivate in the primordial blessed land. Could you take charge of the sect affairs in the meantime? By the way, why didn't you go to the primordial blessed land to cultivate? Gu Xuanqing regarded Mo Qianyan with a hint of curiosity. Her ability to attain enlightenment and breakthroughs under his casual guidance indicated that her talent was not lacking. Mo Qianyan replied with a touch of regret, returning to you, Senior. I was assigned by my grandfather to guard the sect's entrance on the outer mountain, so I couldn't go. Who is your grandfather? Gu Xuanqing asked, astonished at Mo Qianyan, for not everyone could compel their granddaughter to sacrifice such an opportunity for the sect. My grandfather is Mo He, the one who discovered Elder Luo. Mo Qianyan declared with pride. Chapter 14. Astonishing talent. Upon learning that the misunderstanding was the source of the upheaval, Gu Xuanqing's grievances towards Mo He dissipated. He inquired, how many individuals remain outside the sect? The primordial blessed land was vast enough to accommodate the entire sect even during its peak. Mo Qianyan responded, each of the 7 peaks of the Big Dipper has an elder stationed to manage daily affairs, and there are approximately 100 formal disciples, including myself. Along with the mountain guardians. Gu Xuanqing asked, There are still mountain guardians? Mo Qianyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Senior, were you in seclusion when all the mountain guardians completely perished? The mountain guardians were comprised of disciples with slightly lesser talents who were nonetheless utterly loyal to the sect. In ordinary circumstances, the sect provides them with ample resources for cultivation. Should they manage to transcend to a higher realm, they could shed their identities as mountain guardians. However, if they fail to break through, it is they who will stand at the forefront when the sect faces peril, leaving the mountain guardians to linger behind. According to the historical records of the Qi sect, the last total annihilation of the mountain guardians occurred during the sect's relocation. Yet, upon reaching the South Wilderness, the sect successfully cultivated a new generation of mountain guardians. How could Gu Xianxin be unaware of this? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xianxin declared, aside from the elders stationed at the 7 peaks, summon everyone else to Lingyuan Peak, including the mountain guardians? Although Mo Qianyan was taken aback by Gu Xuanxin's profound understanding of the Qi sect, she had never considered that he might have come from outside. Nevertheless, she felt a tinge of astonishment at this moment. Indeed, as Gu Xianxin spoke, he swiftly made his way towards Lingyuan Peak. Senior, wait for me. Mo Qianyan hesitated briefly, then used a communication talisman to relay Gu Xuanxin's orders before hastily following behind. What is happening? As Mo Qianyan exerted herself to the utmost, she realized that no matter how hard she tried, the distance between her and Gu Xianxin only grew. Of course, how could a figure of his stature lack a flying spiritual artifact? He was presently relying solely on the strength of a mid-stage minor spiritual realm to run. Was he attempting to guide my movement technique? Is this the Xinghua step? Mo Qianyan noticed that while Gu Xianxin moved with grace, the essence of his technique remained the sect's Xinghua step. At that moment, the figure that had previously vanished from her mind reappeared, though this time it was not demonstrating a technique, but rather a movement style. Instantly, Mo Qianyan's body moved involuntarily in sync with the figure's performance, her speed doubling. Sensing Mo Qianyan's sudden acceleration behind him, Gu Xianxin was taken aback. Could this girl possess such terrifying talent? Although he realized Mo Qianyan was learning his movement technique, he never expected that in such a short span, she would grasp the essence of the Xinghua step. This won't do. I cannot be outshone by my own disciples. Gu Xianxin ceased to reserve his spiritual power, his speed soaring once more. However, as his pace quickened, the figure in Mo Qianyan's mind also accelerated, prompting her to follow suit. Thousand layers step, ghostly shadows. Gu Xianxin was compelled to employ several different movement techniques, and after an hour, he finally maintained his lead to reach the summit of Lingyuan Peak. As Gu Xianxin came to a halt, the figure in Mo Qianyan's mind dissipated. Yet she knelt before him with an expression of sheer exhilaration. Senior, thank you for your guidance. It was noteworthy that under normal circumstances, it would take her at least 6 hours to travel from the outer mountain to Lingyuan Peak. Yet today, she had arrived in just 1 hour, and along the way, she had learned several movement techniques typically accessible only to elders. This is also a testament to your exceptional talent. Gu Xianxin, unaware of the full circumstances, furrowed his brow and inquired, how many years have you been cultivating? Replying to the senior, Mo Qianyan quickly responded, I began body refinement at 6 years old, and it has now been 13 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Xuanxin's expression darkened. Nonsense. Mo Qianyan, who had just risen, was so frightened that she quickly knelt down again, exclaiming, the younger generation is dull-witted and has failed the sect's nurturing. Mo Qianyan understood that although her cultivation speed was considered above average among her peers, in the eyes of esteemed predecessors, reaching the late Earth spirit realm at the age of 19 was truly inadequate. Gu Xuanxin helped Mo Qianyan to her feet, stating, I am not referring to you, but to the sect leader, your grandfather. With your aptitude, it is astonishing that you have only reached the Earth spirit realm after 13 years. Are they all fools? Contemplating Mo Qianyan's dual comprehension of swordsmanship and body techniques. Such talent would be deemed extraordinary even in her previous life. Mo Qianyan quickly replied, both the sect leader and my grandfather are quite strict with me. It is my limited talent. Strict? That is merely attitude. The ability to teach effectively is what truly matters. They are indeed a bunch of simpletons. Gu Xuanxin, seemingly having uncovered the reasons for the decline of the Xiaoyao sect, snorted softly and continued, all right. You should reflect on the swordsmanship and body techniques you just grasped here. I will go over there for a moment. Yes. In Mo Qianyan's eyes, Gu Xuanxin was akin to a divine being. After he finished speaking, he immediately sat in meditation. Gu Xuanxin continued along the winding mountain river, heading towards the source of the spirit river, known as Lingyuan Peak. Though the summit was near the river's origin, the journey was fraught with perilous prohibitions. However, Gu Xuanxin strolled leisurely, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Mo Qianyan glanced over, her heart filled with awe. The spirit river was the lifeblood of the Xiaoyao sect, with its source being of utmost importance. Here, all prohibitions were formidable. Even the sect leader would struggle to pass without the sect leader's decree, yet before this elder, it was as easy as traversing a garden. As Gu Xuanqing's figure vanished completely within the prohibitions, Imo Qinyan settled down to comprehend her teachings. Meanwhile, Gu Xuanqing had arrived at the end of the spirit river. At Lingyin Lake, surrounded by a mist of grayish-white emanating from countless prohibitions, a tranquil pool lay beneath, with numerous tributaries flowing forth, exuding a rich aura of spirit energy. Fortunately, these wasteful entities have yet to undermine the foundation of Qianling Lake. After surveying his surroundings, Gu Xuanqing formed hand seals, channeling a stream of spiritual light into the lake's surface. Instantly, the still waters began to boil, and a grand, imposing palace slowly rose from the lakebed. Within the palace, countless grayish-white spiritual beings drifted aimlessly. Upon noticing Gu Xuanqing, they emitted terrified, ghastly cries. "You have long since perished. Why cling to your obsessions in the mortal realm?" Gu Xuanqing's fierce admonition caused numerous spiritual beings to explode, vanishing without a trace. Lingyin Divine Palace, the first sect before the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor. The Lingyin Hall's guardian artifact was crafted from supreme spirit crystals, containing the evolution of heavenly laws, continuously supplying spirit energy. With offensive and defensive capabilities surpassing the Qianhuan spatial array. During the age of imperial competition, it was destroyed by the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor, and the damaged Lingyin Divine Palace fell into the hands of the Xiaoyao sect, buried by the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor. It was repurposed to construct a spirit river that traversed the Xiaoyao sect. Gazing at the once legendary Lingyin Divine Palace, now diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its former glory after millennia of consumption, Gu Xuanqing could not help but sigh. Endless brilliance ultimately succumbs to time. Chapter 15. Some are unconvinced compared to its former self. The spirit energy of the Lingyin Divine Palace had indeed waned considerably, yet in the southern wilderness, it remained unparalleled. In the pursuit of rectifying past regrets and restoring the grandeur of the Xiaoyao sect, Gu Xuanqing recognized the necessity to enhance the overall strength of the sect. As he emerged from the confinement, Imo Qinyan approached him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Xuanqing glanced at the two groups gathered atop the mountain. One group comprised individuals in their 20s, most of whom were at the late stages of the earth spirit realm, with a few having already reached the initial phase of the heaven spirit realm. The other group, diverse in age, had the youngest in their 50s and the oldest likely surpassing a century, predominantly at the spirit king realm. Their gazes were filled with bewilderment as they regarded Gu Xuanqing. A young man, barely in the initial stage of the heaven spirit realm, stepped forward, disdain etched on his features. "Imo Qinyan, is this the elder you spoke of?" Imo Qinyan's expression shifted, and she chastised. "Niechuan, do not be disrespectful to our elder." "Elder? Huh?" Niechuan scoffed. When did a mere wretch of the spirit realm become an elder of the Xiaoyao sect? No sooner had he spoken, a flash of movement occurred, and he found himself sent flying by a resounding slap from Imo Qinyan. "Senior brother Nya, are you all right?" exclaimed a group of late-stage earth spirit youths, rushing to assist the fallen Niechuan. Spitting blood, Niechuan seethed. "Imo Qinyan, how dare you ambush me?" Having successfully struck, Imo Qinyan was further convinced of Gu Xuanqing's formidable prowess. "Ambush? You dare to claim such? I merely chastised you for your insolence towards an elder." With rage morphing into mockery, Niechuan replied, "Very well, I shall witness how you intend to teach me a lesson." However, recalling Imo Qinyan's peculiar agility, he bellowed, "Everyone, seize this pair of dogs and see what treachery they have wrought against the sect." Yes, the loyal followers of Niechuan showed no hesitation in responding. "You are courting death." Imo Qinyan's countenance darkened, and she swiftly launched herself forward. From the crowd, approximately 10 disciples followed her lead. "Sister Imo, we stand with you." In midair, Imo Qinyan commanded, "You must protect the elder from these fools." Her concern was not for Gu Xuanqing's safety, but rather for the realization that if the revered figure in her heart were to lift a finger, Niechuan and his band of imbeciles would not even know how they met their demise. Upon hearing her words, the disciples immediately encircled Gu Xuanqing, their expressions laden with confusion. They too found it hard to believe that this figure could be an elder. It seemed more like Imo Qinyan was safeguarding him. "Do not think that your late-stage earth spirit realm is anything remarkable. Who here does not possess that level?" Niechuan taunted. "I shall see how you alone can thwart us." With that, his group surged towards Imo Qinyan, their voices raised in a cacophony. Drawing her sword, Imo Qinyan activated her technique, moving like a wisp of smoke imbued with a glimmering blade, weaving effortlessly through the throng. In mere moments, she returned to her original position, and the youths instinctively clutched their throats, looking down to find blood staining their fingertips. Terror gripped their faces as they stared at Imo Qianyan. How is your starry step and wind-chasing sword so powerful? They understood all too well that had Imo Qianyan exerted even a fraction more force, they would have met their end. However, they understood all too well that the precision of wielding a sword in such a manner was far more terrifying than a direct kill. It was inconceivable that just 2 days prior they had crossed swords, and yet he had not exhibited such prowess. Although Nie Yuan had anticipated the situation well and had not been left with a sword mark by Imo Qianyan, he still found it hard to believe that she could advance so remarkably in just 2 days. Imo Qianyan approached Gu Xianshan with a face full of self-reproach, declaring, "I, a foolish junior, have failed to live up to your teachings." The crowd was astounded. Was such an impressive achievement not sufficient? Was she lamenting over allowing Nie Yuan to escape? Gu Xianshan nodded slightly and advised, "His movement is not particularly swift. Had you taken one more step to the right while transitioning between the starry step and ghostly shadow, he would have been unable to evade." Observing Gu Xuanchuan's venerable demeanor, Nie Yuan scoffed, "What a charade. Do you think that I would be convinced he is a senior simply by this performance?" The mountain guardians, Hong Kong and Lu Tian, had indeed encountered seniors. Yet at this moment, all the mountain guardians began to pay their respects. To them, Imo Qianyan's earlier attack was flawless, a pinnacle of martial artistry. Disregarding the realm, they were all gleaning insights into the essence of martial skills from it. However, Gu Xuanchuan's words, which Nie Yuan failed to comprehend, left many spirit king-level mountain guardians in utter shock. It turned out that the earlier exquisite attack could be perfected even further. If it were not for the predecessors of the Carefree Sect, who could possess such profound understanding of their martial techniques? Who could have such vision? Although they did not know why this predecessor only displayed the realm of a minor spirit, they were certain that he was indeed a hidden elder of the Carefree Sect. Witnessing the mountain guardians acknowledge Gu Xuanchuan's identity, the other disciples naturally followed suit. Seeing this, Nie Yuan coldly declared, "Let us depart." They dare to disrupt the spiritual source here. When the sect leader emerges from seclusion, he will handle it. Watching Nie Yuan and his group descend the mountain, Imo Qianyan shook her head repeatedly, pondering what they were missing today. "Let us go." After a brief response, Gu Xianshan walked towards the restrictions behind him. The mountain guardian in charge, Hong Kong, inquired perplexedly, "Elder, are you going to?" Gu Xianshan replied, "I am taking you all in to cultivate." Many present swallowed hard. Everyone knew how rich the spiritual energy within the source of the spiritual river would be. Yet, Hong Kong maintained a semblance of rationality. "But elder, that place is a forbidden zone. It is also the very foundation of the Carefree Sect." The spiritual river had become the last source of spiritual energy for the Carefree Sect, which was already facing resource scarcity. If they were to deplete it in such a reckless manner, how would the sect sustain itself in the future? Foundation? Gu Xuanchuan's gaze sharpened. How long had the Carefree Sect retreated to the southern wilderness? What had they become relying on this very foundation? Without the emergence of top-tier powers, the Carefree Sect would inevitably fade away from this world. With that, Gu Xianshan paid no further heed to the crowd and strode forward. "How? You need not say more. The elder's depths are unfathomable, and this action must hold profound significance. We shall follow," Imo Qianxue said as she moved to join him. Witnessing this scene, although others felt apprehensive, their curiosity could not be suppressed, and they followed suit into the depths. What an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Is this the divine realm? Is this a divine temple? Gazing upon the towering Lingyin shrine, one could feel the immense pressure and the palpable spiritual energy emanating from it, instilling a profound urge in everyone present to prostrate themselves in reverence. "Seize the moment to cultivate," Ancient Xianxin declared as he crossed his legs and commenced his meditation. "What is this, senior?" Observing the spiritual energy pouring into Ancient Xuanxin's body at an astonishing rate, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. The spirit realm was merely the beginning of the heavenly path, a stage where one primarily cultivates spiritual power. Although Ancient Xuanxin's speed of absorption left them in awe, it did not align with the status of a senior. Could it be that this elder was truly only at the minor spirit realm? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Hong Kong's expression shifted. Something was amiss. This was the Carefree Technique. Chapter 16, The Celestial Thunder Tribulation. The Carefree Technique? The Imperial Tome? The Imperial Tome, a divine manuscript born from the Martial Emperor's understanding of the heavenly path, was a fusion of martial wisdom and celestial principles. The Carefree Technique not only encapsulated the essence of the carefree Martial Emperor's martial arts, but also contained celestial truths that even he had not fully grasped at the time. Unfortunately, during his retreat to the southern wilderness, the Carefree Technique had long been lost. To sense its essence emanating from Ancient Xianxin left everyone astounded. "What is happening?" I seem to perceive a silhouette in my mind, and I can sense the meridians in his body circulating a certain technique. Many began to notice their peculiar sensations and whispered among themselves. Experienced Imo Qianyan quickly admonished, "Silence. The elder is guiding us in our cultivation. Otherwise, why would he concern himself with this spiritual energy at his level?" Yet, internally, she too was engulfed in astonishment. With nearly 200 disciples and mountain guardians present, how could the elder impart his teachings to them all simultaneously? Ancient Xuanqin's depth of knowledge became even more unfathomable in her eyes. However, seeing others already engaged in their practice, Imo Qianyan joined in as well. As Ancient Xianqin activated his technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tempest, preventing him from hearing the hushed discussions around him. The spiritual power within his dantian grew exponentially under such conditions, and after 3 hours, Ancient Xianqin realized he had broken through to the late minor spirit realm. Overjoyed, he intensified his efforts, knowing that with his comprehension of the heavenly path, there were no barriers between realms. As long as sufficient spiritual energy was available, his cultivation could ascend without limits. By the next day, Ancient Xianqin felt another tremor in his dantian, which expanded once more, and the spiritual power within multiplied geometrically. The earth spirit realm. He rejoiced inwardly. But just as he prepared to continue his breakthrough, a shadow loomed overhead, and an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Opening his eyes, Ancient Xianqin saw that only a few mountain guardians, who had reached the late spirit king realm, remained in the field. The others had fled, their faces etched with terror as they gazed up at the ominous azure-purple clouds of tribulation. "Senior, this is..." Imo Qianyan rushed over. Ancient Xuanqin's gaze hardened as he bellowed, "Fool! This is the celestial thunder tribulation." "Ah, is it truly the celestial thunder tribulation? With so many of us attracting it. What shall we do?" Imo Qianyan, in a state of astonishment, gazed at Gu Xuanqing, whose face was ashen, and hurriedly spoke, "Senior, please temper your anger. They surely did not anticipate the richness of the spiritual energy here, which led to their inadvertent breakthroughs. I implore you to overlook this. Considering their unwavering loyalty as guardians of the mountain, I harbor no resentment towards them. Once those rascals emerge from the Hongmeng blessed land, I shall see for myself the extent of their talents." Gu Xuanqing exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he pointed at the individuals present. "With such gifts, they dare to be guardians? Are there only unparalleled prodigies within the Xiaoyao sect?" The heavenly tribulation. In the pinnacle phase of the spirit king realm, a martial artist's accumulation of spiritual power reaches the limits of the human body. Should one grasp even a fragment of the profound truths of the heavenly Tao, they could commune with heaven and earth, discerning the secrets of destiny. Yet, to comprehend these secrets is an act against the heavens, inevitably attracting the heavenly tribulation. To transcend it is to step into the first realm of the celestial being stage, the cave heaven realm. To falter, however, is to be reduced to ashes beneath the thunderous punishment. While this may sound simple, the truths of the heavenly Tao are intangible and elusive, often. Among thousands of peak spirit king realm warriors, scarcely one may achieve comprehension and ascend to the celestial being stage. This is why various factions prioritize innate talent when selecting disciples. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more crucial talent becomes. However, the guardians of the Xiaoyao sect are the path chosen by those lacking sufficient talent yet yearning to continue their cultivation. If there had been only one breakthrough among them, it could be attributed to chance. Yet, the fact that every single guardian at the peak of the Spirit King realm comprehended the truths of the heavenly Tao, thus invoking the heavenly tribulation, can hardly be mere coincidence. Imo Qianyan promptly remarked, "This is all thanks to your guidance, Senior." Gu Xuanqing retorted, "Guidance? What have I guided you in? Was it not you who just evolved?" Before Imo Qianyan could respond, Gu Xuanqing interrupted. "You have broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm?" In astonishment, Gu Xuanqing surveyed the scene, observing that nearly all the guardians had advanced to the spirit king realm, while the other disciples had predominantly ascended to the heavenly spirit realm. The sight of this infuriated Gu Xuanqing to the brink of fury. How can the Xiaoyao sect thrive if it does not regard its talents as worthy? Boom, boom. Just then, a series of long-anticipated tribulations descended from the heavens. "Quick, take cover." Suppressing his emotions, Gu Xuanqing pulled Imo Qianyan away from the range of the tribulations. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, relentlessly struck the guardians undergoing tribulation. Although these tribulations were far less formidable than the void-breaking tribulation, the guardians were no match for the former Gu Xuanqing. In a fleeting moment, anguished groans erupted from the crowd. Unable to contain herself, Imo Qianyan turned to Gu Xuanqing. "Senior, will they be all right?" Gu Xuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. "With me here, they shall be unharmed." Though aware that the tribulations were a manifestation of heavenly wrath beyond human control, Imo Qianyan, reassured by Gu Xuanqing's words, nodded obediently. Amidst the relentless onslaught of lightning, many guardians were grievously wounded, blood pouring from their mouths. Though they were comrades, under the weight of divine punishment, each struggled for their own survival. Unable to assist one another, "Senior, we have let you down with our shortcomings." Several guardians of the mountain, struck down by the thunderous tribulation, lay prostrate on the ground. Their eyes filled with remorse as they gazed upon Gu Xuanqing. As guardians, they were acutely aware that ascending to the celestial realm was a lofty aspiration, yet today, under Gu Xuanqing's guidance, they had achieved it. Alas, they ultimately could not reach the pinnacle. "I have assured you, as long as I am present, you shall not perish." Gu Xuanqing's voice rang out with authority as he swiftly entered the Lingyin divine palace. With his hands forming intricate seals, a tremendous force of attraction emanated, drawing the severely injured tribulation guardians and those who had yet to undergo tribulation, such as Imo Qianyan, into the palace in an instant. "Senior, no? This will draw the thunder tribulation into the palace, endangering not only the hall, but also yourselves," they implored, urgency evident in their voices. "Indeed, Senior, we have been fortunate to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Our deaths would be of little consequence." They disregarded their own grievous wounds, pleading fervently. Just as their words fell, the bolts of thunder that had been hurtling toward them surged exponentially, roaring toward the Lingyin divine palace. Boom! The furious tribulation lightning relentlessly struck the palace, shattering the illusion of tranquility. "Be careful, Senior." The guardians, witnessing the impending threat, leapt forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Gu Xuanqing. Yet, at that moment, just as the formidable lightning struck the Lingyin divine palace, it inexplicably dissipated. Simultaneously, a grayish-white mist began to emanate within the grand hall, and faint, unfamiliar characters flickered in and out of existence. In their bewilderment, Gu Xuanqing smiled and remarked, "The Lingyin divine palace was once a formidable artifact of the Lingyin hall. Though it may not possess the power it once did, it is more than sufficient to withstand the celestial lightning. Just now, it was merely an opportunity for you to hone your physical forms amidst the tribulation. If you could not endure, you could seek refuge here." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Is this truly the Lingyin divine palace? It has been right here within our Xianyao sect all along." Gu Xuanqing cast a glance at the mist swirling within the hall, leaving them to their astonishment for the moment. "Now, you shall cultivate over there. The lightning has extracted the principles of the heavenly Tao." What? The principles of the heavenly Tao? The crowd was taken aback. They believed that such principles could only be comprehended through personal enlightenment and accumulation. Could they truly be extracted from the tribulation lightning? Regaining her composure, Imo Qianyan quickly interjected, "Please, Senior, after you." Gu Xuanqing gently shook his head. "You go ahead. These principles hold no utility for me." The heavenly Tao principles of the celestial tribulation were still too superficial for Gu Xuanqing, far inferior to the essence of spiritual energy. The crowd was astonished but soon realized that with the senior's capabilities, he had likely already comprehended these principles long ago. The prior cultivation was merely to impart the methods to them. Otherwise, how could he have regarded such spiritual energy with interest? How fortunate we are to have a senior. The members of the Xianyao sect, who had endured a life of hardship, approached the mist with tears in their eyes, immersing themselves in cultivation. Although at the disciple level, and presently unable to absorb these principles, they understood that being present would undeniably assist them in their future ascension to the celestial realm. For those guardians who had just broken through to the Spirit King level, these principles were akin to a timely rain. They sat cross-legged, tears of joy streaming down their faces, their expressions alight with uncontainable excitement. Gu Xuanqing stood at the palace gate, observing those unable to withstand the tribulation thunder. He summoned the power of the divine palace, drawing them in and casting them directly into the mist. Before long, a guardian of the mountain emerged from the haze, exclaiming, "Senior, it seems I have broken through. I can already sense the pressure of the tribulation clouds." Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly. "Go forth and face the tribulation. Give it your utmost effort." "Senior, I too." Soon after, one by one, guardians emerged from the mist, leaping out of the divine palace to endure the baptism of various heavenly tribulations. "Senior Nya, is Imo Qianyan attempting to destroy the source of the Spirit River?" At the summit of Lingyuan Peak, Nye Chiyuan and others sensed the unusual aura emanating from within, prompting them to investigate further. However, due to the presence of the peak's restrictions, they found themselves unable to enter, only able to perceive the chaotic energy within. Nye Chiyuan furrowed his brow tightly, retrieving a reflection pearl to record everything. "I must witness how he will protect Imo Qianyan." Indeed, his companions responded, promptly producing a crystalline orb. A ray of spiritual light was infused into it, causing the orb to ascend into the air. Instantly, the surrounding scenes were captured within it. Senior Nya, with this evidence, the position of the chief disciple of the Xianyao sect shall undoubtedly belong to you. And do not forget your brothers in the future. Nye Qiuyuan smiled proudly. Of course. We brothers share both fortune and adversity. Within the confines of the restrictions, the tribulation thunder raged on, while outside, Nye Qiuyuan and his companions envisioned a promising future. As 2 days passed, a ripple signified the emergence of Hong Kong, Emo, Qinyan, and others from the restrictions. Hong Kong queried as they walked, Qinyan, what does it mean that Elder Gu asked us all to come out while he remains inside to cultivate alone? Emo Qinyan frowned. Every action of Elder Gu is laden with profound meaning. His silence suggests he wishes for us to comprehend this on our own. Hong Kong sighed, I understand that. But the Elder disregards the laws of the heavens, yet continues to cultivate in the spiritual energy. What is he hinting at? Suddenly, Emo Qinyan's eyes lit up. I see. With the Elder's realm, he does not need such cultivation. He exemplifies the principle that even after a breakthrough, one must not become complacent in their practice. Indeed, that must be the case. Hong Kong's expression brightened. Upon witnessing Emo Qianyan and the others emerge, Nye Qiuan laughed heartily. Emo Qianyan, I have captured everything with the reflection pearl. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief at the terrifying aura emanating from Hong Kong and the other guardians. You have all broken through. His companions gasped, swallowing hard. Is this the cave heaven realm? How is that possible? If only one guardian had broken through, it could be dismissed as a coincidence. Yet, nearly all the guardians had collectively advanced. Had they extracted the essence of the spirit river for cultivation? If that were true, would they resort to silencing others? Nye Qiuan hastily withdrew his hand, which had been pointing at the reflection pearl, and found himself at a loss. After a moment, he clasped his fists and declared, I pay my respects to all the elders. The others quickly followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement. In the present day, within the realm of the free and unfettered sect, both disciples and guardians, upon reaching the celestial realm, are eligible for promotion to the esteemed position of elder. While not every elder wields significant power, this status serves as a symbol of their standing. Hong Kong glanced at the crystal orb, shook his head with a sigh, and said, You may leave. Leave? Allow us to go? Nye Qiuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but upon raising their heads, they were astonished to see that their peers, including Emo Qianyan, who had only parted from them 2 days prior, had all ascended to the spirit realm. A myriad of questions flooded their minds, yet in that moment, none dared to voice them. Observing their expressions, Emo Qianyan smirked and beckoned, Follow me. Nye Qiuan, unable to refuse, trailed after Emo Qianyan to the banks of the spirit river that flowed from the forbidden area, only to be further astounded. The spiritual energy of this river was now several times denser than before. How could this be? Emo Qianyan, with a dismissive smile, remarked, Do you think that Elder Gu helped elevate everyone by depleting the source of the spirit river? Now you see, the spiritual energy has not diminished, but rather increased. The methods of Elder Gu are beyond your imagination. As Emo Qianyan turned to leave, Nye Qiuan shook his head repeatedly, insisting, This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Just then, an enraged companion behind him delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling several rolls. Observing this, the other companions quickly joined in. Nye Qiuan, you scoundrel. You made us miss such a grand opportunity. Now everyone has ascended to the spirit realm, while we remain in the earth realm. Beat him mercilessly. The group, bitter over their missed chance, unleashed their frustrations upon Nye Qiuan, occasionally glancing back at Emo Qianyan and the others, clearly hoping to curry favor. At that moment, Emo Qianyan produced a communication talisman, her expression suddenly shifting. Elder Han, the Lingyun Sword Sect, the Wujigong, and the Xingyue Pavilion are here to pay their respects. Hong Kong furrowed his brow, gravely stating, This is dire. Surely, our earlier collective tribulation has stirred the ambient energies of this realm, and their intentions may not be benign. In Chapter 18, titled The Inheritance of the Imperial Sect, Hong Kong, merely a guardian, and Emo Qianyan, who had never encountered such a situation, conferred briefly before returning to the forbidden area to seek counsel from Gu Xuanqing. Upon their arrival, the recently meditating Gu Xuanqing inquired, What brings you here? Emo Qianyan replied, The Lingyun Sword Sect, the Wujigong, and the Xingyue Pavilion have come to pay their respects. We humbly request your guidance, Elder. Gu Xuanqing asked, What are the strengths of these three factions? Understanding that Gu Xuanqing had been in seclusion for some time and was unaware of current affairs, Emo Qianyan took the time to explain. Currently, the Free and Unfettered Sect, along with the Lingyun Sword Sect, the Wujigong, and the Xingyue Pavilion, all reside within the territory of the Blazing Fire Sect. Each year, These 4 sects are obliged to pay tributes to the Blazing Fire sect. The other 3 sects are roughly equal in strength to ours, relying on the favor of the Blazing Fire sect. Yet they are often embroiled in competition and skirmishes over resources. Over the past century, the Free and Unfettered sect has increasingly fallen into decline, frequently facing suppression from the other 3 sections. Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed in concern. Is the Free and Unfettered sect still required to pay tributes to the Blazing Fire sect? This tribute system has long been a tradition on the Qingyun continent. Some formidable powers control vast territories, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and are unable to manage them effectively. Thus, they permit the existence of smaller factions within their domains. The higher sect offers them protection while establishing certain rules, in return for which these factions must contribute resources annually and send forth some of their exceptionally gifted juniors. However, the Xiaoyao sect, despite its decline, is still a lineage that once produced a martial emperor. It is now in the humiliating position of having to pay tribute to other forces. Mo Qianyin's face was flushed with embarrassment, and Hong Kong could only sigh. Ancient Elder, when you retreated to the southern wilderness, many of the sect's ancient texts were lost. Indeed, we are far from our former glory. Gu Xianshun was aware of the Xiaoyao sect's predicament and remarked, very well. Handle it as you see fit. What was done in the past shall be done now. Although he felt discontent, he understood that every decision regarding sect affairs could affect the lives of countless disciples, compelling the newly ascended Gu Xianshun to suppress his dissatisfaction. In their bewilderment, Gu Xianshun instructed, "You may leave." This experience made him realize the urgent need to enhance his strength. Otherwise, such helpless situations would only multiply in the future. Observing Gu Xianshun feigning cultivation once more, the two, despite their myriad questions, could only bow and withdraw. Hong Kong, pondering aloud as they walked, commented, "What does Ancient Elder mean by this?" Mo Qianyin replied, "Have you forgotten Ancient Elder's remark about the Xiaoyao sect still having to pay tribute to the Flame sect?" Hong Kong seemed to grasp something, asking, "Are you suggesting?" Mo Qianyin raised an eyebrow and said, "Think back to the discontent on Ancient Elder's face when he uttered those words. If he holds the Flame sect in such disregard, why would he care about our 3 sects?" Hong Kong remained uncertain, but didn't the Ancient Elder instruct us to handle it as before? Mo Qianyin shot him a glance. Do you not comprehend? The Ancient Elder wishes to test whether we still possess the warrior's spirit. Reflect on this. Our competition among the 4 sects hinges upon the foundation of our transcendent experts. Are we to fear them now? That makes sense. Hong Kong's eyes brightened, invigorated by the realization. Let us confront them. Upon emerging from the barrier, the crowd waiting outside surged forward with inquiries. Mo Qianyin smiled. The Ancient Elder's message is quite simple. If they behave, all is well. If not, we shall eliminate them. She continued, as I just said, with the Ancient Elder presiding. Not even the Flame sect could stand before us. Indeed, with the Ancient Elder on our side, and once the sect master returns from the primordial blessed land, along with the esteemed Elder Luo appointed by our founder, who in the southern wilderness could possibly withstand our Xiaoyao sect. The crowd, having discussed this matter for some time, erupted in excitement, as if they were already the foremost sect in the southern wilderness. At the guest reception peak, within the grand hall, the elder of the flowing cloud sword sect, Elder Tsangjian, glared at Mo Qianyin and Hong Kong, seated in the principal and vice seats, and shouted, "Does your Xiaoyao sect have no sense of decorum? You send a junior and an unknown elder to receive us? Very well, if you insist on etiquette. Leave a tribute note and return in 10 days. Mo Qianyin retorted coolly, "Now, see yourselves out. The exchanges between sects do not occur at one's whim. They must be acknowledged." How audacious. Do we need to present a token of respect upon our arrival at the Xiaoyao sect? Allow me to capture you and seek reason with Mo He. The elder of the Wujigong, Qingqiong, bellowed fiercely, leaping forward to seize Mo Qianyin. "Qianyin, be cautious," Hong Kong exclaimed, his figure flashing as he positioned himself protectively before her. "You dare to obstruct me, even as a newcomer to the cave heaven realm? Who grants you such audacity?" A glimmer of disdain flickered in Qingqiong's eyes as the laws of the heavenly Tao surged within him. His hand clenched into a fist, launching forth with tremendous force. The strike reverberated like thunder crashing to the ground, producing an incessant cacophony. Although Hong Kong recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, he could not afford to evade. With Mo Qianyin directly behind him, he summoned the recently comprehended laws of the heavenly Tao, countering with a punch of his own. Instantly, a melodious sound of the heavenly Tao resonated, overpowering Qingqiong's thunderous might, reaching the ears of all present. The sound of the heavenly Tao. The expressions of Tsang Jian and the elder of Xingyue Pavilion, Ku Hai, shifted dramatically. At that moment, Hong Kong's and Qingqiong's fists collided. "You the imperial tome?" Qingqiong's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a cloud of blood mist erupted. Hong Kong gazed at his own fist in disbelief, unable to fathom that his defensive blow had instantaneously vanquished Qingqiong, who was in the mid-cave heaven realm. Song Jian and Ku Hai were equally astounded. The sound of the heavenly Tao heralded the emergence of the Shaoyao sect's imperial tome. Let us depart. They were resolute, seizing the moment of Hong Kong's astonishment to swiftly dart towards the hall's exit. Miss Imo has not spoken. Who dares to leave? Yet, in the next instant, with a barrage of authoritative shouts echoing alongside the resonating sound of the heavenly Tao, they discovered the hall's entrance sealed by a myriad of potent energies. As they turned back, they were met by dozens of elders from the Shaoyao sect, their forms enveloped in the sound of the heavenly Tao as they entered the hall. At this moment, the astonishment in their eyes far surpassed that which they felt when Hong Kong had obliterated Qingqiong with a single punch. Although the imperial sect's legacy possessed the imperial tome to uphold its might, it was indeed rare in any given era to witness 3 or 5 prodigies grasping the profundities of the imperial tome. Otherwise, if all could comprehend the imperial tome, how could other factions possibly survive? Yet now, they beheld a multitude, an assembly of individuals from the Shaoyao sect who had grasped the imperial tome. When did the Shaoyao sect become so formidable? I longed to return home. Despair filled their eyes. Chapter 19. The Elder's intentions are beyond your guess. We shall present the token of respect immediately. Like chickens entering a wolf's den, the two no longer dared to maintain their previous arrogance. Mo Qianyan, resolute as ever, declared, since we have already engaged, how could I allow you to depart? The token of respect is unnecessary. Let us keep your heads instead. With a firm command, Mo Qianyan instructed as the surrounding elders of the cave heaven realm eagerly approached. Seeing this, Mo Qianyan quickly added, do not crush them. I need to present the heads to the ancient elder. Understood. Upon hearing this, although the crowd felt somewhat reluctant, who would dare to defy the wishes of Gu Xianshan? The two who once flaunted their power within the Shaoyao sect met their demise without even raising a ripple amidst the overwhelming assault. Are we truly cultivating the imperial book of the carefree technique? The shock and excitement in the eyes of the members of the carefree sect were palpable as 2 mid-stage practitioners of the cave heaven realm fell before us. The imperial book, a legend that has long existed within the carefree sect, they never imagined that one day they would touch it. Let alone that during their time at the Spirit Source Peak, what Gu Xianshan was manifesting in their minds was none other than the imperial book of the carefree technique. What are you still standing there for? Do you not see that Elder Gu is still cultivating at Spirit Source Peak? This is his way of setting an example, reminding you not to be lax in your training. Hong Kong's voice rang out as he followed Mo Qianyan, carrying the severed heads towards Spirit Source Peak. Elder, we have followed your instructions and dealt with those 3 fellows. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Xianshan was met with the sight of 2 heads, their faces frozen in terror. Killed them? When did I give such orders? Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, Hong Kong and Mo Qianyan seemed to question whether they had misunderstood Elder Gu's intentions. Gu Xianshan sighed softly, your impulsiveness in taking lives. What if their forces seek revenge? The carefree sect has been weak for too long. Gu Xianshan merely wished for them to be cautious and develop steadily. Little did he know that with just a spark of spiritual energy from the newly opened spirit hidden divine palace, they would flourish. The two frowned, wishing to assert that with an elder like Gu to oversee matters, there was nothing to fear, yet ultimately, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Well, since the deed is done, we should hasten our cultivation. Ultimately, Gu Xianshan chose not to elaborate further. After all, if it were not for the lives of so many within the carefree sect, he would not have chosen to endure. Yes, as the two rose to their feet, Gu Xianshan added, Elder Han, Qianyan is still young and lacks consideration in her actions. Please take extra care. Yes. Upon stepping out of the restrictions, Mo Qianyan remarked, could it be that we misunderstood Elder Gu's guidance? Hong Kong nodded slightly, of course. Did you not hear Elder Gu's earlier words? What if their forces come seeking revenge? Mo Qianyan's eyes brightened. Do you mean? Hong Kong continued. It is evident that Elder Gu is hinting that rather than allowing them to come after us, it would be better to take the initiative. While Mo Qianyan had considered this, she remained uncertain. Would it be feasible to directly eliminate their 3 sects? Given our current strength, it might be somewhat challenging, especially since they still have Unity Realm practitioners stationed at their sections. Can you defeat them? Hong Kong chuckled with pride. This is precisely why Elder Gu mentioned your lack of foresight, suggesting I should take more care. Attacking their mountain gates, we may indeed lack sufficient strength. But surely each of their sects has Unity Realm guardians stationed, and those they send out will at most be late-stage cave heaven practitioners. We can split into 3 groups and lie in ambush outside their sects. As soon as they emerge, Hong Kong drew a motion across his throat. Mo Qianyan was instantly invigorated. That makes sense. Otherwise, with the mere wave of Elder Gu's hand, he could transmit the carefree technique to us in an instant. To think that he feigns cultivation and refrains from intervening is merely to hone our skills and enhance our practical experience. As the two exchanged glances, each saw the excitement of understanding Elder Gu's intentions reflected in the other's eyes, and they promptly set to work gathering their forces, ready to commence their ambush. The primordial blessing ground. Before the primordial tree, Luo Xingxue, who had already ascended to the celestial spirit realm, addressed the sect leader, Hu Haiquan, saying, "Brother, if you could provide a few more spirit stones, I feel on the verge of breaking through to the spirit king realm." Hu Haiquan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Sister, it is not that I am unwilling to part with these spirit stones, but this is all that remains of our sect's treasures. The day of the sect tribute is approaching, and if we cannot present our contribution, not only will the fire sect be angered, but we may also face the united wrath of the other three major sects." Luo Xingxue retorted, "What are you saying, brother? I am the chosen one of our ancestors. As long as my cultivation is assured, it will not be long before I lead our sect to crush the fire sect. Will we still lack these spirit stones then?" Hu Haiquan gazed deeply at Luo Xingxue and relented. Very well, very well. The guidance of our ancestors must hold profound significance." Gritting his teeth, he gestured, and spirit stones began to soar toward the primordial tree. Upon contact with the tree's trunk, they were absorbed, while simultaneously, the leaves of the primordial tree began to grow rapidly, and its fruits became increasingly robust. Characters flickered across the tree's surface, accompanied by a myriad of heavenly laws and dense spiritual energy that began to diffuse. Hu Haiquan urged, "Let us seize this time to cultivate. This is our final opportunity." Luo Xingxue nodded in satisfaction and returned to the central position closest to the primordial tree to immerse herself in her practice. Concurrently, layers of elders and disciples outside sensed the sudden surge of spiritual energy and diligently continued their cultivation. Let us hope our ancestor is reliable. This was not Hu Haiquan's doubt in the ancestor's wisdom, but rather his perplexity at the fact that, although Luo Xingxue occupied the most advantageous position for cultivation, her rate of advancement did not surpass that of some other sect disciples. Days later, Gu Xianxun from Lingyuan Peak exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly rising to his feet, lamenting, "Ultimately, the Lingyin Divine Palace is too damaged. The spiritual energy it produces is no longer pure enough." Spirit stones are categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades due to the varying purity of the spiritual energy they contain. Although the spiritual energy now emanating from the Lingyin Divine Palace remained rich enough to satisfy the needs of ordinary martial artists, it was too inferior for Gu Xianxun. Under normal circumstances, it would not be bad, but this was the Shaoyao sect, and Gu Xianxun was aware that there were other sacred cultivation sites beyond this one. Stepping out from the restrictions, Lingyuan Peak was devoid of people, as they were likely engrossed in their training. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Gu Xianxun proceeded toward Kaiyang Peak, one of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, which manages the Qianhuan space array. Just a few steps out, he heard the resounding beat of drums from Shaoyao Peak. The 9 echoes of the cloud drum? Gu Xuanchuan's expression shifted slightly, realizing that something significant had transpired in the Shaoyao sect, summoning all members to the Grand Hall. Remembering the previous incident where Mo Qianyan and others had slain the envoys of the 3 major sects, Gu Xuanchuan's figure flashed as he hurriedly made his way to Shaoyao Peak. Chapter 20. The wise elder Qi will have the 3 sects launched an attack. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Shaoyao, Gu Xuanchuan's countenance darkened as he beheld the injured, many of whom had practiced alongside him. "Ah, Senior Gu. Senior Gu." Even those lying injured on the ground struggled to rise and pay their respects upon seeing Gu Xianxun. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with evident fury, inquiring, "Are you the so-called senior they speak of?" Observing the elder's traditional attire, Gu Xuanqing asked, "Are you?" Just then, Mo Qianyan, whose shoulder had just been bandaged, hurried over, exclaiming, "Elder Qihua, this is Senior Gu. Do not be disrespectful." Qihua snorted disdainfully, questioning why he should show courtesy. "He may have the ability to significantly enhance your cultivation, but that does not mean you should recklessly assault the 3 major sects," he retorted. Mo Qianyan quickly responded, "Senior Gu's arrangements are not at fault. It is our lack of talent that led to our injuries." "Wait," Gu Xuanqing interjected. "Are you saying it was not the 3 major sects who attacked, but rather you who went to confront them? When did I ever instruct you to do so?" Mo Qianyan looked at Gu Xuanqing, stating, "Did you not say previously that if we killed those 3, what if their backing retaliates?" Gu Xuanqing remained perplexed, replying, "Yes, I did say that, but what does it matter?" Mo Qianyan, brimming with confidence, asserted, "If we prevent them from attacking, the best strategy is to confront them at their own doorstep. Rest assured, Senior Gu, although many of us are injured. We have eliminated all those dispatched from the 3 sects to ambush us. With this practical experience, once we recover, we shall consolidate our strength and dismantle the 3 sects one by one. Upon hearing this, everyone present rose in unison, declaring, "Please believe in Senior Gu. We shall not disappoint your expectations and will eradicate the 3 sects, ensuring they can never retaliate." Gu Xuanqing found himself bewildered, struggling to comprehend their reasoning. Just then, an urgent shout rang out from another corner of the hall. "Elder Qihua, come quickly. Elder Han has coughed up blood again." Qihua, with a flick of his sleeve, coldly turned to investigate. Gu Xuanqing glanced up to see Hong Kong lying pale on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, with a large patch of crimson blood staining his chest, barely breathing. Qihua rushed forward, swiftly administering a pill into Hong Kong's mouth, and then produced several silver needles, inserting them into Hong Kong's acupoints with great speed. However, Hong Kong's condition showed no sign of improvement. Seeing Qihua pause, someone anxiously inquired, "Elder Qihua, how is Elder Han?" Qihua glanced at Hong Kong before turning to Gu Xuanqing, sternly admonishing, "Senior, our Xiaoyao sect is no longer what it once was. Please do not gamble with the lives of everyone." Hong Kong had devoted over 80 years as a guardian of the mountain, finally breaking through to the cave heaven realm to become an elder, and now he lay in this state. "Let me take over," Gu Xuanqing offered. Despite Qihua's unfriendly demeanor, it was clear he cared for his fellow sect members' safety. Without hesitation, Gu Xuanqing stepped forward and swiftly removed the silver needles from Hong Kong's body. "What are you doing?" Qihua shouted, pointing at Gu Xuanqing. "I protected his heart with those needles. He could at least endure for 2 hours. If you pull them out," Gu Xuanqing interjected. "The 9 needles of life preservation do not work that way." As Qihua began to speak, he was interrupted by Gu Xianqin, who swiftly inserted the first silver needle into the acupoint where Qihua had previously placed his needle. In the next moment, a flush of color appeared on Hong Kong's face. 2 needles determine life and death. 3 needles invoke reincarnation. 4 needles reverse yin and yang. In the astonished gaze of Qihua, Gu Xianqin deftly executed 4 needles in succession, causing Hong Kong to cough up a mouthful of stagnant blood before he opened his eyes. Upon seeing Gu Xianqin beside him, Hong Kong, with a face full of remorse, said, "Senior Gu, I am incompetent and have brought shame upon you." Observing the weakened state of Hong Kong, Gu Xianqin felt unable to explain and could only offer comfort. "No, you all performed admirably. Now, please take some time to rest. It is thanks to Senior Gu's excellent guidance." Instantly, the surrounding crowd echoed in unison, their eyes filled with admiration for Gu Xianqin. Not only was Senior Gu's martial prowess unfathomable, but his alchemical skills were equally miraculous. As Gu Xianqin looked at the energized crowd, his gaze suddenly fell upon Qihua, and with a discerning glance, he declared, "I announce that from this moment forth, all your actions will be led by Elder Qihua." Faced with the challenge of communicating with this peculiar group, it seemed more prudent to let the anti-war advocate Qihua rein them in. Deeply impressed by Gu Xuanqin's needle techniques, Qihua reflected on his previous attitude towards Gu Xianqin and quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Senior Gu, enough of that. Please hand me some silver needles. Let me treat them first." Having surveyed the entire scene, Gu Xianqin noted that while everyone bore some injuries, apart from Hong Kong, their wounds were not severe. With silver needle treatment, they could recuperate on their own without the need for medicinal pills. Thus, although Qihua had much to express, seeing Gu Xianqin take action, he felt compelled to begin the healing process. Nevertheless, during the treatment, Qihua couldn't help but glance at Gu Xianqin. Each time he witnessed a technique he had only encountered in ancient texts being effortlessly employed by Gu Xianqin, he was filled with awe and astonishment. After a considerable amount of time, Gu Xianqin addressed Qihua, "You can handle the remaining few. I will take some time to recuperate." Although his alchemical mastery was exceptional, the act of needling for healing was immensely taxing on spiritual energy, and even Gu Xianqin, at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm, found it somewhat overwhelming. "Senior Gu, what does this mean?" As Gu Xianqin retreated to the back hall, someone in the main hall immediately frowned and inquired, "Did you not hear Senior Gu say he is going to recuperate? You fool. Does such a profound expert as Senior Gu truly require rest from expending so little spiritual energy?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent once more, pondering the implications of Gu Xuanqin's actions. Elder Qihua suddenly broke the calm. "I believe Senior Gu is subtly suggesting that you must balance your endeavors. Even if you intend to vanquish the 3 sects, you must first allow your injuries to heal." The crowd stared at Qihua in astonishment. "Elder Qihua, were you not just opposing and challenging Senior Gu?" Qihua smiled sheepishly. "Why would I oppose? I was merely concerned for everyone's safety. However, after Senior Gu healed Elder Han, he entrusted me to lead you all. What does that signify?" "It indicates that he is implying that no matter how grave your injuries, He possesses the ability to cure them. With such formidable backing, why should we continue to be bullied by those three sects? Moreover, upon reflection, you have just returned. And the esteemed ancient elder arrived almost immediately. Do you consider this mere coincidence? If I am not mistaken, the moment you commenced your actions, the ancient elder has been covertly safeguarding you. It was merely to temper your abilities that he chose to reveal himself only upon your return to the sect. At this juncture, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Qi Hua's eyes. Chapter 21. A deep sense of guilt unbeknownst to Gu Xuanqing, whose thought processes were equally intricate. It took him half a day to replenish the expended spiritual energy. As Gu Xuanqing emerged from his chamber, Mo Qianyan and Qi Hua were already stationed at the doorway. Qi Hua hastily stepped forward, clasping his fists in apology, acknowledging his previous offenses against the esteemed elder due to his short-sightedness, and beseeching Gu Xuanqing for forgiveness. Gu Xuanqing responded with a faint smile, affirming that Qi Hua's intentions were for the safety of his fellow disciples, which was commendable. He advised Qi Hua to better govern them in the future. Qi Hua nodded vigorously, pledging to lead them well and ensure that such incidents would never recur. Determined, Qi Hua resolved that once their injuries had healed, he would accompany them in their assault against the three sects, ensuring that any injuries sustained could be treated promptly, thus preventing a repeat of the current predicament. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Gu Xuanqing remarked, his eyes filled with approbation. Finally finding a sensible individual within the Xiaoyao sect. Esteemed elder, this is our harvest from this endeavor. Mo Qianyan hurriedly produced a multitude of storage bags and bracelets. It is customary for cultivators to claim the belongings of those they vanquish, to avoid waste, a rule of the martial world. Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened as he exerted his spiritual energy to erase the spiritual imprints of the previous owners from the storage bags and bracelets. With a mere wave of his hand, the contents of the bags were released, organized by category: elixirs, herbs, weapons, techniques, and spirit stones. Such a bounty. Mo Qianyan's eyes widened in astonishment. The majority of their foes were beings of the cave heaven realm, including several formidable late-stage cultivators. Although they had collected the storage items, their abilities were insufficient to obliterate the previous owner's spiritual marks until now, when they finally grasped the true extent of their gains. The treasures of cave heaven cultivators were enough to excite even Qi Hua. Gu Xuanqing picked up a storage bracelet, placing weapons and ores within, instructing them to distribute the remaining items among their peers. All of it, Mo Qianyan exclaimed, knowing that in such missions, all spoils were to be surrendered to the sect, which would then allocate rewards accordingly. Yet, Gu Xuanqing had taken a portion while allowing them to share the majority. Otherwise, Gu Xuanqing countered. Oh, understood. Mo Qianyan quickly realized that the treasures they valued were trivial in the eyes of the esteemed elder. Now, let us escort those with minor injuries to Kaiyang Peak. Gu Xuanqing continued. Understood, I shall notify them at once. Mo Qianyan refrained from further questions, having discerned that this esteemed elder, while exceptional in many respects, preferred to leave matters unsaid, encouraging them to comprehend on their own. Ancient elder, are you here to guide me to Kaiyang Peak? Qi Hua's eyes sparkled with interest. You are the master of Kaiyang Peak? Gu Xuanqing gazed at Qi Hua, and upon reflection, he understood. It was once mentioned by Mo Qianyan that aside from the 7 elders presiding over the Big Dipper Formation, nearly all other elders had ventured into the Hongmeng Blessed Land. Given Qi Hua's status as an elder, he must indeed be one of the 7. Kaiyang Peak stands upon the heart of the fire vein of the Xiaoyao sect. As the master of the alchemy hall, where else could Qi Hua be if not on Kaiyang Peak? Indeed, Qi Hua replied. Before the grand hall of Xiaoyao, Mo Qianyan had just gathered everyone when she beheld Gu Xuanqing and Qi Hua soaring toward Kaiyang Peak on a flying spiritual vessel. Someone sighed, expressing disbelief that ancient elder would deign to use such a flying artifact. Mo Qianyan chuckled, saying, what do you understand? When ancient elder accompanied me to Lingyuan Peak, we traversed on foot, yet now he rides this flying vessel. This signifies that the elder is subtly indicating that one must strive with their own hands to attain what they desire. Come, as for the spoils of this venture, the elder has declared that we need not submit them to the sect. We shall divide them among ourselves. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the crowd. To impart the harsh realities of the martial world, the elder's teachings are indeed profound. Each person received their desired items, filled with heartfelt reflections. Is this Kaiyang Peak? As they stepped off the flying vessel onto the peak, although Gu Xuanqing was certain he had not misremembered the location, he looked at Qi Hua in disbelief. Previously, Kaiyang's flames had bound a fire spirit, and the entire mountain resembled a sea of flames. Now, although it was stronger than the ground fire in the alchemy hall, it was entirely incomparable to those bygone days. Qi Hua sighed softly. The Xiaoyao sect can no longer sustain the fire spirit. I have departed from the sect in search of a new cultivation place. I have met the ancient elder. They acknowledged as Mo Qinyan, and the others also descended upon Kaiyang Peak aboard the flying vessel. As Gu Xuanqing nodded, he noticed even the gravely injured Hong Kong being carried over on a stretcher. What brings you here? Hong Kong chuckled sheepishly. When the elder summons us, there must be wisdom to impart. I dare not miss this opportunity. Observing the fervor in Hong Kong's eyes, Gu Xuanqing decided not to chastise him further. Very well. Demonstrate your finest martial skills for me to observe. Please guide us, esteemed elder. They exclaimed eagerly. It was evident that Gu Xuanqing intended to provide them with instruction, prompting each individual to exert themselves in demonstration. However, upon watching, Gu Xuanqing's brows furrowed immediately. Initially, he had anticipated that with the breakthroughs in their realms, their previous spiritual artifacts would no longer suffice to unleash their current potential, and he intended to forge new artifacts for them using their spoils. Gathering them to practice was also to discern the characteristics of their various martial skills, thus enabling the crafted artifacts to maximize their strengths. Yet, upon closer inspection, Gu Xuanqing realized the extent of the Shaoyao sect's loss of knowledge was truly alarming. The wind-chasing sword technique, the falling sovereign finger, the Xian thunder palm. Over 100 individuals could only muster a dozen or so martial techniques, and they were merely scratching the surface. If ancient Xianxin had never interacted with them, he might have believed their lack of talent was the issue. However, while cultivating on Lingyuan Peak, each of them experienced rapid breakthroughs. Could they truly be devoid of talent? Clearly, what they lacked was a complete martial arts canon. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Ancient Xianxin declared, already beginning to execute the techniques. The martial arts forms they had once performed transformed entirely in his hands. Meanwhile, as he demonstrated, the shadow of a figure once again surfaced in the minds of the crowd. By the time ancient Xianxin concluded his display, everyone, including Elder Qihua, had already settled into meditation, observing the crowd with their eyes closed, their brows occasionally lit with the excitement of awakening from a dream. Ancient Xianxin could only shake his head. Had it not been for the assistance of Shaoyao in the past, the Shaoyao sect would not have descended to such a state. With so many talents lacking a complete scripture to cultivate, with a gentle sigh, filled with remorse, ancient Xianxin made his way toward the earth-heart-fire vein. The regrets of his past life must be rectified in this life. First, he would forge suitable spiritual weapons for them. Chapter 22. The expanding Shaoyao sect. Despite possessing the earth-heart-fire vein, ancient Xianxin was still only at the mid-stage of the earth-spirit realm, making the forging process exceedingly slow. Outside, although the figures in the minds of the crowd vanished with ancient Xuanqin's departure, the sudden influx of martial insight still plunged them into an enlightening stupor. Days passed, one after another. Suddenly, a vast expanse of tribulation clouds enveloped the area beyond the Hongmeng blessed land. The members of the Shaoyao sect, just emerging from the blessed land, felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Reporting to the sect master, a total of over 200 disciples at the Spirit King realm entered the Hongmeng blessed land, and now 26 have broken through, soon to face the heavenly human thunder tribulation. Hu Haichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the disciples shrouded in tribulation clouds. Our Shaoyao sect's strength is about to ascend to new heights. Elder Mo, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, after such a substantial investment, we are finally seeing returns. After Hu Haichuan nodded, he turned to Luo Xingxue and said, Junior Sister Luo, you are now in the early stages of the Spirit King realm. It won't be long before you attract the heavenly human thunder tribulation as well. For now, observe, it will greatly benefit your future. However, a flicker of displeasure crossed Luo Xingxue's eyes. Had fewer people been arranged to enter the Hongmeng blessed land, without their shared strength, I could have attracted the heavenly human thunder tribulation by now. Hu Haichuan smiled wryly. Junior sister, although this endeavor was undertaken for you, if we had not allowed others to enter, it could have destabilized morale. For years, the Shaoyao sect had been living frugally. Having not accessed the Hongmeng blessed land for nearly a millennium, he had to consider the feelings of other sect members. Luo Xingxue snorted coldly. I have been chosen by the ancestor to lead the Shaoyao sect to its pinnacle. What qualifications do they have to speak of morale? Hu Haichuan and Mo, he exchanged glances, both sharing a feeling. Indeed, those chosen by the ancestor were all remarkable. Boom. At that moment, the long-anticipated heavenly human thunder tribulation, shimmering in endless azure and violet, descended like a torrential rain. As time progressed, the tribulation lightning continued to strike, and the disciples facing the tribulation transitioned from muffled groans to anguished cries. Master, I apologize for my shortcomings. A disciple was struck by lightning, reduced to a cloud of blood mist, eliciting gasps of horror from those nearby. In my next life, I shall still be a member of the Shaoyao sect. Another one has succumbed to the tribulation. Observing the continuous demise of disciples undergoing the tribulation, Luo Shengxue's dissatisfaction grew. Is this what you call stabilizing the hearts of the people? The Xiaoyao sect has such limited resources, all squandered by these useless individuals. Were it not for their wastefulness, I would have surely stepped into the realm of Dantian by now. Seeing a disciple fall to the tribulation, Hu Haikuan felt a profound ache in his heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and feigned ignorance of Luo Shengxue's remarks. Half an hour passed, and of the 26 disciples attempting to break through to the celestial realm, only 8 remained, now collapsed on the ground, utterly drained. Hu Haikuan hastily commanded, "Quickly, take them to Kaiyang Peak, let Elder Qihua examine them." Although they had lost 2/3 of their number, Hu Haikuan knew that under the celestial tribulation, such an outcome was already quite rare. Upon hearing this, some immediately summoned flying spiritual tools, carrying the 8 towards Kaiyang Peak. "Master, it's bad. The Lingyun Sword Sect, the Wujigong, and the Xingyue Pavilion have sent their leaders with many disciples to attack our mountain gate." At this moment, a panicked Nie Chuyuan rushed over. Hu Haichuan's expression changed. "What did you say? They are attacking us. Is it led by the sect masters?" He furrowed his brow and replied, "Master, it appears they have learned of our opening of the Hongmeng Blessed Land. Fearing our growth, they have allied to suppress us now." Luo Xingxue frowned. "Why are you all so timid? In the past, the Xiaoyao sect could stand firm against them. Now, after cultivating for so long in the Hongmeng Blessed Land, our strength has greatly increased. Are we still to fear them? Besides, they must leave some behind to guard their sect while they come to attack us. Although it seems like a combined force from 3 sects, it is not as formidable as it appears. Let us meet them outside, eliminate these intruders, and then seize their resources, reopening the Hongmeng Blessed Land. At that time, we shall extinguish the Flame Sect, and the Xiaoyao sect shall rise in the southern wilderness." As everyone contemplated how to respond, Luo Xingxue's plan had already encompassed the annihilation of the Flame Sect. "Master, I believe Elder Luo's reasoning is sound. Since we have exhausted our tribute resources, we have no choice but to fight. Indeed, Elder Luo is favored by our ancestors. Her wisdom far surpasses ours." Many elders present, empowered by their recent advancements, were stirred by Luo Shengxue's words and were eager to take action. Hu Haikuan found himself momentarily indecisive. "Master, Elder Luo represents the will of our ancestors. She cannot be wrong." Hearing the encouragement from the other elders, Hu Haikuan clenched his jaw and commanded, "Very well. Let us march out to confront them and annihilate them. Yes, the Xiaoyao sect is mighty. The Xiaoyao sect shall prevail." The crowd swiftly boarded their flying spiritual tools, exhilarated as they sped towards the outer mountains. Watching the eager disciples, a trace of mockery flashed across Luo Shengxue's face. Once this battle ensues, it is likely many will perish, leaving fewer to share the spiritual energy of the Hongmeng Blessed Land. "Master, look. The spiritual energy above the Lingyi has become several times denser than before. It must be the arrival of Elder Luo, the manifestation of our ancestral spirit. What do we have to fear from the 3 sects and the fire cult?" On the flying spiritual apparatus, many disciples noticed the changes in the spiritual river below, their excitement soaring. Hu Haikuan looked down, his last doubts dispelled. The ancestral spirit had indeed manifested. Swiftly now, for the sake of the sect's development. Hu Haikuan had endured much over the years, and now his confidence surged. He was more eager than anyone to stand before the 3 sect leaders. Outside the 1,000 illusion spatial array, in the Qiandang mountain range, as Hu Haikuan and his companions arrived, they beheld over 200 individuals from the 3 major sects marching forth, although their numbers paled in comparison to the Xianyao sect. All present were celestial elders of the 3 great powers. After all, bringing along spirit-level disciples to assault the Xianyao sect held little significance. The sword master of the Flowing Cloud Sword Sect, Qin Jinzi, glared coldly. "Hu Haikuan, you possess great audacity. Not only did you slay our envoy, but you also sent people to ambush our elder delegation that came to reason with you. Today, the Xianyao sect must pay blood for blood." Hu Haikuan scoffed disdainfully. "What accusations are without foundation? Our sect has not even left the mountain gate recently. How could we possibly have slain your disciples?" Luo Xingxue also wore a stern expression. "Sovereign, they come to attack in force. There is no need for further dialogue." "Well said. No retreat until our fallen comrades are avenged," roared the 3 sect leaders. "Those who offend the Xianyao sect shall be annihilated." Hu Haikuan bellowed. In an instant, the Qiandang mountain erupted with radiant treasure light, a cacophony of sounds echoing through the air. Chapter 23. The meeting at last on Kaiyang Peak. After forging the final spiritual sword, Gu Xuanqing emerged from the depths of the earth fire vein, observing the meditating individuals around him, some radiating sword energy while others exuded vigor. Gu Xuanqing's eyes gleamed with approval. It was indeed rare for them to gain such profound insights from merely witnessing his demonstration of martial skills. With a casual wave of his hand, he quietly placed the specially crafted spiritual swords before each individual. Just then, Gu Xuanqing suddenly sensed a violent disturbance emanating from the core of the Thousand Illusion spatial array atop Kaiyang Peak. His gaze sharpened, and he dashed forth. Elder Qihua, drenched in sweat, stood at the array's heart, his hands continuously manipulating the array's formula. Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, he exclaimed in delight, "Senior Gu, what is happening?" The heart of the array projected the fierce battle occurring atop Qiandang Mountain. Countless disciples of the Xianyao sect were entangled in combat with three distinct groups of adversaries. Sect leader Hu Haiquan, along with elders Mo He and Long Qianshan, were all powerful beings of the unification realm. Yet they found themselves besieged by two adversaries of equal strength, their situation perilous. Furthermore, the enemy possessed three additional unification realm fighters, relentlessly assaulting the other Xianyao sect elders like wolves among sheep, inflicting injuries with each movement. Other realms were also embroiled in chaotic battles, but with the enemy's numerical advantage. The Xianyao sect was utterly suppressed, hidden within the rifts of space, the illusory space formation, under the manipulation of Qi Hua and the other elders from the Six Peaks. Occasionally emitted radiant beams of spiritual light, directing their onslaught towards the three factions. This was what allowed the members of the Xiaoyao sect to barely hold their ground until now. Qi Hua hastily exclaimed, "Ancient Senior, the three major sects are launching an assault. The spiritual stones supporting the Big Dipper formation are on the verge of depletion. Please assist the sect master." Gu Xuanqing swiftly approached Qi Hua, pushing him aside from the center of the formation, declaring, "I shall take over." At once, as Gu Xuanqing intertwined his hands in the formation's intricate gestures, the illusory space formation concealed within the spatial rifts suddenly burst forth with a blinding radiance. Once the brilliance faded, the members of the Xiaoyao sect atop Qiandang Mountain had vanished without a trace. Qi Hua was taken aback. "Ancient Senior, is this the 10,000 streams returning to the sect formation?" Although the illusory space formation was infinitely variable, its techniques had been passed down through generations and were now severely incomplete. If the 10,000 streams returning to the sect formation had sufficient spiritual stones to support it, it could illuminate a radius of several dozen miles, instantly bringing the members of the Xiaoyao sect enveloped in its light back to the realm of the formation. "Rest here and recuperate for a moment. I will go assess the situation." Gu Xuanqing had no time for further words, leaving behind a brief statement before soaring into the skies on his flying spiritual artifact towards Xiaoyao Peak. Faced with such upheaval, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth, especially since he had caught a glimpse of Luo Shengshue's figure while bringing everyone back to the sect. As soon as Qi Hua opened his mouth, he plopped down onto the ground. Exhausted of spiritual energy, he was entirely relying on sheer willpower. Now that he saw his fellow disciples were momentarily safe, his spirit waned. And after producing 2 pills to consume, he promptly entered a meditative state to recover. Atop Xiaoyao Peak, the members of the Xiaoyao sect, who had previously been in peril, suddenly felt a shift as they appeared beneath the statue of their ancestor amidst a wave of spatial disturbance. This is the long-lost 10,000 streams returning to the sect formation. Coming to his senses, Hu Haiquan immediately knelt before the ancestor's statue. The astonished crowd followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Then, Hu Haiquan quickly turned to Luo Shengxue, saying, "Elder Luo, please communicate with the ancestor and seek guidance for our next course of action." Luo Shengxue replied somewhat awkwardly, "I will give it a try." She had initially learned about the existence of the Hongming Blessed Land, a sacred place for cultivation, by chance, persuading Hu Haiquan to unlock it under the guise of the ancestor's instruction. Now, although her heart was as clear as a mirror, she could only feign the motions. Forming a hand seal, "Sect Master, we have captured a spy." Just then, a disciple led Gu Xuanqing forward. Upon seeing him, Luo Shengshue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Gu Xuanqing? Did I not cripple your Dantian?" Gu Xuanqing replied with a cold smile, "As long as you remember." Hu Haiquan inquired, "Junior sister Luo, do you know him?" Luo Shengxue huffed, "He is the useless husband my family arranged for me, but I have already divorced him. I did not expect him to harbor resentment and collude with the 3 major sects to seek revenge on our Xiaoyao sect." Hu Haiquan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Gu Xuanqing. "Is what she says true? You are the sect master?" Gu Xuanqing scrutinized Hu Haiquan. "Now it is I who is asking you." Hu Haiquan retorted with authority. Gu Xuanqing's gaze darkened. "Are you out of your mind? Go and conspire with the 3 major forces, and let me see if they are as foolish as you." Hu Haiquan's expression immediately turned grim. "How audacious! You, a mere boy, dare to insult the sect master on the territory of the Xiaoyao sect? You are the first." Gu Xianqian snorted coldly. "Shouldn't you be insulted?" What guidance did your ancestors bestow upon you? Was it to seek out a genius in Anyang City and bring them back? On what grounds do you presume it must be her, after spending such an extensive time in the Hongming blessed land? Achieving only the initial stage of the Spirit King realm, you dare to call this a genius? You neglect the many talents within Xiaoyao sect, relegating them to mere guardians of the mountain, and yet you deem yourself worthy of being the sect master? Seeing Gu Xuanqin's unrestrained words, Luo Xingxue felt a surge of delight amidst her cold demeanor. Gu Xianqin, you dare to insult my senior brother. I shall not let this pass today. With a fierce shout, her figure flickered and transformed into a streak of fierce light, hurtling toward Gu Xianqin. As their figures drew near, Gu Xianqin delivered a swift slap, sending Luo Xingxue crashing backward. Gu Xianqin scoffed, "Is this what you deem a genius?" You, Luo Xingxue clutched her face, staring at Gu Xianqin as if she had seen a ghost. Having been rendered incapacitated in her dantian so recently, she had nonetheless advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth's spirit realm, which was already terrifying enough, yet his martial skills were astoundingly profound. She hadn't even discerned how he had struck. Luo Xingxue had never considered that upon entering Xiaoyao sect, she had not practiced any martial arts. Despite her advancement in realm, her skills remained at the level she had achieved in Anyang City. Junior sister, Master Luo, Hu Haiquan and several elders rushed over. Hu Haichuan's face turned ashen as he bellowed, "Gu Xianqin, regardless of your background, your audacity here in Xiaoyao sect today means you shall forfeit your life." As his words fell, several flying spirit artifacts suddenly approached from the distance, their powerful auras sweeping over them. An elder exclaimed, "Sect Master, enemies are approaching. Those are the flying spirit artifacts of the three major sects. They have breached our defenses. Prepare for battle." Hu Haiquan shouted, and the members of Xiaoyao sect quickly arose, drawing their weapons. Chapter 24. The ancestor is also embarrassed. Elder Chihuahua, Hong Kong, Mo Qinyan. As the flying spirit artifacts of the three major sects drew near, they were astonished to find that they were filled with members of Xiaoyao sect. "Greetings, Senior Gu." The crowd arrived, first bowing respectfully to Gu Xianqin before turning to Hu Haiquan. "Greetings, Sect Master and esteemed elders." "You." Hu Haichuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hong Kong and the others, the overwhelming aura emanating from them rendering him speechless. Hong Kong quickly explained, "Sect Master, during this time, we have been fortunate to receive guidance from Senior Gu, and we have all broken through to the cave heaven realm." Even though the truth lay before him, Hu Haiquan could hardly believe his ears. "All of you? You have all transcended the heavenly human thunder tribulation?" Hong Kong nodded, "Indeed. Although the heavenly human thunder tribulation is exceedingly terrifying, with Senior Gu's assistance, we easily overcame it." Once again, Hu Haiquan scrutinized Gu Xianqin, his eyes now filled with astonishment and confusion. He devoted everything from the Xianyao sect and entered the Hongming blessed land with a multitude of people. Yet, only 26 managed to ascend to the celestial realm, and of those, 2/3 perished in the heavenly tribulation. But how did he achieve this outside? He is merely the mountain guardian with the most inferior cultivation aptitude in the Xianyao sect. Hu Haiquan harbored no doubts about Hong Kong's words. He trusted the loyalty of the mountain guardian, yet this made it all the more difficult for him to accept. Hu Haiquan seemed to reassess Gu Xuanqin. "You all refer to him as a senior?" Mo Qinyan hastily interjected, "Indeed, Sect Master, Senior Gu is a reclusive elder of our Xianyao sect, emerging this time solely for Elder Luo." "A reclusive elder?" Hu Haiquan and the core elders' expression stiffened. As core figures of the Xianyao sect, they understood well that the so-called reclusive elder was merely a myth they had concocted to provide the disciples with a spiritual anchor. Now, one had actually appeared. Sensing the gazes directed her way, Luo Xingxue's expression hardened. She could not fathom how Gu Xuanqin, now a cripple, had transformed into a reclusive elder of the Xianyao sect. "Impossible, impossible," she then shouted. "He is merely my family's son-in-law, whom I imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 years, having rendered him incapable. He has been in Anyang City all these years. How could he possibly be a reclusive elder of the Xianyao sect?" "Elder Luo, although you were chosen by the founder, do not be disrespectful to Senior Gu. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gu Xuanqin's companions darkened instantly. Were it not for her status, their warning would have escalated far beyond mere words. "Disrespectful to me? How dare you?" Luo Xingxue shouted. "The three major sects lie just outside. Only by communicating with the founder do I have a chance to save the sect. If you dare to disrespect me, you will all perish." Her icy gaze fell upon Gu Xuanqin. "Gu Xuanqin, although I do not know what tricks you played to turn your fate around, your life is destined to remain beneath my heel. Brother Hu, you witnessed Gu Xuanqin attacking me just now. If you do not execute him immediately, I fear the founder will be angered, and I will no longer be able to communicate with him to save the Xianyao sect." Gu Xuanqin's eyes narrowed. You can communicate with the Xianyao? Let me see you do it. Hu Haichuan's gaze darkened as he bellowed. Gu Xuanqing, you are being outrageous. How dare you utter the founder's name so casually? The expressions of Hong Kong and Imo Qianyan shifted as well, despite their unwavering faith in Gu Xuanqing. They found themselves at a loss for words on this matter. Hu Haiquan took a deep breath and said, in light of the fact that you have indeed done something for our Xianyao sect, you must now bow before the statue of the founder and apologize. We can discuss other matters afterward, or do not blame me for lacking compassion. Looking at the statue of the Xianyao martial god not far away, Gu Xuanqing's eyes hardened. Bow and apologize? You ask if it can withstand such an act? Gu Xuanqing, you are being outrageous. I do not care who you are or what you have done. Showing disrespect to the founder is a capital offense. As Hu Haiquan shouted, the laws of heaven surged around him, and a tremendous pressure radiated outward. Ah, look! The statue of the founder is moving. A startled cry arose, and everyone realized that the statue had indeed turned to face Gu Xuanqing. Haha! Luo Xingxue laughed heartily. Gu Xuanqing, your time is up. Just now, the ancestral master conveyed his will to me. You dare show him disrespect? The entire Xiaoyao sect shall immediately execute you. At this proclamation, Hong Kong and the disciples of Imo Qianyan all changed their expressions dramatically. However, in the next moment, the statue of the martial emperor suddenly knelt down, and the disciples of Xiaoyao bowed in reverence to their master. What? The ancestral master is bowing to him, calling him master? How could this be? The crowd that emerged from the Hongming blessed land stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Although Hong Kong and Imo Qianyan were equally astonished, a sense of inevitability seemed to wash over them. If not for the ancestral master, how could such terrifying powers exist? I bow my head in repentance. Can he bear it? Simultaneously, the words of Gu Xuanqing reverberated in everyone's ears. Previously, they had considered this merely the boast of Gu Xuanqing. Yet upon hearing the voice of the Xiaoyao martial emperor once more, though mechanical and stiff, Gu Xuanqing's inner softness was profoundly stirred. Return. The cross-border divine punishment is not something you can withstand at this moment. Indeed, as the words fell, countless cracks appeared on the statue of the martial emperor, swiftly spreading across its entirety. With a resounding bang, the statue exploded, dispersing smoke as 8 golden characters emerged on the ground. Disciples of Xiaoyao, revere him, as I do. Bow to the ancestral master. Bow to the ancestral master. In an instant, the peak of Xiaoyao was filled with kneeling figures, leaving only the pale-faced Luo Xingxue and the visibly trembling Nie Qiyuan. What have I done? Did I actually insult the ancestral master a few days ago? Nie Qiyuan wished he could slap himself into oblivion. Gu Xuanqing looked at Nie Qiyuan and chuckled lightly. What is this? Do you wish to withdraw from the Xiaoyao sect? Nie Qiyuan felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon him. Hastily kneeling, disciple Nie Qiyuan bows to the ancestral master. Observing the once godlike figures of the Xiaoyao sect kneeling before him, Luo Xingxue was utterly astonished. Was he not the trash of the Gu family? How could he be the master of the Xiaoyao martial emperor? If only I had respected him as a husband. This fleeting thought crossed her mind. Yet knowing time could not be reversed, Luo Xingxue quickly knelt. Disciple Luo Xingxue bows to the ancestral master. She understood that her life and death lay in Gu Xuanqing's hands. A single word, or even a glance from him, could determine her fate. She could only submit, hoping he would still recall their bond as husband and wife. Enough. Hu Haiquan, already drenched in sweat, hurriedly interjected. It was the disciple who misunderstood the ancestral master's message. Mistaking the master. I am guilty, unworthy of the ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect. Amid cries of despair, Hu Haiquan raised his hand to strike his forehead. Stop. Gu Xuanqing, seeing this, flashed before Hu Haiquan, seizing his wrist. Instantly, a powerful force of heavenly laws surged forth. Gu Xuanqing let out a muffled grunt. Blood mist sprang into the air as he was sent flying over Tianzhong before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the venerable Gu Xianshan, after a fit of dry coughing, rose with a peculiar expression, as if he had suffered a significant embarrassment this time. Chapter 25. Understanding the King. Elder Qihua, the enigmatic Gu Xianshan, found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation. He abruptly shifted his tone, coldly declaring, Since you acknowledge me as your master, I have not consented to your demise. Thus, you shall not perish. Yes, disciple obeys. Hu Haiquan gazed at Gu Xianshan with a look of bewilderment, still unable to comprehend how this master had unleashed his power without a trace of the law's fluctuations. Yet, upon seeing the 4 golden characters inscribed on the ground, which honored him, Hu Haiquan dared not voice his thoughts or inquiries. Gu Xuanquing's gaze fell upon Luo Xingxue. Where is the head of the punishment hall? The head of the punishment hall, Sin Xiaoya, stepped forward, acknowledging the master. Gu Xianshun coldly regarded Luo Xingxue and ordered, "Take her to the punishment hall, imprison her for 2 years, strip her of her cultivation, and cast her out of the Xiaoyao sect. Kill her." The thought of subjecting Luo Xingxue to 2 years of unrelenting torment had never crossed Gu Xuanchuan's mind lightly. Moreover, he was confident that, regardless of the Xiaoyao sect's decline or the loss of techniques, the skills of the punishment hall would undoubtedly surpass those of the Luo family in professionalism. Yes. Sin Xiaoyao approached, and Luo Xingxue hastily retreated, exclaiming, "No, Gu Xianshun." With a glint of cold light in his hand, Sin Xiaoyao swiftly severed Luo Xingxue's tongue, grasped her hair, and amidst her futile struggles, dragged her away. As he walked, he assured, "Rest assured, Master. I guarantee that these 2 years will feel longer than a lifetime for her, and she shall utter no more disrespectful words towards you." Upon hearing this, those present nodded in agreement, secretly admiring Sin Xiaoyao's composed handling of the situation. It was evident to all that there was an inexplicable relationship between the master and Luo Xingxue. Should her tongue remain intact, who could say what secrets might be revealed should the master inquire during her torment? Gu Xianshun then stated, "Everyone, take a moment to recuperate. I too shall meditate and restore my energy." Although Hu Haiquan had not targeted him, the residual force of the unified realm's laws had still left Gu Xuanchuan's meridians in pain. With the 3 major sects knocking at their door, he needed to recover swiftly and contemplate strategies for confrontation during his meditation. As Gu Xianshun headed directly towards the secluded meditation chamber, Hu Haiquan wore a perplexed expression. In the face of such a formidable threat, was the master truly unconcerned? Mo Qinyan remarked, "Sect master, remain calm. Our venerable master prefers to allow us to comprehend matters on our own. His actions now must carry profound significance." Profound significance? Hu Haiquan furrowed his brow in confusion. Elder Qihua, meanwhile, inquired, "Sect master, did you not sense any law's power when the master made that grasp?" Indeed, it felt as though it was merely the action of a celestial realm martial artist. Hu Haiquan admitted, equally mystified. Elder Qihua stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. Precisely. The master is deliberately feigning incompetence. His retreat to meditate and heal indicates what? It signifies that he intends to refrain from intervening in this matter, leaving it for us to resolve. Mo Qinyan remarked, "Indeed, consider this. After we eliminated the disciples of the 3 sects, our master bestowed upon each of us a spirit sword. This serves as both a reward and an encouragement for us to continue our fight." Hu Haiquan expressed his astonishment. "The master forged spirit swords for you?" "Yes, sect leader, behold." As the sound of swords being drawn rang clear, the entire Mount Xiaoyao shimmered with radiant light. An array of fierce sword intents interweaving, as if a supreme sword cultivator stood among them. These are 3rd-tier spirit swords. Observe their scabbards, which are etched with formidable defensive formations capable of withstanding the full force of an early-stage Unity Realm strike. The elders and disciples emerging from the Hongmeng blessed land gazed at the spirit swords with envy, inquiring, "Were these all crafted by our master?" "Of course." The wielders of the spirit swords replied, their eyes filled with reverence and a hint of pride. "By the way, do you remember?" Qihua's sharp voice commanded silence. "Last time, when you ambushed the 3 major sects, you returned injured, and our master appeared at once. I had said then that the master must have been secretly following us. This time, he chose not to accompany us, opting instead to meditate alone. Isn't this merely a repetition of his previous strategy?" Mo Qinyan nodded eagerly. "No wonder the master instructed us to follow your command. Clearly, he recognizes your exceptional insight and ability to comprehend his intentions. Sect leader, let us engage in battle. They have already reached our doorstep. Indeed, with our master here, what do we have to fear?" Excitement surged among those who had not participated in the earlier conflict. Hu Haiquan felt an unsettling sense of doubt, yet could not articulate it. Elder Qihua urged, "Sect leader, do not hesitate. Even if we cannot prevail, our master will activate the great return of all streams once more, ensuring our safe return." Hu Haiquan's expression shifted in surprise. What? The master was the one who controlled the formation to bring us back? It made sense, having confirmed that Luo Xingxue was a deceiver. And since she had no connection to the Xiaoyao master, who else possessed such capabilities but this master before them? With this safeguard in mind, Hu Haiquan resolved without further hesitation, "Very well, let us march into battle once more and demonstrate our valor to the master. We shall extinguish them." Hu Haiquan nodded, and those who had followed Gu Xuanqing became equally invigorated. In the Qiandang mountain range, while the 3 sects had previously gained the upper hand in battle, many among them were injured and now sat on the ground, recuperating. The leader of the Luoyuan sword sect, Qing Jianzi, fumed. "The Xiaoyao sect has retreated into their shell again. It is truly vexing." The master of the Wuzhigong, Dongfeng Wujia, responded nonchalantly, "Do not worry, Master Qing. We have already reported the Xiaoyao sect's breach of protocol to the Liuhua sect. As long as we remain here, preventing their escape. When the emissary from the upper sect arrives in a few days, let us see if they dare to refuse our welcome. However, the leader of the Xingyue Pavilion, Xiong Zhaixing, shook his head. I believe we've exerted considerable effort. It would be prudent to conquer the Xiaoyao sect before the envoy arrives. After all, the Xiaoyao sect is a legacy of the imperial sect. Should the Liuhua sect intervene, we will only be left with the scraps. As the three were deliberating, a sudden disturbance in the fabric of space occurred, and Hu Haiquan along with his companions re-emerged. The three of them were initially elated, but their expressions shifted slightly upon witnessing the unexpected presence of nearly 100 elders from the Xianyao sect. Qing Jinzi scoffed. No wonder you dared to act so recklessly against our three sects before. It turns out the Xianyao sect has been concealing its true power all along, ruthlessly eliminating them without leaving a trace. With fists clenched and spirits high, Hong Kong and his comrades had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Before Hu Haiquan could utter a word, they charged forward with fierce shouts. Chapter 26. Bloodbath of the Three Sects. The Xianyao sect members wielded their spiritual swords, unleashing waves of cold light and exuding a myriad of formidable energies. As the Xianyao formula activated, the air reverberated with the sounds of celestial chants. The incantations struck the ears of the three sects, instilling terror within their ranks. The Xianyao sect members emerging from the Hongmeng blessed land, including Hu Haiquan, were equally astonished. This was the Xianyao formula. How could they have mastered it? However, the difference lay in their reaction, while Hu Haiquan and his companions stood dumbfounded. The members of the three sects were compelled to retaliate against the ferocious onslaught. As the chaotic battle commenced, merely a brief encounter led to the loss of 1/3 of the martial artists from the three sects. Is that the departure sword technique? The pursuit wind sword technique? How have they cultivated these sword techniques to such an advanced level? Moreover, several of them seem to have grasped the essence of sword intent. Hu Haiquan and his companions were utterly flabbergasted. They had never anticipated that the Xianyao sect's swordsmanship could wield such overwhelming power. Hong Kong and the others were equally astounded. During their previous ambush, they had crossed swords with the elders of the three major sects, yet this was an entirely different realm. Not only did their newly comprehended techniques unleash astonishing might, but their spiritual swords appeared to merge seamlessly with them, maximizing their potential. These were the spiritual swords meticulously crafted for them by their forebear. In this moment, their conviction solidified. It was clear that their master, who had imparted martial techniques on the Kaoyang Peak and forged their swords, had foreseen this very battle. With newfound confidence, the group fought with even greater ferocity, and following the initial wave of assaults, their numbers began to show a distinct advantage. What was anticipated as a chaotic skirmish gradually morphed into a one-sided massacre. Even though there were 9 formidable practitioners among the three sects, each of them was ensnared by 4 or 5 opponents. They sought not glory, but merely to avoid mistakes, encircling without attacking, ensuring their fellow disciples had no chance to regroup. As the martial artists from the three sects continued to fall, the number of adversaries facing the 9 practitioners increased exponentially. Old Mo, Qinshan, let us unite our strength and take them down one by one. Hu Haiquan, snapping back from his stupor, bellowed and immediately dashed forward. As a sect leader, Hu Haiquan possessed remarkable qualities. Since the guardians of the cave realm could restrain the other practitioners, they need not disperse. Instead, the three of them converged, joining forces to commence a ruthless assault against the formidable practitioners of the three sects. Even without the Xianyao formula, and despite their techniques falling short of those of Hong Kong and his group, they were determined to fight on. However, Hu Haiquan and his companions are truly formidable cultivators of the unity realm. With their participation, how could the three major sects withstand such power? In less than an hour, the three sects, which had nearly annihilated the Xiaoyao sect, now lay defeated before it. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the scent of blood. Hu Haiquan stood in place, gazing at the battlefield, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. During the assault on the Unity Realm, over 20 of Hong Kong's group had sustained injuries, prompting Elder Qihua to busily tend to their wounds. We have triumphed. We no longer fear the three major sects. Long live the ancestor. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but at that moment, the entire Xiaoyao sect erupted with fervor. Having long endured oppression, they finally felt a sense of vindication, although they had not witnessed the myriad legends crafted by Gu Xuanqing. Seeing the former guardian of the mountain transform into the true core of the Xiaoyao sect filled Hu Haiquan with unwavering faith in Gu Xuanqing. Let us hasten to report to the ancestor. Yet, Elder Qihua called out to stop him. Wait, sect master. Elder Qihua, do you have further insights? Now fully convinced of Mo Qianyan's words, Hu Haikuan paused, for Elder Qihua possessed the deepest understanding of the ancestor. Elder Qihua's eyes sparkled with renewed wisdom. Do you remember the fate of Luo Xingxue? Luo Xingxue? What fate? At the mere mention of those words, Hu Haikuan felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Qihua continued, let us not forget, Luo Xingxue once stated that after tormenting the ancestor for 2 years, she crippled his dantian. While I am unaware of why the ancestor chose that path, I now comprehend his recent decision, return the favor in kind. Before Hu Haikuan could fully grasp the implications, Mo Qianyan interjected, since the 3 major sects have come to attack us, we must retaliate. Earlier, he had pondered how the ancestor, with his capabilities, could have devised countless methods to make Luo Xingxue wish for death, yet chose to hand the matter to the punishment hall. Now it seemed clear that the ancestor had anticipated our victory and was subtly guiding our next course of action. After speaking, Mo Qianyan felt her own wisdom nearing that of Elder Qihua. Though their words rang with conviction, Hu Haikuan remained somewhat uncertain. Are you both certain this is the ancestor's intent? Sect Master, you have yet to engage with the ancestor. You do not yet understand him. Mo Qianyan replied with a smile. When Elder Qihua first encountered the ancestor, he even reproached him for our injuries during the ambush on the 3 major sections. Look at him now. In time, you will come to understand. Elder Qihua's expression shifted to one of guilt. Indeed, it is embarrassing to admit. But I was unaware of the ancestor's profound depth back then. Then let us depart at once. Under the persuasive influence of the 2, Hu Haikuan felt a stirring within him, having been deceived by Luo Xingxue, who had depleted the sect's spirit stones. And with the time to pay tribute to the Lihua sect approaching, if they could indeed eradicate the 3 sects entirely, they need not worry about spirit stones. After all, the formidable cultivators of the unity realm from the 3 major sects had already been vanquished, and with Hong Kong and the others practicing the imperial scroll of Xiaoyao, their martial prowess was indeed worthy of bold undertakings. With Hu Haichuan's nod of approval, after a thorough discussion, Elder Qihua took the injured back to the sect for healing. Hu Haikuan, Mo He, and Long Qinshan, all at the unity realm, accompanied the elder of the cave heaven realm to cleanse the 3 major sects in blood. Although Mo Qianyan felt a pang of regret, her insufficient cultivation level compelled her to lead the disciples present in collecting the spoils of war. Senior Sister Mo, is the ancestor truly so miraculous? Senior Sister Mo, have you also practiced the carefree technique and those martial arts? Senior Sister Mo, may I borrow your spiritual sword for a moment? The disciples who had emerged from the Hongming blessed land gathered around Mo Qianyan, their expressions filled with envy and incessant inquiries. They had indeed made significant progress in their realms within the Hongming blessed land. Yet their advancement paled in comparison to Mo Qianyan's, especially regarding martial skills. Salute to the ancestor. At Elder Qihua's gentle command, the disciples turned and promptly bowed in respect. How did you all emerge? Gu Xuanqing inquired, gazing at the crowd. Where are the sect leaders? Elder Qihua quickly clarified, replying to the ancestor, we have eliminated the attacking forces from the 3 sects, and the sect leader is currently leading a group to take revenge on them. At this moment, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, as soon as the sect leader departed, the ancestor appeared. It was hard for anyone to believe he hadn't been observing from the shadows. Chapter 27. Divine Speculation. Having just completed his meditation, Gu Xuanqing contemplated how to deal with the encroachment of the 3 sects and returned to the carefree hall, only to find it utterly deserted. He then sensed an exceptionally intense fluctuation of spiritual energy outside the 1,000 illusions spatial array and hurriedly rushed out. However, upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about, Gu Xuanqing's demeanor relaxed somewhat. During his time at Kaiyang Peak, although he had perceived that the martial techniques he imparted had led to their enlightenment, he had not anticipated that they would grasp the essence of his teachings so thoroughly. Yet even so, were they not being a tad too arrogant? Even with the awakening of past life memories, he himself acted with considerable caution, and it was time to rein them in. Gu Xuanqing's expression hardened. Did I not instruct you to keep them in check? I. Elder Qihua furrowed his brow, perplexed as to whether he had truly grasped the ancestor's intent. Gu Xuanqing paused slightly, contemplating a justification that could intimidate the carefree sect. While the 3 sects were hardly a concern, this action ultimately undermined the Flame sect's dominion over this region. Should the Flame sect seek retribution afterward, how would they address the situation? Elder Qihua smote his forehead in realization. How did I overlook this? Ancestor, it is my oversight. Please forgive me. Let it be. The sect leader has emerged, and his words are not to be contested. In the future, make sure to remind them at the appropriate time. Elder Qihua clasped his fists. Thank you, ancestor. When they return, I shall convey your intentions clearly. Gu Xuanqing observed Luo Hong, who had just received silver needles. Your injury, While this method can indeed heal, it will require at least 3 to 5 months of recovery. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing withdrew the needles and reinserted them. After merely adjusting 2 acupoints, Luo Heng's complexion dramatically improved, and his breathing became significantly smoother. Thank you, Ancestor. Elder Qihua gazed in awe. Ancestor, could this be the legendary divine healing needle? Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly and pointed a finger at Elder Qihua's brow. Amidst his own rigorous cultivation, Gu Xuanqing simply lacked the time to attend to each individual's wounds. Thus, he chose to directly impart the comprehensive knowledge of the Jiutian Danjia, once bestowed upon the Jiutian Dan God, to Qihua. Disciple, I am profoundly grateful to the master. Qihua exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he knelt in reverence. Within the confines of the Shaoyao sect, where resources were scarce, he had managed to ascend to the level of a mid-tier 4th-grade alchemist through sheer determination. Was it a deficiency in talent that held him back? No, it was the absence of guidance. The alchemical texts Gu Xuanqing had transmitted through thought were replete with profound wisdom. Qihua felt an overwhelming certainty that if he continued on this path, he could eventually reach the heights of a 7th or 8th-grade alchemist. Gu Xuanqing encouraged him. Serve the sect diligently from now on. The onlookers were filled with envy as they beheld this moment. It was clear that the master was rewarding Qihua for his recent proposal to extinguish the 3 sections. Master, here are the spoils. At that moment, Mo Qianyan presented a plethora of storage bags and bracelets before Gu Xuanqing. As his spiritual energy swept over them, he swiftly erased the previous owner's spiritual imprint and discovered a storage ring among the treasures. I shall take this ring, and a few spirit stones as well, he declared, as his spiritual energy vibrated, depositing several spirit stones into the ring. While all storage items could hold possessions, higher-grade ones offered greater capacities. You all should inventory the contents. Let Qihua handle the herbs and elixirs. With Qihua now in possession of the Jiutian Danjia, Gu Xuanqing relished the opportunity to relax. Where is the master of the artifact hall? He inquired next. A middle-aged man promptly stepped forward. Disciple He Hailong pays respects to the master. With Qihua as a precedent, Gu Xuanqing no longer held back. Placing a finger on He Hailong's forehead, I, He Hailong, am grateful for the master's teachings. He quickly knelt in reverence. Very well, from now on. The elder shall manage the spirit tools and ores for crafting formations. I shall return to my cultivation. With that, he disregarded the reactions of the crowd and swiftly vanished back to the Shaoyao sect. Does the master still need to cultivate? He Hailong pondered in confusion. Qihua chuckled. You fail to comprehend the master. Surely the formation path he has taught you is formidable? He Hailong nodded thoughtfully, admitting, to be honest, I suspect the master has imparted to me the void formation techniques cultivated by the legendary void formation ancestor. Qihua beamed with pride. Precisely. The master first elevated those guardians of the mountain, Hong Kong and his ilk, to the Dongtian realm through his divine powers, and then imparted martial skills to them. Although they possess combat strength, the logistics remain unsupported. However, with the supreme alchemical texts passed to me and the void formation techniques to you, and with you crafting weapons while I tend to our injured brethren, who could possibly threaten the Shaoyao sect, do you understand why the master appeared angry earlier? He Hailong queried. Was it not due to concern over the Lihua sect's potential retaliation? Qihua shook his head vigorously. Initially, I thought so too. But only after the master imparted the alchemical texts and formation techniques did I achieve enlightenment. The master is irate because our vision is too narrow, and our pace too slow. With the patriarch overseeing matters, how could one possibly cast their gaze upon the 3 great sects? Is this not an affront to our venerable ancestor? If we are to act, it must surely be against the Blazing Fire sect. He Hailong's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, is that even conceivable? That is the Blazing Fire sect we are discussing. Not only do they boast numerous beings of the harmonization realm, but even those of the superior emperor realm. Qihua scoffed disdainfully. Have you forgotten the words of our patriarch? What if the Blazing Fire sect seeks retribution afterward? How would we address that predicament? When we dispatched the envoys of the 3 sects, our ancestor inquired, what will happen if the 3 sects retaliate? Do you now perceive the outcome? The most effective method to prevent retaliation is to eliminate the adversary first. Mo Qianyan hastily approached, affirming, indeed. I recall our ancestor's fury when he realized we still intended to pay tribute to the Blazing Fire sect. He undoubtedly desires us to obliterate them as well. It is no wonder he took the storage ring and the spiritual stones. He was subtly indicating that for the free and easy sect to flourish and acquire resources, we must compel them to relinquish everything. Gu Xuanqing remained oblivious, as the once cautious Qihua had long been led astray from his original course by Hong Kong and Mo Qianyan. Upon reaching the entrance to the Hongming blessed land, Gu Xuanqing unexpectedly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and murmured, could it be that Yu Han is still speaking of me? Subsequently, Gu Xuanqing formed a seal, and the Hongming blessed land opened once more, his figure flashing within. Observing the still somewhat immature Hongming fruit upon the tree, Gu Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace, despite his calculations indicating that the fruit should have ripened by now. The decline of the free and easy sect over the years had left them without ample spiritual stones for nourishment, relying solely on the Hongming tree for its growth. Thus, it was commendable that it had developed to this extent. Disciple Xiaoming pays respects to master. At that moment, a voice resonated within Gu Xuanqing's mind. Chapter 28. Disciple? Xiaoming. Disciple? Xiaoming. Gu Xuanqing furrowed his brow, for he had no recollection of having accepted such a disciple. Sensing his bewilderment, the voice echoed once more. Has master forgotten, Xiaoming? When you instructed brother Free and Easy, I was present, listening to your teachings, and after thousands of years, I evolved into sentience. As the voice resonated within his mind, Gu Xuanqing observed the leaves of the Hongming tree swaying with exuberance. Are you the Hongming tree? Gu Xuanqing inquired. At last, master remembers, Xiaoming. The leaves of the Hongming tree swayed even more animatedly. You attained sentience before bearing the Dao fruit. Gu Xuanqing expressed his surprise. He recalled that when the free and easy martial emperor established the Hongming blessed land and practiced here, he had indeed imparted some profound insights into the principles of the heavenly path, though he had not anticipated that this would lead to the Hongming tree developing intelligence prematurely. Gu Xuanqing continued, how much longer until your Hongming fruit ripens? The Hongming tree replied with a hint of pleading, though the Hongming blessed land is rich in spiritual energy. Over these millennia, the principles of the heavenly path have gradually waned. If master were to impart teachings, I could comprehend them in 10 years and bear the Dao fruit, thereby gaining my freedom. The Hongming tree, a manifestation of the heavenly path, would, upon completing its cycle of leafing, flowering, and fruiting, be capable of movement. No longer bound to its place of planting, and with time, could even take on a human form. 10 years. Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed in concern. Preaching is not difficult. Yet comprehending the heavenly Dao through the primordial tree has proven to be an arduous endeavor over the past decade. Moreover, in 10 years, Yuhan will miss the optimal opportunity for cultivation, significantly constraining future achievements. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Gu Xuanqing's mind. What if I could summon the pure essence of the heavenly Dao? Wouldn't you be able to comprehend it directly? The pure essence of the heavenly Dao? The primordial tree exclaimed, has my master truly reached the realm where words manifest as law? The realm of words manifesting as law. Gu Xuanqing was unsure of what that entailed, but he smiled and replied, not quite, but I possess other methods. Just give me a moment. He then produced a communication talisman and instructed Mo Qianyan, gather all spirit-level warriors above the heavenly spirit realm to the primordial blessed land. Respectfully greeting the ancestor. Outside the primordial blessed land, the celestial warriors of the Shaoyao sect above the heavenly spirit realm bowed in unison. Follow me. Without further ado, Gu Xuanqing activated the primordial blessed land once more, leading everyone inside. Is this the primordial tree? Mo Qianyan and the other disciples, who had never entered the primordial blessed land before, were overwhelmed by the rich spiritual energy surrounding them and the faint, ethereal presence of the heavenly Dao in the air, their eyes brimming with excitement. Ancestor, this is. Those disciples who had previously entered were somewhat bewildered. Although the spiritual energy in the primordial blessed land still far exceeded that of the outside world, the sect master had mentioned that further cultivation using this energy would hinder the growth of the primordial tree. Contribute all spirit stones to the primordial tree. As Gu Xuanqing spoke to Mo Qianyan, he also cast the spirit stones from his storage ring into the tree. Mo Qianyan never doubted Gu Xuanqing's words and followed suit without hesitation. Master, these spirit stones will not significantly accelerate my progress. The primordial tree remarked. Fear not. I have my methods. Just convert the spirit stones into pure spiritual energy and release them. Gu Xuanqing instructed. One person and one tree, communicating through mental energy. Unbeknownst to others, they could only observe that, as the spirit stones were deposited, the spiritual energy within the entire primordial blessed land grew exceedingly dense. Amidst the excitement, Gu Xuanqing proclaimed, let us commence our cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began their practice. However, as they cultivated, those former disciples of the primordial blessed land grew envious. Although Mo Qianyan and her companions had not visited before, it was evident they had received guidance from the ancestor, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Many even sensed the presence of numerous heavenly Dao laws being drawn into their bodies, although their current realms were insufficient to fully digest these laws, causing the power to eventually escape. Such experiences would undoubtedly facilitate their future breakthroughs to the celestial human realm, provided they amassed enough strength. At that moment, Gu Xuanqing ascended into the air, hovering above, and formed a peculiar hand seal. What is the ancestor planning? Moments later, a subtle spatial fluctuation rippled through the air, and a towering palace suddenly materialized in the primordial divine land. Is this the Lingyin divine palace? Mo Qianyan and the others were filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe that Gu Xuanqing had actually relocated the Lingyin divine palace from the source of the spirit river to this place. Upon closer inspection, the ethereal energy radiating from the Lingyin divine palace was being incessantly absorbed by the Hongmeng tree, while simultaneously, the energy emanating from the Hongmeng tree, along with the laws of the heavenly Tao, nourished the Lingyin divine palace. It seemed as if an inexplicable cycle had been established between the two entities. Overwhelmed with astonishment and sensing the shift in energy, the disciples intensified their cultivation efforts. Despite having other plans, the time had not yet come, and Gu Xuanqing settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. As he did so, a figure surged forth among the disciples present. What was happening? The disciples, who had never encountered such a phenomenon, were taken aback, while those who had practiced the carefree technique hastily reminded them that this was the guidance of the ancestor. By following the method of cultivation depicted in their minds, they could comprehend the carefree technique. The term carefree technique sent waves of shock through the disciples. Yet observing their peers engrossed in their cultivation, they dared not squander this precious opportunity. As for Mo Qianyan and her companions, having already experienced such a baptism, they found that going through it again granted them a novel understanding of the carefree technique, causing their absorption of ethereal energy to become increasingly formidable. Time slipped away silently amidst their cultivation, and the disciples of the carefree sect within the Hongmeng blessed land experienced remarkable advancements in their realms. Particularly for those who had previously entered the Hongmeng blessed land, they had already absorbed a significant amount of ethereal energy, yet lacked the appropriate techniques to unleash its true power. Now, having grasped the emperor's text of the carefree technique, they gradually widened the gap between themselves and Mo Qianyan's group. As the dense ethereal energy propelled Gu Xuanqing's realm to the late stage of the earth spirit realm, some had already perceived the impending human thunder calamity. At this moment, Gu Xuanqing, who had long been prepared, opened his eyes. Master, it seems we have sensed the human thunder calamity. The disciples, who once regarded the spirit king realm as a distant dream, were exhilarated by the sensation of the thunder calamity. However, memories of their fellow disciples facing calamities surfaced, filling them with trepidation. The human thunder calamity, with only a 30% survival rate, implied that among them, some would perish in the storm. Fear not, my disciples, with me present. You need not dread the heavens falling. I shall rend the very fabric of space here, and you shall undergo your tribulation in this place. Having exerted such effort, Gu Xuanqing sought precisely their human thunder calamity. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing performed his incantations, and suddenly, it seemed as if a rift had been torn in the Hongmeng space above, with swirling purple and azure thunderclouds rapidly coalescing. Chapter 29. The Transformative Heavenly Calamity Master? Are you truly unscathed? The disciples gazed anxiously at the billowing thunderclouds above. Previously, the sect leader had reassured them, only for 26 to face the calamity, with 18 meeting their demise. You foolish children, with the ancestor here, even if the heavens were to collapse, all would be well. Those like Mo Qianyan, who had already weathered such trials, regarded them with disdain. Master, the opening of the Blessed Land's aura by Gu Xuanqing had attracted the human thunder calamity into the Hongmeng blessed land. Hu Haiquan and others, who had just returned from a bloodbath against the three sects, sensed the aura and hurried over. Master, if we undergo the calamity here and it harms the Hongmeng tree, the losses would be catastrophic. Hu Haiquan exclaimed. Sect leader, have you forgotten that the ancestor is here? Hong Kong chimed in from the side. At that moment, the long-anticipated tribulation thunder descended, and although the disciples undergoing tribulation felt apprehensive, they exerted every ounce of their strength to resist the onslaught of the thunder. The mournful sounds echoed, and many of the disciples who had previously followed Hu Haiquan grew tense once more. Gu Xuanqing swiftly activated the Lingyin divine palace, drawing the struggling disciples directly within its protective embrace. Immediately, bolts of tribulation thunder struck the palace, transforming into countless pure heavenly laws that sank into the sanctuary. With a deft invocation of his technique, Gu Xuanqing directed the heavenly laws to flow out of the palace, nurturing the entire Hongmeng blessed land. Could tribulation be traversed in such a manner? The onlookers, utterly astonished by this unprecedented sight, finally grasped why Gu Xuanqing had assured them of their safety. Particularly the 8 survivors from the group of 26 disciples undergoing tribulation, who, witnessing the scene before them, were filled with profound emotion. Was this truly a tribulation? It was more akin to a game. Had they possessed such protective measures from their master, the fate of the other 16 disciples might have been vastly different. At that moment, Gu Xuanqing indelibly etched 4 words into the hearts of all present: unfathomable depth. Simultaneously, feeling the surrounding heavenly laws, Hu Haiquan and the other elders, having regained their composure, sat down to cultivate without reserve. Not far away, the Hongming tree rustled with vigor, similarly absorbing the heavenly laws in the vicinity. Do not be so relentless. Leave some for them, Gu Xuanqing mused, for more individuals must undergo tribulation to attract further heavenly laws. This was his initial intention. Indeed, with Gu Xuanqing's reminder, the absorption rate of the heavenly laws by the Hongmeng tree significantly decreased, allowing the members of the Shaoyao sect present to cultivate with greater ease. With the nourishment of these heavenly laws, disciples who had already reached the late stage of Spirit King began to break through one after another. While those at the front had yet to finish their tribulation, the next wave of tribulation thunder was already summoned. Now that they understood there was no real danger, everyone felt an even greater sense of ease. For half a month, the skies above the Shaoyao sect roared like cannon fire, with continuous thunderclaps. As each celestial elder emerged, the branches and leaves of the Hongmeng tree grew denser, and the golden hue of the Hongmeng fruit deepened, emanating a refreshing fragrance intermingled with countless heavenly laws. The Hongmeng fruit had ripened. With a gasp of astonishment, excited gazes fell upon the Hongmeng tree. Master, little Meng is afraid, came the fearful voice echoing in Gu Xuanqing's mind once more. However, compared to the initial childishness of 3 or 4 years, it now resembled that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Yet, Gu Xuanqing's expression changed. You have actually cultivated the Xiaoyao technique? Sensing the aura of the Xiaoyao technique emanating from the Hongmeng tree, he felt an even greater dread as he recognized a different kind of tribulation cloud enveloping the entire Hongmeng blessed land, a tremendous pressure that left him somewhat breathless. Unbeknownst to Gu Xuanqing, during his cultivation of the Xiaoyao technique, not only did many disciples gain insights, but even the Hongmeng tree comprehended the essence of the Xiaoyao technique during his practice. However, Gu Xianshun understood that celestial entities such as the Hongmeng tree must undergo a process of awakening intelligence, comprehending the heavenly principles and transforming their form. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Hongmeng had already awakened its intellect and inexplicably mastered the carefree technique, directly bypassing the 2 intermediate stages? Furthermore, the heavenly laws he had just evolved while assisting others in their tribulations not only accelerated the ripening of the Hongmeng fruit, but also allowed the Hongmeng tree to advance to the stage of transformation in its cultivation. This was the transformation thunder tribulation. The transformation of a spiritual entity is far more extraordinary than a martial artist's comprehension of heavenly principles. Thus, the transformation thunder tribulation is not to be compared with ordinary celestial tribulations. Gu Xianshun had no time for further explanation. All of you, retreat from the Hongmeng blessed land. Without my command, do not approach within a 10-mile radius. Although the crowd was filled with doubts, none dared to defy the name of Gu Xianshun. Moments later, they had retreated to the carefree peak. From this new vantage point, although they could no longer discern the happenings within the Hongmeng blessed land, they could see the towering, cloud-shrouding calamity, clouds above the Hongmeng divine land. Even from several dozen miles away, they could feel the immense pressure emanating from it. Master, is the ancestor? Someone inquired. Hu Haiquan sighed softly. From the terrifying aura of these calamity clouds, the ancestor is likely to face the void-breaking thunder tribulation. The void-breaking thunder tribulation? Could it be that the ancestor has already reached the emperor realm? Laughed some disciples. Who would dare to bully our carefree sect then? However, Hu Haichuan's expression darkened. Fools. Although the ancestor's means would easily allow for overcoming the void-breaking thunder tribulation, once it is transcended, it would mean that the ancestor possesses power beyond this world. At that point, he would be directly drawn into the sacred realm by the more potent laws there. This realization caused the faces of the disciples of the carefree sect to shift dramatically. No wonder the ancestor had only ever displayed a spiritual realm level. Even while teaching us martial skills, he refrained from utilizing stronger powers, likely fearing that the aura of the emperor realm would attract the attention of the calamity. It was only to assist everyone in their breakthroughs that the ancestor revealed the aura of an emperor-level expert. As the crowd speculated amidst various thoughts, within the Hongmeng blessed land, under immense pressure, the trunk of the Hongmeng tree bent continuously. Master, you must go. Do not concern yourself with Xiaomeng. The Hongmeng tree realized that its desire for power had prematurely summoned the thunder tribulation, something it could not bear, fearing it would bring calamity upon Gu Xianshun. As long as I am here, you will not perish. Gu Xianshun, however, showed no intention of retreating. Although he had not taken Xiaomeng as a disciple in his previous life, The bond between them was genuine. Moreover, if the Hongming tree were to perish in the thunder tribulation, Yuhan could never step into the realm of cultivation. From every conceivable angle, Gu Xinshan could not allow anything to happen to the Hongming tree. Chapter 30. The transformation of Hongming. With the advent of the transformation thunder tribulation, the entire southern wilderness erupted in fervor. In the forbidden ground of the blazing fire sect, the purple flame emperor, who had been in seclusion for a century, slowly opened his eyes, gazing toward the direction of the carefree sect, astonishment flickering in his gaze. Such an aura must herald the emergence of a rare treasure. With a soft snort, the blazing fire emperor's figure flickered and vanished, entirely forgetting the vow he had made before his seclusion, never to emerge without surpassing the celestial realm. The Qinglong sect, the illusory sea pavilion, and the heavenly gate, each a force of equal might to the blazing fire sect, have emerged from their secluded abodes, with sovereigns of remarkable power casting their gazes toward the dominion of the blazing fire. What treasures have they uncovered to evoke such a formidable aura? As the blazing fire sect dispatched individuals to investigate the vicinity of the carefree sect, various factions also surged into the territory of the blazing fire sect. At this moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Hu Haiquan and others, the cataclysmic thunder of tribulation rained down upon the primordial blessed land. Inside the spirit-hidden divine palace, the ancient Xinshan observed the primordial tree as it was relentlessly struck by the thunderbolts. Countless branches were severed and fell, disintegrating into wisps of black smoke before they could touch the ground. The primordial fruits upon the tree radiated golden light, manifesting myriad heavenly laws in a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught of the tribulation. Yet, against the relentless barrage of thunder, their resistance proved feeble. As time progressed, the luster of the primordial fruits began to wane, and the power of the heavenly laws they had conjured grew increasingly frail. Countless branches and leaves continued to plummet, leaving behind only the smoking trunk and the precariously hanging primordial fruits. The expression of the ancient Xinshan grew increasingly grave. The unconventional evolution of the primordial tree had summoned a tribulation far beyond his expectations. Yet he understood that he must rescue the primordial tree. "Master, save me." The terrified and pleading voice of Xiao Ming echoed once more in the mind of ancient Xinshan. He realized that he could no longer afford to delay. With a soft command, the spirit-hidden divine palace soared to the pinnacle of the primordial tree, where Xinshan stood within, his hands weaving intricate seals. As the thunder crashed, the spirit-hidden divine palace trembled violently, yet the power of the tribulation was transformed by the laws of the divine palace, swiftly sinking into the primordial tree below. However, the spirit-hidden divine palace was no longer the divine artifact it once was. Still encumbered by numerous bolts of thunder it could not fully absorb, its form flickering with shades of blue and purple. Xinshan, enveloped in the divine palace, felt a wave of numbness coursing through him, yet he dared not pause his movements. With the infusion of heavenly laws, the primordial tree regained vitality, yet the immense energy consumed by the spirit-hidden divine palace rendered it increasingly translucent. Having only endured 8 of the 9 levels of the transformation tribulation, "Master, step aside. Xiaoming can try again." The voice of the primordial tree resonated in Xuanshan's mind. Glancing downward, he saw the tree sprouting tender leaves. "You cannot withstand this tribulation," Xinshan admonished, gritting his teeth as he formed another seal. Phantom transformation, 7 stars aligned. Barrier. With a breath of true energy expelled onto the seal in his hand, 7 resplendent beams of light erupted from the 7 peaks of the northern dipper, which governed the illusory space grand formation. The beams arced through the air and converged, immediately forming a luminous barrier. In the distance, Hu Haiquan and others beheld the undulating silhouette of the Qian Dang Mountains before them, their expressions shifting. Hu Haiquan marveled, "This void-breaking thunder tribulation is indeed extraordinary. Even the ancestor struggles to withstand it, and he is channeling the power of the illusory space grand formation to transcend the trial." The crowd was astounded to witness even their revered master, who they regarded as a divine figure, succumb to the devastating void-breaking thunder tribulation. Suddenly, the 9th layer of transformation thunder tribulation descended with a deafening roar. The thunderbolts struck the formation barrier, producing an array of peculiar sounds. This tumultuous state persisted for approximately 3 breaths, and with a sharp crack, the barrier shattered like glass. Yet, at that moment, the color of the tribulation thunder had diminished significantly. As the thunder raged on, the Lingyin divine palace was obliterated, and the disheveled Gu Xinshan ascended into the air, while the residual thunderbolts relentlessly battered the Hongmeng tree. The master is about to ascend. Observing this scene, Hu Haiquan and the others were filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with reluctance and sorrow. Nevertheless, They knelt in reverence to bid farewell to their master's ascension, although their hearts were heavy. For the martial artists of the Qi continent, ascending to the sacred realm was a cherished belief, a fortuitous event. Look quickly, the master is descending, someone exclaimed in surprise. The crowd beheld Gu Xianquan, who had seemingly ascended to the heavens, suddenly plummeting back down. Mid-air, he was struck by a residual wave of tribulation thunder, causing his body to spiral uncontrollably downward. What is happening? The crowd gasped in shock. For such an occurrence had never been recorded in the ancient texts of the Qi continent. Hu Haichuan's eyes were filled with tears. Their master, unable to forsake them, had, after overcoming the void-breaking thunder tribulation, exerted his immense power to suppress the laws emanating from the sacred realm, choosing to remain in this realm to assist them. I knew it. With the master's prowess, how could he possibly fail against the void-breaking thunder tribulation? He was contending against the laws of the sacred realm. This revelation implied that their master had become unrivaled in this world. At that moment, Gu Xianquan landed heavily upon the ground of the Hongmeng blessed land. Casting a glance at the nearby Hongmeng tree, although its branches and leaves were utterly destroyed, every single Hongmeng fruit remained intact, each enveloped in a layer of azure and violet lightning, embodying the infinite principles of the heavenly Tao. This unexpected turn of events seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Not only had he weathered the thunder tribulation, but he had also drawn in the power of the thunder. Just as Gu Xianquan sighed, he witnessed a flash of light as the Hongmeng tree suddenly transformed, vanishing amidst countless principles of the heavenly Tao. Had the tribulation been unsuccessful? As Gu Xianquan pondered this, a girl clad in azure emerged from the laws, exclaiming, "Disciple Xiaoming expresses her profound gratitude to the master. Are you the manifestation of the Hongmeng tree?" Despite having been severely wounded, Gu Xianquan couldn't suppress a smile at Xiaoming's exquisitely beautiful features, which were devoid of any hair or eyebrows. "Master, feel free to laugh." Xiaoming pouted. "That wretched thunder tribulation obliterated my hair and eyebrows." Approaching Gu Xianquan, she produced a Hongmeng fruit entwined with purple lightning. "Master, you are gravely injured. Please consume this Hongmeng fruit to heal." "Very well." Gu Xianquan accepted it without hesitation. Bringing the fruit to his lips, a sweet essence flowed into his abdomen, and he immediately crossed his legs to cultivate and absorb its healing properties. Chapter 31. The Truth of the Ancestor. As Gu Xianquan harnessed the power of the Big Dipper formation to confront the transformation thunder tribulation, the Qianhuan space array, though still safeguarding the territory of the Shaoyao sect, could no longer conceal itself within the spatial rifts. The Shaoyao sect, which had remained hidden from the world for millennia, finally emerged in the Qiandang mountain range. However, the Hongmeng blessed land was utterly shattered by the final tribulation thunder, and the laws of the heavenly Tao released during the transformation of the Hongmeng tree permeated the entire Shaoyao sect. From an external perspective, the entire Shaoyao sect was shrouded in a grayish-white mist, exuding an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Although the members of the Shaoyao sect dared not defy Gu Xianquan's orders by approaching within 10 miles of the Hongmeng blessed land, they nonetheless gathered at Shaoyao Peak, fervently cultivating. After all, they had never before experienced such a rich and profound cultivation environment infused with the laws of the universe. The Hongmeng fruit, one of the 9 great spiritual treasures, not only has the ability to evolve the heavenly Tao, but also encapsulates an abundance of pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Hongmeng fruit consumed by Gu Xianquan was the first of its kind refined by the transformation thunder tribulation in the history of the Qi continent, rendering its power even more ferocious. Not only was the spiritual energy unimaginably dense, but it also contained the force of the tribulation thunder. 3 days passed, and after Gu Xianquan broke through to the early stage of the Spirit King realm, he discovered a swirling mass of purple-green energy hovering at the apex of his dantian, reminiscent of the tribulation clouds from before. With a flicker of thought, electricity surged through his fingertips, and with a single palm strike, a resounding boom echoed as a massive pit, over 10 zhang in diameter, appeared on the ground. As Gu Xianquan ceased his cultivation, the figure that had guided Xiaoming in her mind for 3 days also vanished. Xiaoming promptly rose to express her gratitude to her master for the guidance. "Your hair has grown so fast," Gu Xianquan noted, observing that Xiaoming now sported a full head of silken hair. Coupled with her exquisite features and an ethereal aura that subtly distinguished her from mortals, she could be described as a breathtaking beauty. With her master's guidance, Xiaoming confidently remarked that if she hadn't grown hair in 3 days, it would indeed have been a source of embarrassment. In truth, during these 3 days of cultivation under the figure's direction, she felt a profound enhancement compared to her arduous training over the past several centuries. Gu Xianquan did not delve further into the topic. Instead, He looked up and instantly comprehended the current state of the Xiaoyao sect. Wait for me at the sect. I shall find you shortly. With that, Gu Xuanqin's figure flickered and sped towards Xiaoyao Peak. Having broken through to the early stage of the Spirit King realm, his speed was incomparably faster than before, and in an instant, he arrived at Xiaoyao Peak. Disciple pays homage to the ancestor. Upon witnessing Gu Xuanqin, Hu Haiquan and others knelt in reverence, their eyes brimming with admiration, unaware of the deeper circumstances. They regarded Gu Xuanqin as the sole tribulation martial emperor who remained on the Qingyun continent, having stayed for their sake. How could they not be in awe? How could they not feel grateful? Here are 10 Hongmeng fruits. Qihua. Choose individuals to consume them based on their physical conditions. You all focus on your cultivation. I must leave for a while. With these words, Gu Xuanqin turned and departed. With the Hongmeng fruits ripened, he naturally had to deliver them to Gu Yuhan at the earliest opportunity. The Hongmeng fruit. How extraordinary that the ancestor not only overcame the void-breaking thunder tribulation, but also utilized the power of the tribulation thunder to mature the Hongmeng tree. What remarkable prowess this is. However, esteemed master, what does this sudden departure signify? As the gazes of the crowd shifted from the retreating figure of Gu Xuanqin to the primordial fruit held in Qihua's hand, they were left utterly astonished. Qihua, gripping the primordial fruit, once again radiated a glimmer of sagacity in his eyes, as if he had begun to comprehend the situation. In response to the inquisitive stares of the crowd, Elder Qihua proclaimed, "Previously, I, like you all, believed that the void-breaking thunder tribulation could pose a peril to our master. Yet, in truth, after traversing the tribulation unscathed, our master remains on the Qingyun continent," indicating that the void-breaking thunder tribulation is merely a trifling matter to him. Thus, the earlier invocation of the forces of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper was not to resist the tribulation, but rather to ensure that our Xiaoyao sect emerges into the eyes of the world. Moreover, our master first imparted to me the supreme alchemical arts, then passed on the array techniques to Elder Chan, and subsequently allowed everyone to step into the realm of the celestial being, bestowing upon us the primordial fruit. It is abundantly clear that our master intends to declare war against the entirety of the southern wilderness, announcing our Xiaoyao sect's formidable rise. Upon Elder Qihua's remarks, the crowd was struck with astonishment, yet filled with anticipation. However, the typically composed Hu Haiquan could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "If what you say is true, then why did our master suddenly depart?" Elder Qihua immediately raised 2 fingers, stating, "Our master's departure can be attributed to 2 reasons. First, he seeks to cultivate us. Should our master remain within the sect, our confidence may lead to an incomplete realization of our potential. Historically, this has been a hallmark of our master's strategy. The second reason is the most critical. Recall your first encounter with our master, when he was merely in the spirit realm. He has gradually ascended. And although he has now surpassed the void-breaking thunder tribulation, he still appears to be at the early stage of the Spirit King realm. Why is this the case?" Observing the eager, inquisitive eyes surrounding him, Elder Qihua tantalizingly continued, "If I am not mistaken, our master has long since attained the status of a martial emperor, deliberately suppressing his realm to evade the perception of the thunder tribulation. Although he has now passed the tribulation, he must still evade the formidable forces of the laws from the sacred domain. Thus, our master can only utilize this method of concealing his aura to avoid being ensnared by the laws of the sacred domain." The room erupted in a clamor, though shocked. The crowd realized that there was no alternative explanation. It appeared that should our master unleash his power beyond the Spirit King realm, he would likely be taken by the laws of the sacred domain. While our master is inscrutable, it is improbable that he alone could contend with the heavenly Tao laws of the sacred domain. Therefore, his intentional departure is rooted in the concern that while honing our skills, he might lose control upon witnessing casualties. The crowd engaged in animated discussion, weaving a coherent narrative from Gu Xuanquin's appearance to his departure. After a flurry of discourse, Hu Haiquan addressed Elder Qihua, "I have a matter to discuss with you." "Please, speak, Sect Master." Elder Qihua replied, brimming with confidence. Hu Haiquan stated earnestly, "I wish to entrust the position of Sect Master to you." "Sect Master." This leaves everyone bewildered. Elder Qihua responded, yet Hu Haiquan remained resolute, asserting, "At present, the individual who understands our master the most within our Xiaoyao sect is none other than Elder Qihua, followed closely by Elder Hong Kong and Elder Imo Qianyan. Therefore, I wish for Elder Qihua to succeed as the sect leader, with Elder Han and Elder Imo as vice leaders. What are your thoughts?" In a state of bewilderment, the 3 individuals, along with Hu Haiquan and the members of the Xiaoyao sect, all knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to sect leader Qihua, vice leader Han." And vice leader Imo Qihua waved his hands repeatedly, protesting, "You cannot place such responsibilities upon me. I lack the capability to lead the sect." Sect leader Qihua. Our ancestors have deliberately caused such a commotion. It is likely that the Lihua sect will soon come to confront us. If you three do not take charge, we shall find it difficult to feel secure. Please, prioritize the greater good. Chapter 32. The formless great demon Gu Xuanqing was entirely unaware that the steadfast and composed Qihua, within his heart, had already transformed into a wise ruler. Having taken on the mantle of sect leader, now accompanied by the young and innocent Xiaoming, he had returned to Anyang City. Xiaoming touched her hairpin and remarked, "Master, this hairpin feels uncomfortable." Gu Xuanqing chuckled, "If it is uncomfortable, you may remove it. However, should your aura be revealed, you risk being captured and tamed, and I would be unable to rescue you." Having just transformed, Xiaoming still lacked complete control over her aura, compelling Gu Xuanqing to craft a spiritual hairpin to conceal it. Yet, due to limitations of conditions and realms, it could only mask her identity as the incarnation of the Hongming tree. Some powerful beings could still sense the demon aura emanating from her. Xiaoming pouted, "Then I suppose I shall keep it on." Upon returning to the Gu residence, they learned of the recent arrival of many unfamiliar martial artists in the city, including several of the celestial tier. For safety's sake, Tao Hai brought Gu Yuhan to the pill hall, while Gu Xuanqing and Xiaoming headed directly there. Upon their arrival, they encountered Qing Yue, who oversaw the hall. Xiaoming, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, walked alongside Gu Xuanqing, resembling a couple. With disdain in her eyes, Qing Yue exclaimed, "Gu Xuanqing, you dare!" Before Gu Xuanqing could speak, Qing Yue hurriedly approached Xiaoming, urging, "Miss, do not fall for his tricks. He is merely a con artist in matters of the heart." Xiaoming's expression darkened as she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Boom! Qing Yue felt a tremendous force strike her, causing her to spin dizzily and crash into two display cases, shattering the pills that scattered across the floor. Xiaoming fixed her piercing gaze upon the bloodied Qing Yue, declaring, "How dare you belittle my master? Preposterous! Who dares to cause a disturbance in the pill hall?" A stranger, flanked by over 10 martial artists from the hall, emerged. Late-stage Dantian realm? Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened as he recognized the leading figure. "Ah, it is young Master Gu." The other martial artists from the pill hall recognized Gu Xuanqing and quickly sent a couple forward. "Young Master Gu, this individual is Luo Qingye, the personal martial artist of President Qi Ming from the Royal City Assembly. He is also Qing Yue's uncle. Regarding this incident, perhaps you could say a few words to appease him while we notify Home Master Tao." Another martial artist intercepted Luo Qingye, stating, "Master Luo, not so fast. This young Master Gu is a friend of Home Master Tao." Luo Qingye's gaze turned icy. "What of it? Being a friend of Tao Hai means nothing to me. I brought Qing Yue here to learn alchemy, not to allow her to be bullied by friends." He looked disdainfully at Gu Xuanqing and coldly remarked, "A lack of strictness in teaching is a failure of the master. I would not stoop to strike a young girl. Thus, this slap shall be returned to you." With a soft exclamation, Luo Qingye's figure flickered and he appeared before Gu Xuanqing, swiftly striking with a palm as swift as the wind towards Gu Xuanqing. "Audacious! How dare you lay a hand on my master?" In the midst of the fierce admonition, Xiaoming had unexpectedly positioned herself in front of Gu Xuanqing and unleashed a powerful punch. Seeing this, Gu Xuanqing quickly called out, "Xiaoming, do not harm him." Although Luo Qingye exhibited a degree of arrogance, Gu Xuanqing was unwilling to complicate matters further, especially since Tao Hai had been looking after Yuhan. "To harm me? She is hardly worthy." With a disdainful snort, the two engaged in a clash of fists, causing Luo Qingye to be sent flying back, landing steadily in his original position. "You, Luo Qingye." The onlookers of the Dan Hall gazed at Xiaoming with astonishment. She had forced Luo Qingye back to his original spot with a single punch. Yet he remained unscathed. It was evident to all that had it not been for Gu Xuanqing's earlier words, Luo Qingye might very well have been a lifeless corpse. For it would have been far easier to end his life than to reach this point. After all, Luo Qingye was a powerful figure at the late stage of the Cave Heaven realm. How could Xiaoming achieve such a feat? Could it be that she had already attained the Unity realm? But she appeared so youthful. Moreover, she referred to Gu Xuanqing as her master. At that moment, Tao Hai and Gu Yuhan emerged from the back hall, with Gu Yuhan leaping into Gu Xuanqing's embrace. "Sister." Gu Xuanqing smiled gently, yet his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man accompanying them. Both Tao Hai and the middle-aged man were equally stunned, staring at Xiaoming. As the phrase transformation great demon resonated in their minds. As alchemists, they possessed an innate sensitivity to demonic energy, although they could not discern Xiaoming's true form. They could sense the demonic aura emanating from her. The reason they referred to her as a great demon was that once a demon transcended the transformation heavenly tribulation, it became a being comparable to those of the human emperor realm. President Qi. Just as Luo Qingye was about to speak, He was abruptly interrupted by Qi Ming. You insolent fool. Do you not know that young Master Gu is a friend of Hall Master Tao? How dare you lay hands on his disciple? Go and apologize at once. With a stern rebuke, Qi Ming felt it was still not enough, stepping forward and addressing Gu Xuanqing, young Master Gu. Qi Ming has failed in his duties, and here, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and this young lady. Despite the profound background of the Dan Hall, the actions of the demon clan had always been reckless. If this young lady were to truly unleash her fury, the members of the Dan Hall in Anyang City would be inadequate to withstand her might alone. This does not concern you. Xiao Ming glared at Qi Ming and coldly addressed Luo Qingye. You, come here. Luo Qingye hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I, Luo Qingye, am blind to your greatness and have been most disrespectful. I beseech the elders' forgiveness. Even without the discernment of Qi Ming and the others, Luo Qingye had realized the disparity between them through Xiao Ming's earlier strike. At this moment, he understood that Xiao Ming's true age could not possibly be as youthful as she appeared. Reacting with disdain, Qingyu muttered. So it turns out she has found an old woman to pretend to be innocent, playing the role of master and disciple. Absurd. Tao Hai, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback and delivered another slap. Qingyu, our master-disciple relationship ends here. Qingyue tightly covered her face, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at Tao Hai. Master, what did you say? This was the most indulgent of masters, who had never scolded her regardless of her misdeeds. Today, however, she found herself reprimanded. Luo Qingye hastily interjected, Qingyue, be silent. Quickly leave the Dan Hall. He could not fathom what was amiss with his niece. Had she not seen how the leader of the Royal City Association had been compelled to apologize? What audacity did she possess to utter such words? It might be best to expel her from the sect. Otherwise, her temperament would inevitably bring calamity upon herself in the future. Although Gu Xuanqing would not genuinely pursue this matter, he did not oppose Tao Hai's decision and began to make his way to the back hall. In the rear courtyard of the Dan Hall, Gu Xuanqing presented a Hongming fruit to Tao Hai, expressing his gratitude for the care bestowed upon Yuhan during this time. Young Master Gu, it is my duty, Tao Hai replied, yet hesitantly inquired, is this truly a Hongming fruit? Beside them, Qi Ming shook his head slightly. It does not seem so. A Hongming fruit should not possess such thunderous energy. Chapter 33. Inquiry. Xiao Ming disdainfully scoffed. And you call yourselves alchemists? You cannot even recognize a Hongming fruit that has survived a thunder tribulation? A Hongming fruit that has weathered the thunder tribulation? Tao Hai hastily swallowed the words of refusal that had nearly escaped his lips. Thank you very much, young Master Gu. Subsequently, Gu Xuanqing produced another Hongming fruit, instructing, Yuhan, you should consume this. Me? All right. Although Gu Yuhan felt somewhat perplexed, she never doubted her brother's words and took the fruit directly to her mouth. Gu Xuanqing continued, Xiao Ming, take Yuhan to the quiet chamber to absorb the medicinal essence. You shall protect her. While a single Hongming fruit was sufficient to activate Gu Yuhan's chaotic celestial body, having Xiao Ming, who was connected to the Hongming tree, nearby would undoubtedly enhance the effect. Yes, master. After bowing respectfully, Xiao Ming approached Gu Yuhan with deference. Auntie, this way please. This Hongming fruit, it has indeed survived the thunder tribulation? Though they found it hard to believe, observing the celestial laws entwining around Gu Yuhan, they could not doubt its authenticity. Gu Xuanqing then addressed Tao Hai. Prepare a room for me and gather some writing materials. Of course. Tao Hai responded promptly, leading Gu Xuanqing directly to his study. After a brief glance around the study, Gu Xuanqing remarked, all right, you may leave for now. When Yuhan emerges, bring her back here. Understood. Tao Hai and Qi Ming bowed respectfully before exiting. As they stepped outside, Qi Ming could not restrain himself. Tao Hall Master, may I see that Hongming fruit? A Hongming fruit that had passed through the thunder tribulation was not even recorded in ancient texts. Tao Hai quickly produced it, his face a mask of confusion. How could this be? The Hongming tree bears fruit only when it gains intelligence, and it must comprehend the path before it can attract the transformation thunder tribulation. How could there be a Hongming fruit that has already weathered the thunder tribulation? After a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming's expression suddenly changed. Luo Qingye quickly summoned back the envoy to the Xiaoyao sect. Yes, Luo Qingye responded promptly. Tao Hai inquired with a hint of perplexity, Master Qi, are you suggesting that? Qi Ming interjected, indeed, many factions are gravitating towards the Xiaoyao sect, and individuals have begun to flock to Anyang City, the closest settlement to Qiandang Mountain. This is undoubtedly due to the mysterious aura that leaked from the Xiaoyao sect a few days ago. However, if you contemplate it further, the Hongming tree resides within the Xiaoyao sect, and the ancient gentleman can casually produce the Hongming fruit of transcendence. Moreover, he is accompanied by the shape-shifting demon, Xiao Ming. Tao Hai's expression shifted dramatically. Are you implying that Xiao Ming is the manifestation of the Hongming tree? That the previous aura was indeed the tribulation associated with her transformation? Though he uttered these words, even he found them hard to believe. Yet, could there be any alternative explanation? Qi Ming replied, I suspect that this ancient gentleman is not merely a descendant of some celestial being, as you suggested. What do you mean? Tao Hai asked, puzzled once more. A glint of wisdom, akin to the brilliance of red flames, flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. I suspect he is the very celestial being encountered by our ancestors long ago. Consider this, despite the Shaoyao sect's decline, it remains an imperial lineage, while we are oblivious to its whereabouts. The ancient elder was able to locate it and abscond with their sect's treasured artifacts. Furthermore, to summon the tribulation of transformation at the moment the Hongming fruit is conceived. There is but one possibility. The ancient elder employed profound powers to forcibly elevate the Hongming tree's cultivation and assisted her in transcending the transformation tribulation. This elucidates why the Shaoyao sect exuded such a terrifying aura previously, why Xiao Ming reveres the ancient elder as her teacher, and why the ancient elder could so easily bestow the Hongming fruit upon you. Additionally, activating the chaotic celestial body with the Hongming fruit is hardly an issue. Yet the ancient elder instructed Xiao Ming to act as a protector, further underscoring her true identity. Tao Hai, absorbing Qi Ming's astute analysis, recalled the tone of Gu Xuanqing when he mentioned the name of their ancestor. At that moment, he felt a twinge of discontent for Gu Xuanqing's apparent disrespect towards their forebear, yet upon reflection, it all began to make sense. As the two of them engaged in various associations, Gu Xuanqing was already immersed in painting within his study. When it came to instructing his sister in her cultivation, it was imperative that he did not approach it as simply as he would with the members of the Shaoyao sect. Rather, he needed to adhere to the methods he once used to teach his disciples. In the path of martial cultivation, while resources and innate talent are undeniably vital, choosing the wrong direction can lead to futility. For instance, training a sword practitioner in fist techniques or a fist practitioner in swordsmanship would yield negligible results. As a day elapsed, the ambience of Tao Hai's study underwent a remarkable transformation. The walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings were entirely replaced by the works of Gu Xuanqing. And even the arrangement of the bookshelves was completely restructured, exuding an air of harmonious elegance. Understanding the sword, the blade, the fist, alchemy, and formations, he meticulously inspected the surrounding artworks to ensure nothing was overlooked, and only then did Gu Xuanqing nod in satisfaction. He awaited his sister's activation of the chaotic celestial body, eager to see from which painting she would derive her insights, so he could provide targeted guidance. Although the chaotic celestial body primarily focused on martial cultivation, she was, after all, his sister. What if she possessed talents in alchemy or formations as well? After a prolonged wait, a knock resounded from outside. Gu Gongzi, Miss Yuhan has arrived. Although Tao Hai and Qi Ming harbored suspicions regarding Gu Xuanqing's true identity, Tao Hai pondered the fact that, despite Gu Xuanqing's formidable skills, he had been imprisoned by Luo Xingxue in the dungeon for 2 years, indicating there must be reasons unbeknownst to them. Thus, after a discussion between the two, they decided to feign ignorance. Come in. With the words of Gu Xuanqing, several individuals stepped inside. Upon observing the remarkable transformation of the paintings, Tao Hai was momentarily taken aback, but soon his gaze, along with Qi Ming's, fell upon a painting depicting the phoenix's rebirth. Gu Yuhan seemed to see only Gu Xuanqing, approaching him with a face full of excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, I feel as if I can begin my cultivation. My sister is not only capable of cultivating, but is also a prodigy in it." Witnessing his sister consume the Hongming fruit, and instantly reached the Spirit King realm, Gu Xuanqing smiled faintly, not urging Gu Yuhan to examine the calligraphy and paintings. Follow your heart, do not force it. Gu Yuhan was soon filled with enthusiasm, pondering aloud. Does this mean I can protect you in the future? Naturally, replied Gu Xuanqing. The siblings chatted casually, while Qi Ming and Tao Hai, on the other hand, were drenched in sweat, seemingly enduring the searing flames of the phoenix's rebirth, as if they were about to ignite. Xiao Ming's gaze was drawn to a fierce painting of a tiger descending the mountain, her eyes sparkling with intensity. As their conversation continued, Gu Yuhan became quiet, captivated by a painting of bamboo bathed in spring rain, and a surge of formidable energy emanated from her. Is that the path of the spear? Gu Xuanqing mused, somewhat surprised. He then patted Qi Ming and Tao Hai on the shoulders, signaling them to be silent, and the three quietly exited the study. This was not due to Gu Xuanqing's stinginess, but rather a concern that the two, lacking sufficient talent, might become entrapped in the painting's essence and risk being consumed by the flames. Do not disturb them. Once they emerge, direct them back to the Gu family. With this remark, Gu Xuanqing made his way toward the Gu residence. Chapter 34. Disciples of the Blazing Fire Sect Master Qi, just now you. Once Gu Xuanqing departed, Tao Hai asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Have you also entered that profound realm? Qi Ming looked at Tao Hai. To think that a mere painting could lead us to enlightenment. I had previously underestimated the strength of our esteemed predecessor. Tao Hai sighed. Indeed. And had it not been for our predecessor awakening them, we might have been reduced to ashes within that illusion. Alas, a tremendous opportunity lies before us. Yet we lack the capability. As the two conversed, their expressions suddenly shifted. I believe I am on the verge of advancing. They exclaimed almost in unison. The advancement of an alchemist is far more arduous than that of a martial artist. Such sensations are rare, compelling both to sit in meditation without daring to move. Patriarch. As Gu Xuanqing returned to the Gu family, the clan members immediately approached him, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Gu Xuanqing inquired, how is my fourth uncle's condition? Previously, his fourth uncle had suffered severe injuries at the hands of the Ling family, and although Gu Xuanqing had treated him, he had not fully recovered by the time he left. The clan members quickly responded, fourth uncle's injuries have healed, and he has even advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit realm. However, Gu Xuanqing noticed that when discussing his uncle's progress, there was no hint of joy on their faces. What has transpired? The clan member hesitated momentarily. Speak. Gu Xuanqing's soft admonition caused several clan members to tremble, and they hurriedly replied. Recently, in Anyang City, a considerable number of formidable individuals have arrived for reasons unknown. Their elders have ventured towards the Qiandang mountain range, leaving their younger kin behind in the city. Today, several disciples from the Blazing Fire sect have come, and my second and fourth uncles are currently entertaining them in the main hall. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Gu Xuanqing hastened towards the hall. The clansmen quickly dissuaded him, imploring, Patriarch, perhaps you should refrain from going. The Blazing Fire sect is far superior to the Carefree sect. We cannot afford to provoke them. Let us endure for now. Gu Xuanqing remained silent, resolutely making his way to the hall. Why should I abstain? Do you look down upon me? Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a sharp reprimand followed by the sound of a cup shattering. Calm yourself, Master Hong. She is still young and inexperienced. As his second uncle, Gu Kaiyuan, spoke, Gu Xuanqing entered the hall, where he beheld 7 youths seated, each accompanied by a young maiden from the Gu family. His second and fourth uncles, along with several other clan elders, were attending to them with wine pitchers in hand. Master Hong, upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, barked, You rascal! Did I not instruct that anyone who enters here, save for maidens under 19, shall be killed? Master Hong, please temper your anger. This is the patriarch of the Gu family. His presence surely indicates a matter of great importance. I shall return shortly. His fourth uncle interjected, hastily moving toward Gu Xuanqing, whispering, Patriarch, do not act impulsively. They are all at the Spirit King level. Follow me outside for now. Hold it. Master Hong rose, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Xuanqing. You are the patriarch of the Gu family? Indeed, Gu Xuanqing replied, a glint of frost in his gaze. Master Hong, with a smirk of satisfaction, declared, Very well. Come here and bow to me, and I shall spare your life. As Gu Xuanqing stepped forward, his fourth uncle swiftly intervened, stating, Master Hong, while he is the patriarch, his standing in our family is not high. I am of higher rank. I shall bow and offer my apologies. With that, his fourth uncle bent his knees, but in the next moment, Gu Xuanqing seized him, asserting, No one from the Gu family shall bow in submission. What audacity! Master Hong's eyes narrowed as he surveyed Gu Xuanqing. The last person who dared speak to me in such a manner is likely 6 feet under by now. Brothers, let me roast a pig to lift everyone's spirits. With a cold snort, Master Hong unleashed a fierce palm strike, summoning a blazing purple flame that surged towards Gu Xuanqing with alarming speed. Brother Hong's flame palm has certainly improved. He must be nearing the celestial realm, exclaimed the onlookers. To bully such a trivial figure from the mundane world, and yet you resort to the flame palm? How excessive! In the midst of their remarks, Gu Xuanqing retorted, Roasting a pig? That is an excellent idea. With a single palm strike, he reversed the trajectory of the incoming flame, and in an instant, Master Hong found himself engulfed in flames. Ah! He cried in agony, desperately channeling his energy to extinguish the fire, but to no avail. Brother Hong! Brother Hong! Several fellow disciples rushed forward, attempting various techniques to douse the flames consuming him. You are also at the Spirit King level? It was only then they realized that Gu Xuanqing's earlier strike unmistakably bore the power of a Spirit King. How is this possible? In such a small place as Anyang City, how could there be a Spirit King, and such a young one at that? Their confusion escalated as they pondered the revelation. After all, those of their age who have reached the realm of Spirit King are considered exceptional talents within a formidable power like the Fire Sect. Hence, the elders of the sect had taken them out for training. Just as they were conversing, the anguished cries of the envoy ceased, and the entire hall was suffused with the aroma of roasted meat. Have the last words been spoken? Gu Xuanqing coldly inquired, fixing his icy gaze upon the group. My dear brother, no, esteemed clan head Gu, let us speak amicably. We are disciples of the Fire Sect, and with your remarkable talent, should you choose to join us, the sect leader will undoubtedly nurture you with utmost care. Allow us to introduce you. It is surely better than squandering your gifts in this small place called Anyang City. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Gu Xuanqing, the group found themselves devoid of any courage to resist. They could not even extinguish the flames he conjured with a mere wave of his hand, so what hope did they have of opposing him? Although they were all at the Spirit King level, they were undeniably not on the same tier. Gu Xuanqing scoffed disdainfully. Is the Fire Sect truly formidable? One of the youths replied, Clan head Gu, even a mere elder from the Fire Sect could make the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect kneel. Such opportunities for rapid ascension are rare. That is indeed a bit of power, Gu Xuanqing acknowledged, prompting the youths to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he then coldly interjected, but you have no right to step through the gates of the Gu clan, nor to threaten my kin. With a frigid snort, Gu Xuanqing moved in a blur, and those present barely perceived a flicker before witnessing the youths scatter like leaves, falling to the ground in utter stillness. Clan head, have you ascended to the Spirit King realm? The astonished clan uncles gazed at Gu Xuanqing in disbelief. When he returned from the Luo clan, he was merely at the late stage of the true Qi realm. How could he have advanced to the Spirit King realm in such a brief span? The fourth uncle paused momentarily before urging, Clan head, waste no time. You must leave Anyang City at once. Not a moment longer. Gu Xuanqing chuckled lightly. The Fire Sect is nothing but a minor concern. They lack the qualification to drive me into hiding. The clan uncles inhaled sharply in astonishment. The Xian imperial family was the pinnacle for their Gu clan. The Xiaoyao sect was the zenith of the Xian imperial family. And the Fire Sect was the apex of the Xiaoyao sect. Yet now, Gu Xuanqing reduced the Fire Sect to mere insignificance? Whatever the esteemed clan head decrees, we shall obey. Though it sounded fantastical, upon reflection, every action Gu Xuanqing had taken since his return from the Luo clan had defied their expectations. Gu Xuanqing slightly nodded. Dispose of the bodies and gather all family members. Do not venture out for the time being. In the moments preceding the demise of the youths, he sensed a faint fluctuation of soul energy. He knew that significant disciples of various powers often left behind soul lamps. Upon their death, the lamps would extinguish, and the Fire Sect would surely be aware of their demise by now. While the soul lamps might not pinpoint the event to the Gu clan, given the size of Anyang City, it would not be difficult for those affiliated with the Fire Sect to trace back to them. Seeing everyone begin to spring into action, Gu Xuanqing remarked, Fourth uncle, accompany me for a stroll. Of course, the fourth uncle promptly responded. As the two individuals arrived at the pavilion garden, Gu Xuanqing straightforwardly inquired, Fourth uncle, did my father mention where he was going when he left? Despite his modest, innate talent prior to his awakening, his father had always provided him with the finest cultivation resources. When he was initially betrothed to the Luo family, it was only due to the insistence of several clan elders that his father, in a fit of frustration, chose to depart. Now that Yuhan's cultivation had been resolved, Gu Xuanqing naturally sought to uncover his father's whereabouts. The corners of fourth uncle's mouth twitched slightly, and after a moment he sighed, though I am unaware of your experiences. It is evident that you have indeed transformed. You should know this matter as well. When you were wed into the Luo family, your father did not leave out of anger. He did so to save you. Save me? Gu Xuanqing expressed his bewilderment. Fourth uncle nodded gently. Indeed. This story begins with your mother. My memories of her are quite vague, Gu Xuanqing replied. Isn't she the one who died in childbirth after giving birth to Yuhan? No, your mother hails from the Long family of Wangazhu. After she bore Yuhan, her relatives found her and brought her back. Fourth uncle clarified. However, the Long family wished to keep this matter concealed from outsiders, which is why we claimed that your mother had died in childbirth. Wangazhu, the Long family? Gu Xuanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Wangazhu is renowned as the most spiritually enriched and prosperous region of the southern wilderness. For the Long family to hold a position there speaks volumes about their profound heritage. Fourth uncle continued, at that time, your father sought to find your mother and requested the Long family's assistance to take you away from the Luo family, but he vanished without a trace. Father. Gu Xuanqing trembled slightly. The distance from the Purple Flame Kingdom to Wangazhu is indeed vast and fraught with peril, yet his father embarked on this treacherous journey for such a slender hope. Gu Xuanqing understood that his father was undoubtedly aware that even if he reached the Long family, they might not be willing to provide assistance. Yet, driven by that flicker of hope, his father chose to tread this thorny path. Very well, fourth uncle. Please attend to your matters. I shall go to my father's room and take a look. Gu Xuanqing soon arrived at his father's chamber, where everything remained unchanged since his betrothal. He began to rummage through the belongings within. At this juncture, Gu Xuanqing was not merely indulging in nostalgia. Before long, He caught a lingering trace of his father's essence on a garment. With a wave of his hand, he scattered over a dozen spirit stones to the corners of the room, positioning the garment at the center. Upon casting the array technique, radiant beams emanated from the spirit stones, coalescing above the garment to form a somewhat blurred silhouette of his father. Tracking the trail? This was a common technique employed in celestial divination. However, attempting to trace events from 2 years prior proved to be somewhat strenuous for Gu Xuanqing, whose cultivation was only at the Spirit King realm. Yet, recalling all that his father had done for him since childhood, despite beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, Gu Xuanqing gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the tranquility of the Gu family. Following this, an enraged bellow, akin to thunder crashing to the ground, reverberated through the Gu residence. Gu family, come out and face your doom. Was the fire sect making an appearance? Quick, summon the family head. In a state of panic, the members of the Gu family hurriedly sought out Gu Xuanqing, only to find that they could not force the door open. Despite their incessant knocking, Gu Xuanqing, who was currently employing his skill of 1,000-mile tracking within, offered no response. Could it be that the family head has fled? One person uttered in despair. Even if he has run away, as long as the family head remains, our Gu family shall not perish. Come, sons of the Gu family. Let us confront the fiery blaze sect. Aware of the impending doom, the second and fourth uncles felt no fear and strode out. However, just a few steps outside, they witnessed an overwhelming aura erupting from the sky above the Dan Hall. Boom. The back courtyard of the Dan Hall trembled with a deafening roar as Tao Hai's study was reduced to ruins by an onslaught of relentless force. Amidst the wreckage stood Gu Yuhan, like a spear poised to pierce the heavens. The recently ascended Tao Hai and Qi Ming wore expressions of shock. At that moment, they shared an unshakable sense that, despite Gu Yuhan being merely at the late-stage Spirit King realm, an ordinary Cave Heaven realm martial artist would likely find it impossible to withstand even a single strike from her. Little Ming glanced towards the direction of the Gu family and quickly urged Gu Yuhan, Junior Martial Ant, we must return. Although Gu Yuhan lacked Little Ming's perceptive abilities, thoughts of her brother compelled her to nod in agreement. So many precious treasures, all destroyed. After their departure, Qi Ming and Tao Hai gazed sorrowfully at the debris surrounding them. Just one glance at the paintings had allowed them both to ascend in rank, while Gu Yuhan's half-day of contemplation had led her to comprehend unparalleled spear techniques. Though Little Ming emitted no trace of energy, both men sensed that, among the four of them, she might have reaped the most significant rewards. The study, adorned with Gu Xuanqing's artworks, could easily be described as a treasury of martial arts. Quick, search for any remaining fragments. The two hall masters of the Dan Hall snapped back to reality and, disregarding their status, began rummaging through the wreckage. Are you the ones who killed our Fiery Blaze sect members? At that moment, over a dozen disciples of the Fiery Blaze sect stood before the Gu family, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Second Uncle Gu Kaiyuan replied decisively, yes. The Fiery Blaze sect disciples were momentarily taken aback. Although they had received reports from within the sect and had traced the movements of the deceased disciples to the Gu family, they expected the Gu family to deny any involvement first. You possess great audacity. In that case, your entire Gu family shall pay the price. The leader, taken aback but unwilling to elaborate further, waved his hand and commanded the disciples to charge at the Gu family members. Who dares to harm my kin? With a sharp cry, a chilling light descended from the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming sharpness. Boom! A long spear, akin to a silver dragon, plunged into the ground. Gu Yuhan descended from the heavens, grasping the spear as she inverted her stance. With a fierce flick, the floor shattered into countless fragments. As the air split with a piercing shriek, Gu Yuhan coldly declared, those who offend the Gu family shall die. With a dragon-like thrust, her spear unleashed an unparalleled force, emanating a chilling radiance as its tip darted like a venomous serpent, striking swiftly towards the gathered crowd in the courtyard. Although the situation unfolded unexpectedly, the disciples of the Fire Sect were far from ordinary. As they engaged in combat, the air was filled with the sharp sounds of metal clashing. Amidst the sparks flying, sprays of blood erupted forth. Moments later, the disciples of the Fire Sect lay sprawled in pools of blood, while Gu Yuhan's trembling right arm tightly gripped the gun's handle, its tip having pierced the throat of a formidable opponent from the Fire Sect. The powerful figure stared in horror at the little girl, Xiao Ming, standing behind Gu Yuhan. Though Gu Yuhan had grasped the essence of gun techniques, he had been confident in his ability to slay Gu Yuhan due to his superior realm. Yet, at the last moment, he felt an undeniable binding force emanating from Xiao Ming, rendering his body immobile, forced to watch as the long gun drove into his throat. Xiao Ming's intervention was executed with such subtlety that Gu Yuhan, unaware, swiftly withdrew the gun, causing the opponent to spin from the force and collapse to the ground, lifeless. The members of the Gu family looked on in terror at Gu Yuhan. Wasn't he supposed to be incapable of cultivation due to his innate condition? How had he suddenly become so formidable? He had just vanquished more than a dozen late-stage spirit kings and a celestial realm warrior in mere moments. Did this imply that Gu Yuhan surpassed even the family head? Though countless questions swirled in their minds, Gu Yuhan, under the weight of newfound power, could not control the gun techniques with ease, and under such pressure, no one dared to inquire further. My brother taught me, Gu Yuhan declared proudly. As if in her eyes, her brother's honor far outweighed her own. The family head's performance had already left them astounded. But now witnessing such a transformation in Gu Yuhan within just a few days, the clan members realized how little they truly understood their family leader. At that moment, Qi Ming and Tao Hai, having noticed the commotion from the Gu family, arrived with a contingent of warriors. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of the fire sect and the blood-stained silver gun in Gu Yuhan's hand, they regarded her with palpable apprehension. They had already witnessed the terrifying power of Gu Yuhan's gun techniques, but had never imagined it would reach such heights. Greetings, Miss Gu Yuhan and Miss Xiao Ming. Though they had not encountered Gu Xuanqing, they still offered their respects. Miss Yuhan, it is an honor to meet you, Gu Yuhan quickly reciprocated, remembering the care they had shown her before her brother's return. Just as they were about to speak further, Gu Xuanqing approached, surveying the fallen bodies. Has the fire sect come calling? He inquired. Yes, replied his uncle, Gu Kaiyuan, with a complex expression, but they have all been slain by Yuhan. Noticing his uncle's concern, Gu Xuanqing reassured him, let them be. The fire sect can stir no significant turmoil. Upon hearing Gu Xuanqing's words, Qi Ming and Tao Hai were left in utter shock. Although the Dan Hall's influence far surpassed that of the fire sect, as a branch of the Xian kingdom, they still lagged behind the fire sect in terms of depth and resources. However, reflecting on previous conjectures, one realizes that a mere sect like the fire sect holds little significance in the eyes of Gu Xuanqing. Observing the impressive array of the Dan Hall, Gu Xuanqing naturally deduced their intentions. Thank you both. Although they had not been of assistance, the praise from Gu Xuanqing filled the two with joy. You flatter me, young Master Gu. Subsequently, Tao Hai tugged at Qi Ming's sleeve and said, since there is nothing more to discuss here, let us take our leave. Please do. As they stepped out of the Gu residence, Qi Ming complained, Home Master Qi. After finally meeting young Master Gu, why must we leave so hastily? Tao Hai smirked and replied, 1,000 words of flattery cannot compare to a single deed. Qi Ming, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, are you implying? Tao Hai responded, let us resolve the matter of the fire sect's presence in Anyang City as a gift for young Master Gu. Qi Ming was visibly taken aback. Us? Go to war with the fire sect? Tao Hai chuckled, why not? Let us not forget, without young Master Gu, it would take us at least another decade or two to advance. Moreover, once we do ascend, the main hall will provide us with greater support. Why should we fear the fire sect? Indeed, if we can win young Master Gu's favor, his guidance would be invaluable for a lifetime. Qi Ming suddenly grasped the idea and promptly led a group of warriors toward the fire sect's location in Anyang City. However, Gu Xuanqing remained unaware of their intentions. After a brief conversation with Gu Yuhan, he said, Uncle, summon our kin. We are heading to the Carefree Sect. We? To the Carefree Sect together? Uncle Gu Kaiyuan looked at Gu Xuanqing in astonishment. The fourth uncle quickly shook his head. The Carefree Sect would never value the talents of our Gu family. Furthermore, it is said that the forces appearing in Anyang City are precisely targeting the Carefree Sect. It would be unwise to go now. Gu Xuanqing smiled gently and said, do not worry, they will not find the Carefree Sect. Upon entering Anyang City, Gu Xuanqing suspected that these individuals were drawn by the transformation thunder tribulation of Xiao Ming. Yet he felt no concern. Although the strength of the Big Dipper 7 Peaks had been summoned, their bloodbath of the three major sects had yielded sufficient spirit stones to reactivate the illusory space grand formation, concealing themselves within the spatial rifts. Simultaneously, Gu Xuanqing believed that the Carefree Sect, having endured for so many years, certainly knew what actions to take now. Earlier, through the 1,000-mile tracking technique, Gu Xuanqing sensed that his father's activities over the past year had been centered in Wangu Prefecture. While he no longer felt as anxious as before, Wangu Prefecture posed certain dangers given his father's strength. After ensuring the safety of his kin at the Carefree Sect, he would then seek out his father. Otherwise, if he left and the fire sect retaliated, his family would be unable to withstand it. Observing Gu Xuanqing's unwavering confidence, several uncles recalled the extraordinary talents exhibited by both Gu Xuanqing and Gu Yuhan. Perhaps, for the sake of such prodigious siblings, the Carefree Sect would indeed be willing to accept the Gu family. Shortly thereafter, all members of the Gu family were summoned to the courtyard, where Gu Xuanqing produced a flying spiritual artifact. Is this truly a flying spiritual artifact? Gazing at the colossal entity stationed in the courtyard, the members of the Gu family sat upon it with a sense of wonder. As Gu Xuanqing invoked his incantations, the flying spiritual apparatus soared into the sky, heading straight for Qiandang Mountain. This commotion immediately captured the attention of everyone in Anyang City. Unaware of the relationship between Gu Xuanqing and the Shaoyao sect, Tao Hai, who had just bloodily purged the Liehua sect from Anyang City, exhibited a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. See, Master Qi? I knew that young Master Gu has always been one to repay enmity. If he goes there, the members of the Liehua sect on Qiandang Mountain will likely meet their demise. Qi Ming nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, we owe this to you, otherwise young Master Gu might think we are incapable of handling matters. Qi Ming continued, now, we too must head to the Qiandang Mountain range. Although young Master Gu possesses the strength to manage alone, we must demonstrate our resolve. Precisely, Tao Hai concurred. However, venturing to Qiandang Mountain would not be as simple as merely dealing with the disciples left behind by the Liehua sect in Anyang City. They needed to return to the pill hall to regroup their forces. Boom. As Gu Xuanqing maneuvered the flying apparatus into the domain of Qiandang Mountain, a cacophony of sounds mixed with distant cries of battle reached his ears. Looking up, he beheld the Shaoyao sect, radiant with treasure light, flames leaping toward the heavens. The Shaoyao sect has not concealed itself. Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed as he swiftly exited the flying apparatus. Xiao Meng, look after them and find a place to hide. With that, Gu Xuanqing darted toward the direction of the Shaoyao sect. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuhan was about to pursue, but Xiao Meng held her back. Trust Master S arrangements. However, Gu Yuhan's anxiety was interrupted by Xiao Meng, who reassured her, do not worry. Those adversaries are not formidable enough to pose a threat to Master. Although Xiao Meng recognized Gu Xuanqing's soul through her innate sensitivity, she was unaware of his reincarnation. Thus her faith in him was unwavering. Is there a presence of the human emperor realm? Before he even approached the Shaoyao sect, Gu Xuanqing sensed the aura of the human emperor, his expression growing increasingly grave. He urged his speed to its limits, only to observe numerous individuals fleeing in terror from that direction. Not only were there strong cultivators from the Dantian realm, but many were also from the He realm. Although none belonged to the Shaoyao sect, Gu Xuanqing realized that something immensely powerful must be present, for it was inconceivable that they would flee in such disarray otherwise. Seizing a middle-aged man with minor injuries, Gu Xuanqing inquired, my good fellow, could you enlighten me? The man, panting in fear, replied, brother, with your level of cultivation, you should not even consider targeting the Shaoyao sect. They, observing the terror-stricken expression on the man's face, Gu Xuanqing's countenance shifted once more. What has happened to them? The man spoke with palpable dread. They are far too powerful. For years, the Shaoyao sect has been masquerading as weak. But today I have witnessed what it truly means to inherit an imperial sect. Over 30 elders of the Liehua sect from the He realm, along with a human emperor realm elder, were annihilated by the Shaoyao sect upon first contact. Indeed, there were extraordinary treasures emerging on the side of the Shaoyao sect. But, brother, your life is paramount. I advise you not to proceed. With that, the man disregarded Gu Xuanqing's response and hastily fled, as if fearing he would be pursued by the Shaoyao sect at any moment. Ancient Xianxian was utterly perplexed. He had left 10 primordial fruits at the free and easy sect, yet even if Hu Haiquan and the other 2, who were at the Unity realm, consumed them, it was inconceivable that they could ascend to the Emperor realm in such a brief span of time. Burdened with countless questions, when Ancient Xianxian arrived at the free and easy sect, he found it to be exactly as he had left it, with no signs of concealment amidst spatial rifts. Moreover, there were no restrictions at the entrance, allowing even non-sect members to enter freely. Lying haphazardly before the sect were numerous corpses, predominantly clad in the attire of the Blazing Fire sect. Stripped of all their storage artifacts, not a single weapon remained. Ancient Xianxian paused momentarily before stepping directly into the free and easy sect. Upon crossing the threshold, the scene before him transformed. He beheld Qi Hua and several elders counting those storage bracelets. Greetings, ancestor. A loud voice rang out, and the others promptly knelt in excitement to pay their respects. As his gaze swept across the gathering, Ancient Xianxian felt a twinge of alarm. Where were the sect master, Hong Kong, and Mo Qianyan? In the face of such a significant event, the 3 were conspicuously absent. Qi Hua quickly replied, in response to your command. They consumed the primordial fruits and are currently in seclusion. Hearing this, Ancient Xianxian finally exhaled in relief. What is the situation outside? Qi Hua explained. The aura of the heavenly tribulation from the primordial blessed land has leaked out, leading many to believe that a treasure has emerged from the free and easy sect, prompting them to converge here. The Blazing Fire Sect has even dispatched an emperor and over 30 elders at the Unity Realm, accusing us of violating the rules set by the Blazing Fire Sect through the destruction of the three sects, and they seek our annihilation. To avoid disturbing the sect master and the others in their seclusion, the Array Hall Master, Qi Hailong, activated the 1000 Illusion Space Array's 1000 Illusion Execution Technique to eliminate them all. The 1000 Illusion Execution Technique. This was the primary offensive formation technique within the 1000 Illusion Space Array, requiring not only exceptional mastery of the array, but also a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. However, Ancient Xianxin soon regained his composure. Initially, to forge spiritual artifacts, he had imparted the Empty Void Array technique to Qi Hailong. Thus, it would not be difficult for him to learn some control techniques of the 1000 Illusion Space Array. As for the spirit stones, the Free and Easy sect had just bloodily vanquished the three major sects, ensuring they had ample resources for such an attack. Nevertheless, Ancient Xianxin shook his head. Your actions were still too reckless. Please enlighten us, ancestor. Qi Hua's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated whether he had misunderstood the ancestor's intentions. Ancient Xianxin continued. To expend so many spirit stones to kill one emperor, what shall we do in the future? The Blazing Fire Sect's dominance in this region cannot rely on a single emperor, can it? Does the Free and Easy sect possess enough spirit stones to sustain the 1000 Illusion Execution Technique? Qi Hua furrowed his brow, realizing, indeed, initially, we only considered that the ancestor wanted us to eliminate the Blazing Fire Sect, yet we failed to account for the consumption of spirit stones. Observing Qi Hua's self-reproach, Ancient Xianxin felt a pang of compassion. After all, he was not the sect master and had no authority over many matters. Moreover, given the current situation, it would be more beneficial to encourage them rather than dwell on despair. Let us not speak of this further. At least you still possess the warrior's spirit, which is commendable. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly, since there is no danger here. And there is no need to worry about our clansmen being caught in the aftermath of battle. Gu Xuanqing naturally intends to bring them over first. Vice Sect Master. What does the ancestor mean? Observing Gu Xuanqing's comings and goings, the elders, filled with curiosity, turned their gaze towards Qi Hua, who had just been praised by Gu Xuanqing. Chapter 38. Is young Master Gu the carefree martial emperor? Qi Hua furrowed his brow and after a moment, stated, firstly, one thing is certain, after we just eliminated those from the Flame Sect, the ancestor emerged. This indicates that the ancestor has indeed been watching us closely. However, the ancestor had made numerous preparations, clearly hoping for us to annihilate the entire Flame Sect. Yet we expended so many spirit stones just to kill one emperor. This was a misstep. After all, if we rely solely on spirit stones and the illusory space formation to accomplish everything, does that truly showcase our strength? Especially with the ancestor's remark about the bloodiness of warriors, which serves as a reminder that we should resolve issues through martial means. Initially, the crowd nodded in agreement. But eventually, their expressions became serious. To confront an emperor-level opponent with our strength? Isn't that courting death? Qi Hua shook his head, with the ancestor's support. Can we still face opponents of the same rank? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Didn't you see how the ancestor was angered just now? Instantly, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, and the ancestor has been observing us in secret, right? As long as we are in danger, the ancestor will surely lend a helping hand. Yes, what the ancestor desires is that fearless spirit of a warrior. If we lack even this courage, no matter how much assistance the ancestor provides, we will find it difficult to ascend the peaks of martial arts. Vice Sect Master. Why not wait for the Sect Master and the others to emerge, and then we can quietly attack the Flame Sect. Once we secure a victory, we can report back to the ancestor and demonstrate our valiance. Qi Hua quickly shook his head. Attacking the Flame Sect is inevitable. The ancestor mentioned other emperor-level figures from the Flame Sect, indicating that we must root out the threat completely. However, it is impossible to do so quietly. What can we accomplish that escapes the ancestor's notice? Yet we must indeed adopt such an attitude. As the crowd continued to deliberate, on the other side, Gu Xuanqing had already located his clansmen. Although he appeared unscathed, Gu Yuhan still worriedly asked, "Brother, are you all right?" At that moment, Qi Ming and Tao Hai approached. Gu Xuanqing, somewhat surprised, inquired, "What brings you here?" Tao Hai chuckled awkwardly. Upon seeing young Master Gu head towards the Qiandang mountain range, we dealt with those from the Flame Sect left in Anyang City, and then followed to see how we might be of service to you. How can you kill it well? Gu Xuanqing was taken aback. He knew the Dan Hall traditionally refrained from meddling in local disputes. Tao Hai, seeking to take credit, replied, "The Flame Sect has offended the Gu family. Their crimes warrant punishment. Young Master Gu has shown us favor, and for such trifles, we are naturally willing to take action." "Very well," Gu Xuanqing conceded. "Since it has come to this, it is inappropriate for me to say more. Come along with me to the Carefree Sect." Upon hearing this exchange, the Gu family members were filled with trepidation. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Flame Sect initially sent only one formidable being to the Gu family. This was merely because they deemed it sufficient to intimidate the Gu clan. However, the Gu family is acutely aware that the Flame Sect harbors no fewer than 10 such powerful individuals within Anyang City. Furthermore, the actions of the Pill Hall are tantamount to a formal declaration of war against the Flame Sect. In an effort to curry favor with the family head, the Pill Hall has adopted such an audacious stance, despite the presence of not only Tao Hai, but also Master Qi from the Royal City Guild. The Pill Hall possesses its own flying spiritual artifacts, and swiftly, they arrived at the gates of the Free and Easy Sect. Upon witnessing the myriad corpses of the Flame Sect scattered across the ground, Tao Hai and Qi Ming exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Particularly alarming was the lifeless body of a being at the Emperor realm, which had perished with a single strike. There was no opportunity for retaliation or even evasion. Both men inhaled sharply. Qi Ming murmured, "Master Tao, have we erred? Could it be that young Master Gu's implication was that we have been too lenient in our slaughter of the Flame Sect's members?" Tao Hai nodded slightly, promptly dispatching a messenger to return and hang the bodies of the Flame Sect's members at the city gates, hoping this might appease young Master Gu. In the heart of Gu Yuhan, her brother was undeniably the best and the strongest. Yet, having stepped into the realm of cultivation, she comprehended the significance of the unfolding events. "Master, it was merely a single slap," little Meng proclaimed with pride. As they prepared to enter the gates of the Free and Easy Sect, Gu Kaiyuan quietly remarked, "Family head, this is the Free and Easy Sect. Perhaps we should notify them?" "No need," Gu Xuanqing replied as he strode forward. It appeared that young Master Gu traversed the Free and Easy Sect as if it were an uninhabited expanse. With sighs of resignation, Tao Hai and Qi Ming followed closely behind the Gu family members into the sect. "Greetings, ancestor." As the scene shifted to reveal the sanctum of the Free and Easy Sect, all the elders at the celestial realm knelt before Gu Xuanqing in unison. "Ancestor Wu Di of the Free and Easy Sect?" Apart from little Ming and Gu Yuhan, everyone else gazed at Gu Xuanqing with profound astonishment. Although he sensed their bewilderment, Gu Xuanqing did not feel compelled to explain, stating, "These are my kin. Please make arrangements for them." "Understood." Several elders complied and moved forward. Glancing at the Gu family members, uncertain of how to address the ancestors' kin, Gu Xuanqing interjected, "Let each generation address their own. You need only interact as you normally would." After all, were the family members to be regarded by their generational titles, there would not be enough individuals in the world to qualify as their grandchildren. Despite the ancestors' words and the evident status of his relatives as mere secular warriors, who would dare be dismissive? Thus, they respectfully guided them toward the back mountain. Gu Yuhan cast a glance at Gu Xuanqing, wishing to remain by his side. But upon recalling the corpses strewn outside the gates, she recognized the vast chasm between herself and her brother. She chose to withdraw. Now, within the Free and Easy Sect, where the laws of heaven and earth flourish, she resolved to seize this opportunity for diligent cultivation, so that in the future, she might earn the right to remain by her brother's side. Meanwhile, Qi Hua, who had been pondering the deeper implications of the ancestors' actions, noted the presence of Gu Xuanqing's companions, his expression shifting dramatically. Were those not Master Qi and Master Tao? As a master alchemist, Qi Hua naturally recognized the two individuals. Yet upon noticing their advancements, he began to question whether he had misidentified them. The two who recognized Qi Hua were equally taken aback. Although Qi Hua had not progressed in rank, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him were enviable to them. Once their identities were confirmed, a heightened sense of vigilance appeared in Qi Hua's gaze. The two visitors to the Xiaoyao sect, he pondered, must have come with some counsel. Qi Ming quickly interjected, stating that they had accompanied young Master Gu to see if there were any menial tasks to undertake and lend their efforts. The members of the Xiaoyao sect were initially taken aback, but they soon relaxed, realizing that in the presence of the sect's founder, even if they were merely the subchamber masters, the Dan god from the headquarters would adopt a similar demeanor. "Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave," Gu Xuanqing remarked as he made his way toward the back mountain, with Xiao Ming following suit. Chapter 39. Assault on the Fire Sect. Having been escorted to the guest quarters, Tao Hai looked at Qi Ming and said, "My ancestor was indeed a figure from the era of the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor. Although young Master Gu is not the Xiaoyao Martial Emperor himself, he could very well be the immortal who guided my ancestor during that epoch." Qi Ming nodded vigorously in excitement. "Indeed. What other explanation could there be? Old Tao, this is our opportunity. If we assist the Xiaoyao sect, perhaps young Master Gu, in a moment of joy, might bestow upon us a scroll that could benefit us for a lifetime." Tao Hai immediately sprang to his feet, affirming, "Yes, we cannot afford to rest. Let us go find Qi Hua at once." Meanwhile, Gu Kaiyuan inquired, Elder, my family head is acquainted with the Xiaoyao sect. The elder Xinkong chuckled, Brother Gu. You should inquire about your family head's identity yourself. We are not in a position to elaborate. Although he was a descendant of the founder had not spoken. And who would dare to say more? Deputy sect leader, what does the founder intend? How could such an ordinary lineage be connected to him? Why would he bring them to the Xiaoyao sect? At that moment, Qi Hua, surrounded by several elders, was frowning deeply. After a brief pause, he stated, If I am not mistaken, these must be the descendants of the founder. Their seemingly ordinary cultivation indicates that the founder does not wish for them to pursue martial cultivation. Everyone, take heed. From now on, the descendants of the founder will enjoy the privileges of esteemed guests at the Xiaoyao sect. But one thing must be clear, no one is to provide them with cultivation techniques or resources. Upon hearing Qi Hua's words, the crowd expressed their agreement, praising. The deputy sect leader truly understands the founder's intentions. Yet, Qi Hua remained pensive, feeling that the founder's decision to bring his descendants to the Xiaoyao sect at this juncture held deeper significance. Meanwhile, Gu Xuanqing had already begun meditating and cultivating at Xiaoyao Peak. With his kin now settled at the Xiaoyao sect, he awaited the completion of Hu Hai's digestion of the Hongmeng fruit before preparing to embark to Wangu State in search of his father. However, despite having reached the realm of spirit kings, without ascending to the celestial human stage, he could not harness the power of the heavenly Tao, rendering many of his techniques elusive. Thus, he resolved to break through to the celestial human stage as swiftly as possible, gaining a semblance of self-preservation before venturing to Wangu State. Just as Gu Xuanqing began his cultivation, a figure surged once more into Xiao Meng's consciousness. This is the master guiding one's cultivation. Otherwise, with the master's profound realm, why would there be a need for meditation and training? Contemplating this, Xiao Meng hastily settled into a meditative posture to practice. Time flowed silently, and the Xiaoyao sect became increasingly lively. First-tier elixirs are suitable for the body refinement realm. Second-tier elixirs for the Qi refinement realm. Third-tier elixirs for the spirit realm, and fourth-tier elixirs for the celestial realm. Although Tao Hai and Qi Ming have comprehended the art of painting and broken through to become fourth and fifth-tier alchemists in the entire Xiaoyao sect, apart from the two of them, there is only Qi Hua as a fourth-tier alchemist. This is a significant shortfall in the alchemical production speed. Given the abundance of celestial realm practitioners in the Xiaoyao sect, to assist Gu Xuanqing, the two offered generous rewards and continuously invited alchemists of fourth tier and above from the southern wilderness through the alchemy hall. Fifth-tier alchemists are among the elite in the southern wilderness. Upon learning of Qi Ming's promotion, who would dare to dismiss the invitation? Even some fifth-tier alchemists hasten to come, as opportunities for discussions and exchanges with a fifth-tier alchemist are rare in this corner of the southern wilderness. Just as the Xiaoyao sect flourished with fervor, the Flame sect, thousands of miles away, fell into a state of panic. In the Hall of Souls, soul tokens shattered one after another, culminating in the destruction of the soul token of the Ming Kong Emperor heading to the Xiaoyao sect, which signified the complete annihilation of their forces. In the Hall of Flames, the Flame Emperor, with eyes ablaze with fury, commanded a thorough accounting of personnel and ordered the slaughter of all those left behind by their sect. The current sect leader, the Qianjiang Emperor, exclaimed in shock. Old sect leader, are we to declare war on all three sects simultaneously? Following Xiao Meng's transformation through the Thunder Tribulation, the Qinglong sect, the Illusory Sea Pavilion, and the Tiandi Gate, three forces not inferior to the Flame sect, sent envoys, ostensibly to pay a visit, but their intentions were well understood by all. The Flame Emperor's eyes flashed with intensity. While they stabilize our position here, they secretly dispatch people to the Xiaoyao sect to seize treasures, eliminating our forces. What do we have left to fear? Old sect leader, what do you mean? The Qianjiang Emperor was once again taken aback. The Flame Emperor snorted. Had they not intervened, how could the Xiaoyao sect possibly have slain the Ming Kong Emperor? The Qianjiang Emperor quickly comprehended, indeed. But to provoke such actions on our territory indicates that this treasure likely exceeds our expectations. Let us eliminate them and head straight for the Xiaoyao sect. The Flame Emperor nodded. Indeed, it is beyond expectation. Last night, I sensed the aura of the Hongmeng fruit. It seems the Xiaoyao sect's Hongmeng tree has borne fruit. Otherwise, the three sects would not dare to take such risks. The Hongmeng fruit. The Qianjiang Emperor could not help but swallow hard. One fruit transcends the Hongmeng. He knew that consuming one would not only allow him to surpass the celestial realm, but also ensure smooth sailing in future cultivation. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyao sect remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing within the Flame sect. With the addition of alchemists from the alchemy hall, coupled with the resources sent by the strong from the three sects and the Flame sect after their bloodbath, there was no shortage of medicinal materials. Influenced by Gu Xuanqing, they hardly considered issues of storage. In the Dan Hall, the continuous refinement of spiritual artifacts, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy and profound principles of the heavenly path, has led to a remarkable transformation within the Xiaoyao sect almost every day, particularly during the alchemical process. The exchanges between the Scarlet Flame and the alchemists of the Dan Hall are profound. Possessing the Nine Heavens alchemy canon, he articulates his wisdom with exquisite precision, earning the admiration of the Dan Hall's alchemists, who, in turn, bring a wealth of experience that he lacks. Through various exchanges, mutual respect fosters a deep revolutionary camaraderie among them. At this juncture, those who had consumed the primordial fruit emerge from their seclusion one after another. Hu Haiquan, Emohi, and Long Qianshan, three formidable beings already at the fusion realm, have successfully broken through to the mid-human emperor realm. Hong Kong and Mo Qianyin, having cultivated the Xiaoyao technique, also achieve breakthroughs to the mid and early human emperor realm, respectively. Although the remaining five, seasoned elders who have reached the late cave heaven realm and possess innate talents surpassing those of the mountain guardians, are unable to cultivate the Xiaoyao technique and thus only advance to the early human emperor realm. The sudden emergence of 10 human emperor strongholds invigorates all within the Xiaoyao sect. Scarlet Flame hastens to convey the Patriarch's determination to annihilate the Li Hua sect. With the Patriarch's directive, the eager crowd, previously poised to leap into the human emperor realm, can hardly contain their excitement. Chapter 40. The Patriarch takes action. The Xiaoyao sect already boasts numerous elders at the late cave heaven realm, their only deficiencies being resources and techniques. Now, with an abundance of both, those fortunate enough to have been influenced by Gu Xuanqing and who cultivated the Xiaoyao technique are also breaking through to the unity realm. Beyond the 10 human emperors, the Xiaoyao sect now counts 3 to 4 dozen strong practitioners in the unity realm. Truly, the legacy of an imperial sect is undeniable. While the Xiaoyao sect may not be what it once was, it is far from the weakness many perceive. Indeed, with such a foundation, they could easily contend with the likes of the Li Hua sect and even secure a place in the ancient realms. Observing the splendid assembly of the Xiaoyao sect, the alchemists from the Dan Hall are moved. Esteemed masters, your hard work during this time is greatly appreciated. Although these alchemists have heard tales of Gu Xuanqing and have maintained a demeanor of utmost courtesy, Hu Haiquan remains humble. The alchemists express their gratitude, acknowledging the historical ties between the ancestors of the Dan Hall and the Xiaoyao sect, affirming that they are indeed one family. Hu Haiquan bows respectfully, stating, as family, let us not speak of formalities. Once we have vanquished the Li Hua sect, we shall reminisce. You Xiaoyao sect have quite the audacity to dare to kill my Li Hua sect members. At that moment, a thunderous voice booms like thunder, echoing throughout the Xiaoyao sect. The faces of Hu Haiquan and the others change dramatically. It is the Flame Emperor, and trouble is brewing as members of the Li Hua sect have come knocking. In response, a fifth-tier alchemist named Mao Yi remarks, there is no need for concern, Sect Master Hu. With us here, the Li Hua sect would not dare to act recklessly. Hu Haiquan shakes his head repeatedly. Master Mao, you are unaware. Our Patriarch's decree is for us to take the initiative to eliminate the Li Hua sect. If they have come to our doorstep, even if we were to slay them all, it is likely our Patriarch would still be displeased. The alchemists who had intended to reassure the Xiaoyao sect are momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether such a course of action is truly permissible. The restrictions of the originally unsealed Xiaoyao sect remained intact, yet at this moment, the fiery disciples of the Fire sect had already surged in. The 5 great human emperors and over 100 formidable opponents from the Unity realm had indeed emerged in full force. Observing Hu Haiquan and his companions breaking through to the human emperor realm, the expressions of the Flame Emperor and his peers were filled with exhilaration. They possessed a far deeper understanding of the Xiaoyao sect's profound heritage than the Dan Hall. The substantial breakthroughs they witnessed could only signify that the primordial fruit of the Xiaoyao sect had truly ripened. Although the Xiaoyao sect boasted a numerical advantage in the human emperor realm, martial arts contests are not merely a matter of numbers. Having stepped into the human emperor realm for many years, their confidence in facing the weakened Xiaoyao sect, even in 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 situations, remained steadfast. However, when the Flame Emperor's gaze fell upon the group of alchemists nearby, his expression subtly shifted. After a brief moment, he spoke. Masters, it is fortuitous that we meet here. Since our paths have crossed, how about we jointly conquer the Xiaoyao sect and split the primordial fruit equally between our two factions? Though somewhat pained by the prospect, the Fire sect dared not overlook the presence of the Dan Hall. Flame Emperor, the Xiaoyao sect is our ally in the Dan Hall. Should you wish to act against them, you must first consult with us. Qi Ming's stern voice rang out, and those martial artists accompanying him stepped forward in solidarity. The warriors accompanying the 5th-tier alchemists were genuine peak human emperors. Although Qi Ming had just ascended, the warriors dispatched by the Dan Hall had not yet arrived. Yet there were still numerous fifth-tier alchemists present. Witnessing this display, Hu Haiquan and the others immediately panicked. "Masters, we appreciate your goodwill. But our ancestor has instructed us to take action. Please refrain from assisting us." Initially, their ancestor had commanded them to attack the Fire Sect. Yet now they found themselves on the receiving end. Should the Dan Hall intervene, it was uncertain how their ancestor would react. "Very well, we shall observe from the sidelines." Upon hearing that it was the instruction of Gu Xuanqing, Qi Ming dared not speak further. Thank you. The members of the Xiaoyao sect quickly clasped their fists in gratitude. The expressions of everyone from the Fire Sect darkened instantly. They were not only denied assistance, but were also met with gratitude. The insult was profound, and the Fire Sect had never endured such humiliation on this land. Just as they were about to erupt in anger, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped the skies above the Xiaoyao sect, coalescing into a vast tribulation cloud in mere moments. Was someone about to undergo a tribulation? The crowd gazed upwards, perplexed by the ominous clouds. However, this presence was far stronger than the heavenly tribulation. Yet it certainly could not reach the level of the void-breaking thunder tribulation. A warrior only undergoes two tribulations in their lifetime, the heavenly tribulation and the void-breaking thunder tribulation. Thus this could not be a heavenly calamity. Could it be that another primordial fruit had ripened? As they beheld this scene, the eyes of the Fire Sect members gleamed with intense excitement, for this aura bore some resemblance to the previous tribulation thunder. Since the Fire Sect dared to confront them, they would face the consequences together. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens, as Gu Xuanqing, beneath the tribulation clouds, waved his hands, sending forth a gentle aura that compelled the members of the Xiaoyao sect and the Dan Hall to retreat. As the tempest of thunder descended from the heavens, it struck not only the ancient Xianshun but also the gathered disciples of the blazing Fire Sect below. Is this the revered ancestor of the celestial wanderers? Is this the manifestation of domain power? The might of this thunder far surpasses the tribulations faced by celestial beings, leaving the disciples of the blazing Fire Sect utterly unable to escape. Can a mere mortal truly command such formidable power? The alchemists of the Dan Hall, who had never witnessed the prowess of Xianshun, stood dumbfounded. Though they had encountered grand spectacles before, they now felt like rustic villagers stepping into the city for the first time. Qi Ming and Tao Hai exchanged glances, their suspicions solidified. If he were not a celestial being, how could he wield such terrifying abilities? Meanwhile, the members of the celestial wanderers were engulfed in dread. It's over. The ancestor is enraged and has taken matters into his own hands. I had forewarned that once the ancestor intervened, the blazing Fire Sect would amount to nothing. The previous skirmishes were merely opportunities for us to hone our skills, and we have continuously missed them. After days of cultivation, as his spiritual power reached its zenith, Xianshun, who did not require comprehension of the heavenly path, naturally encountered his celestial tribulation. However, his understanding of the heavenly Tao had long surpassed that of the celestial realm, making his tribulation far more terrifying than that of an ordinary celestial being. As he sensed the impending tribulation, Xianshun noticed the disciples of the blazing Fire Sect advancing, and concerned for the safety of the celestial wanderers, he swiftly appeared above them to undergo his tribulation. What would instill fear in the hearts of ordinary mortals? The celestial tribulation posed no danger to Xianshun, whose mind was filled with myriad paths of the Tao. As the bolts of tribulation rained upon him, he even extracted the principles of the heavenly Tao from within, radiating outward. After all, the principles contained within the celestial tribulation were too rudimentary for him. He deemed it more beneficial to nourish the sect of the celestial wanderers. Thus, suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling white mist, Xianshun appeared as though a celestial being had descended upon the earth. No one could fathom that the celestial tribulation could be so fearsome, and with preconceived notions clouding their judgment, they believed this was merely a display of Xuanquan's capabilities. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned a deluge of thunder, controlling the entire blazing Fire Sect with the strength of a single individual. What an extraordinary display of power. The combined realm experts of the blazing Fire Sect were the first to falter, collapsing one after another under the onslaught of the tribulation. The remaining 5 emperors, though desperately holding on, were left pale and spitting blood uncontrollably. With a deafening roar, the final wave of tribulation thunderstruck, and the overwhelmed 5 emperors of the blazing Fire Sect perished in an instant. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, the newly ascended Xianshun felt the principles of power surging into his dantian, and his expression shifted. Without the luxury of uttering a word, he swiftly evaded. Typically, when martial artists break through to the cave realm, they must gradually comprehend the principles of the heavenly Tao, gathering the power of the principles within their dantian. However, Xuanchuan's understanding of the heavenly Tao had already transcended the bounds expected of the celestial realm. Upon reaching this level, the power of the principles generated automatically. Now, his concern was not whether he had enough power, but whether his dantian could withstand it. Returning to his original position, Xianshun promptly began to circulate his cultivation technique, suppressing the generation of the power of the principles within his body while simultaneously attempting to expand the capacity of his dantian. On the other side, gazing at the charred remains of the Fire Sect's disciples strewn across the ground, the members of the Xiaoyao sect found it impossible to feel any joy. Though they marveled at their master's terrifying capabilities, they recognized that this was the first time he had acted since his emergence, and the silence he maintained throughout only served to confirm their fears. He was enraged. "Masters, please forgive my temporary absence." Gu Haikuan humbly apologized to the alchemists present before hastily making his way to the location of Gu Xuanqing, who was kneeling far away. It was imperative to seek the master's forgiveness. "This young Master Gu must have reached the void stage by now," observed Mao Yi after a brief moment. With a faint smile, Qi Ming replied, "The void stage? Enough about young Master Gu. How much one comprehends depends on each individual's fortune." After saying this, Qi Ming and Tao Hai resumed their efforts in alchemy for the Xiaoyao sect, as this was perhaps the only way they could assist Gu Xuanqing at present. After half a day, Gu Xuanqing finally managed to control the automatic proliferation of the power of the laws, and at this moment, he had directly entered the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Of course, this was merely a realm. In terms of the power of the laws stored in his dantian, he likely surpassed ordinary harmonization realm warriors. "Disciple is incompetent. We implore the master to impose punishment." Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing emerge, the kneeling members of the Xiaoyao sect hastily pleaded for forgiveness. As he was about to depart, Gu Xuanqing, wishing to instill a lesson, coldly snorted. "Now you realize your mistakes? Did you not consider the consequences when you were taking lives?" At these words, the crowd felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Indeed, after provoking the Fire Sect, their master was enraged, and they quickly responded in unison, "We acted thoughtlessly and have caused trouble for our master." Gu Xuanqing spoke in a deep tone, "It is good that you understand. In the future, act with careful deliberation before taking action. Do not seek immediate gratification." "Understood, understood." The members of the Xiaoyao sect nodded vigorously, vowing to adhere to their master's teachings. Regardless of who provoked the Xiaoyao sect, they must either remain inactive or eradicate the threat entirely. Seeing the remorse etched on their faces while remaining unaware of their true thoughts, Gu Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, as long as you comprehend. I have matters to attend to in Wangzhou, and my kin and Xiao Meng will temporarily remain in the Xiaoyao sect." The countenance of the Xiaoyao sect members shifted. "Master, you are leaving? I have some affairs to settle. During my absence, take time to reflect upon your actions." With that, Gu Xuanqing began to stride away. "Master, Xiao Meng wishes to accompany you." The eager Xiao Meng called out, hastening to plead. Gu Xuanqing shook his head slightly. "You still cannot suppress the demonic aura around you. There will be numerous troubles in Wangzhou. For now, focus on your cultivation here in the Xiaoyao sect." "All right." Although Xiao Meng yearned to follow Gu Xuanqing, she understood that if her identity were revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to perilous consequences. Subsequently, Gu Xuanqing proceeded to his relatives' quarters, only to find that the newly arrived members of his clan were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Not wishing to disturb them, he made his way directly to Qiyang Peak. "Young Master Gu." Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, Qi Yu and Tao Hai immediately welcomed him warmly. "We appreciate the hard work you both have put in during this time." Everything they have done for the Xiaoyao sect has not escaped the keen observation of Gu Xuanqing. Thus, before his departure, he made a special visit to extend his greetings. He then added, "Those paintings and calligraphies I left in the study shall be bestowed upon you." From the profound understanding shared by the two, Gu Xuanqing was well aware of the immense value those artworks held for them. "Young Master Gu, those paintings," Tao Hai was about to speak, but Gu Xuanqing interjected. "Patriarch Tao, I have some connection with your esteemed ancestor, and I feel a kinship with you. Therefore, you need not stand on ceremony. Accept my gift graciously." But young Master Gu, seeing Tao Hai still inclined to decline, Gu Xuanqing's expression darkened. "Patriarch Tao, if you insist on discussing the matter of the paintings further, it would imply that you do not regard me, Gu Xuanqing, as a friend." With tears welling in his eyes, Tao Hai gazed at Gu Xuanqing, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing Tao Hai's deep emotional response, Gu Xuanqing gently patted his shoulder. "Rest assured, Patriarch Tao, once you grasp the profound meanings of those artworks, there will be more to come." With that, Gu Xuanqing turned and walked toward the exit of the Xiaoyao sect. As they watched Gu Xuanqing's retreating figure, both Tao Hai and Qi Ming were filled with tears and heartfelt sentiments. "The young master is indeed admirable. Yet why could he not allow me to finish speaking about the destruction of the study?" Meanwhile, atop Xiaoyao Peak, the members gathered once more around the Qihua. It is over, it is over. Deputy Sect Master Qihua, do you think the ancestor left in anger? Qihua furrowed his brow slightly. The ancestor is certainly displeased. Otherwise he would not have dealt with those from the Lihua sect with such ruthless measures. However, it would not be accurate to say he left in a fit of pique. If I am not mistaken, the ancestor is hinting that we need not remain confined to the sect, but should instead set our sights on the Wangu continent. Given the ancestor's stature, even in Penglai Mountain, he is a being of the highest caliber. What could there possibly be in the Wangu continent that would entice him? Why would he choose to venture there at this particular moment? Furthermore, he specifically instructed those of our kin who are ill-suited for cultivation to remain within the sect, repeatedly advising us to ensure their safety. This, in truth, serves as a signal that should we remain in the Xiaoyao sect indefinitely, we might ultimately become like them, individuals unable to achieve anything significant in martial arts. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. So, you mean to say that our Xiaoyao sect should advance into the Wangu continent? For thousands of years, a single Lihua sect has suffocated us. The Wangu continent was merely an unattainable dream in the past. Yet now, the ancestor has gone ahead to pave the way. With the ancestor's protection, who would dare to act recklessly in the Wangu continent? Chapter 42. The family of origin unbeknownst to them. Gu Xuanqing, with a surge of inspiration, summoned his flying spiritual artifact, avoiding the bustling streets and seeking the cover of the forest, swiftly making his way toward the Wangu continent. During the autonomous flight of the artifact, he also circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. For ordinary celestial realm martial artists, the greatest challenge lies in comprehending the laws of the heavenly path. Often, the spiritual energy has already reached the threshold for breakthrough. Yet their understanding of these laws remains woefully insufficient. Gu Xuanqing, however, required only the spiritual energy, uninterrupted along the journey. He found that as he drew closer to the Wangu continent, the richness of the spiritual energy increased, making his cultivation exceptionally effective. Suddenly sensing a breakthrough opportunity, Gu Xuanqing hastily descended the flying artifact into the dense forest, specifically to a cave nestled within the rocky cliffs. While cultivating on the flying spiritual device is feasible, a breakthrough necessitates complete immersion, free from any distractions. Thus, it cannot be conducted atop such a vessel. Dedicating himself to a cave, Gu Xuanqing promptly produced dozens of spirit stones and, with a mere wave of his hand, established an intricate formation at the cave's entrance. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss of the cave, he pondered whether any spiritual beasts might lurk within, and subsequently set up another formation inside, before finally commencing his cultivation. As he activated his technique, his dantian instantly surged with energy, intertwining spiritual power with the principles of the heavens, continuously evolving into deeper layers of strength. Time slipped away quietly until an elderly man with a head full of white hair emerged from the cave accompanied by a young girl. "Grandfather, there is someone." Although Gu Xuanqing was enveloped in a veil of white mist, the girl discerned that someone had indeed set up a formation. "Hush," the elder signaled for silence, then whispered. "It appears a cultivator has temporarily felt an epiphany and is practicing within. We must not disturb him." The girl pouted. "But he has even set up a formation at the entrance. How will we exit?" The elder glanced at the entrance formation and replied with a faint smile. "It is a fourth-tier illusion formation, non-aggressive. It will serve to temper your mind within its mirage." "Very well." The girl eagerly followed. For her grandfather was one of the rare fifth-tier formation masters in the southern wilderness, and opportunities for such learning were scarce. Upon stepping into the formation with her grandfather, the two found themselves akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, surrounded by howling winds and towering waves, as if they might be capsized at any moment. The illusion formation aimed to confound the heart. Should one succumb to the mirage, it would be challenging to extricate oneself, potentially harming the spirit. Yet, with a steadfast heart, one could surely uncover the formation's flaws and escape. As the elder spoke, his gaze sharpened, scrutinizing their surroundings. However, despite his attempts to wield the profound principles of formation, he found the illusion seamless, lacking any discernible flaws, and soon realized his own spirit was unwittingly becoming lost. "Grandfather," after a while, the girl said weakly, "Let's exit the formation. I can scarcely endure it." Coughing, the elder felt a flush of embarrassment. Had it not been for his granddaughter's call, he might have remained ensnared in the illusion indefinitely. Yet, fearing that the truth might panic her and compromise her state of mind, he mustered strength and said, "This illusion is quite beneficial. Opportunities to temper one's mindset are few and far between. You should endure a bit longer." However, as an hour passed, the elder, whose forehead was drenched in sweat, had bitten his tongue until it bled, yet still failed to find a flaw in the formation. The exhausted girl trembled and implored, "Grandfather, I cannot hold on any longer." Though the elder was profoundly anxious, he reassured his granddaughter, "Just a moment more." No sooner had he uttered these words than the illusion abruptly vanished, revealing the sunlight streaming into the cave and the sight of Gu Xuanqing, who had just broken through to the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Upon completing his breakthrough, Gu Xuanqing sensed the intrusion into his illusion formation and promptly dissolved it. The girl, who had suffered within the formation, glared at Gu Xuanqing with an unfriendly gaze and inquired, "Was that formation set by you? Tonger, do not be disrespectful." The elder admonished, promptly clasping his fists, "This old man, Long Qingyun, has poorly guided his disciple and caused you to laugh at me." The intricacies of the illusionary array far exceeded Long Qingyun's imagination. To craft such a formation, the young man before him, despite his lesser expertise in array techniques, must be nearly as accomplished. The ability to nurture such a prodigy speaks volumes of the young man's profound background. Gu Xuanqing smiled slightly. "In truth, I was unaware that you had already set up an array in the cave to disturb you." Long Qingyun inquired, "Your array is exquisite. May I ask which sect you hail from?" "Me?" Gu Xuanqing pondered for a moment before replying, "I belong to the Shaoyao sect." He continued, "I have other pressing matters and shall not impose upon you two any longer." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Long Qingyun felt it inappropriate to linger, and Gu Xuanqing set off towards Wangzhou. Watching Gu Xuanqing's receding figure, Long Qingyun mused, "Shaoyao sect? How is it that I do not recall such a power existing in the southern wilderness?" Long Tonger suddenly brightened. "How could you forget? Wasn't the sect that my fourth aunt visited in the Xian kingdom the Shaoyao sect?" "Impossible." Long Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. "How could the Xian kingdom, in such desolation, nurture a talent for array formations of that caliber?" Long Tonger, undeterred, retorted, "No matter how talented he is, in front of grandfather, he is merely a junior. His illusionary array could still be easily dismantled by you." Long Qingyun countered, "You are mistaken. I could not break his illusionary array at all. I was merely concerned about impacting your spirit earlier, but now that we are safe, I see no need to hide this from you." "Grandfather, do you mean?" A look of astonishment flashed in Long Tonger's eyes, fully aware of her grandfather's prowess in array techniques. Long Qingyun replied, "Let us return. In the illusionary array earlier, I experienced an epiphany. Perhaps this opportunity will allow me to break through to the 6th tier of array master." "What?" Long Tonger exclaimed. "You found the opportunity for a breakthrough just from being in someone else's illusionary array." As she gazed in the direction Gu Xuanqing had vanished, she fell into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to Gu Xuanqing, he had just encountered his mother's maternal relatives. Although he had deduced his father's active area, his current limitations in cultivation prevented him from pinpointing his father's exact location. Upon entering Wangzhou, he activated the star divination technique, observing the passers-by. Anyone who had interacted with his father in the past 2 years would reveal his father's aura beneath his starry gaze. After wandering for half a day, 2 young women passed by, and Gu Xuanqing's eyes brightened. They bore his father's faint aura, indicating they had interacted with him at least within the past year. Watching them enter a tavern, Gu Xuanqing followed suit. However, he did not approach them hastily. Instead, he ordered some food and drink and seated himself at a neighboring table. Initially intending to eavesdrop on their conversation through his extraordinary perceptiveness, Gu Xuanqing soon discovered they were not speaking at all. Moreover, they were not eating, but were merely drinking cup after cup of wine. Half an hour passed when suddenly the 2 women approached Gu Xuanqing's table, one of them saying, "Young sir, do you not find it dull to drink alone? Why not join us?" Chapter 43. Impersonating the young master of the Shaoyao sect, I would be honored. Gu Xuanqing, who had been pondering how to strike up a conversation, could hardly refuse. "May I inquire about your origins, young sir? And what is your age this year?" Just as Gu Xuanqing was about to inquire about his father's whereabouts, the previously silent young ladies began to question him, much like the women at the village entrance, delving into his family background. After a flurry of vague and substantial responses, Gu Xuanqing discerned the identity of the 2 ladies, Qi Zian, the young mistress of a renowned alchemical family from Wangu Prefecture, and beside her, Qi Xiaoyu, her devoted maid. Though they were a master and servant, their bond resembled that of sisters, and one could hardly tell their true relationship without it being explicitly stated. Subsequently, Gu Xuanqing produced the prepared portrait of his father, inquiring whether the young ladies had ever laid eyes upon him. Upon gazing at the lifelike depiction, the 2 ladies' expressions brightened immediately. "Do you recognize him?" Gu Xuanqing asked eagerly. Qi Xiaoyu responded promptly, "Not only do we recognize him, but Our Lady even saved his life." Through Qi Xiaoyu's explanation, Gu Xuanqing learned that when his father first arrived in Wangu Prefecture, he was gravely injured and had collapsed by the roadside, only to be rescued and nursed back to health by Qi Zian and her family. "Thank you both for saving my father." Gu Xuanqing expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. I beseech you to allow me a moment with him. He had long been aware of the dangers his father would face in Huanggu Prefecture due to his limited cultivation. Yet he had not anticipated that his life had been in such peril. After some polite exchanges, Qi Zian remarked, "It may not be easy to see your father. He was gravely injured and spent over a year recovering at our home before he sought out your mother at the Long family, but he never returned after that." Indeed. The Long family. Gu Xuanqing's expression darkened slightly. "Could you kindly guide me to the Long family?" Qi Zian shook her head during his recovery. "Your father spoke of his story with your mother. Given the current situation, if you were to venture there recklessly, you might meet the same fate as your father, entering but never emerging." Qi Xiaoyu added with a laugh, "Do not be foolish. This is Huanggu Prefecture, not your Xian kingdom. Allow me to explain the power of the Long family. The Long family was established through their mastery of formations in Huanggu Prefecture, boasting 3 fifth-tier formation masters and 2 formidable Void Realm experts among their ranks. Even the younger generation, who lacked ambition, possessed cultivation levels akin to your own, and many were at the harmonization realm. Furthermore, the Long family itself constituted a grand formation, even without direct supervision. Simply crossing their threshold could result in being ensnared within their traps. Although the Long family's strength surpassed Gu Xuanqing's expectations, he remained resolute, declaring, "Now that I have arrived, I shall devise a way." Qi Zian interjected, "In truth, there is no need for haste, young Master Gu." After long, Xin Yang ascended to the rank of 4th-tier formation master. Her standing within the Long family has increased. While your father's freedom may be somewhat constrained, his safety is assured. Rather than recklessly storming into the Long family, it would be wiser to lure your parents out instead. Observing Qi Zian's confident demeanor, Gu Xuanqing inquired, "Do you possess a method to draw them out?" Resorting to abduction was indeed a last resort, and despite having some special means at his disposal, if the Long family threatened his father's safety, he would be hindered in his actions. Qi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "I do have a plan, but I wonder if young Master Gu is willing to make a sacrifice. Please, do not hesitate to share." Gu Xuanqing replied. After casting a glance at Qi Zian, Qi Xiaoyu approached Gu Xuanqing and whispered softly. Gu Xuanqing exclaimed in astonishment, "What? A marriage proposal to the Qi family?" It turned out that the Qi family had arranged a marriage for Qi Zian, though her suitor came from a prestigious lineage. However, Qi Zian was utterly averse to such politically motivated unions. Encouraged by Qi Xiaoyu, she plotted to find someone to feign a marriage in order to circumvent this engagement. Unfortunately, after 2 days of searching, she had yet to find a suitable candidate, which led her to drown her sorrows in drink. By chance, she encountered Gu Xuanqing, and they both instantly recognized him as the most fitting choice. After all, Gu Xuanqing had already been through the experience of marrying into a family, and should Qi Zian choose to divorce him in the future, it would not tarnish his reputation excessively. Noticing Gu Xuanqing's surprise, Qi Xiaoyu continued to encourage him. "Miss has saved your father's life. Now is your time to repay that kindness. Moreover, given the Qi family's status, the Long family will undoubtedly attend your wedding, and you shall inevitably meet with Gu Bo." Just then, a hurried servant from the Qi family rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, why are you still here? Young Master Han has been waiting for you at home for quite some time." Qi Zian frowned, casting a pleading look at Gu Xuanqing. Qi Xiaoyu whispered, "A true man stands tall in this world, embodying the principles of gratitude and reciprocity." Gu Xuanqing shrugged slightly, with the conversation having reached this point. "It seems I have little choice but to acquiesce." Indeed, given that Qi Zian had saved his father, it was only fitting that he assist her, and marrying her was certainly the easiest way to meet her father. "Well done." Qi Xiaoyu regarded Gu Xuanqing with approval as the 3 of them exited the tavern. The carriage awaited them downstairs, and upon seeing Gu Xuanqing intending to enter the young lady's compartment, the servant promptly reminded, "Miss Gu Gongzi is my friend and will accompany me." As Qi Zian spoke, the trio had already stepped into the carriage. As the horses started to move, the 2 women began to elaborate on the current situation to Gu Xuanqing. The Han family was also a prestigious alchemical lineage, boasting slightly greater strength than the Qi family. Recently, a senior member of the Qi family had ascended to the rank of 5th-tier alchemist, which had brought the 2 families closer in terms of power. However, this was merely a matter of talent. In terms of foundational strength, the Qi family still required some time to catch up. Observing the Qi family's potential, Han Mo, the eldest son of the Han family, had come to propose marriage. Han Mo was renowned as a genius in the realm of alchemy, alongside Shenxian, and the Qi family naturally had no grounds to refuse. After outlining Han Mo's background, Qi Zian stated, "Thus, you now need to fabricate an identity that rivals Han Mo's." Gu Xuanqing inquired, "Fabricate an identity? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Qi Zian smiled slightly, "As long as we can navigate this immediate challenge. Once you and your father leave Wangzhou, Even if they uncover the truth, the Han family values its reputation and would not dare to marry me again. Wouldn't that affect your future? Gu Xuanqing was not concerned for himself. Qi Zian shook her head. I am solely focused on reaching the pinnacle of alchemy, never having contemplated romantic entanglements. If my reputation is tarnished, it would be a relief from distractions. Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly. To achieve the status of a fourth-tier alchemist at such a young age, Qi Zian must have possessed not only talent, but also remarkable diligence. Gu Xianqing found himself at a loss regarding his identity in the unfamiliar realm of Wangzhou. He was uncertain how to fabricate a persona that would allow him to pass unnoticed. The astute Qi Xiaoyu quickly suggested, since you hail from the Xian kingdom, you might as well pose as the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. This way, both your accent and any inquiries about local customs will not raise suspicion. Although the Xiaoyao sect has seen better days, it remains an imperial sect. As long as you capture Mrs. Favor, your family is unlikely to oppose it too vehemently. Me? Impersonating the young master of the Xiaoyao sect? Gu Xianqing queried, bemused. Unfazed by his astonishment, Qi Xiaoyu replied with conviction, absolutely. Being an imperial sect, your cultivation methods and martial skills will certainly be credible. Besides, achieving the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm at your age in the vicinity of Xian kingdom is quite an accomplishment. It all makes perfect sense. Gu Xianqing felt a sense of helplessness, pondering the expressions of those who would discover his charade. Yet, owing a debt of gratitude, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall proceed as you suggest. Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Qi family residence. Xian. As Shen Xian emerged from the carriage, a young man approached her with enthusiasm. However, upon noticing Gu Xianqing stepping out as well, his expression darkened instantly. Who is he? My friend. Qi Xian replied, striding directly toward the entrance. What kind of friend would share a carriage with you? The young man, Han Mo, scrutinized Gu Xianqing with keen interest. Qi Xian retorted coldly. Our current relationship does not necessitate your inquiry. Feeling slighted, Han Mo turned to Gu Xianqing and scoffed. This brother seems unfamiliar. Surely, you are not a native of Wangzhou? Gu Xianqing smiled faintly. Indeed, I am not. Instantly, Han Mo's demeanor brightened. Since you are not, you ought to learn how to conduct yourself. After all, each year, thousands of outsiders perish due to ignorance of etiquette. Thank you for the warning. Gu Xianqing replied calmly as he followed Qi Zian into the Qi residence. As Gu Xianqing discreetly activated the Butian Xingju, he indeed sensed that many within the Qi family bore a resemblance to his father, reinforcing his belief in Qi Zian's assertions. Father, master. As Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu paid their respects, Gu Xianqing and Han Mo followed suit. Qi Patriarch Qi Honghua shot a disapproving glance at Qi Zian. You are of age, yet you continue to frolic outside. It seems time to appoint someone to oversee you. Father speaks wisely, Qi Zian replied. Qi Honghua paused, taken aback. Just days prior, she had vehemently rejected discussions of marriage. Had she come to terms with it? Qi Zian continued. Father, this is Gu Xianqing, the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. I wish for him to take charge of me in the future. Qi Honghua scrutinized Gu Xianqing closely. You are the young master of the Xiaoyao sect? Is your sect preparing to make a move into Wangzhou? Gu Xianqing was momentarily taken aback, but then realized that news of Xiao Meng's transformation calamity had likely reached this region. His eyes gleaming, he replied. Our Xiaoyao sect has lain in wait for many years. Now that we have vanquished the Lihua sect, it is only natural that we come to explore Wangzhou. Qi Honghua indeed acquired some information regarding the Xiaoyao sect through special channels. He immediately narrowed his eyes and inquired. May I ask how many individuals from your esteemed sect have arrived in Wangzhou? Gu Xuanqing smiled and replied. The sect master and the others are still attending to the aftermath of the Lihua sect. I was sent ahead to broaden my horizons. Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances, secretly pleased by Gu Xuanqing's fluent dialogue and seamless fabrications. Meanwhile, Han Mo, displaying an air of displeasure, coldly interjected, Uncle Qi. You promised me the marriage with Xian. Qi Honghua cast a glance at Han Mo and replied, Han Shizizi, Xian did not mention this matter to me beforehand. Look at how things have unfolded. He paused deliberately, feigning difficulty, regarding the suddenly emerged young master of the Xiaoyao sect. Qi Honghua harbored doubts and saw this as an opportune moment to test him through Han Mo. Indeed, Han Mo scoffed. In that case, I shall not put Uncle Qi in a difficult position. Although I am an alchemist, for Xian's sake, I am willing to concede and challenge him to a duel as a warrior. Qi Zian immediately retorted, Han Mo, while you are an alchemist, your martial prowess has only reached the initial stage of the Unity realm. Do you find it amusing to challenge someone in the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm? Han Mo smirked. That makes sense. A bet on alchemy will suffice. Qi Zian's expression changed. Han Mo, do not go too far. Betting on alchemy means the victor can dictate the fate of the vanquished. Although she wished to enlist Gu Xuanqing's help to rid herself of Han Mo, Qi Ziyan did not want Gu Xuanqing to put his life at risk. However, Gu Xuanqing's gaze hardened as he declared, "The choice between martial competition or an alchemical wager is yours." While he could overlook the rivalry fueled by jealousy, the stakes of a duel or an alchemical bet were life-threatening, and Gu Xuanqing would not hold back. "You certainly have guts," Han Mo, taken aback, then smugly asserted. "In that case, let us duel. This way, I can give you a swift resolution." Gu Xuanqing responded, "Very well, 5 days hence. The Qi family will prepare for the wedding. The victor shall claim Ziyan as their bride. What do you say? This matter is not solely for you to decide." Though Han Mo felt a twinge of hesitation, he directed his gaze toward Qi Honghua. Qi Honghua, his brows slightly furrowed, finally stated, "Since both young gentlemen are so enamored with Ziyan, I have no choice but to acquiesce to your wishes. Let it be documented." Han Mo immediately produced pen and paper, drafting a death contract for the duel with Gu Xuanqing set for 5 days later. Young Master Gu wait. Unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent, Qi Ziyan hurriedly attempted to stop Gu Xuanqing from signing the contract. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xuanqing had already inscribed his name. "Ziyan, await me. In 5 days, we shall wed." With the contract secured, Han Mo, grinning with satisfaction, exited the Qi residence. Qi Honghua sighed softly, "Young Master Gu, you should take some time to rest. I can assist you no further." Whether it was Han Mo or Gu Xuanqing, both had much to gain by becoming a son-in-law of the Qi family. Although Gu Xuanqing's identity remained ambiguous, if he could surpass and eliminate Han Mo, even if his identity were a facade, he would still be worthy of marrying his daughter. Exiting the grand hall, Qi Ziyan remarked, "Why are you so impulsive?" Qin Xiaoyu directly approached Gu Xianchun and said, "I ask you, elder brother, do you truly consider yourself the young master of the Xiao sect? Do you dare to sign a life and death contract? Have you grown weary of life?" Gu Xianchun replied, "The head of the Qin family deliberately incited Han Mo, clearly casting doubt upon my identity. If I were to evade this matter, I fear that before 5 days have passed, the situation will be irrevocably decided." Reflecting on the earlier events, Qin Xiaoyu unconsciously nodded, yet stubbornly retorted, "But you cannot act so recklessly, leaving no room for maneuver." Qin Ziyan also approached, stating, "Enough. Discussing this now serves no purpose. You should leave Wangu State at once. I shall find a way to handle other matters." Sensing Qin Ziyan's kindness, Gu Xianchun smiled and said, "Do not worry. It is merely the initial stage of the harmonization realm." Such audacity. Observing Gu Xianchun's demeanor, Qin Xiaoyu felt her anger rise. Even if you possess the strength to challenge beyond your rank in the Ziyan Kingdom, in Wangu State, you will only be defeated in a higher tier. Our martial arts, techniques, and cultivation resources far surpass yours. If you doubt it, I am merely at the late stage of the cave heaven realm. Shall we test our strengths? Chapter 45. I am not your predecessor. Gu Xianchun understood that if he did not demonstrate some strength, Qin Ziyan would remain uneasy, so he chuckled. "Then let us give it a try." "Indeed, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin," Qin Xiaoyu retorted angrily, unaware of your own limits. "I stand here. If you can make me move even a single step, I shall concede." "Oh, very well," Gu Xianchun replied, extending his hand slowly towards her throat. Qin Xiaoyu, with a disdainful snort, declared, "Now, let me show you what advanced martial techniques entail." With that, she raised both hands, instantly conjuring numerous claw shadows that lunged towards Gu Xuanchun's arm. Qin Ziyan urgently warned, "Xiaoyu, do not harm him." But before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xianchun's arm accelerated abruptly, slipping through the gaps of countless claw shadows, and seized Qin Xiaoyu by the throat. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she had been defeated in an instant by a martial artist emerging from such a humble place as the Ziyan Kingdom. Gu Xianchun frowned. Are there still individuals practicing the Tiangang technique? Qin Ziyan looked at Gu Xianchun with astonishment. How do you know of the Tiangang technique? Gu Xianchun fixed his gaze upon Qin Ziyan. Have you also practiced it? Qin Ziyan nodded. The Tiangang technique is our Qin family's ancestral secret art. Naturally, I have cultivated it. Ancestral martial arts? Gu Xianchun remarked. Do the members of your Qin family not live beyond 500 years? Qin Xiaoyu regarded Gu Xianchun as if he were a fool, exclaiming, "Are you mad? Who can live beyond 500 years without entering the void realm?" Only then did Gu Xianchun realize that, despite Wangu State's prosperity, the void realm was already the pinnacle of existence. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xianchun continued. Every time the moon is full at midnight, do your Fengtian and Qingqi acupoints not ache faintly? The two women stared at him in sheer terror. This was a secret of the Qin family that outsiders could not possibly know. How do you know of our family's hereditary ailment? Gu Xianchun shook his head, pointing at Qin Xiaoyu. If it were merely hereditary, Why would she also feel pain? Qi Ziyan furrowed her brow. As the Qi family had always assumed this to be a hereditary ailment, one that would intensify with age, completely disconnected from the Tiangong secret art. Qi Xiaoyu had never divulged her condition either. It's impossible, she asserted. If it were truly caused by the technique, how could every member of the Qi family, all alchemists, be oblivious to it? Gu Xuanchen chuckled, proving it is quite simple. With bitter moon grass, heavenly fire blossom, and wu-wei branch. The two women gazed at him in astonishment. You intend to concoct a potion? Gu Xuanchen shrugged. A son must repay his father's debts. What other choice do I have? Very well, let us proceed to the alchemy chamber. The materials Gu Xuanchen required were all common fourth-tier herbs, which Qi Ziyan possessed. In no time, the trio arrived at the alchemy chamber. Qi Ziyan, now intrigued by Gu Xuanchen, inquired, You don't mind if we observe your alchemy, do you? Not at all, he replied. I will need 20 of each herb. 20? Qi Ziyan stared at him in disbelief. Gu Xuanchen smiled slightly. Of course. Unless you mind if your kin are left without potions in the future, I have no objections. I shall only concoct once. Curious about Gu Xuanchen's intentions, Qi Ziyan conceded. All right, I shall provide you with 20. Receiving the herbs, Gu Xuanchen invoked his alchemical technique. The array beneath the cauldron flickered with the seal of the earth fire, and a fire dragon surged upward in an instant. It must be noted that as a prominent family in the alchemical realm of Wanguzhou, the earth fire was far superior to that of the Xiaoyao sect. However, for Gu Xuanchen, who wished to save time, it was still insufficient. With the transformation of his fire control technique, the earth fire, while maintaining its size, swiftly shifted from red to blue, then from blue to purple. At that moment, the cauldron lid flew off, and 20 portions of herbs simultaneously soared into the cauldron. Qi Xiaoyu, who had initially held a glimmer of hope for Gu Xuanchen, gasped. Do you truly know how to concoct potions? Alchemy requires each ingredient to be processed individually. I have no such luxury of time, he replied. With a change in his alchemical technique, the array of the cauldron flickered once more, and the earth fire surged into the cauldron. In an instant, it divided into 20 compartments, each precisely accommodating a portion of herb. Qi Ziyan, who had intended to advise Gu Xuanchen, was momentarily rendered speechless. Is this the legendary divided fire alchemy technique lost to time, created by the Nine Heavens alchemist? Gu Xuanchen smiled faintly. Whether it is lost or not, I cannot say, but I do know that this method was not his invention. In my quest to unlock the seals of my Dantian, I concocted numerous potions back in the day. As a mere Qi Refinement realm practitioner, I devised this technique for efficiency. Little Jiao was merely taught this by me. As they observed Gu Xuanchen's hands, which moved in an intricate and unparalleled manner, neither woman dared to utter a sound, their eyes fixated on him, scarcely daring to blink, lest they miss a detail. In the next moment, an image of a figure concocting potions suddenly materialized in their minds. The technique mirrored that of Gu Xuanchen, yet during the interpretation, the intricacies of the method were distinctly imprinted in their minds, crystal clear. The two individuals were immersed in the profound insights of alchemical principles, while Gu Xuanchen diligently focused on concocting the awakening pulse pill. With a resounding boom, the cauldron lid soared into the air, and an intoxicating fragrance filled the alchemy chamber. At that moment, over 100 brilliant lights shot skyward, and as Gu Xuanchen invoked his alchemical techniques, the pills began to orbit around him, spinning ceaselessly. As Gu Xuanchen ceased his alchemical work, the ethereal figures that had occupied the minds of the two women vanished, bringing them back to lucidity. 4 patterned spirit pills? You managed to refine so many at once? Gaping at the floating pills, the two women were utterly astonished. They quickly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, Qi Ziyan and Qi Xiaoyu have eyes yet fail to see. We have offended our esteemed senior. Please forgive us. It was no jest. The Qi family once had an ancestor who produced a single 1-patterned spirit pill and was thus hailed as one of the foremost alchemists in Wangu Prefecture. Yet here was Gu Xuanchen, who had effortlessly refined over 100 4-patterned spirit pills, and all at once. The ethereal figures they had perceived in their minds were undoubtedly Gu Xuanchen's deliberate guidance. Gu Xuanchen helped the two women to their feet and returned their gesture, saying, There is no need for such formality. I am not your senior. In this realm, he could assume the role of any individual's elder. Yet in the presence of his father's lifesaver, he could not presume to take on such a title. The two women exchanged glances, each reflecting the bewilderment in the other's eyes. To them, Gu Xuanchen appeared to be at least a 7th or 8th tier alchemist. Yet he chose to associate with them in such a manner. Take these pills and distribute one to each family member who has cultivated the Tiangong technique, so they may refine their essence. With that, Gu Xuanchen, unwilling to elaborate further, exited the alchemy chamber. What does this mean, Gu Senior? Qi Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed, as she collected the pills and vials, glancing at Qi Ziyan. After a moment of contemplation, Her eyes brightened with realization. I understand. Qi Zian recognized that although Xiao Yu's talent for cultivation was modest, she possessed an astute mind that often outpaced her own. You've grasped the reason? Qi Xiaoyu replied. Gu Senior has taken a liking to you. Qi Zian was taken aback, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? With a serious demeanor, Qi Xiaoyu analyzed. From Gu Senior's alchemical techniques and his guidance to us, it is evident that anyone under a century old who reaches his level is truly an alchemical genius. Therefore, he cannot possibly be as young as he appears, nor could he be Gu Bo's son. Yet he seems to be leveraging this identity to approach you. And he explicitly stated he would not assume the role of your senior. Why is that? Moreover, even if everything he claimed were true, would he truly need to go through such complexities to save Gu Bo? He could simply concoct a pill at the Long family. Who would dare oppose his wishes? What force in Wangu Prefecture would have the audacity to offend a 7th or even 8th-tier alchemist? Qi Zian furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet she could not articulate a counterargument. Qi Xiaoyu chuckled. Thus, Gu Senior is unperturbed by Han Mo's duel, for he must have suppressed his own cultivation. Otherwise, he could not have subdued me so effortlessly. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became of her hypotheses. Reluctant to linger on the topic any further, Qi Zian declared, let us first consume the awakening pill prepared by the esteemed ancestor Gu and observe its effects. With that, she produced a pill and swallowed it. Followed suit by Qi Xiaoyu. Instantly, both felt a wave of warmth radiating from their lower abdomen, spreading throughout their bodies, nourishing their meridians while simultaneously awakening their minds. The complexities of the heavenly laws that had previously eluded their understanding suddenly became crystal clear, and the power of the laws within their dantian rapidly grew in strength through their newfound comprehension. It seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough, they exclaimed in unison, promptly settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. After half an hour, they opened their eyes simultaneously, astonished to see the shock mirrored in each other's expressions. I have advanced to the mid-stage of the human sovereign realm, exclaimed Qi Zian. I too have reached the early stage of the human sovereign realm, responded Qi Xiaoyu. More importantly, they could distinctly sense that the stagnation that had plagued their meridians during their previous cultivation had entirely vanished, and the discomfort in their Feng Tian and Qing Qi acupuncture points had subsided. Qi Zian remarked, my father requires more time to cultivate the heavenly gang art. I shall go and encourage him to try it. Indeed, Qi Xiaoyu echoed, equally astonished by the effects of the awakening pill. Even in the vast expanse of the ancient era, achieving the human sovereign realm before the age of 40 was a remarkable feat, yet here they were, merely 20 years old, having attained such heights due to a single pill. However, as Gu Xuanqing entered the guest room, he was not quite as formidable as they had surmised. Although he had no qualms about facing Han Mo in battle, he was aware that employing certain techniques would inevitably result in harm to himself. It was preferable to rely on one's inherent strength rather than resort to those methods. Thus, upon returning to his chamber, Gu Xuanqing immediately took out his formation pen, spirit stones, and blank talismans to begin his inscriptions. The art of formations had once saved his fourth uncle's life, yet its true efficacy lay in combat. Considering that Han Mo had cultivated to the late stage of the Unity realm at such a young age within the ancient era, Gu Xuanqing recognized the need for caution. Just as he affixed the meticulously inscribed talismans onto his body, ready to be activated when necessary, a vast aura surged forth from the Qi family's backyard. Master, have you ascended to the void stage? The members of the Qi family rushed over, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Qi Hongwa, filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Qi Hongwa himself gazed down in disbelief, never having anticipated that he would transcend the pinnacle of the late human sovereign realm to enter the void stage, merely through the consumption of a single pill. Zian, Xiaoyu, remain here. Everyone else, please withdraw. Qi Hongwa commanded. As the head of the family, his authority was already formidable, and now that he had ascended to the void stage, despite their lingering doubts, none dared to defy his wishes. With a look of astonishment, Qi Hongwa inquired, this awakening pill, was it concocted by Gu Xuanqing? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Zian recounted the entire story, including their encounter with Gu Xuanqing and the circumstances that led to his impersonation of the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. Qi Xiaoyu also contributed her insights alongside her. Hongwa, who else is aware of this matter? He asked urgently. We came to find you immediately after our breakthroughs. Qi Zian replied. Qi Hongwa nodded and remarked, you have done exceptionally well in this matter. Please present me with the awakening pulse elixir. As for the esteemed elder Gu, I suspect he may indeed align with little-used conjectures. At this, Qi Zian, his daughter, felt an involuntary blush rise to her cheeks. Qi Hongwa continued, however, we cannot fathom the motivations behind Elder Gu's actions, so our future interactions must be shrouded in feigned ignorance. adhering to the prior agreements you have established. Qi Zian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Father, do you mean? Qi Hongguo weighed the elixir vial in his hand, stating, crafting a single batch of pills could elevate our Qi family to the pinnacle of Wangzhou. He likewise possesses the capability to catapult other factions to greatness, illustrating the formidable nature of high-ranking alchemists. If he wishes to perform, we shall indulge him. Such an arrangement will only benefit our Qi family. Quickly, Qi Zian interjected, Father, I mean, regarding the matter of marriage. Qi Hongguo shot her a stern glance. What is there to ponder? If Elder Gu is indeed inclined to marry you, it would be a testament to our ancestors' virtue. Qi Zian furrowed her brow, but his age. Qi Xiaoyu chimed in, Miss, age is but a trivial concern. Do not let future regrets plague you. In youth, one may fail to appreciate the merits of an older gentleman, mistaking beauty for treasure. Qi Hongguo declared, enough. You may leave now. Whether young Master Gu and Gu Qianhua share a true father-son relationship is inconsequential, since he has broached the subject. I must invite both Lady Long and his father to your wedding. But father, Qi Zian began, only to be interrupted by Qi Hongguo. Have you not pursued the path of alchemy ardently? If a union with young Master Gu were to materialize, his guidance could shape your future. Qi Zian felt a flicker of intrigue, as she had from the outset. However, she remained averse to emotions tethered solely to ulterior motives. Observing her father's growing ire, Lin Xiaoyu swiftly pulled Qi Zian aside. Miss, what do you fear? We have an agreement. Should you find it undesirable later, you can simply annul the marriage. Chapter 47. A father and son reunited with news of his father's whereabouts secured. Gu Xuanqing prepared his array techniques and began his cultivation. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Qi Hongguo's deliberate embellishment, this wedding had transformed into a grand celebration for Wangzhou, with numerous guests arriving well in advance. Unlike typical ceremonies, a vast combat stage had been constructed within the Qi family courtyard. How audacious the Shaoyao sect is. They dare to provoke the Han family after annihilating a mediocre faction like the Fire sect? This is not mere provocation. They clearly disregard the might of Wangzhou. A mere young master dares to meddle here. Let us see how he meets his demise today. Indeed, the Qi family is a formidable ally. Do they even have the right to seek their favor? You simply do not comprehend. The Qi and Han families have long intended a union. This spectacle is likely just to add some flair to the wedding. Surrounding the combat stage, guests exchanged disdainful remarks. Have you met the Elder Han? Greetings to you. Elder Han. The Elder Han nodded slightly, acknowledging their courtesy. Qi Hongguo hurriedly approached. Greeting, Old Master Han, head of the Han family, please come this way. Hanemo, already adorned in his groom's attire, swiftly performed a bow, exclaiming, nephew pays his respects to Uncle Qi. Old Master Han feigned displeasure, chiding, we are soon to be family. Do you not know to address me differently? Indeed, Han Mo replied with a smile, your son-in-law pays his respects to the esteemed father-in-law. Qi Hongguo's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, young Master Han, since you have an agreement with young Master Gu, it would be prudent to wait until after the duel to make such changes, lest we give others cause for gossip. The unexpected address of father-in-law from Han Mo startled Qi Hongguo, bringing forth a cold sweat. Should the esteemed Gu elder learn of this, and be angered, it would be catastrophic. However, fearing to dampen the elder's enthusiasm, Qi Hongguo dared not reveal the truth. At that moment, Old Master Han looked at Qi Hongguo with astonishment. Have you truly broken through to the Void Realm? It was merely luck, merely luck. Qi Hongguo responded with courtesy. Old Master Han nodded repeatedly. To reach the Void Realm at such a young age, the future of the Qi family is limitless. The faces of the Han family radiated joy. What had initially been a union for the sake of a fifth-tier alchemist in the Qi family now unexpectedly included a formidable Void Realm expert. Observing the expressions of the Han family, Qi Hongguo mused. If only you knew that it was your Han Mo who provoked the esteemed Gu elder into elevating me to the Void Realm. I wonder if your joy would remain unchanged. At that moment, the guests present began to scrutinize Qi Hongguo again, noting that his aura was indeed markedly different from before. Nephew shall ascend the dual platform first. I will join you shortly. Han Mo declared with a firm voice, leaping onto the stage. Young Master Han is magnificent. Victory is assured. As the long-absent elder of the Han family stepped forward to support Han Mo, the guests understood the anticipated outcome of the duel. Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua, who had been invited, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing his son's name. What did you say? The young master of the Xianyao sect is named Gu Xuanqing. His companion, Long Bin, shot him a glance, do not worry. That useless son of yours lacks even the qualification to stand on this dual platform. Long Sadai's gaze darkened as she admonished, Long Bin. Do not be disrespectful to your fourth aunt. Long Bin retorted coldly, fourth aunt. The family spared him a life only at your pleading. What right does such a waste have to be my uncle? Long Sedai opened her mouth to respond, but was stopped by Gu Qianhua. Do not complicate matters. Let us endure this year, and once they send someone to rescue Cheng'er, we shall speak then. Just then, Gu Xuanqing appeared among the Long family. Seeing his son, whom he had longed for over the past 2 years, Gu Qianhua rushed forward in shock. Cheng'er, is it really you? You escaped from the Luo family? Gu Xuanqing smiled faintly. The matters at home have been resolved. Cheng'er, Long Sedai approached, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Gu Xuanqing. Yet, she was met with his icy gaze. My mother passed away giving birth to my sister. Gu Qianhua quickly admonished. Cheng'er, how can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Gu Xuanqing snorted coldly. Then how should I speak to her? As the rain fell, she fled. And you sought her to save me, yet you have shackled your own freedom in the process. What right does she have to be my mother? Upon hearing these words, Long Xinyang's heart felt as if it were being cleaved, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rebellious child, you have misunderstood your mother, Gu Qianhua exclaimed, striking Gu Xuanqing on the head. Your mother was once the foremost genius of the Long family's formation arts. The head of the Long family coerced us, threatening your life, to force her back to the Gu family. However, over the years, out of spite, your mother refrained from cultivation until your father found her. Only then did she negotiate with the Long family. If she could ascend to the 5th tier of formation master within a year, they would send someone to rescue you. Gu Xuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. His uncle had never shared such details with him before. Mother, I apologize for misjudging you. Silly child. As long as you do not harbor resentment towards me, Long Xinyang replied, embracing Gu Xuanqing. Son, daughter. She thought of how many times she had dreamed of this moment, never expecting to see her son today. 4th aunt, mind your conduct. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Long family. Just then, Long Bin approached with a cold reprimand. Upon hearing this, Long Xinyang quickly released Gu Xuanqing. I was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Cheng'er. I shall be mindful. Sensing the disapproving gazes around them, Long Bin huffed disdainfully. Remember, your every word and action reflects upon the Long family. Gu Xuanqing's expression darkened. If it were not for my mother, then it is your Long family that has restricted my father's freedom. Restricted freedom? Your father is hardly worthy of our Long family's attention. If not for my 4th aunt's coercion, he wouldn't even have the right to reside in the Long family's abode. Before Long Bin could finish, Gu Xuanqing had already vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Who dares to cause trouble in my Qi family? Qi Honghua, who had just ascended to the Void Realm, stood up, his voice booming. When his gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Gu Xuanqing, he froze in place. How dare you strike my son? Long Yongyi shouted, and members of the Long family closed in. Second brother, he is my son. Long Xinyang swiftly shielded Gu Xuanqing, while only Gu Qianhua, a mid-stage earth spirit, stood protectively by her side. Seeing his son approach with blood at the corner of his mouth, Long Yongyi bellowed, Your son? But he is not of the Long family. Bin'er belongs to the Long family. Do you truly believe you can protect him today? Chapter 48, Apologies. I am in a hurry, Long Xinyang retorted fiercely. I am of the Long family. My son is a member of the Long family. Long Yongyi scoffed. Are you not aware of the disgraceful acts you committed in the past? If not for your remaining value, do you think you would still have the right to return to the Long family? And as for your son, does a son-in-law truly deserve to enter our gates? Long Xinyang replied coldly. Regardless, today, I can allow Cheng'er to apologize to Long Bin, but should you lay a hand on my son, it shall be over my dead body. Mentioning that particular matter caused Long Yongyi to hesitate once more. The reason for insisting on Long Xinyang's return was precisely that objective. Yet, with his son publicly humiliated by this worthless son-in-law, could he simply relent? Suddenly, upon seeing Qi Honghua approaching, Long Yongyi's eyes lit up. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening, but today is Miss Xian's wedding, and causing a disturbance on Qi's territory is a matter you must address with the head of the Qi family yourself. As he approached, he overheard the recognition ceremony hosted by Gu Xuanqing, and Qi Honghua wore an expression of hesitation. He was well aware of Gu Qianhua's circumstances. Could it be that the esteemed elder Gu is indeed their son? As confusion swirled in his mind, Long Yongyi drew everyone's attention towards himself. With a firm resolve, Qi Honghua walked over, while Long Xinyang hastily stepped forward, saying, Head of the Qi family, my son lacks understanding, and I apologize on his behalf. Observing Long Xinyang bow deeply, Qi Honghua quickly returned the gesture, exclaiming, Long Xinyang, you mustn't say such things. Long Yongyi interjected, Head of the Qi family. She holds no significant standing in my household. There's no need for you to regard my family's reputation. Qi Honghua glanced at Long Yongyi as if he were a fool. Am I showing you respect? I am honoring the elder Gu. Yet, regarding the relationship between Gu Xuanqing and the Long family, he had yet to fully comprehend, and dared not speak further, merely managing an awkward smile. At this moment of discomfort for Qi Honghua, Han Mo on the dual platform couldn't help but sneer. So, you are the illegitimate child of Long Xingyang, and you dare to pretend to be the young master of the Xiao sect? The young master of the Xiao sect? The one challenging young master Han? Instantly, the gazes of the crowd towards Gu Xuanqing grew increasingly peculiar. Shen'er, is it you who intends to duel young master Han? Gu Qianhua suddenly panicked, having initially thought that the duelist merely shared the same name as his son. Gu Xuanqing smiled gently. Father, when you first arrived in Wangu Prefecture, did not Miss Xian rescue you? I owe her a favor. As Gu Qianhua nodded, Long Xingyang promptly interjected, Young Master Han. My son Shen'er has just arrived in Wangu Prefecture and, being inexperienced, has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. However, Han Mo scoffed dismissively. We have signed a life and death contract. Mere apologies cannot suffice. Long Xingyang understood the significance of the life and death contract in Wangu Prefecture and turned to Long Yongyi, pleading. Second brother, I implore you to intervene on behalf of the Long family. After all, Shen'er is your nephew. Long Yongyi, having been at a loss as to how to deal with Gu Xuanqing, seized the opportunity to retort with a cold laugh. What qualifications does he possess to be considered a member of my Long family? Father, mother, there is no need for concern. I shall return shortly. Acknowledging that his father had indeed recognized the favor owed to Miss Xian, Gu Xuanqing was determined to repay the debt. In a flash, he stood upon the dual platform. Upon learning of Gu Xuanqing's true identity, Han Mo's initial worry dissipated. You dare to step up? That surprises me. My apologies, I am pressed for time. Gu Xuanqing, having just reunited with his parents, had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with Han Mo. With a commanding shout, he activated his speed and strength, summoning a spiritual sword into his grasp. As the cold gleam of the blade surged forth, he charged toward Han Mo, observing the rapidly approaching Gu Xuanqing. Han Mo disdainfully snorted. Your speed is commendable, but still insufficient. With the sword in hand, he executed a sweeping strike, effectively sealing off Gu Xuanqing's path of attack. With a resounding roar, the scene unfolded as the figures of two individuals narrowly passed each other. Gu Xuanqing had leapt down from the arena, positioning himself before Gu Qianhua's Long Xingyang. Long Bin, observing this spectacle, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Fool! In the eternal state, a life and death contract has been established. Anyone who dares to flee shall face certain death. In this moment, several onlookers unsheathed their swords, eager to curry favor with the Han family. Yet, at that instant, Han Mo collapsed on the arena, a gaping wound in his brow, crimson and white fluids incessantly spilling forth. Mor. The proud expression on the old man Han's face had barely begun to unfold before he vanished from sight, cradling Han Mo's lifeless body. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even Qi Honghua, who was well aware of Gu Xuanqing's capabilities, was taken aback, though not surprised by the outcome of the duel. However, to think that Gu Xuanqing, harnessing merely the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm, could annihilate Han Mo of the Unity realm left Qi Honghua astounded. Could it be that the esteemed Elder Gu is adept in both alchemy and martial arts, possessing remarkable prowess in both fields? Shen'er, are you unharmed? Regardless of the astonishment surrounding them, Gu Qianhua and Long Xingyang were primarily concerned for Gu Xuanqing's well-being. Feeling their genuine care warmed his heart, Gu Xuanqing smiled reassuringly. I am unscathed. At this moment, Long Yongyi approached, proclaiming, You truly possess the bloodline of the Long family. Given your performance today, I have decided to accept you as one of our own. Long Xingyang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Second brother, are you truly sincere? She then tugged at Gu Xuanqing's sleeve, urging, Shen'er, do not forget to express your gratitude to Uncle. Long Yongyi, with his hands clasped behind his back and an air of pride, nodded slightly, clearly awaiting Gu Xuanqing's gratitude. Yet, Gu Xuanqing scoffed, Mother, what merits are there in becoming a member of the Long family? Have they ever treated us like kin? Moreover, judging by the recent events, your life in the Long family does not seem particularly pleasant. Long Xingyang quickly grasped Gu Xuanqing's hand, whispering, Silly child, you have slain Han Mo. Without the Long family's protection, you are in great danger. As long as you understand, Long Yongyi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Gu Xuanqing. It is natural for a young man with talent to exhibit a bit of arrogance, but should one fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they may not even survive this encounter. On the arena, Old Man Han let out a cold snort as the Han family members swiftly surrounded him. The surrounding guests instinctively retreated, for even though some possessed strength comparable to that of the Han family, none wished to embroil themselves in such chaos. Long Yongyi gradually withdrew, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is still not too late to kneel and acknowledge your roots. Otherwise, it will soon be too late. Gu Qianhua cautioned, Shen'er, do not act impulsively. The Long family has been quite good to your father during this time. Indeed, your second uncle has that temperament. Yet he is not a bad person. Long Xinyan chimed in hastily. Gu Xuanqing remained unmoved until the Long family had retreated behind the Han family. Observing this, the members of the Han family let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xuanqing must perish today, yet they were unwilling to engage in a conflict that would lead to mutual destruction with the Long family. Chapter 49. The dominant Qi family. Qi Hongwa stepped forward. Addressing Old Man Han, Old Master Han, Han Mo, and Young Master Gu had already established a life and death contract. Is this conduct not contrary to the rules? Old Master Han's gaze sharpened. Master Qi, do you intend to meddle in this matter? A potent aura, reminiscent of a mid-stage void realm cultivator, radiated from him, enveloping the scene with an overwhelming sense of threat. Although Qi Hongwa had just entered the void realm, he remained unfazed. Adhering to their prior agreement, should young Master Gu emerge victorious, he would become the son-in-law of the Qi family. How could he not intervene in such affairs? The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Gu Xuanqing possessed a degree of talent. Yet was it truly worth the Qi family to sever ties with the Han family over him? Qi Hongwa then spoke to the parents of Gu Xuanqing. Dear-in-laws, fret not. With the Qi family standing guard, no one shall lay a finger on young Master Gu. Thank you, the desperate elders exclaimed, astonished at this unexpected turn of events, quickly clasping their fists in gratitude, prompting Qi Hongwa to return the gesture in haste. Old Master Han's expression turned frigid. He had yet to wed Xian, thus she could not yet be deemed part of the Qi family. Should the Qi family choose to intervene, they could not blame the Han family for declaring a relentless feud. Although he was reluctant to engage in a death struggle with the Qi family, especially given their recent emergence of a fifth-tier alchemist and a formidable void realm expert, Han's family found themselves with no path of retreat. Otherwise, they would lose all face in Wangu Prefecture. Simultaneously, Old Master Han calculated that the Qi family could not possibly wage such a fierce battle merely for Gu Xuanqing. So be it, we shall fight to the bitter end. He would not let this opportunity to showcase his prowess before the esteemed elder slip away. And he even felt a flicker of gratitude towards Old Master Han for his cooperation. With a commanding shout, several uncles of Qi Xian stepped forth, each radiating a magnificent aura. Though they could not rival Old Master Han, they were indeed genuine void realm experts. The onlookers gasped, astonished at how the Qi family's strength had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Old Master Han's expression darkened. Moments later, he spoke gravely. Surely, your Qi family cannot disregard the rules of Wangu Prefecture? He forged a life and death contract with Mir under the guise of the young master of the free and unfettered sect. Yet in truth, he does not hold that title. Thus, the contract is void, amounting to an unwarranted murder. Observing the Qi family's formidable display, Old Master Han, who was indeed reluctant to instigate conflict, was compelled to reason with them. Who dares to threaten our young master? The young master of the free and unfettered sect is not someone a mere Han family can manipulate. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out as core figures from the free and unfettered sect, such as Hu Haichuan, Qi Hua, and Mo He, approached. Following Gu Xuanqing's instructions, they had dealt with the aftermath of the fire cult and made their way to Wangu Prefecture. Upon arrival, they learned that their master had transformed into the young master of the free and unfettered sect and was to wed the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Although they did not fully grasp their master's intentions, they hastened to comply. Since their master had taken on the identity of the young master, they naturally dared not expose the truth. Salutations, young master. The gathered individuals reverently bowed. Greetings, young master. They all chimed in unison. Among those accompanying the free and unfettered sect was Qi Ming, who had just ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist. Qi Hongwa looked at Qi Ming in astonishment. Brother, do you know young Master Gu? At that moment, he began to understand why his brother had suddenly achieved such an impressive rank as a fifth-tier alchemist. Old Master Han's expression shifted as he inquired, Qi Ming, are you also here to plead for him today? It was common knowledge that within the Qi family, the true authority did not lie with the head of the family, but rather with the eldest brother, Qi Ming. Plead? Do you think your Han family is worthy? Qi Ming scoffed, then turned to Gu Xuanqing, clasping his fists. Young Master Gu, do we slay these individuals, or let them be? What? Just moments ago, Qi Hongwa merely indicated that the Qi family would protect Gu Xuanqing, yet now Qi Ming seemed utterly unconcerned with the Han family's stance. As if with a mere nod from Gu Xuanqing, he would be ready to engage in battle with the Han family. We shall depart. Clearly, Old Master Han realized that Gu Xuanqing possessed secrets unknown to him, and prolonging this standoff would yield no benefits. Halt. Young Master Gu has yet to speak. You cannot leave. Just as everyone assumed the matter had concluded, Qi Ming coldly snorted, and with a mere glance, Qi family members obstructed the Han family's path. Gu Xuanqing remarked, let them go. After a long separation from his parents, Gu Xuanqing had no desire to tussle with the Han family. Furthermore, Given Gu Xuanqing's character, he would never stoop to using another's hand to resolve his own affairs. Indeed, young Master Gu, the Qi family stepped aside, and the Han family members departed, leaving everyone gazing at Gu Xuanqing with even greater intrigue. It was evident to all that Qi Ming displayed a humility and reverence towards Gu Xuanqing that was quite remarkable. Who was this Gu Xuanqing that could elicit such deference from a fifth-tier alchemist? Long Yongyi shot a fierce glare at Gu Xuanqing, wishing to call away Long Xinyang. But considering the Qi family's earlier demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent and exited alongside the Han family. Thank you, esteemed relatives. With the turmoil dissipating thanks to the Qi family's intervention, Gu Qianhua hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Faced with Gu Qianhua's politeness, the Qi family members felt overwhelmed. Yet none dared to shatter the facade. Brother Gu, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Please take young Master Gu to the backyard to prepare. The wedding is about to commence. Indeed, delighted by his son's promising future, Long Xinyang led Gu Xuanqing towards the backyard. Although Gu Xuanqing found it peculiar that the members of the Xian Yao sect had arrived, he had much to discuss with his parents upon their reunion, thus deciding to inquire later. Upon entering the backyard, Gu Qianhua urged, Xuanqing, quickly change into your wedding attire. Otherwise, Miss Xian will be displeased. Gu Xuanqing chuckled, Father, you are overthinking. I merely promised to assist her in resolving matters with Han Mo because of her past aid. I have no intention of marrying her. Nonsense. If it were not a genuine marriage, would the Qi family invite so many to impersonate Xian Yao sect members, thereby legitimizing your status as a young master? If it were not a genuine marriage, would the Qi family risk a schism with the Han family on your behalf? Xuanqing, though you may be marrying into the family, I have interacted with Miss Xian. She is a wonderful person, far from the likes of Luo Xingxue. While persuading, Gu Qianhua retrieved the wedding attire. Unable to resist, Gu Xuanqing had no choice but to don the groom's garments, reassuring himself that at the wedding, Qi Xian would likely propose to cancel it anyway. Brother, who exactly is this esteemed elder Gu, and how did you come to know him? What is he up to now? In another part of the room, the members of the Qi family, including uncles and Qi Xian, inquired of Qi Ming. Chapter 50, Buy One Get One Free? Qi Ming replied, Elder Gu is a formidable figure from the same era as the wandering martial emperor. The Qi family members gasped in astonishment. What? From the same era as the wandering martial emperor? Qi Ming shook his head and continued. However, Elder Gu's actions are always profound and enigmatic. It is likely that only the vice sect master of the wandering sect, Qi Hua, could fathom his intentions. The Qi family members exclaimed, Are they truly from the wandering sect? What is Elder Gu's connection to them? Previously, in the Grand Hall, they had believed that Qi Hua and the others were merely pretenders brought in by Qi Ming. Qi Ming stated, Elder Gu is a figure of the ancestral level within the wandering sect. Ancestral level. Qi Xian and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances, each understanding the awkwardness reflected in the other's eyes. They realized why their father had been so well versed in matters pertaining to the wandering sect when Elder Gu Xianqin had been questioned. As they spoke, Qi Hua and the others entered. After a round of pleasantries, the Qi family recounted all that had transpired since Elder Gu Xuanqin's arrival in the eternal ancient prefecture. Qi Hua, stroking his beard thoughtfully, remarked, First and foremost, the ancestor has come to pave the way for our wandering sect's establishment in the eternal ancient prefecture. This much is certain. To avoid drawing attention, he has assumed the identity of the vice sect master, and it is best that we do not expose this. Moreover, although our wandering sect has significantly strengthened under the ancestor's guidance, we still lack the stability needed in the eternal ancient prefecture. Hence the ancestor's decision to collaborate with your Qi family. This is also the reason why the ancestor has assisted your Qi family in cultivating so many formidable figures. Of course, if I am not mistaken, the ancestor's choice of the Qi family is also a form of gratitude for Master Qi's assistance to our wandering sect. With Qi Hua's insightful analysis, the attendees nodded in agreement. Only Qi Ming, feeling somewhat bashful, said, What I have done is hardly worthy of such treatment from young Master Gu. I truly feel embarrassed. However, Qi Xian's primary concern remained the wedding with Elder Gu. As the two had initially feigned a romantic engagement, but the unfolding events had strayed far from their original intent, particularly upon learning Elder Gu Xuanqin's true identity. She understood that the decision regarding the wedding was no longer within her control. Qi Hua remarked, This should be the ancestor's strategic move to establish our wandering sect in the eternal ancient prefecture while also uplifting your Qi family. As for Gu Qianhua, he is likely a descendant. The ancestor has likely fabricated this story to uphold the ruse. Alas, the ancestor has truly sacrificed so much for the rise of our wandering sect. The members of the Qi family felt a surge of joy. Excellent. Let us prepare for the wedding ceremony. Securing the favor of Elder Gu Xianqin was undoubtedly a significant opportunity for the Qi family. Yet, Qi Zian furrowed her brow. Although this was the outcome she had longed for, upon realizing that the so-called wedding was merely a step in Elder Gu's plan to strengthen the wandering sect, she felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she knew she had no right to refuse, and no one in the entire Qi family dared to oppose Elder Gu Xianxin. In the grand hall of the Qi family, the auspicious hour had arrived. With the sound of the ceremonial chant, Gu Xuanqing and Qi Zian entered together. Gu Xuanqing quietly inquired, "Are you truly willing to marry?" He believed that since Han Mo had been dealt with, this wedding should be called off. However, Qi Zian interpreted his words as a question of whether she was prepared to sacrifice for the Qi family, remembering Qi Ming's admonition to feign ignorance. She gritted her teeth and responded, "You have killed Han Mo. If we do not marry, I fear the Han family will not spare you. Moreover, the Long family did not treat your parents kindly today." At the mention of his parents, Gu Xuanqing fell silent. He possessed the strength to protect himself. But what about his parents? Although he was touched by Qi Zian's kindness, he remarked, "But this could tarnish your reputation for a lifetime." Qi Zian offered a sheepish smile. "I only wish to pursue the path of alchemy. I must find someone to ruin my reputation eventually." Noting the complexity in Qi Zian's gaze, Gu Xuanqing felt a slight tremor in his heart. What a benevolent young woman, first rescuing his father and now making such a significant sacrifice to aid his family. While there was indeed an element of reluctance towards the marriage on her part, could it be denied that there was also an aspect of self-interest involved? As they conversed, the pair had already entered the ceremonial space. They bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their parents. The ceremonial chant commenced. Together, they bowed to Qi Honghua, Hu Haiquan, Gu Qianhua, and Long Xinyang. While Gu Qianhua and Long Xinyang beamed with joy, Qi Honghua and Hu Haiquan felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Although they understood this was merely a performance orchestrated by their master, they still felt a twinge of guilt receiving such a bow. The couple bowed to each other. Following that, they bowed once more, signifying the completion of the ceremony. "Congratulations, young Master Gu. Congratulations, Miss Qi. Congratulations, congratulations." Witnessing the immense heritage of the Qi family, the guests rose to offer their congratulations, and the banquet erupted into joyous revelry. Observing the delighted and blissful expressions of his parents, Gu Xuanqing remained by their side until the guests departed late into the night. "My dear son, this is a momentous occasion." Gu Qianhua, overwhelmed with happiness, had already drunkenly slumped over the table. As Gu Xuanqing approached, Long Xinyang admonished him, "What time is it? Hurry to the bridal chamber. Your father is in my care. There is nothing to worry about." To the bridal chamber? Gu Xuanqing was slightly taken aback, noticing the Qi family elders watching intently. Very well, very well. Miss Qi has made such a significant sacrifice for me. I cannot allow her to lose face among her kin. Zian, let us go?" Qi Zian shivered slightly, feeling a bit at a loss. But she nodded woodenly and followed Gu Xuanqing to their new chamber. The Qi family elders observed this scene, nodding to one another in approval. No matter how high Gu's cultivation, he is still a man. This is good. This is good. My lord, my lady. Upon their return to the room, Qi Xiaoyu had prepared warm water for them to wash up. With their minds preoccupied, Gu Xuanqing and Qi Zian completed their ablutions. Gu Xuanqing looked at Qi Xiaoyu, who showed no sign of leaving, and asked, "You are still here?" After learning of Gu Xuanqing's identity, Qi Xiaoyu dared not retain her previous arrogance. And with a hint of meekness, she said, "Does my lord find me bothersome?" Gu Xuanqing was taken aback. "When have I ever found you bothersome?" Qi Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and, summoning her courage, declared, "I am the personal maid of the young lady. If you marry her, I shall naturally belong to you as well. A two-for-one deal." It seems that in the Qingyun continent, personal maids indeed accompany their mistresses as concubines. However, Gu Xuanqing, who had been preoccupied with unsealing his dantian in his past life, had never experienced romantic relations and had not anticipated this situation. Yet, for various reasons, marrying Qi Zian was already awkward enough. Now, he had to contend with the addition of Qi Xiaoyu. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two women, Gu Xuanqing felt overwhelmed. Chapter 51. A Mother's Dilemma. Finally, after gathering his thoughts, Gu Xuanqing spoke, "As you both are aware, this marriage is solely to help Miss Zian evade her family's pressing demands for marriage. Ultimately, we are destined to part ways, so." He paused. "Tonight, you two shall occupy the bedroom while I take refuge in the living room." Watching Gu Xuanqing flee to the living room, Qi Zian shook her head, remarking, "Ancient elder, for the sake of our dignity, has lowered himself to utter such words." Qi Xiaoyu inquired, "Are we truly going to sleep?" Qi Zian hesitated, contemplating, "Well, the ancient elder may be in the living room, but it still feels somewhat awkward. Let us instead focus on our cultivation." With that, the two began to meditate, though the events of the day weighed heavily on their minds, making it difficult to concentrate. However, Moments later, a figure appeared in their minds, sitting in meditation, accompanied by an unfamiliar yet profound technique that surfaced in their thoughts. Having had a similar experience before, both women exchanged astonished glances. Qi Zian remarked, "It must be that the ancient elder feels indebted to us for acting in his play and is intentionally guiding us. Let us concentrate on our cultivation." Qi Xiaoyu dared not speak further and immediately followed the figure in her mind to practice. Meanwhile, Gu Xuanqing in the living room had already entered his own meditative state. Before dawn the next day, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, gathered early around the new house. "Good morning, Master Qi. Dear-in-law, we are now family. There is no need for such formalities. Ah, Elder Hu, you are here as well? Well, we are accustomed to rising early for our morning exercises." "Ah, indeed. At our age, a bit of morning exercise is beneficial." As they greeted each other, their exchanges were perfunctory yet understood. As the sun reached its zenith, the doors of the new house swung open, and the group concluded their lengthy morning routines. Upon seeing the three figures emerge from the room, the expressions of the Qi family members shifted dramatically. "Big brother, do you notice the aura of Zian and Xiaoyu?" Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu had been influenced by Gu Xuanqing's teachings, practicing the carefree technique last night. The imperial scripture was nothing compared to the Qi family's heavenly gang technique. After a night of cultivation, while their realms may not have visibly progressed, their auras had undeniably undergone a qualitative leap. Qi Ming, with a look of envy, remarked, "It seems the ancient elder assisted them through dual cultivation last night. No wonder they are only just rising." The members of the Carefree Sect also wore expressions of astonishment. They sensed the aura of the Carefree Sect emanating from the two women, clearly a gift from their founder. Only Long Xinyang stepped forward proactively. "Mother!" Gu Xuanqing called out, and Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu echoed, "Mother!" Long Xinyang nodded slightly, taking Gu Xuanqing by the arm and leading him into the house. "Zian, Xiaoyu, you two go ahead and have your meal. I have matters to discuss with Chun'er." Gu Xianqing inquired, "Mother, is there something amiss?" Long Xinyang furrowed her brow and replied, "What on earth have you been up to? On your wedding night, you show no regard for the maiden's feelings? Rising at this hour? Indeed, your father and I yearn for grandchildren, but you must also cherish the maiden's well-being." Gu Xianqing widened his eyes in surprise and then chuckled. "Mother, you misunderstand. We did nothing last night. We were merely cultivating and lost track of time." "Cultivating? Do you take your mother for a child of 3? Long Xinyang sighed. "Forget it. If you are too shy to speak, I shall not press you further. But remember, for the next few days, you must not share a room. Let her recover her strength." Long Xinyang cast a stern glance at her son. Zian and Xiaoyu observed the two women. Their expressions somewhat awkward. Although they were younger, their status had undeniably risen after that night. Greetings to the two matriarchs. The members of the Xiaoyao sect hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Since the master had turned fiction into reality, they naturally regarded the two women as their leaders. Noticing the misunderstanding among the crowd, the two women involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. "You are mistaken. Last night, Elder Gu was solely focused on guiding our cultivation," they clarified. "There was absolutely nothing else." Qihua quickly interjected, "Understood. The master prefers to act without explicit declarations. Rest assured, we only prostrated ourselves in the master's absence. Before the master, we will feign ignorance. Indeed, we shall certainly heed Deputy Sect Master Chihua's words." The members of the Xiaoyao sect responded in unison, each secretly chastising themselves for not being as perceptive as Qihua regarding the master's intentions. At that moment, a servant from the Qi family arrived with news. After a brief exchange with Gu Qianhua, the group proceeded toward the outer hall, while Gu Qianhua directly sought out Gu Xianqing and his mother. With a hint of concern, Gu Qianhua remarked, "Xinyang, the Long family has arrived." Gu Xuanqing's expression turned serious as he asked, "Mother, what is the nature of your relationship with the Long family?" From their brief interaction the day prior, he sensed a delicate nuance in his mother's ties to them. Long Xinyang sighed softly and recounted her connection to the Long family. She was born of her father and a maidservant, holding little status within the Long household. Had it not been for her innate talent in array formations, she would have long been cast out. The Long family possessed a treasured ancestral map, yet no one could decipher its restrictions until Long Xinyang ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier array master, at which point she grasped much of its profound secrets. Although she selflessly shared her insights with the clan elders, even the 5th-tier array masters struggled to comprehend its intricacies. The clan speculated that perhaps with her ascension to 5th-tier array master, she might be able to unlock the restrictions. However, that year, after her father's emergence, she faced even greater bullying within the clan. In a fit of indignation, she left the Long family and fled to the Xian kingdom, where she eventually encountered Gu Xuanqing's father. "Now I understand." Gu Xianqing rose and declared, "Father and mother, please wait here. I shall meet with the Long family. Long Xingyang shook her head, saying, Chun'er, you must not. You have only just arrived at the Qi family and have already caused quite a stir. Although Xian is kind-hearted, as a junior, she holds little sway within the Qi family. Do not worry, I will return with them. Once I break through to become a 5th-tier array master and unlock the restrictions, I shall reunite with you and your father. Unbeknownst to their parents, Gu Xianxian found himself at a loss for words. Mother, I will ask you but once. If I were to extinguish the Long family, would you still consider our familial bonds? Although his mother's narrative had deliberately obscured many details, Gu Xianxian could surmise the struggles she faced within the Long household. Nonetheless, he was keenly aware of his mother's feelings. Long Xiang was taken aback by her son's declaration, clearly realizing he was still naive to the depths of the myriad complexities in Wangu province. Yet, witnessing Gu Xianxian's unwavering determination filled her with concern for his impulsiveness. Long Qianhua, with a glint of insight, remarked, Your mother holds familial ties in high regard, although she harbors disdain for the Long family. She would not wish to see kin turn against one another. If you could leverage the strength of the Qi family to ensure they cease to trouble her, it would be for the best. Understanding the implication behind Long Qianhua's words, Long Xiang promptly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I shall attend to this matter. With that, Gu Xianxian stepped outside. Chapter 52. The emergence of a master in the grand hall of the Qi family, Long Yongyi and his son, accompanied by several clan members. Boasted with invitations in hand, my esteemed elder has ascended to the rank of 5th-tier high-level formation master and is hosting a banquet for the clans. What? A 5th-tier high-level formation master? The countenance of the Qi family shifted dramatically. Hadn't the elder Long just advanced to the 5th-tier intermediate level a little over a year ago? A 5th-tier formation master is akin to a warrior at the virtual tier, and a 5th-tier high-level formation master ranks among the most formidable of the return-to-reality realm. A rare gem, even in Wangu province. With immense pride, Long Yongyi declared, Indeed, my elder has received guidance from a master and has advanced. Within 2 years, he shall become the first 6th-tier formation master in Wangu province. Congratulations, congratulations. The members of the Qi family offered their felicitations. Despite the Long family having produced several virtual tier warriors, the prowess of a 5th-tier high-level formation master eclipsed their numbers. Observing the Qi family's demeanor, Long Yongyi felt a sense of satisfaction and inquired, Might it be convenient for the head of the Qi family if I were to take my sister's family back with me? Although my ineffectual nephew is now engaged to Miss Xian, it is rather unsuitable for them to reside here. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the attendees shifted. To refuse would mean to acknowledge that Long Xiang was still a member of the Long family. To agree would contradict the apparent intentions of their ancestors. Consequently, Qi Hongwa interjected, Regarding the affairs of the youth, I prefer not to interfere. It would be prudent to consult with young Master Gu and the others first. Just then, Gu Xianxian emerged from the inner hall. He cast a glance at Long Yongyi and stated, I can dissolve that restriction for you, thus severing any ties between my mother and the Long family. Without hesitation, Long Bin scoffed derisively. Who do you think you are? You believe you can accomplish what even my grandfather, a 5th-tier high-level formation master, could not? Impudence! How dare you speak to young Master Gu in such a manner? Amidst the chorus of reprimands, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Long Bin. As a practitioner at the initial stage of the harmonization realm, he was unable to withstand the tremendous force emanating from the Emperor of humankind in the virtual tier. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he involuntarily bent his knees. Long Yongyi's expression darkened as he commanded, Stand down. Are you declaring war on my Long family? With a fierce shout, the warriors accompanying him also unleashed their own auras to counteract the oppressive force. Qi Hongwa's gaze turned icy as he knelt to apologize to young Master Gu, warning that none of them would leave the Qi family estate today. The words of the esteemed elder Gu had been unequivocal. He sought to sever ties with the Long family, so why should he extend any courtesies? A 5th-tier senior alchemist from the Long family was insignificant in the presence of elder Gu. The Long family's members wore expressions of astonishment. While the region of Wangu had its share of sons-in-law, which family had ever reached such heights? The companions of the Long family, all martial artists of the Emperor realm, struggled against the overwhelming aura surrounding them, but it was evidently insufficient. With a resounding thud, Long Bin, drenched in cold sweat, succumbed to the immense pressure and knelt involuntarily. Sensing the lethal intent in the air, he trembled, uttering, Young Master Gu, I was wrong, I apologize. As his words faded, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Long Bin collapsed onto the ground, as if he had endured a harrowing trial of life and death. Gu Xuanqing declared, Let us depart. I shall accompany you to the Long family. Young Master Gu, take care. Safe travels, young master. As Gu Xuanqing set off, The Qi family and the members of the Free and Unfettered Sect expressed their sentiments. The Long family members appeared bewildered. Just moments ago, they had staunchly defended Gu Xuanqing. Yet now, having just bullied Long Bin, they seemed indifferent to his impending visit to the Long family. Alas, the Long family truly had a heart of stone. Had it not been for their blood ties to Long Xinjiang, they might have long since met their demise. Who would dare to offend the ancestral master so brazenly? Observing the departure of the Long family members, the people of the Free and Unfettered Sect and the Qi family exchanged glances filled with pity. In the great hall of the Long family, as soon as he returned, Long Bin could hardly contain himself, shouting, "You, kneel and bow to me in apology." Gu Xuanqing cast a cold glance at Long Bin, stating, "My mother does not wish for me to harm the Long family. I shall overlook this transgression. But should you err again, you shall meet your end." Long Bin scoffed, "Your mother, who disregards her duties, has no right to speak of my Long family." As Long Bin's words fell, a flash of cold light surged forth, and the onlookers felt an intensely sharp aura emanate. When they turned their gaze, they found Long Bin, wide-eyed in disbelief, with his head severed and rolling upon the ground. "Scoundrel, you seek death." No one had anticipated that Gu Xuanqing, alone, would dare to enter the Long family and kill so decisively. As the members of the Long family prepared to retaliate, Gu Xuanqing snorted coldly. "I can refrain from taking lives from my mother, but should you compel me, I believe she would not hold it against me. Such audacity! I shall see what abilities you possess to act so recklessly within my Long family." Long Yongyi, having just reattached his son's head, roared in fury, striking out with a palm directed at Gu Xuanqing. Long Yongyi was a peak Emperor realm expert, merely a step away from the virtual tier. The palm, fueled by rage, unleashed a formidable force that disrupted the laws of nature, creating tiny fissures in the space ahead, which spread towards Gu Xuanqing. Though the spatial cracks appeared small, their cutting power far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. Gu Xuanqing remained unmoved, his hands forming an intricate seal. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted forth. Boom! In a tremendous roar, Long Yongyi's palm collided with the shimmering barrier, causing it to quiver slightly, while he himself was sent hurtling backward. Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened. "Should anyone dare to make another move, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Long Yongyi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a portrait of shock as he stared at Gu Xuanqing. "You can control it? The Long family has formation?" Upon hearing this, several fourth-tier formation masters from the Long family began to frantically alter their formation seals. Yet, in the next moment, they realized that their connection with the formation had been completely severed. How could this be possible? The protective grand formation of the Long family was a fifth-tier advanced formation, the very foundation upon which the Long family stood in the eternal ancient state. Now, however, their trump card was firmly grasped in Gu Xuanqing's hands, who would not be alarmed. Quickly summoned the patriarch. Gu Xuanqing remained calm, unperturbed by the Long family's inaction. "Who dares to act against my Long family?" Moments later, with a fierce command, a throng of individuals surged into the great hall. Yet, upon recognizing Gu Xuanqing, the elder at the forefront altered his expression and hastened to kneel before Gu Xuanqing, exclaiming, "Disciple Long Qingyun pays respects to the master." The newcomer was none other than the elder Gu Xuanqing had encountered in the cave on his journey to the eternal ancient state. "Master?" The Long family members were utterly dumbfounded, and Long Yongyi incredulously inquired, "Father, is he the extraordinary person you mentioned?" Chapter 53. The Long family's stance seeing Long Qingyun. Gu Xuanqing was somewhat taken aback. "You are of the Long family?" Long Qingyun, seeking to take credit, replied, "Indeed. When master left the foundation behind, I pondered deeply and have since advanced to the fifth-tier advanced level. Within 2 years, I shall reach the sixth tier." Observing his father still kneeling upright, Long Yongyi hurriedly reminded, "Father, he is the son of fourth sister." Long Qingyun was astonished and stood up abruptly. "You are the son of Long Xinjiang, my nephew?" As he spoke the last words, joy radiated from Long Qingyun. The term master was merely his recognition of Gu Xuanqing's formidable prowess and formations, a means to draw closer. Not anticipating that the other party was indeed a member of the Long family, Gu Xuanqing coldly huffed, "I am indeed my mother's son, but I am not your nephew. The reasons need not be elaborated." Long Qingyun's face twisted into a bitter smile, struggling to find words as he recalled Long Xinjiang's life within the Long family. Gu Xuanqing commanded, "Bring forth the treasure map. I shall unravel the restrictions for your Long family. From this moment forth, my mother shall have no ties with the Long family. Should you dare to disturb her, do not blame me for being impolite." At the mention of the treasure map, the eyes of the Long family members sparkled with interest. Previously, when Gu Xuanqing had made similar claims, none believed him. Yet now, upon discovering he was the extraordinary person mentioned by the patriarch, hope ignited anew among them. Young Master Gu, in truth, Long Qingyun attempted to negotiate further, but was interrupted by Gu Xianxun. My actions are solely for my mother's peace of mind. Even if I do nothing for your Long family, would you dare to disturb my mother? The esteemed Long family, confronted by a junior who stood in their great hall and rebuked them so directly, found themselves rendered speechless. Observing Gu Xuanxun's resoluteness, Long Qingyun reluctantly produced the treasure map, stating, "Then let us see what you are capable of." As Gu Xuanxun grasped the treasure map, Long Qingyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. According to the words of young Master Gu, if one could not unravel the restrictions, it would imply that Long Xingyang would return to me. Before Long Qingyun could finish his sentence, Gu Xuanxun's palm glided over the map, and an ancient and solemn aura enveloped the entire grand hall. From this moment forth, the slate was wiped clean. After tossing the treasure map to Long Qingyun, Gu Xuanxun turned and strode toward the dragon family's entrance. The members of the dragon family gathered around, astonished. Had the restrictions truly been dispelled? No one anticipated that the intricate barriers, painstakingly established over generations, could be so effortlessly undone by Gu Xuanxun. Yet, no one felt joy in this revelation. Gu Xuanxun wielded the power to manipulate the grand formation laid by the dragon family and could easily dissolve the restrictions of the treasure map. What might have transpired had he treated Long Xingyang better in the past and kept her within the dragon family? After a moment of shock, a cold glint flashed in Long Yongyi's eyes. "Father, I suspect that Xingyang had already broken the seal and given the treasure map to Gu Xuanxun. Otherwise, how could such a prodigy arise from a place as insignificant as the Xian kingdom?" At this proclamation, the dragon family was engulfed in astonishment, many secretly nodding in agreement. However, in the next instant, Long Qingyun delivered a resounding slap to his son's face. Long Yongyi clutched his cheek in shock. Long Qingyun's gaze hardened. "Everyone, remember this. What Yongyi just said must not be spoken of again. Those who dare to utter it shall face dire consequences." Amidst the shocked silence, Long Qingyun continued. "Even if Gu Xuanxun were to discover the treasure first, what would it matter? Can our dragon family contend with him? Even within our own grounds, he could wreak havoc with the protective formation. Who could stand in his way? And if he hasn't sought the treasure, he remains beyond our reach." A profound silence fell over the dragon family. Indeed, in light of the vast disparity in their strengths, did right and wrong still hold any significance? Long Qingyun added, "Binner's death was fated. Thoughts of revenge must be relinquished. We shall seek the treasure's location, but prior to that, our family must visit the Qi family to apologize to Long Xingyang and earn her forgiveness." At the Qi family's entrance, upon hearing that Gu Xuanxun had gone to the dragon family, Qi Qianhua and Long Xingyang had already taken their positions at the door. Had it not been for the Qi family's intervention, they would likely have stormed into the dragon family by now. As Gu Xuanxun returned, the two elders approached him eagerly. "Qing'er, are you unharmed?" Gu Xuanxun reassured them. "I'm fine. The matters with the dragon family have been resolved. They will no longer disturb you." Long Xingyang gazed at him in disbelief. "Really?" Qi Zian stepped forward. "Mother, since Qing'er says so, it must be true." Filled with gratitude, Long Xingyang expressed to Qi Zian, "Thank you, Zian, for the immense support your family has provided on my behalf." Qi Qianhua nodded gravely. "Qing'er, if you do not treat Zian well in the future, neither your mother nor I will forgive you." Unbeknownst to his parents, Gu Xuanxun's true identity remained concealed, leading them to believe that the Qi family had orchestrated everything behind the scenes, which left Qi Zian feeling quite awkward. Suddenly, Qi Zian noticed a crowd surging in the street, her expression shifting. "Qing'er." Gu Xuanxun looked up to see Long Qingyun approaching, accompanied by numerous members of the dragon family. Though they were somewhat apprehensive, Dragon Xingyang steadfastly positioned herself in front of Gu Xianxun. Subsequently, members of the Qi family and the Shaoyao sect emerged from behind the door, murmuring among themselves, questioning whether the dragon family was courting death. "Uncle, this matter concerns Dust and the dragon family." Dragon Xingyang hastily interjected. Dragon Qingyun knelt on one knee, expressing, "Xingyang, over the years, my dragon family has wronged you. I beseech your forgiveness." The members of the dragon family followed suit, kneeling in unison. Dragon Xingyang was rendered speechless by this sudden display. The Qi family members gaped in astonishment. The dragon family's strength was not inferior to theirs, and yet, within such a brief span, they had compelled the dragon family to kneel in public. They found it difficult to fathom what the dragon family had endured during this time. The Shaoyao sect members, on the other hand, nodded in agreement, as if this were the proper conduct of their ancestors, though only Qi Hua appeared troubled, furrowing his brow and shaking his head in silence. Observing the dragon family's display of understanding, Gu Xianxun nodded slightly and declared, "I shall not pursue past grievances. You may return now, and remember my words." With this assurance, Dragon Qingyun felt a weight lift from his heart, and after bowing respectfully to those present, he led the dragon family away. Gu Qianhua turned to Dragon Xingyang and expressed heartfelt gratitude to Qi Honghua, saying, "Dear in-law, how can I ever repay you?" Qi Honghua, visibly tense, quickly responded, "We are all family. We are all family. Father, mother, let us return home." Noticing Qi Honghua's awkwardness, Gu Xianxian interjected. Dragon Xingyang playfully slapped Gu Xianxian on the forehead, exclaiming, "You rascal, your father-in-law has helped us immensely, and you can't even utter a word of thanks?" The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 54. Kneeling to acknowledge fault. Cough to be reprimanded in front of his disciples, especially by his own mother in this lifetime, left Gu Xianxian in a fit of dry coughs. As Dragon Xingyang raised her hand again, he reluctantly bowed his head to reality, saying, "Thank you, dear father-in-law. We are all family. There's no need for formalities," he added. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." The anxious Qi Honghua hastily uttered before turning to flee. Although this matter did not concern him directly, he thought, what if Gu Xianxian held a grudge? He silently resolved to avoid any gatherings involving Dragon Xingyang and Gu Qianhua in the future. As soon as Dragon Xingyang opened her mouth again, the crowd at the door panicked. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I too have business." "So do I." In the blink of an eye, everyone fled in disarray, leaving only the three of them at the Qi family's entrance. Dragon Xingyang shook her head repeatedly, remarking, "It is said that the Qi family, being alchemists, is quite proud. Yet look at their humility. They have helped us tremendously without even expecting thanks. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world." Gu Qianhua echoed with a sigh. This line of conversation was difficult to continue, so Gu Xianxian said, "Father, mother, let us step inside." Meanwhile, upon returning to the small courtyard arranged by the Qi family, Qi Honghua and Qi Ming sought them out. After receiving a bow from Gu Xianxian, a rather uneasy Qi Honghua inquired, "Vice Master Qi, what did the elder mean by that gesture?" Qi Hua furrowed his brow. "For the actions of the ancestral master have always been enigmatic. I need to ponder this matter further." "Thank you for your efforts, Vice Master," Qi Honghua continued, presenting a vial of 5th grade clarity elixir. "Please accept this." The intimidating bow from Gu Xianxian had left him quite shaken. Qi Hua hastily declined, saying, "Master Qi, since the ancestral master has requested our cooperation, we are akin to family. There is no need for such formalities." However, Qi Honghua insisted, "As family, we should not speak as strangers. Our Qi family may lack many things, but we certainly do not lack for elixirs." Unable to refuse, Qi Hua accepted the vial, his eyes brightening with understanding. "It seems I am beginning to comprehend. Reflect upon what the ancestral master called you at that moment." A hint of nervousness crossed Qi Honghua's face as he replied, "Father-in-law." Qi Hua nodded slightly. This indicates that the ancestral master is underscoring the relationship between our two factions. And within that relationship, there once existed a Han Mo, did there not? Are you suggesting that the elder harbors discontent toward the Han family? Qi Honghua suddenly awoke to the realization. Qi Hua explained, if it were merely an act, the ancestral master would not have taken offense. However, last night, he must have engaged in dual cultivation with the two matriarchs, making the Han family a thorn in his side. Qi Honghua slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I see now. I shall lead a force to annihilate the Han family at once." Qi Hua shook his head, saying, "Master Qi, you are mistaken." Qi Honghua looked perplexed. Qi Hua chuckled, "Do not be too hard on yourself. We once made the same error you are making now. We believe the ancestral master desired us to exhibit the ferocity of warriors by destroying the 3 major sects and eradicating the fire sect. Yet, only today did I realize we were grievously mistaken. Now it was the turn of the members of the Shaoyao sect to express their confusion. Vice Master, do you possess new insights?" Qi Hua nodded slightly. "Let us not forget the attitude of the Long family just now." Qi Honghua gasped. "Are you implying that the elder wishes for us to compel the Han family to kneel and admit their wrongs?" Qi Hua smiled. With the ancestral master's prowess, annihilating the Long family would be a trivial task. Yet, just now, he was clearly hinting at something. Qi Honghua hesitated. "In the past, we lacked the standing to challenge the Han family. It is only with the assistance of the elder that we have dared to speak of their annihilation. But compelling the Han family to kneel and admit their mistakes may prove to be quite challenging." Qi Hua laughed. "Master Qi, you are still too young. Follow the ancestral master's guidance. Even if you were to pierce the heavens of Wangu's state, it would matter not. What is the Han family in comparison?" Qi Ming nodded. "I shall heed Vice Master Qi's words. He understands the ancestral master best." Observing this, Qi Honghua reluctantly nodded, arranging for personnel to follow. The members of the Shaoyao sect naturally accompanied him, for this was the first task hinted at by the ancestral master upon entering Wangu's state. Meanwhile, Gu Xianshun returned to his chamber, entirely unaware that the usually composed Qi Hua was stirring up a tempest. Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu were summoned to a room by Long Xinyang, and the atmosphere turned rather awkward, especially as the politeness of the elders made the two young women feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Gu Xianshun produced 2 primordial fruits and presented them, saying, "Father, Mother, this is my filial tribute to you both." Although Long Xinyang hailed from the Long family, known for their mastery of formation techniques, she could not recognize the primordial fruits. As for Gu Qianhua, it was even more unnecessary to elaborate. "You, my boy, are indeed thoughtful." The parents accepted the son's gesture of devotion without hesitation, consuming the fruits immediately. Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu, observing from the side, widened their eyes in astonishment. Those were primordial fruits, and according to their uncle, they were fruits that had endured the thunder tribulation. How could they be so easily consumed? The two girls exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Could it be that their parents were not as simple as they appeared? Otherwise, how could they so casually consume the primordial fruits? And how could Long Xinyang dare to challenge the esteemed ancestor Gu? "What are you still dawdling for? We have our share, what about your wife?" Upon swallowing the fruits, Long Xinyang felt a surge of warmth spread throughout her body and realized that these were no ordinary items. She quickly reminded Gu Xianshun, No, we do not require them." The two women were startled. Although they yearned for the primordial fruits, they were acutely aware of their rarity and dared not ask for them. Gu Xianshun, however, produced another 2 fruits, asserting, "Of course, they are for you as well." The two women, feeling embarrassed, hesitated. "Brother Qianshun, we..." Gu Xianshun smiled gently. "You saved my father. No mere 2 primordial fruits can repay that debt." "Thank you, Brother Chun." With Gu Xuanshun's insistence, the two could no longer refuse. "All right, consume and refine them together. I shall protect you while you do so." Yes. The two women readily accepted and, in agreement, began to consume the primordial fruits and entered into cultivation. With all 4 now engaged in their practice, Gu Xianshun took up his brush and ink to create the questions of the Tao scrolls. His father was only at the mid-stage of the earthly spirit realm, which was peerless in Wangu Prefecture. Thus, he sought to expedite his father's cultivation. His mother possessed an extraordinary talent for formation techniques, and it was imperative not to squander that potential. Elevating her strength would also provide added security for his father. As for the two women, since the opportunity had presented itself, he would bestow upon them a chance for enlightenment, the extent of which would depend on their innate abilities. Chapter 55. The Ancient Saint's Relics. 2 full days passed, and Gu Xianshun completed the questions of the Tao scrolls and rearranged the layout of the room. Brother Qianshun, Qi Zian and Qi Xiaoyu were the first to awaken after absorbing the medicinal power, having successfully broken through to the late human emperor realm, their eyes filled with astonishment. It was noteworthy that before Gu Xuanshun's arrival at the Qi family, Qi Hongwa had merely attained that realm. However, the next moment, upon noticing the significant alterations in the room's layout, their expressions shifted, and they could scarcely wait for Gu Xianshun to speak. Their minds were already immersed in the changes. Long Xinyang had also advanced from the Unity realm to the human emperor realm, while Gu Qianhua reached the pinnacle of the late spirit king realm, merely a step away from attracting the heavenly thunder tribulation. Yet, due to their respective realms, it would take some time for them to fully digest the medicinal effects of the primordial fruits. Gu Xianshun observed the 4 of them, nodding slightly before stepping out of the room. Upon emerging, he found the members of the Qi family and the disciples of the Shaoyao sect already gathered in the courtyard. Each individual bore wounds, sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Gu Xuanqing inquired anxiously, "What has transpired?" Qi Hongwa clasped his fists and replied, "Young Master Gu, we have brought shame upon you." Confused, Gu Xuanqing asked, "Father-in-law, what do you mean?" The term father-in-law was intended to aid Qi Zian in performing her role. Yet Qi Hongwa trembled, his face awash with guilt. He continued, "Young Master Gu, the Qi family held high hopes for you. We have brought with us 79 members of the Han family to offer our apologies, yet we allowed the 3 virtual stage ancestors of the Han to escape." Reflecting on the Long family, where even the esteemed 5th-tier array master Long Qingyun had personally knelt, it was disheartening that the entire Qi family, with the assistance of the Shaoyao sect, failed to capture even a single virtual stage member. Gu Xuanqing, taken aback, asked, "Did you assault the Han family?" Qi Hongwa, filled with shame, admitted, "Indeed, but the outcome was far from satisfactory." With that, he waved his hand, and soon after, captives from the Han family were brought forth. "Young Master Gu, we were mistaken. It was Han Mo who provoked you. We bear no responsibility." The beleaguered members of the Han family pleaded for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Xuanqing frowned. "Take them away." The desire to kill Han Mo was merely a manifestation of their animosity. There was no real grudge to be settled, and he had not anticipated the Qi family's impulsiveness. Once the Han family members were removed, Qi Hongwu grew anxious as he noticed that Gu Xuanqing merely cast a fleeting glance at them without further comment. Ultimately, Gu Xuanqing refrained from disclosing his relationship with Qi Ziyan and instead cautioned, "Head of the Qi family, please refrain from such rash actions in the future." Yes, Qi Hongwu replied hastily. Given the circumstances, further discussion seemed futile. Gu Xuanqing remarked, "You should all enter and observe, regardless of what you see. Do not utter a sound that might disturb them." His intent in concocting the awakening pulse pill was solely to repay the favor owed to Qi Ziyan for rescuing his father. And he had not expected such a response from the Qi family. Having never been fond of owing favors, Gu Xuanqing resolved to grant them an opportunity. Since the calligraphy and paintings had already been created, it mattered little whether more or fewer people beheld them. As Gu Xuanqing stepped outside, just as the crowd brimmed with curiosity to enter and discover the truth, Qi Ming hastily called out, "Everyone, hold on." In the midst of the puzzled gazes, Qi Ming excitedly proclaimed, "If you enter the room and find calligraphy and paintings, you must be vigilant, regardless of your insights. Control your breath and do not disturb anything inside." Qi Hu was taken aback, realizing that someone understood the Grandmaster even better than he did. "Master Qi, do you possess knowledge of the objects within the room?" Qi Ming nodded and recounted the incident involving Tao Hai's study. The Qi family was astonished. The esteemed Elder Gu possessed such formidable capabilities? However, Qi Hu triumphantly declared, "The Grandmaster's abilities are beyond your imagination." Yet this indicates that although our endeavor against the Han family did not yield the desired results, the Grandmaster remains pleased and has prepared rewards for us in advance. The assembled individuals nodded in agreement, each increasingly admiring Qi Hua, the one who understood Gu Xuanqing best. As the crowd entered the room, they soon found the calligraphy and paintings most suited to them, each immersing themselves in contemplation. Gu Xianxin emerged from the Qijia and began to wander through the streets of Wangzhou. Although he felt that the current strength of the Xiaoyao sect was somewhat inadequate for establishing a foothold in Wangzhou, seeing the elite martial forces of the sect gathered, he naturally deduced their intentions. He owed a debt to Xiaoyao from years past, and now he must toil a bit harder to repay it. First, he aimed to understand the circumstances of Wangzhou and seek out a place for them to settle. Suddenly, from thousands of miles away in the Wangu Mountains, a vast aura radiated forth, and an ethereal figure materialized in the void, obscuring the sun. The ancient saint's relic. As the people in the streets looked up, their eyes were filled with astonishment, and they promptly knelt, paying homage to the great ancient saint. A saint, indeed, was a formidable presence just beneath the imperial realm. A significant figure not only in the southern wilderness, but throughout the entire Qinyan continent. Legend has it that some ancient saints, unable to break through to the imperial realm, would, before the end of their lifespan, deposit the entirety of their life's accumulations within their tombs, leaving them for those fated to inherit. When the relic is activated, the last wisp of the ancient saint's consciousness would gaze upon this world for one final moment before vanishing entirely. Witnessing the ancient saint's consciousness, the crowd worshipped fervently, hoping to receive the saint's favor and inherit his legacy. Among the kneeling throng, Gu Xianxin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared particularly prominent. The ethereal figure of the ancient saint, casting its gaze upon Gu Xianxin, flashed with a look of astonishment, causing the already fleeting consciousness to vanish in an instant. As the ancient saint disappeared, the crowd surged towards the direction of the relic, for this presented an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to greatness for any martial artist. Gu Xianxin furrowed his brow slightly. The ancient saint's relic could indeed serve as an excellent foundation for the Xiaoyao sect. With this thought in mind, he too made his way towards the relic. At that moment, however, the members of the Long family, situated within the Wangu Mountains, wore expressions of mixed joy and surprise. Father's ancestral treasure map actually leads to the ancient saint's relic, Long Yongyi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Long Qingyun, however, shook his head repeatedly. While the relic was indeed desirable, the ethereal figure of the ancient saint had likely alarmed the entirety of Wangzhou, which may not bode well for the Long family. Long Yongyi, with wild determination in his eyes, proclaimed, "They will need some time to arrive. We must act decisively. Perhaps by the time they come, we will have already obtained the ancient saint's legacy." Long Qingyun nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing that fortune favors the bold. If we do not take this chance, our Long family may never have the opportunity to rise. Chapter 56. The contest for bidding Wangzhou is situated on the fringes of the southern wilderness. Beyond the Wangu Mountains lies the more favorable cultivation environment of the Qinxiao territory. It is precisely due to this geographical advantage that Wangzhou has become the premier cultivation site in the southern wilderness. Naturally, the Wangu Mountains, being closer to the Qinxiao territory, offer even better conditions, though the mountains are rife with spirit beasts. It is said that near the Qinsha territory, there are 7th-tier spirit beasts that surpass even the strength of the virtual realm warriors. Thus, even the more powerful factions in Wangazu can only establish their sects on the fringes of the mountains. However, with the emergence of the ancient saint's ethereal figure and the tantalizing prospect of ascension, various factions have already forgotten the terrors posed by the spirit beasts within the mountains and are rushing headlong into the Wangu Mountains. Gu Xianxin remained unhurried, for it is often the case that those who rush towards treasures are the first to meet their demise. Though the mystical beasts roamed freely within the mountains, they had been repeatedly confronted by numerous martial artists. Along the way, all one could see were the remains of these beasts and the fallen warriors. It was not until the 3rd day that Gu Xuanqing approached the site of the ruins. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed many people gathered in clusters around a shimmering barrier, while within the barrier, several individuals appeared to be wandering aimlessly. Gu Xuanqing, son of Long Xinyang, has arrived, someone shouted. Immediately, the crowd outside the barrier converged. Young Master Gu, the ancient sacred ruins have emerged. It is the destiny of the fortunate to claim them. Yet, your Long family has set up a formation to block the entrance, clearly positioning yourselves as our adversaries. You must provide us with an explanation. The crowd clamored in discontent. The mention of the Long family made Gu Xuanqing furrow his brow, realizing that they had likely discovered the ruins through a treasure map and erected this formation beforehand. Understanding this, Gu Xuanqing smiled and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The crowd roared back, "It's simple. Let us through this formation, and we shall let bygones be bygones, sparing your life. Indeed, otherwise we shall start with you. Any Long family member we encounter will meet a swift end." Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed again as he surveyed the assembly. Countless individuals at the Void Realm and Emperor Realm were present. Despite awakening memories of his previous life, he lacked confidence in his martial prowess to escape unscathed. However, in his past life, he had relied on more than just brute strength. With a glint in his eye, Gu Xuanqing replied, "It is not impossible for me to lead you in." The crowd gasped. "You can truly unravel this formation?" Gu Xuanqing smiled. "If I were to claim otherwise, I fear I would not survive this day." Instantly, the crowd's demeanor softened. "Young Master Gu, you jest. We understand your ties to the Long family. We were merely teasing." Gu Xuanqing, uninterested in their banter, declared, "I can guide you, but I must charge a fee." "A fee?" The crowd looked at him in confusion. Gu Xuanqing continued, "The ancient sacred ruins. Should you gain a legacy, the benefits are self-evident. Therefore, is it unreasonable for me to request a modest fee?" After a moment of surprise, the crowd inquired, "What manner of fee do you propose, young Master Gu?" Gu Xuanqing explained, "As I have just arrived in Wangu Prefecture, I am unfamiliar with the customary charges. Thus, I shall leave it to your discretion." Young Master Gu is indeed generous. One among them exclaimed, "Rest assured, we of the Zhang family shall not disappoint you." At that moment, Zhang Guangza, an elder from the Zhang family, approached with a storage bag in hand. Gu Xuanqing shook his head. "What I mean is that each family should prepare a storage bag, and I will open them together. The 3 families with the least spirit stones will need to find another way in." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of complexity. No one wished to be among the 3 abandoned families, yet the cost in spirit stones would be substantial. Zhang Guangza retorted, "Gu Xuanqing, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? What qualifications do you possess to negotiate terms with us?" His words resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement, clearly reluctant to part with their spirit stones. Gu Xianxin, however, merely smiled disdainfully. "If you kill me, none of you shall enter. Of course, you may attempt to torment me, but with each passing moment, the Long family gains a greater chance of obtaining the inheritance. Can you afford to wait?" The crowd found themselves in a dilemma. The inheritance lay tantalizingly close. Naturally, the quicker they could traverse the formation, the better. Gu Xianxin, having already discerned the thoughts of those present, chuckled, "Congratulations, everyone. The Zhang family has withdrawn, leaving only the 2 families with the least spirit stones who will lose their qualifications." Zhang Guangza could scarcely believe that Gu Xianxin would deny the Zhang family even the right to bid. With a fierce shout, a formidable aura surged towards Gu Xianxin. Elder Zhang, suppressing his anger, declared, "We seek the favor of young Master Gu. We must, of course, adhere to his rules." "Indeed, Elder Zhang," another chimed in. "The Qi family has even eradicated the Han family. If you provoke young Master Gu, are you not declaring war against the Qi family?" Yet, in the next instant, the powerful figures from various families stepped forward to shield the Zhang family. Observing this scene, Zhang Guangza snorted coldly, but dared not escalate the situation further. "Everything is as I anticipated. Does anyone still have objections to my rules? Feel free to voice them." Gu Xianxin proclaimed, "Young Master Gu, I would like to state my position. I absolutely respect the established rules. However, I have a small query. The number of individuals varies among the factions. If we compare solely based on the quantity of spirit stones, could that not be deemed somewhat unfair? The Qin family, having the fewest members, inquired. Gu Xianxin furrowed his brow. You raise a valid point. Therefore, after each family contributes their spirit stones, they must also indicate the number of participants in their storage bags. And then the stones will be divided per capita for comparison. This will ensure fairness. The expressions of the crowd shifted, particularly those from families with a larger number of members, as this would undoubtedly require them to invest more spirit stones. Gu Xianxin smiled. If there are no further objections, let us commence. Furthermore, I will only accept medium-grade spirit stones. The low-grade spirit stones no longer sufficed for Gu Xuanxin's cultivation needs. And most members of the Shaoyao sect had already reached the Emperor realm, making medium-grade stones more appropriate. Though they felt a sense of displeasure at being led by Gu Xianxin, the crowd had no choice but to comply and retrieve their storage bags. After the inspection, Gu Xianxin swiftly collected over 1,400 medium-grade spirit stones. Casting a glance at the complex expressions of the victorious factions, he smirked and approached the light barrier. Upon reaching it, Gu Xianxin performed a series of hand seals, causing an opening to appear in the barrier, and without hesitation, he stepped through. The qualifying families followed suit. As they traversed the formation, the scenery before them transformed, revealing a massive tombstone, 5 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide. The surface of the stone was pitch black, exuding an eerie aura. The tomb of the ancient Saint Ling Tian. The 6 robust characters seemed to encapsulate the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao. In a flash, the crowd surged towards the tombstone, and amidst the fluctuations of space, they were engulfed by the darkness of the monument, entering the relics of the ancient saint. Chapter 57. Young Master Gu, we shall not follow. With a slight shift in space, everyone had entered the relics. They found themselves in a vast palace, where hundreds stood without feeling crowded in the slightest. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, while around them, several martial artists, who had long since entered this place, were seated in meditation, recuperating. Lord Meng and Elder Qin observed that among the injured were many renowned experts from the eternal state, their expressions shifting as they realized the gravity of the situation. Their gazes soon turned towards the 10 or so branching paths ahead, each shrouded in an abyss of darkness. Everyone understood that a correct choice might lead them closer to the ancient sacred ruins, while a wrong one could see them becoming examples of those who had been injured or perished here. Young Master Gu, your expertise in formations is unparalleled. Can you discern any clues about this place? Though their martial prowess far surpassed that of Gu Xuanxing, they acknowledged that facing such a dilemma, the knowledge of a formation master would prove invaluable. Moreover, Gu Xuanxing's earlier performance had made it clear that he was likely the most knowledgeable about formations present. Gu Xuanxing glanced at the scene ahead and remarked with a smile, the 9 turns of reincarnation. It is not difficult. The crowd brightened at this revelation. Did young Master Gu know the way to enter? With a shrug, Gu Xuanxing replied, the old rule applies. The last 3 families will lose their qualifications. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? You're at it again? Isn't this just robbery? Gu Xuanxing chuckled. Those unwilling can try their luck on their own. Suddenly, amidst cries filled with terror, figures began to tumble and scramble back from several corridor entrances. Observing these once revered experts, some appeared as if they had emerged from a fire. Their garments and hair singed beyond recognition, while others were encased in ice. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Gu Xuanxing truly embodied the adage, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to take it. Yet when hell has no door, you force your way in. At that moment, among the disheveled crowd, a figure, filled with malice, approached Gu Xuanxing. You are the old master of the Han family? At first glance, Gu Xuanxing struggled to recognize the elderly man before him, whose eyebrows had been singed away, leaving a gleaming bald head. Elder Han laughed heartily. Well, you allowed the Qi family to annihilate my Han family. Today, I demand your life in return. Having witnessed the destruction of his family and feeling desperate after hearing of the ancient sacred ruins' emergence, Elder Han had initially sought fortune only to find that the 2 brothers who had escaped with him had met a tragic fate in the corridors. Though he had survived, he was gravely injured and knew he was incapable of combat. With a fierce shout, he suddenly began to swell, inflating as if filled with air, growing several times larger. He intends to self-destruct. Sensing the frenzied influx of spiritual energy and the laws of heaven and earth into Elder Han's body, those present hastily dispersed, their faces filled with dread. The self-detonation of a void realm expert, at the cost of their life, would undoubtedly unleash a power not to be trifled with. The palace space was limited, and everyone risked being caught in the fallout, yet none dared to step forward to intervene. My apologies, but your misfortune is regrettable. As Elder Han's body expanded to its limit, His eyes gleamed with madness as he charged towards Gu Xuanqing. Young Master Gu, can you show us the way? We would be eternally grateful. In a state of desperation, the crowd implored the noble son for assistance, promising to repay his parents. Despite their confusion, they did not forget to seek guidance from Gu Xuanqing, for the death of Gu Xuanqing would render their attempts to navigate the 9 turns reincarnation far more arduous. A smirk played on Gu Xuanqing's lips as he declared that to traverse this challenge, one simply needed to be prepared with spirit stones. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing formed hand seals, and in an instant, a dark light surged forth from each corridor, ensnaring the old Lord Han in a web-like grasp. The elder realized, to his horror, that the ferocious energy within him was being suppressed, and his body began to shrink uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, as the net tightened, Lord Han's words fell silent, and he erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces pale with terror as they gazed at Gu Xuanqing. Was this the power of a formation master? How could he harness the forces of the ruins? Had he truly obtained the legacy of the relic? No, that was impossible. He had only just arrived. Countless questions swirled in their minds, and they abandoned their earlier thoughts of seizing Gu Xuanqing. If even the mid-stage Han elder had been obliterated, what chance did they have? With a gentle smile, Gu Xuanqing inquired whether they wished to continue. Despite their myriad doubts, the allure of the ancient sage's legacy proved irresistible, and they produced their spirit stones once more. Even the warriors who had entered before them, upon learning of Gu Xuanqing's rules, eagerly joined in. After a round of bidding, with 3 factions disqualified, the remaining participants, under Gu Xuanqing's guidance, passed through the 9 turns reincarnation corridor without hindrance. However, they remained oblivious to whether it was the ancient sage who had left behind numerous trials or if Gu Xuanqing was deliberately leading them in circles to amass spirit stones. 2 days elapsed, and they encountered no obstacles, yet their spirit stones dwindled perilously low, while some had considered resorting to violence. After Gu Xuanqing had vanquished 3 factions using the myriad prohibitions of the ruins, no one dared to entertain such thoughts again. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Noble son, reveal to us truthfully, have you already obtained the legacy of the ancient sage?" Instantly, many gazes turned toward Gu Xuanqing, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The various prohibitions within the ruins seemed to yield effortlessly to Gu Xuanqing, as though they were as familiar to him as his own home. With a shrug and a smile, Gu Xuanqing stated, "Those willing to follow me must provide spirit stones. For those who are not, you are free to depart at any time." "Our Tianling sect can no longer afford to follow," someone lamented. The Qin family is also at their limit. Despite the overwhelming presence of celestial laws within this place, and the possibility of recouping their spirit stones through mere cultivation, a sense of disappointment lingered in their hearts as they spoke. If Gu Xuanqing had already acquired the legacy, following him would serve no purpose. Conversely, if he had not, given his understanding of the ruins, what chance would they have to outpace him? Gu Xuanqing shook his head in resignation as he passed through the final layer of prohibitions. There would always be those who chose to abandon the journey prematurely. Had they persisted a moment longer, they might have entered the core of the ruins alongside him. Gu Xuanqing? Upon crossing the forbidden barrier, Gu Xuanqing was confronted by several members of the Long family who had already infiltrated the core of the ruins. Chapter 58, Generational Gap. Peering through the crowd, Gu Xuanqing beheld a colossal spiritual coffin radiating an endless golden light, with runes of the golden light flowing and continuously infusing into the seated members of the Long family surrounding it. Their auras surged, with Long Tong, whom he had encountered previously, having reached the pinnacle of the late human sovereign realm. The other elder masters of the Void Realm had also ascended directly to the second level of the Void stage, the returning Void Realm. Leading the numerous human sovereign powerhouses in defense, Long Qingyun spotted Gu Xuanqing and snorted coldly. "Gu Xuanqing, you and your mother truly possess remarkable skills, having deceived our entire family." After Gu Xuanqing departed from the Long family, Long Qingyun meticulously examined the family's formations and found that they had not been tampered with. This indicated that Gu Xuanqing had controlled the formation through techniques secretly imparted by Long Xinyang. Furthermore, even if the Long family was established on the foundation of formations, they would never have reached this point without the methods recorded in the treasure map. Yet now, Gu Xuanqing had entered alone. This suggested that Long Xinyang had long since unlocked the seal of the treasure map and had perused its contents without informing the family. Observing Long Qingyun, who had transformed from humble beginnings to one filled with murderous intent, Gu Xuanqing inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Long Qingyun retorted coldly, "You have killed my grandson Long Bin and humiliated my Long family publicly. Now that you have arrived here, do you believe I will allow you to leave alive?" With a wave of his hand, the Long family members swiftly encircled Gu Xuanqing. Although many formidable warriors were undergoing their inheritances, the remaining guards were by no means weak. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Gu Xuanqing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I advise you not to act recklessly. I only desire the storage ring atop the spiritual coffin. I seek no other involvement. Long Qingyun laughed heartily. Gu Xuanqing, are you overly naive? Even if you possess some talent in formations, what does it matter? Our Long family has acquired the ancient saint's inheritance, not to mention the mere Wangazhu. We could establish ourselves even in the Qianxia territory. What do you have to bargain with me? Kill him. Boom. As Long Qingyun issued the command, the entire space suddenly quaked violently, as if a powerful earthquake had struck, shaking the very mountains. Even those Long family members receiving the inheritance opened their eyes in astonishment. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed as everything before them seemed to fragment into countless pieces, cascading downwards. In an instant, they found themselves within the Wanggu Mountains. Although the various tangible objects within the ruins remained, all the structures had crumbled to dust. Even the core of the ruins now only housed the spiritual coffin, its golden light shimmering with the flow of runic laws. The space shattered. Everyone realized that someone had wielded immense power to breach the spatial laws of the ruins, revealing the hidden microcosm within the tombstone. The ancient saint's ruins are not something you southern wilderness barbarians can meddle with. Depart or perish. With a thunderous command, the onlookers looked up to see countless powerful figures hovering in the air, their overwhelming auras pressing down like an oppressive storm. Returning reality? Are you experts from the Qianxia territory? The crowd gasped in shock, standing suspended in midair. Only those who have attained the pinnacle of the Void Return realm can achieve such a feat. Although Wanggu Prefecture is a gathering place for the most formidable warriors of the southern wilderness, reaching the Void Return realm is already a symbol of supreme existence. No one has ever comprehended the profound essence of the return to reality after entering the Void Return realm. Thus, the formidable warriors before us, each a master of the return to reality, must surely hail from the Qianxia territory. Esteemed elders, I apologize for the intrusion. We shall take our leave immediately. Though the ancient sacred relics stir my heart with desire, faced with the warriors of Qianxia, none would dare to resist. Especially after witnessing those warriors shatter the relic space with their various spiritual treasures, fear has long since gripped our hearts. What right do these mere return-to-reality cultivators have to act so brazenly? At that very moment, a disdainful shout pierced through the tension, striking an unexpected note. Not just anyone, even Gu Xuanqing was taken aback. There existed such audacious warriors in the southern wilderness? When Gu Xuanqing peered through the crowd to locate the source of the voice, he nearly succumbed to tears. The one who had bellowed was none other than the one he believed to be the most mature and composed among them, Qi Hua. Gu Xuanqing's heart roared in protest. Is this person seeking death? Initially, when faced with the various factions of Wanggu Prefecture, he had to employ cunning tactics. Now, these were warriors of Qianxia, masters of the return to reality. The assembly of Qianxia warriors loomed above, gazing down at the members of the Shaoyao sect. Indeed a band of brutes, utterly unafraid of demise. Fearful of death? That presupposes you can slay us. With our young sect master present, your choices are either to perish or retreat. Qi Hua triumphantly echoed the earlier boasts of the Qianxia warriors, prompting considerable interest among them. Is that so? Summon your young sect master. We wish to behold his true majesty. Very well, since you are so oblivious to danger. Once I pay my respects to the young sect master, you shall understand. With a resounding shout from Qi Hua, the members of the Shaoyao sect surged toward Gu Xuanqing. Qi Honghua, accompanying the Shaoyao sect, hastily caught hold of Qi Ming, who was rushing forth. But they are warriors of the return to reality. Qi Ming whispered. What of the Qianxia warriors? Before Elder Gu, they are insignificant. Do you believe the members of the Shaoyao sect are reckless? Consider the gains we have made in this brief time. Think of Elder Gu's chamber. Stay close to Elder Gu, and rewards will surely follow. Qi Honghua hesitated briefly, recalling that in just these few days of comprehension, he had remarkably broken through to the later stage of the illusory realm. Gritting his teeth, he rallied the Qi family members to follow suit. The Qianxia warriors above, observing the scene below where only a few were in the Void Return realm while the others were merely in the illusory realm or human sovereign realm, shook their heads in disbelief. However, the warriors of Wanggu Prefecture displayed astonishment at the sight. They were well aware of the Qi family's strength, having witnessed the members of the Shaoyao sect at the wedding. Yet, in just a matter of days, their realms had undergone such drastic transformations. How could this be? Could they truly contend with the warriors of the return to reality? Though they deemed it impossible, the confidence radiating from their faces compelled many to ponder. We pay our respects to the young sect master. We pay our respects to young Master Gu. The crowd arrived before Gu Xuanqing, simultaneously clasping their fists in salute. Is this the so-called young master whom you dismiss with such disdain? A mere glance reveals that Gu Xuanqing possesses only mid-stage cultivation of the cave heaven realm, causing the returning reality realm expert hovering above to nearly plummet in astonishment. Observing the smug expressions on the faces of those around him, Gu Xuanqing couldn't help but wonder, is the generational gap between us truly so vast? Chapter 59. The Master's trial under the piercing gazes, the pressure on the members of the Long family intensified. Long Qingyun quickly urged, everyone, do not panic, we have nothing to do with them. Let's make our exit. The members of the Long family hastily retreated. The Qinxiao expert, amused by the young master of the cave heaven realm, was entirely preoccupied and paid them no heed. A middle-aged man from the returning reality realm looked down at Gu Xuanqing, his voice low and commanding, young master, come forth and show us what you are truly capable of. Gu Xuanqing's lips twitched slightly. Before he could respond, Qihua had already given him a thumbs up, exclaiming, how bold, to dare challenge our young master. You are doomed today. Very well, let us see how I meet my demise. With a furious shout, the man struck downwards with a palm, the laws swirling around him morphing into a colossal handprint that descended like a mountain pressing down. Under the immense pressure, the area where the members of the Shaoyao sect stood began to sink, their bodies bending under the weight, even breathing becoming an arduous task. Yet, not a single face displayed fear. Instead, they were filled with excitement. Soon, they would witness their master in action. Having previously witnessed Gu Xuanqing's heavenly tribulation, Qi Ming was equally filled with anticipation, eager to see what techniques the venerable elder would employ this time. Little did they know, amidst such a vast disparity in realms, Gu Xuanqing felt as though the spiritual power in his dantian had been rendered immobile, unable to stir. The onlookers nodded discreetly. The master was indeed formidable. The power that sent even them into a state of trepidation was met with the master's unwavering composure. Not even a hint of power fluctuations surrounding him. Suddenly, Chihua's expression shifted, and he quickly addressed Hong Kong beside him. Act quickly. We have misunderstood the master's intent. The preparations he made in his chamber were for you to comprehend and break through. How could he possibly intervene against such trivial figures? In the midst of contemplation, Hong Kong, having recently broken through to the void realm with the residual energy of the primordial fruit within him, suddenly realized. The primordial fruit, the Shaoyao art, martial skills, and comprehension. Had the master really gone through all this effort merely for their entertainment? Moreover, it seemed that the opponent's strike was not entirely insurmountable. A trial. This was the master testing our training over this period. With this realization, Hong Kong, understanding his mistake, quickly rectified. A mere returning reality realm opponent does not warrant our young master's intervention. With a powerful shout, Hong Kong soared into the air against the overwhelming pressure. Not only did he astonish the warriors of Wangazhou, but even the Qinxiao warriors hovering above were taken aback. The one who struck was a mid-stage returning reality realm expert. The disparity between their realms was immense, yet this individual could withstand such pressure? At that moment, as the profound technique was activated, a melodious harmony emanated from Hong Kong, resonating through the heavens. The crowd was taken aback, recognizing the celestial harmony, the imperial decree. With a resounding clash, the two palms collided, bearing the weight of an imposing strike. Hong Kong's figure plummeted rapidly, his feet touching the ground, retreating several steps before he could stabilize himself. Su Shanlu also felt a jolt throughout his body, rolling in the air before landing upright. Su Shanlu was astonished not only by Hong Kong's imperial decree, but even more so by the terrifying power of lightning contained within Hong Kong's strength. You have finished your move, now it is my turn. As the master tested himself, Hong Kong had no time for idle chatter with Su Shanlu. Witness my illusory phantom slash. With a single strike, he unleashed the martial skill he had just comprehended in the master's chamber. In an instant, numerous phantoms of Hong Kong appeared around Su Shanlu, leaving him in shock. Whether through the naked eye or spiritual perception, he could not discern which one was the true body and which were mere illusions. Just as he pondered a strategy to counter, a sudden chill surged through his chest, and to his astonishment, a bloodied sword tip pierced through his torso. As Su Shanlu turned back, filled with shock and confusion, he cast a bewildered glance at Hong Kong. His body stiffened, and he collapsed. The arena fell into a profound silence. That was 1,000 Twilight martial artist, dominating a cultivation environment far superior to the southern wilderness, and he was a whole realm above Hong Kong. Killed in just 2 moves? Without the slightest chance to retaliate? As everyone stared in disbelief, Hong Kong removed Su Shanlu's storage ring and presented it to Gu Xianchun, his face tinged with remorse as he spoke. Disciples' incompetence led to the death of one who offended the young master after just 2 moves. I beseech the young master to impose punishment. Surprisingly, Even Gu Xianchun was momentarily taken aback, though he had previously underestimated Hong Kong's talent as a guardian of the mountain. Witnessing Hong Kong's prowess for the first time still left him somewhat astonished. Not only had he fully comprehended the principles of the free and easy sect, but he had also grasped the illusory phantom slash that Gu Xianchun had left within the Han family's artwork, and had maximally assimilated the power of the primordial fruit. In this light, it seemed the fellow who had just perished met a just fate. After all, with such enhancements, if one could not even contend in a battle of a higher realm, then there would be no need to continue cultivation. You did well. Although somewhat displeased with the recklessness regarding the Crimson Fire, Hong Kong's performance was indeed commendable and worthy of praise. However, Gu Xianchun's commendation sparked a reaction among the members of the free and easy sect, who had previously heard the words of Crimson Fire. The master had always treated them well, but such public praise was a first. Who would wish to miss such an opportunity? Free and easy sect, Hu Hai, seeks battle. Come forth. Free and easy sect, Emohi, seeks battle. Free and easy sect, Long Qianshan. In an instant, several individuals who had consumed the primordial fruit and experienced a surge in power began to shout at the 1,000 Twilight martial artists above. Although the 1,000 Twilight martial artists present hailed from various factions within the 1,000 Twilight territory, at this moment, facing the Southern Wilderness warriors, they represented the dignity of the 1,000 Twilight realm. Su Shanli's defeat had already brought them shame, and now these audacious Southern Wilderness brutes dared to openly challenge them? Well then, if any of you can die comfortably today, we shall retreat into the mountains from henceforth. Amidst the commanding shouts, several figures abruptly descended to the ground, standing resolutely against the members of the Xiaoyao sect. To salvage their dignity, they, who already possessed a significant advantage in cultivation, could not resort to overwhelming numbers. Just based on your capabilities? Survive first, then speak. Eager to showcase their prowess, Hu Haiquan and his companions scoffed, channeling their energies to unleash their most formidable techniques. Hong Kong swiftly dispatched his foes with a mere 2 moves, who would willingly be outdone. In an instant, laws surged forth, harmonizing in resonance, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Yet again, the imperial scriptures? How could this be possible? Even within the lineage of the imperial sect, it is a rarity for 1 or 2 individuals to grasp the profound intricacies of the imperial scriptures in the same era. Yet here, in the Xiaoyao sect, a dozen individuals have seemingly comprehended these scriptures. Furthermore, the onlookers found themselves perplexed. If they possessed the talent to understand the imperial scriptures, how could their cultivation be so meager at such a tender age? Chapter 60. The imperial sword. The astonishment of the crowd did not hinder the actions of Hu Haiquan and his companions. What was initially anticipated to be an intensely fierce melee transformed into a one-sided massacre. Mere moments later, Hu Haiquan and his associates presented a storage ring each to Gu Xuanqing. Only Long Qianshan, with a flushed face, shamefully remarked, "Young sect master, I have brought you disgrace." While others swiftly dispatched their adversaries in 1 or 2 moves, Long Qianshan required a full 4 moves. You. The warriors of Qianxiao above fumed with indignation. Was this not a matter of personal disgrace, but rather an affront to the warriors of Qianxiao? To slay opponents of a higher rank using merely 4 moves, was that not sufficient? Meanwhile, the warriors from Wangu Prefecture quickly began to reflect on whether they had incurred any enmity with the Qi family or the Xiaoyao sect during this period. Was it not always said that the Xiaoyao sect had fallen into decline? Was this decline? This was surely the foundation of the imperial sect's legacy. Amidst the collective shock, the expressions of the Long family fluctuated between joy and despair. Although they perceived that the strong members of the Xiaoyao sect were merely elevating Gu Xuanqing's status, the fact that so many powerful individuals willingly lowered themselves in his presence signified that even if Gu Xuanqing were considered inept, he was still a remarkable ineptitude. Gu Xuanqing gazed in astonishment at the transformed members of the Xiaoyao sect. "Well done, all of you," he exclaimed, acknowledging their profound transformation. The efforts of this period were aimed solely at strengthening the Xiaoyao sect, and although they still paled in comparison to the elite forces of the Qinyan continent, their achievements had far exceeded expectations. Gu Xuanqing's gratification resonated as admiration in the ears of the crowd, who cast appreciative glances towards Qihua. Were it not for Qihua's profound understanding of their ancestor's teachings, how could they have garnered such high praise? Above, numerous warriors addressed a young maiden in the initial phase of the manifestation realm. "Miss Qin, they possess the imperial scriptures. It seems we must now request your assistance. In return, how about a 2% share of the ancient sacred relics for your Qin family?" Qin Wan's gaze sharpened. "I demand a 20% share. Miss Qin, that is." Qin Wan interrupted. "If we cannot subdue their imperial scripture techniques, we will leave here empty-handed, will we not? Very well, 20% it shall be." Though the crowd felt a pang of regret, they found themselves with no path of retreat. As they nodded in agreement, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Wan's hand, revealing a radiant golden sword. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the land, imbued with an endless sharpness, as if it could rend flesh into fragments at any moment. Qin Wan gazed down with disdain and declared, "Come at me together. This is the Imperial Sword." As a legacy of the Imperial Sect, even in its decline, the members of the Carefree Sect felt an undeniable pressure emanating from the sword in Qin Wan's grasp. The Imperial Sword, a weapon of the Martial Emperor, was not only extraordinary in its own right, but had been nourished by the blood and essence of the Martial Emperor throughout the years, containing a power beyond imagination. Even at their current level, they could not muster even a flicker of defiance. The crowd quickly turned their gaze to Gu Xuanqing, the young master. While it was true they had trained in the imperial texts, the disparity in their realms rendered them utterly suppressed by Qin Wan, who wielded the imperial sword. Gu Xuanqing's eyes gleamed with insight. "You are a descendant of Qin Tian? You possess some knowledge." Qin Wan's eyes flashed with intensity, coldly retorting, "Yet you disrespect my ancestor's name, which warrants your punishment." With a fierce command, Qin Wan pointed the imperial sword, and a dark rift appeared in the space, extending ominously towards Gu Xuanqing. To tear the fabric of space? The crowd gasped in horror. This strike had transcended the power of a virtual tier warrior. Young master! Young master! The members of the Carefree Sect were terrified. Despite their internal fear and awareness of their ancestor's omnipotence, they instinctively shielded Gu Xuanqing. "Xiao Jin, return." Just then, Gu Xuanqing called out softly, causing the imperial sword in Qin Wan's hand to suddenly slip free, transforming into a beam of golden light that flew directly into Gu Xuanqing's grasp. Upon contact, the imperial sword emitted a clear, melodious cry, radiating boundless joy. The crowd was stunned. Unlike the imperial texts, the imperial sword could be cultivated by anyone with talent, having been nourished by the Martial Emperor's essence. It had developed a resonance, requiring even the descendants of the Martial Emperor to possess a degree of his bloodline to gain its recognition. This meant that even if someone else seized it, they could only seal it away, unable to wield it. Yet, Qin Wan's imperial sword had been snatched away by Gu Xuanqing's command, and the jubilant cry of the sword signified an even closer bond between them. How is this possible? Qin Wan's expression shifted, and she swiftly pressed her fingers together, forcing out a drop of her blood. "With my blood, summon the ancestral sword." As she cried out, 2 droplets of blood sped toward the imperial sword in Gu Xuanqing's hand. As the blood droplets neared, the sword rang out once more, instantly shattering them into 2 clouds of blood mist. With her bloodline connected to her heart, the shattering of the blood caused Qin Wan to spew a mouthful of blood, her body plummeting from the sky. Can the imperial sword be seized? The assembly of Qinxiao warriors was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, they realized the most formidable aspect of the Carefree Sect was not the warriors who had trained in the imperial texts, but their young master, who was merely at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Be careful. As Qin Wan hung limply, Gu Xuanqing soared into the air, embracing her and returning to their original position. The martial practitioners of the Qinxia sect exchanged glances filled with astonishment, and after a moment, one remarked that the Shaoyao sect truly deserved its reputation as an imperial lineage, praising the remarkable skills of the young sect master. "We shall not interfere with this ancient sacred legacy." With that, they turned away, indifferent to Qin Wan's fate. Although the Qin family was also a prestigious lineage of martial emperors, it had long fallen into decline, failing to earn the recognition of the imperial sword. In recent years, however, Qin Wan had gained the sword's acknowledgement, rising powerfully and compelling many forces to concede to the Qin family. Now, witnessing her fall into enemy hands, they were all too eager to see her eliminated by Gu Xuanqing. Gu Xuanqing swiftly tore away the fabric covering Qin Wan's left arm, revealing a birthmark on her shoulder. Observing this, the members of the Shaoyao sect expressed their confusion. "Young master, what is this?" Without further explanation, Gu Xuanqing produced over a dozen spirit stones and, with a wave of his hand, arranged them into a formation, enveloping both of them in a cloud of grayish-white. Panic seized Qi Honghua as he exclaimed, "Deputy Sect Master Qi Hua, what does this mean?" Qi Hua coughed, asserting, "It must be that our ancestor has discovered some secret within her and is preparing to interrogate her severely." Chapter 61. Is the ancestor unwell? What do you intend to do? Within the formation, the powerless Qin Wan struggled to adjust her clothing, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Gu Xuanqing. "The sword, I return it to you," he said, extending the imperial sword towards her. A glint of fierce determination crossed her eyes as she refused to take it. "If you wish to kill me, do so. You shall not have me submit." "Submit?" Gu Xuanqing was taken aback, suddenly realizing, what absurd thoughts occupy your mind? "I have ties to the Qin family. Qin Tian was one of my disciples in a past life, ascending to the imperial realm through the sword path. Known as the sky-piercing sword emperor, predating the Shaoyao martial emperor by several eras. The sword technique acquired by my ancestor was the imperial formula from his enlightenment. A fragment of the sky-piercing sword technique. Although Qin Tian did not conceal his aura for 2 millennia like the Shaoyao martial emperor, he had still expended considerable effort to seal his dantian. Yet, disdain flickered in Qin Wuan's eyes as she retorted, "Young master, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Do you think I would believe such fabrications?" Her circumstances were indeed difficult to explain, and she preferred not to divulge them. "Look at me," Gu Xuanqing commanded, gripping the imperial sword tightly, a more formidable aura than that which Qin Wuan had previously summoned emanating from him, vast and fierce. Qin Wuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The sky-piercing sword technique, how can you? In the next moment, as she suffered the backlash of her own blood, she found herself utterly incapable of resisting this overwhelming force, her garments tearing asunder. "This is bad." Realizing the urgency, Gu Xuanqing swiftly retracted his sword's aura and hastily retrieved a garment from his storage ring, draping it over Qin Wuan. However, the formation he had hastily set up merely isolated sound and aura. It could not withstand the might of the imperial sword. Amidst the resounding blasts, the spirit stones shattered, and Gu Xuanqing and Qin Wuan reappeared in the sight of the crowd, in the presence of the esteemed Master Gu and the illustrious young Master Gu. Even though Qin Wuan donned the outer garment of Gu Xuanqing, concealing her most vulnerable parts, it was evident to all that her attire had transformed into mere tatters. "Master, does young Master Gu truly act with such wild abandon?" Observing this scene, the members of the Shaoyao sect and the Qi family were left utterly astounded. Clearing his throat, realizing he had made a blunder, Gu Xuanqing's face flushed crimson as he produced spirit stones and once again set up a formation to isolate the two from the outside world. Amidst the complex gazes of the Qi family, Qi Hua hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "You all have seen it, just now." The master was rigorously interrogating that young lady, and it seemed she can hardly endure any longer. The Qi family members exchanged awkward smiles, acknowledging that under Master Gu's methods, who could possibly withstand such pressure? Although everyone understood the underlying situation, who dared to speak it aloud? After all, Master Gu was capable of effortlessly seizing even an imperial sword. If this matter were laid bare, would Master Gu still desire Qizian? Could the Qi family maintain their hold on such a powerful ally? Moreover, was it not fitting for a figure of Master Gu's caliber to have multiple wives? Without Qi Hua needing to elaborate, the Qi family members silently began to justify Gu Xuanqing's actions in their minds. Quickly diverting the topic, Qi Hua suggested, "For now, let us focus on comprehending the legacy of the ancient sage." The members of the Qi family nodded in agreement. Within the formation, Qin Wan once again gazed intently at Gu Xuanqing, inquiring, "Why do you possess my Qi family's sky pillar sword technique?" Gu Xuanqing extended the imperial sword once more, affirming, "I have stated before that I share a past with your Qi family, and I harbor no ill intent towards you. Is that truly so?" Although Qin Wan felt she may have misjudged him when Gu Xuanqing hastily covered himself, suspicion still lingered in her eyes. As she reached out to grasp the imperial sword, an overwhelming force abruptly repelled her hand. Gu Xuanqing spoke in a grave tone, "Little Jean, from this moment forth, she shall be your new master. Follow her diligently." Instantly, the imperial sword emitted a resonant cry, tinged with reluctance, yet in the next moment, it willingly soared back into Qin Wan's grasp. Upon holding the sword, Qin Wan experienced an immediate connection, accompanied by a mysterious energy that coursed through her, healing her injuries. She gazed at Gu Xuanqing with heightened trepidation. "Did you awaken the sword spirit?" Although she had gained recognition from the Sky Pillar Imperial Sword, she could only manage to use it with great difficulty. For years, she had nurtured the sword with her spirit, yet the sword's spirit had never responded. However, in this moment, the realization dawned upon her as to why Gu Xuanqing could so effortlessly reclaim her imperial sword and why she had been unable to hold it just moments prior. Yet this understanding only deepened her astonishment. Little did she know, the imperial sword had been forged by Gu Xuanqing's own hands, and he had bestowed it with its spirit. Despite the fact that it had been nurtured by the Sky Pillar Sword Emperor thereafter, to the sword spirit, Gu Xuanqing remained its true master. Gu Xuanqing remarked, "Some matters you will comprehend in due time." While Qin Wan was awestruck by Gu Xuanqing's capabilities, she still found it challenging to place her full trust in him. "If you truly mean me no harm, may I leave now?" Fearing that the ancient Xinshen would not acquiesce, Qin Wan added, "In recent years, the Qin family has expanded due to my recognition by the imperial sword. Now they must believe that I have perished at your hands. If I cannot return promptly, the Qin family will encounter significant troubles. Very well, you should return first." Keep this message talisman safe. Once I have resolved matters here, I shall seek you out. The ever-protective ancient Xianxin, upon hearing of the Qin family's predicament, would certainly not stand idly by. Qin Wan accepted the message talisman, saying, "Though I am unaware of your true intentions, I am grateful to you this time." With that, ancient Xianxin lifted the formation, and without hesitation, Qin Wan's figure flickered as she soared towards the territory of Qianxia. Is she leaving so soon? The members of the Xiaoyao sect and the Qi family, who had just gathered around the spirit coffin and had yet to absorb the ancient sage's legacy, were astonished to see that ancient Xianxin had already concluded his business. This cannot be right. Given the Master's level of cultivation and alchemical prowess, it is inconceivable that he is in such poor condition. Qi Hua furrowed his brow tightly. Could the master be hinting at something? At that moment, having awakened from her comprehension, Long Xinyang, along with Gu Qianhua and Qi Zian, rushed over from the Qi family. Ancient Xianxin hastily remarked, "Father, Mother, your timing is impeccable. Join them in comprehending the ancient sage's legacy. It will greatly benefit you." Can we truly? Gu Qianhua, who had already traversed the Tianren Thunder Tribulation and entered the Dantian realm, was envious as she felt the flowing power of the laws surrounding the spirit coffin. However, she wondered if her son's decision might provoke discontent from the Qi family. Quickly, in this direction, upon hearing ancient Xuanxin's words, the members of the Qi family and the Xiaoyao sect, who had already settled, promptly rose and vacated the closest positions to the spirit coffin. On another front, Long Yongyi sensed the aura emanating from Long Xinyang and, with astonishment in his eyes, queried, "Father, has Xinyang advanced to an intermediate 5th-tier array master?" Chapter 62. Why is your talent so lacking? From a distance, observing the Xiaoyao sect and the Qi family enveloped in golden light, Long Yongyi remarked, "Father, that is a treasure left by our ancestors." Long Qingyun smiled bitterly. "A treasure? Ancient Xianxin is the greatest treasure of our Long family. I have grown old and risked losing much for something trivial." With a gentle sigh, Long Qingyun reflected on how he had once bowed to ancient Xianxin, only to swell with pride when the Long family obtained the ancient sage's relics. Yet now, in comparison to ancient Xianxin, those relics seemed insignificant. "Let us depart. From now on, wherever ancient Xianxin is, our Long family shall steer clear." As Long Qingyun spoke, he turned and left first. He could sense that the murderous intent directed at him dissipated only after Long Xinyang appeared, implying that had she not come today, the Long family might not have exited the Wangu mountain range unscathed. Other factions, filled with envy, gazed towards that scene. Yet none dared to harbor thoughts of seizing what was not theirs. Seizing the imperial sword. At that moment, they realized that perhaps ancient Xianxin was indeed the most formidable being in Wangu Prefecture. As for why he only exhibited the demeanor of a mid-Dongtian realm cultivator, none knew, and none dared to inquire. The Wangu mountain range fell into silence once more, observing others receiving the ancient sage's inheritance. Gu Xuanqing began to examine the storage ring in his hand. Although the rings taken from the Qinxiao warriors were indeed rich in resources, they paled in comparison to those retrieved from the ancient sage's spirit coffin. After a thorough inspection, Gu Xuanqing set to work. If he were to establish a foothold for the Xiaoyao sect in the Wangu Mountains, it was imperative to set up a protective great formation for the sect. Fortunately, despite the small world of the ancient sage's relics being forcibly breached, there were still remnants from its foundation that could be utilized. And coupled with the resources from the ancient sage's storage ring, it was barely sufficient. As he began to reconstruct the formation for the establishment of the Xiaoyao sect, Gu Xuanqing also utilized the spirit stones in his possession for cultivation. Initially, he had extracted several thousand mid-grade spirit stones as a guiding fee, and now he felt no need to be frugal. As time passed, the members of the Xiaoyao sect emerged from the ancient sage's inheritance. Once they exited, Gu Xuanqing summoned the formation masters to assist him in completing certain formations. This process continued for an entire month, culminating in the completion of the protective great formation. Upon the Qi family members awakening from their insights, Gu Xuanqing further infused the residual power from the spirit coffin into the formation, saturating the space with boundless spiritual energy and the principles of the heavenly way. Qi Hong was sought out Hu Haiquan and others. "Master Hu, do you have matters to discuss with the Qi family?" Hu Haiquan, knowing the significance of the ancestor's father-in-law, did not dare to delay. Qi Hongwa chuckled awkwardly, explaining that it was ultimately up to the ancient elder how to proceed, and that they need not feel obligated to conform to their desires regarding the ancient sage's inheritance. Hu Haiquan was taken aback, realizing that Qi Hongwa had misunderstood their intentions. Indeed, the ancient sage's inheritance contained numerous heavenly principles. Yet they discovered these principles were evidently less intricate than the Xiaoyao Sutra they practiced. Despite the ancient sage's strength, he was merely a sage-level warrior. While the Shaoyao Sutra was an imperial scripture, the superiority of the latter was self-evident. Nonetheless, despite this realization, Hu Haikuan replied with a smile, Master Qi. This matter ultimately stems from our ancestors' oversight towards Miss Xian. It is only right that we make some concessions. Qi Hongwu responded, well then, I shan't say much more. From now on, our Qi family and the Shaoyao sect shall be one family. Hu Haikuan grinned. Indeed, we have always been one family. This misunderstanding seemed to bridge the gap between the previously distant factions. Having completed the construction of the sect's formation, Gu Xuanqing gathered several core figures of the Shaoyao sect. Salutations, ancestor. With no outsiders present, they no longer needed to address him as the young sect master. Gu Xuanqing declared, from this moment forth, the entire Shaoyao sect will relocate here. You are to focus on your cultivation and refrain from causing further trouble. Do you understand? Although he had previously felt anger due to their naivety, witnessing their individual progress softened Gu Xuanqing's heart, and he did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm. The cultivation environment here was incomparably superior to that of the Qiandao Mountains, and thus, no one objected. However, Qi Hu sensed an underlying tone and inquired, Ancestor, are you planning to leave? Gu Xianxin nodded slightly, indicating that he had imparted nearly all that he could teach. As for whether the Shaoyao sect would flourish in the future, that would depend on the fortune of each individual. Gu Xuanqin's words were not mere rhetoric. It was indeed a challenge to rapidly enhance the strength of the Shaoyao sect, unless they could swiftly acquire some extraordinary treasures, a task that was beyond his capability. The remaining path lay solely in the passage of time. Qi Hua inquired, so master, what are your plans? Gu Xianxin replied, I intend to venture to the Qinxia territories. Qin Wan had mentioned before her departure that her actions might bring trouble to the Qin family, and he could not simply turn a blind eye to that. Indeed, as the gazes of the gathered individuals met, an unspoken understanding passed among them. Even a hero may falter before the allure of beauty. Qi Hua expressed concern regarding Miss Xian. Gu Xianxin pondered for a moment before saying, as for the Qi family, let them think I am in seclusion. His relationship with Qi Xian was merely a facade of marriage, and using seclusion as an excuse would afford her ample freedom. The members of the Shaoyao sect, who were unaware of the underlying circumstances, silently nodded in agreement. Their master was indeed extraordinary, maintaining the appearance of stability while ensuring the sanctity of his household. After concluding matters with the Shaoyao sect, Gu Xianxin spent several more days with his parents before summoning a flying spiritual artifact and embarking on his journey to the Qinxia mountain region. During the month spent arranging formations, Gu Xianxin had utilized spirit stones to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the unity realm. Now, seated upon the flying artifact, with an abundance of spirit stones in hand, and the spiritual energy thickening as he approached the Qinxia territories, Gu Xuanqin's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the human emperor realm upon crossing the Wangu mountain range and stepping onto the lands of Qinxia. Regrettably, he had exhausted his spirit stones. Otherwise, Gu Xianxin felt he could have directly ascended to the void stage. Have you arrived? Qin Wan, who had been awaiting his arrival, had been prepared for some time. However, upon seeing Gu Xianxin, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. You have received the ancient sage's inheritance. Yet your cultivation has only reached the late stage of the human emperor realm? How can your talent be so lacking? My talent is lacking? Gu Xianxin stared at Qin Wan, perplexed. Qin Wan cast a disdainful glance at him. Given how much they value you as the young master, you must have obtained the ancient sage's legacy. Yet, your cultivation has only improved to this extent. What else could it be but a lack of talent? Gu Xianxin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an interpretation from Qin Wan. Chapter 63. Are you little Gu? Observing Gu Xuanqin's expression, Qin Wan continued. I have already investigated upon my return. Among the disciples who received the true teachings of our ancestor, there was one named Gu Xianjun. He must be your ancestor, correct? Hence, you are able to wield the Qingtian sword art. It is also because you practice this art that you can awaken the sword spirit, am I right? Evidently, Qin Wan remained preoccupied with her inexplicable defeat at Gu Xuanqin's hands and had done her homework upon returning. Gu Xianxin sighed. You are quite astute. He did recall Gu Xianjun, but to claim the Gu family as descendants of Gu Xianjun seemed a stretch. Seeing her deductions confirmed, Qin Wan smiled triumphantly, adding, moreover, I can tell that you possess no real abilities. It is merely the Shaoyao sect's intention to elevate you. They deliberately created such a grand spectacle, only to subsequently exalt you, intending to make others believe in your formidable prowess, thus instilling greater fear of the Xianyao sect, correct? When the Qin family was acknowledged by the Qingtian Emperor's sword, they employed similar tactics. Yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. Gu Xuanqing was rather disinclined to elaborate on these matters. Observing Gu Xuanqing's candor, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with approval. Therefore, upon recognizing me, you sought to leverage your connection to my family's ancestors to establish a foothold in the Qinsha territory, did you not? Gu Xuanqing felt a wave of embarrassment. Qin Wan remarked, do not be shy. The fact that you were able to awaken the sword spirit and return the Emperor's sword to me indicates that your ancient family has not forgotten the teachings of our forebears and understands the importance of loyalty to the Qin family. Naturally, we shall not neglect you. Thank you, Miss Qin. Gu Xuanqing had initially intended to say more, but reconsidered, realizing that presenting himself as the master in the Xianyao sect had inflated the egos of those individuals. Qin Wan might have misconstrued the situation, but it would also help alleviate some of her troubles. Satisfied, Qin Wan nodded and said, follow me. However, I must caution you that you cannot behave as recklessly here as you did in the Wangu state. Most individuals your age have already attained the returning Void Realm, and even the least among them are at the Void Realm. Yes, yes, Gu Xuanqing repeatedly agreed. As they walked, Qin Wan instructed Gu Xuanqing while also providing him with a general overview of the circumstances within the Qinsha territory. Before long, they arrived at the Qin residence. Sister, Chu Feng has come again. Just as they entered, a girl who bore a slight resemblance to Qin Wan approached with a frown. Chu Feng, is he still unyielding? Qin Wan's brow furrowed. Indeed, he is currently in the main hall proposing to you to our father, the girl said, her gaze shifting to Gu Xuanqing behind Qin Wan. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she inquired, is he the so-called young sect master who pretends to be an expert? Qin Wan nodded slightly. His name is Gu Xuanqing. She then introduced Gu Xuanqing. This is my younger sister, Qin Lu. You may simply address her as Second Mississippi. I have met the second miss. Gu Xuanqing clasped his hands in greeting. Qin Lu nodded slightly and said, you are quite sensible. Rest assured, I shall watch over you here. Thank you, Second Mississippi. Just then, a man clad in luxurious garments stepped forward. Wan you have returned. I have already conferred with Uncle, however. His words faltered midway as he caught sight of Gu Xuanqing, and the smugness on his face abruptly froze. Young sect master? Gu Xuanqing, somewhat puzzled, asked. Do you know me? Chu Feng replied nervously. I had the fortune of encountering you in the Wangu mountain range. The battle at Wangu Mountain had left an indelible impression on him, particularly the terrifying prowess of the Xianyao sect and the scene of Gu Xuanqing effortlessly seizing the Emperor's sword. Although the Chu family maintained their status in Wanhua City and possessed individuals surpassing the Void Realm, the respect shown towards one who could casually slay those at the returning reality realm was profound. Was this young sect master truly just a figure of the Cave Heaven realm? Why does he appear to be at the Human Emperor realm now? He is surely feigning it. He must also be in existence beyond the Void Realm, deliberately concealing his true cultivation. It was precisely because he casually concealed his cultivation that he himself had lost track of the realm he had previously displayed, resulting in such a significant discrepancy. Otherwise, no matter how talented one may be, it is simply implausible to ascend from the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm to the late stage of the Emperor realm within just a month, is it not? Contemplating this, Chu Feng felt an even deeper sense of mystery surrounding Gu Xianshun. Gu Xianshun nodded slightly. He truly could not recall Chu Feng's appearance amidst the multitude of martial artists who had ventured to the Qinsha territory. Observing Gu Xuanshun's unexpected presence, Chu Feng tentatively inquired, Young sect master, might you be here too? Perceiving Chu Feng's thoughts, Qin Wan's eyes glimmered as she remarked, the young sect master has come to propose to me. What does young master Chu think of our pairing? Chu Feng nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. The young sect master and Miss Qin are indeed a match made in heaven. Initially, he found it somewhat peculiar that Qin Wan could return home so peacefully with her sword, but now, the situation had become abundantly clear. With a smile, Qin Wan said, Young Master Chu, what was it you mentioned about discussing something with my father? Feeling a pang of nervousness, Chu Feng cast a furtive glance at Gu Xianshun and stammered, I was merely discussing some matters regarding future cooperation between our two families. He added hastily, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If this young sect master were to discover his intentions towards Qin Wan, would his life be spared? Qin Lu observed Chu Feng's hasty departure and remarked curiously, Sister, what is wrong with Chu Feng? He seems quite afraid of Gu Xianshun. Fear is indeed warranted. Let us go meet father. Qin Wan replied with a satisfied smile. The three of them entered the grand hall of the Qin family. Qin Wan's father, Qin Yeqing, looked at Gu Xianshun and inquired, Are you the young Gu? Young Gu? Gu Xianshun took a deep breath. But in order to avoid future complications, he had no choice but to endure and smile. Young Gu pays his respects to uncle. Qin Yeqing frowned. Such lack of decorum. Since your ancestor was a disciple of the Qin family's forebear, you ought to address me as the family head. I pay my respects to the family head. Gu Xianshun responded helplessly. Only then did Qin Yeqing nod in satisfaction. You may take your leave for now. We have important matters to discuss. However, Qin Wan interjected, Father, there is no rush. He may participate in this matter. Qin Yeqing frowned and asked, what can he contribute? Did you not say he is merely pretending to be skilled? Qin Wan, with a proud smile, replied, we, the Qin family, are aware of his pretense, but others are not. Moreover, his previous performance in the Wangu mountain range has been witnessed by various factions. At the very least, when I mentioned he came to propose earlier, Chu Feng fled in fright. Recalling the earlier incident, Qin Lu suddenly realized, Sister, do you mean that Chu Feng is wary of him? Qin Yeqing's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, this could serve as a viable strategy. Chapter 64. The Young Talent Banquet. Qin Yeqing nodded. Ever since you gained the recognition of the Qingtian Emperor's sword, many suitors have approached us. Rather than them being interested in you, it would be more accurate to say they covet the Emperor's sword of our Qin family. If he can. Qin Wan also nodded slightly. That is precisely my thought. Although it is not a long-term solution, it will suffice for the time being. Gu Xianchun, catching the underlying implications, inquired, what are your intentions? Qin Wan replied, since you are so adept at feigning prowess, we naturally wish to utilize your talents. Gu Xianchun quickly waved his hands. No? I refuse to be a son-in-law. Reborn as a son-in-law, upon arriving in Wangu Prefecture, in gratitude for Qi Xian's life-saving grace towards her father, she once again assumed the role of a son-in-law. After much effort to escape this predicament, she pondered, would she be condemned to such a fate for her entire life? Qin Wan shot a glance at Gu Xuanqing, her expression laced with disdain. You think too highly of yourself. I merely require you to shield me from trouble under the guise of my fiancé. Beyond that, do not entertain any other notions. Relieved by her words, Gu Xuanqing exhaled softly, yet Qin Wan's demeanor darkened. What kind of attitude is that? Do you deem me unworthy? Though she could dismiss Gu Xuanqing, his apparent disdain for her was intolerable. Gu Xuanqing quickly clarified, No, I was merely concerned about tarnishing the young lady's reputation. Satisfied with his response, Qin Wan nodded. If we are to play this role, henceforth, do not refer to me as young lady. Call me Wanner, as my father does. With a hint of skepticism, Gu Xuanqing began to question whether his visit to the Qin family would prove to be a misstep. Very well, follow me. I shall escort you to your quarters. Qin Wan stated, leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the guest house of the Qin family. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Qin Wan began. The Qingtian sword technique, which our ancestors left behind, is now reduced to a mere few pages. I presume the same holds true for your Gu family's collection? Let us exchange what we have. This way, we can piece together a more complete sword technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xuanqing agreed. Of course. My purpose in visiting the Qin family was to offer assistance. And providing you with a complete sword technique is indeed part of my plan. He picked up the brush and began to inscribe the Qingtian sword technique from memory. Observing Gu Xuanqing's cooperation, Qin Wan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I shall provide you with the Qin family's sword technique in return. However, just as she was about to continue, her gaze fell upon the sword technique, and she became momentarily transfixed. Each stroke and character seemed to embody a profound sword intent, elucidating the essence of the Qingtian sword technique. Even without comprehending the content, merely gazing at the characters granted Qin Wan a newfound understanding of the technique. Many of her previous uncertainties crystallized into clarity in that moment. Though the original manuscript of the Qingtian sword technique was brief, to facilitate the Qin family's swift comprehension, Gu Xuanqing had included detailed annotations throughout. He diligently wrote from noon until dusk, finally completing the task. As he set down his brush, he observed Qin Wan, who, despite showing some understanding, lacked any semblance of sword intent flowing through her. Gu Xuanqing sighed, shaking his head. The young lady's talent was incomparable to those from the Shaoyao sect. Little did he know, the immediate enlightenment experienced by those from the Shaoyao sect stemmed from the celestial insights he had cultivated during his own training, which influenced others. Qin Wan's grasp of the sword technique, based solely on her observation, was commendable in itself. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, and Qin Lu's voice called out anxiously, Is my sister here? Fearing that Qin Wan would be disturbed, Gu Xuanqing quickly stepped outside. Your sister is experiencing a moment of inspiration. It is best not to interrupt. As he spoke, Qin Lu peered through the crack of the door, catching a glimpse of her sister's state. Oh no, what should we do? Qin Lu blurted out, her thoughts scattered, before swiftly turning to leave. Ancient Xianqian, feeling disinclined to inquire further, settled himself in the courtyard, eager to observe the extent of Qin Wan's comprehension upon her first encounter with the complete sword technique. However, it was not long before Qin Lu and Qin Yeqing approached him. Little Gu, Qin Lu began. Today's young hero's banquet was originally meant for Wanner to attend. But given her current predicament, only you and Luer can go. What banquet? Ancient Xianxian inquired. There is no time to lose, Qin Yechen urged. You and Luer must depart quickly. She will explain everything to you along the way. Qin Lu nodded, and, with a look of astonishment on Ancient Xuanqian's face, let him out. Once they had left, Qin Yechen tiptoed over to Qin Wan's side. As his gaze fell upon the sword technique, his entire being trembled slightly, plunging him into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, on the street, Qin Lu began to elucidate the matter to Ancient Xianxian. The younger generation of Ruixiao City holds a young heroes banquet every 6 months, ostensibly for martial arts exchange, yet in truth, it serves as a covert competition. The youth represent the future of their respective family powers. Exceptional performance at the banquet naturally attracts numerous wandering martial artists to join, whereas failure may lead to the departure of some external warriors from the family. Therefore, all factions within the city place great importance on this event. Upon finishing her explanation, Qin Lu remarked, although you possess little talent, your acting skills are commendable. Thus, at the banquet, you need only pretend to be an expert to uphold the Qin family's reputation. Little talent? Ancient Xianxian, upon hearing Qin Lu's words, felt an overwhelming urge to summon the heavenly martial emperor from the sacred domain to affirm his abilities to the Qin family. Qin Lu shot him a glare. All right. You have talent. You can act. Even my sister was deceived by you at first. Surely that suffices. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the Tianhong restaurant, the venue for the young heroes banquet. Miss Qin, where's your sister? A familiar face at the entrance inquired, recognizing Qin Lu. Qin Lu pointed at Ancient Xianxian, her voice brimming with pride. My brother-in-law says that women should remain at home, avoiding the limelight. This time, my brother-in-law represents the Qin family. Brother-in-law? In an instant, all eyes turned to Ancient Xianxian. Emperor realm? Has Qin Wan lost her mind? How could she be enamored with such a youth? The people of Wanxiao City were well aware that, despite being a woman, Qin Wan had nearly borne the weight of the entire Qin family in recent years. What had caused her to suddenly become so compliant? At that moment, the recently arrived Chu Feng spotted Ancient Xianxian and promptly bowed in greeting. Brother Chu. Ancient Xianxian returned the gesture. Though Chu Feng had not seen Qin Wan, he dared not ask further. A chance meeting is better than a planned encounter. Shall we enter together? Ancient Xianxian, of course, did not refuse. Please, after you, Brother Chu, Ancient Xianxian insisted, to which Chu Feng hesitated, not daring to walk ahead of this esteemed young master. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Chu Feng was notoriously arrogant, yet here he was, unwilling to step ahead of this young master. Just who was this young master indeed? Chapter 65. The Clash at the Banquet. Young Master Chu. As Chu Feng made his way inside, many began to take note of Ancient Xianxian and Qin Lu walking ahead of him. Their curiosity piqued. Young master. Soon, someone recognized Ancient Xianxian. Gu Xuanchun furrowed his brows, questioning how these youths from the Void Realm could possibly recognize him, when at the ancient sacred relics. Only those formidable warriors from the Reality Return realm had stood in the air. The group of young men quickly replied, last time, we accompanied our family elders to broaden our horizons, and from a distance, we beheld the magnificent presence of the young sect master, and were deeply impressed. Gu Xuanqun nodded slightly, realizing the truth in their words. A glance around revealed that most of the attendees were from the Void Realm, with only a few from the Reality Return realm. It seemed that the likes of Qin Wan and Chu Feng could indeed be considered geniuses of the younger generation in Ruixiao City. However, recalling Qin Wan's comprehension of the sky-piercing sword technique, Gu Xuanqun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, noting that the talent in Wanxiao City was surprisingly inferior to that of the elder members of the Carefree Sect. If there had been any doubt regarding the attitude towards Chu Feng before, observing the other young lords now echoed the sentiment. None dared to view Gu Xuanchun through the lens of the human emperor realm. In an instant, many approached Gu Xuanchun to forge connections. Qin Lu watched as Gu Xuanchun responded with a smile to each, exuding an air reminiscent of a venerable elder, which filled her with admiration. No wonder this rogue managed to deceive her elder sister. His performance was so convincing that had she not known his true identity beforehand, she too might have fallen for his ruse. At that moment, a young man clad in extravagant garments approached Qin Lu. Young Master Xiao? Upon seeing him, Qin Lu's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. Young Master Xiao said, Lu, with your brother-in-law supporting the Qin family today, why don't we take a stroll outside? In her hesitation, Qin Lu noticed the warmth in his eyes, and seeing Gu Xuanqun appear to be at ease, she modestly nodded and followed young Master Xiao outside. As time passed, more youths arrived for the banquet of prodigies. Suddenly, a cold snort silenced the bustling hall. A young man in splendid attire entered, flanked by over a dozen followers. Young Master Tsin. The crowd rose in unison, clasping their fists in greeting. As Tsin Tianyu acknowledged them with a slight nod, His gaze fell on Gu Xuanchen, and the atmosphere instantly shifted from frosty to fierce. Meeting Qin Tianyu's stare, Gu Xuanchen showed no intention of averting his gaze. After a moment of mutual observation, Qin Tianyu coldly scoffed, "Since when does a worthless being from the human emperor realm have the right to attend the banquet of prodigies?" The crowd gasped in surprise. Hadn't he the Qin and Qin families traditionally maintained a strong alliance? The Qin family's current status in Ruixiao City had been bolstered significantly by the Qin family's support. What had sparked this conflict today? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Recalling that Gu Xuanchen had only just arrived at the Qin family, undoubtedly, Qin Tianyu was unaware of his connection to Qin Wan. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he remarked, "Young Master Qin, Gu Xuanchen is the young sect master of the Carefree Sect." The Carefree Sect? Qin Tianyu, oblivious to Gu Xuanchen's origins from the ancient state, mistakenly thought it was an obscure power from Ruixiao City, and immediately retorted with a cold snort, "Get lost." Gu Xuanchen's gaze hardened. "Do we have a grievance?" "A grievance? You think you are worthy of one?" Qin Tianyu scoffed. "I simply dislike feasting in the company of worthless beings." Gu Xuanchen, disinterested in further discourse, replied, "Then let us settle this with a fight." Since he represented the Qin family, the moment Qin Tianyu targeted him, it was evident that the confrontation was aimed at the Qin family. With that, Gu Xuanchen stepped forward. The Tianjiao feast is a time-honored tradition in Ruixiao City, dedicated solely to the art of sparring, devoid of mortal stakes. However, the participants must temper their prowess to the late stage of the human sovereign realm, as the esteemed Feihong Tavern cannot bear the weight of their full capabilities. This was previously articulated by Qin Lu during their journey. Observing the two poised for combat, the onlookers erupted with excitement. The foremost expert of the younger generation in Ruixiao City, the enigmatic young master of the Shaoyao sect, was about to engage. Anticipation surged as they understood that from such a high-caliber confrontation, they would surely glean invaluable insights. Qin Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance at Gu Xuanchen. Though somewhat unaware of the broader scope of his own abilities, he found the young man's demeanor rather appealing. "Do not hold back. I assure you, I shall not harm you," he declared. Gu Xuanchen, indifferent to idle chatter, shifted his feet, transforming into a streak of azure light, launching himself directly at Qin Tianyu. Impressive footwork. Came the murmurs of admiration. With a swift motion, Qin Tianyu countered, blocking Gu Xuanchen's assault. In an instant, their limbs created a mesmerizing flurry of shadows, their techniques evolving rapidly even before any physical contact was made, each striving to seize the advantage. After several breaths, as the spectators became enraptured by the spectacle, Gu Xuanchen's right arm pierced through Qin Tianyu's defenses, seizing his throat. Qin Tianyu's face flushed crimson. He had never envisioned a peer could best him, let alone do so with such alacrity. The surrounding youths were wide-eyed in astonishment. The young master had effortlessly defeated Qin Tianyu? Were this not a spar but a life-and-death struggle, what would have become of Qin Tianyu now? Gu Xuanchen withdrew his arm, offering a slight smile. "I concede." Upon regaining his composure, Qin Tianyu responded with a calm demeanor, "I was blind in my earlier assessment. I hope you will forgive me." "Young Master Gu, you flatter yourself, Qin Gongzi." Gu Xuanchen returned the courtesy, holding Qin Tianyu in higher regard for his ability to swiftly adjust his emotions after such a public defeat, a trait not easily found among the youth. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Tianyu addressed the assembly, inquiring if anyone dared to contest young Master Gu, though their skirmish was brief. The intricacies of their techniques lingered in the minds of the spectators. At this proclamation, the crowd hastily gestured their refusal. "Nay, we dare not," Qin Tianyu boisterously suggested. "Since no one dares to challenge you, how about we share a drink?" Although he sensed no malice in Qin Tianyu's offer, Gu Xuanchen replied, "Yet this gathering is not yet concluded." Qin Tianyu countered, "You have bested me, and with no one else willing to challenge you. You are the foremost prodigy of this Tianjiao feast. What remains for you here? Is it truly that simple?" Gu Xuanchen expressed mild surprise. "Simple?" The crowd's expressions twitched in disbelief. Although the Tianjiao feast forbids the taking of lives, have there not always been severe injuries? Yet, considering Gu Xuanchen's formidable strength, none dared to refute him. Qin Tianyu chuckled, "What else is there? Let us depart." Gu Xuanchen shrugged his shoulders, showing little interest in the childish antics unfolding before him. The two promptly exited the grand hall, only to encounter Qin Lu and young Master Xiao returning shortly thereafter. Young Master Qin. The ancient gentleman was unaware of what Qin Lu had conveyed to him, and the glance that Xiao Gongzi cast at Gu Xuanchen was laden with apprehension. "Brother Qin, brother-in-law. What brings you together?" Qin Lu inquired, somewhat surprised. Chapter 66, Disruption Brother-in-law? Qin Tianyu gazed at Qin Lu with a puzzled expression. After a brief exchange, Qin Tianyu chuckled. It seems we truly fail to recognize our own kin." Qin Lu remarked, "Brother Qin, I fear that brother-in-law might not be able to drink with you today. My sister awaits his return. Understood, understood. I shall invite Brother Gu another time. Sin Tianyu smiled faintly. Just after parting ways with Sin Tianyu, Qin Lu expressed her discontent. What were you thinking, going to drink with Brother Tsin? What if he uncovers your secrets? Although the two families enjoyed a good relationship, Qin Lu had not divulged any secrets regarding Gu Xuanqing. Gu Xuanqing shrugged nonchalantly. He invited me for drinks only because I bested him. Qin Lu shot him an exasperated glare. You bested him? That was merely Brother Tsin acknowledging you as a representative of our Qin family, intentionally conceding to uphold our family's reputation. Brother Tsin is the foremost expert among the younger generation of Ruixia City. He is stronger than many of the older generation. How could he possibly lose to you? Gu Xuanqing felt a sense of helplessness and chose not to further elucidate. In the chamber of Gu Xuanqing, Qin Yeqing and Qin Wan awakened from their contemplation, astonished. This is indeed the complete Qin Tian's sword technique, replete with detailed annotations. Qin Wan shook her head, lamenting, alas. Gu Xuanqing's talent is rather lacking. Possessing such a sword technique, he has only reached the human sovereign realm. Had our Qin family preserved such a complete sword technique back in the day, with the profound truths contained within, I would likely have already transcended to the void stage. Qin Yeqing nodded slightly, yet he has shown great generosity by returning the sword technique to our Qin family without reservation. Henceforth, we should regard him as kin rather than a mere subordinate. Indeed, on this point I concur, Qin Wan added. Although the sword technique was created by our ancestors, after so many generations, had he chosen not to return it, there would have been little recourse for our family. We have returned. Just as Qin Yeqing carefully tucked away the sword technique, Qin Lu's voice echoed from outside. The two opened the door. How have you returned so swiftly? Did something happen? At the Tianjiao banquet, Brother Tsin had deliberately prompted Qin Lu to recount the events of the gathering. Qin Yeqing and Qin Wan were wholly unaware that Qin Lu was not present at the time, and considering Sin Tianyu's prowess, they did not doubt her words. Young Master Gu, here are 100 low-grade Dao crystals. Take them for your cultivation, and should you require more, do not hesitate to find me, Qin Yeqing declared, placing a pile of Dao crystals upon the table. Dao crystals, formed from the condensation of celestial laws, bear properties akin to spirit stones, yet are more suited for martial cultivation above the human realm. Though Gu Xuanqing recognized that Dao crystals were significantly more precious than spirit stones, they proved of little utility to him. Gu Xuanqing replied, Head of the family, perhaps you might instead provide me with spirit stones. I am not quite accustomed to cultivating with Dao stones. Qin Yeqing shook his head. Young Master Gu, your willingness to return the complete Qin Tian sword technique to our Qin family ensures that we shall not treat you unfairly. Use these Dao crystals with confidence, and when finished, simply seek me out again. Master of the house, Qin Yeqing interjected, there's no need for further excuses. With that, he disregarded Gu Xuanqing's reaction and promptly took his two daughters out. Alas, the South Wilderness is indeed a formidable place, even at the late stage of the sovereign realm. One has yet to acclimate to cultivating with Dao crystals. However, his antics at the talent banquet have indeed provided some solutions for my Qin family, and he plays the role of a master quite convincingly. Observing the Dao stones on the table and overhearing the discussions of the two sisters outside, Gu Xuanqing found himself bemused. After a night's rest, as Gu Xuanqing stepped into the courtyard the next day, numerous individuals greeted him, exclaiming, Greetings, young sect master. Gu Xuanqing responded with courteous nods. What have you been busy with over there? Qin Lu inquired softly upon seeing him approach. Despite receiving so many Dao crystals last night, your aura seems to have made no advancement whatsoever. Dao crystals, even to those with lesser talents, should yield some progress when absorbing their power, shouldn't they? Gu Xuanqing replied vaguely, I did not cultivate last night. For other martial artists, Dao crystals are indeed immensely beneficial. But Gu Xuanqing's comprehension of the Dao far surpasses his current realm. Thus, Dao crystals cannot compare to the practicality of spirit stones. Upon stepping out, he had intended to visit the market to exchange Dao crystals for spirit stones for cultivation. Lulu, come help. Qin Wan, glancing at Gu Xuanqing, shook her head repeatedly. Qin Lu remarked, I won't discuss this further. These individuals are here because of your outstanding performance at the talent banquet, seeking to ally with our Qin family. I still have selections to make. As he observed the Qin sisters busily attending to their matters, Gu Xuanqing quietly slipped away. Learning of a shop in Ruixia City that specializes in trading all things related to cultivation, he made his way there without delay. Young master, how may I assist you? A servant approached as he entered. I wish to sell some items, Gu Xuanqing stated. What would you like to sell, young master? The servant inquired, maintaining a polite demeanor. Dao crystals, Gu Xuanqing declared succinctly. The servant was momentarily taken aback. In Ruixia City, only commoners dealt in gold and silver. as Dao crystals are the most accepted currency among martial artists. Selling for money? Are you serious? Yet the servant retained a professional smile. Young master, you do have a sense of humor. Gu Xuanqing frowned slightly. What? You do not accept Dao crystals? Seeing Gu Xuanqing persist, the servant's expression darkened. So, are you here to cause trouble at my Wanbao building? What trouble am I causing? Gu Xuanqing was bewildered, clearly not understanding the situation, which the servant interpreted as unreasonable quarreling. The servant took out a whistle from his waist and blew it. Immediately, over 10 martial artists at the returning reality stage surrounded them. A warning signal? Who dares to cause a disturbance at Wanbao building? In an instant, many guests turned their attention toward the commotion. Who dares to create a ruckus in my Wanbao building? With a stern voice, a path was cleared in the crowd, revealing a charming young lady who approached gracefully. Miss Wan. Miss Wan. Wan Chuxing approached, her gaze landing on Gu Xuanqing, her expression sharpening. Gu Gongzi? You know me? Gu Xuanqing's brow furrowed. Wan Chuxing smiled. How could I not recognize Gu Gongzi, who just entered Ruixiao City and defeated Sun Tianyu to claim the title of the first talent? Ah, he is the young sect master? Yesterday, the remarkable defeat of Sun Tianyu in 3 moves became the talk of the town, although those present were unfamiliar with Gu Xuanqing himself. The news of Sun Tianyu losing the coveted first position at the Celestial Gala had already spread throughout Ruixiao City, prompting everyone to scrutinize Gu Xuanqing closely. Moments earlier, a servant had approached Wan Chuxing and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Wan Chuxing was taken aback. Was young Master Gu intending to sell Dao crystals at our Wanbao Tower? Chapter 67. The Cosmic Star Map. Noticing Wan Chuxing's astonishment, Gu Xuanqing inquired, Does your Wanbao Tower have any reservations regarding the Dao crystals? Wan Chuxing, equally perplexed, wondered why Gu Xuanqing persisted in this line of questioning now that matters had escalated. However, wary of Gu Xuanqing's status, he cautiously probed. Might I ask how young Master Gu intends to sell these Dao crystals? With a nonchalant shrug, Gu Xuanqing replied, Naturally. At market price, 1 Dao crystal for a superior spirit stone or 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Though Dao crystals are indeed precious, superior spirit stones are also exceedingly rare, imbued with potent spiritual energy. Hence the market rate permits 1 Dao crystal to be exchanged for a single superior spirit stone. However, this was a reality from over 2 millennia ago when resources were abundant and Dao crystals plentiful. In truth, over the centuries, Dao crystals have dwindled significantly. The exchange rate could reach 10 superior spirit stones for 1 Dao crystal, while trading for inferior medium-grade spirit stones has escalated to a staggering 2,000 medium-grade stones for a single Dao crystal. Moreover, those who possess Dao crystals often hesitate to exchange them for spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Gu Xuanqing, who had never encountered Dao crystals since his rebirth, the market had shifted dramatically over time. Despite his lingering doubts, Wan Chuxing, noting Gu Xuanqing's earnest demeanor, inquired, How many does young Master Gu intend to exchange? There are 100 Dao crystals here, Gu Xuanqing stated. This was no trifling sum, and Wan Chuxing was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he received a message from his grandfather, stating, Very well, but Wanbao Tower currently lacks sufficient spirit stones. Please accompany me to the back hall for a brief wait. Eager to obtain the spirit stones, Gu Xuanqing was disinclined to engage in further conversation. The onlookers, initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle, were caught off guard by the abrupt conclusion of events. I understand now. Just as the crowd's interest waned, a voice exclaimed, Everyone knows that Dao crystals are the true hard currency. Spirit stones are comparatively rare. This individual surmised that young Master Gu had deliberately presented 100 Dao crystals to exchange for spirit stones to secure a moment of solitude with Miss Wan, wishing to draw closer to her. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd suddenly came to a realization. Who would exchange Dao crystals for spirit stones, particularly at such a low price? It was no wonder rumors had circulated about the profound background of this young master, who among the ordinary could afford to present 100 Dao crystals as a means of gauging interest. Yet, wasn't it said that young Master Gu was the fiancé of Miss Qin Wan? If one could so casually toss around 100 Dao crystals, surely they would desire more than just a singular partner? As various speculations circulated, Wan Chuxing led Gu Xuanqing directly to his grandfather's guest room. Grandfather. Wan Chuxing bowed, while Gu Xuanqing gazed in astonishment at the elderly gentleman who had just set aside his brush after completing a painting. Although it may seem peculiar why one would bring oneself here to draw spiritual stones, I still courteously addressed, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. Lord Wan smiled faintly and gestured. So, you are young Master Gu? Come, let us see how well you have replicated this painting. Gu Xuanqing approached, gazing at the 2 paintings on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. Ever since entering Wan Treasure Pavilion, everything had felt rather strange. Seizing the opportunity to examine the artwork, he pondered the intentions of the other party. Did young Master Gu discern something? After a moment, Elder One inquired tentatively. Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the painting, leaving both the elder and his grandson astonished. Without delving into the details of the painting Elder One was replicating, the adjacent myriad forms and thousand stars chart was of extraordinary origin, possessing an enchanting ability to elicit the truth from individuals unknowingly. Yet, Gu Xuanqing had effortlessly averted his gaze from it. It appeared that the rumors circulating in the outside world were indeed accurate. This young master was far more profound than his outward appearance suggested. Amidst their astonishment, Gu Xuanqing remarked, "Although your painting skills are profound, Elder, you have not unlocked the original intent of the piece while replicating it. Thus, regardless of how closely you mimic it, the essence still falls short." Had he truly discerned the intricacies of the painting? Elder Wan, with a hint of caution, asked, "Then, from your perspective, how might one uncover the original intent?" A sudden realization dawned upon Gu Xuanqing. It turned out they were testing him. Surely, his performance yesterday had drawn their attention, but they remained skeptical, thus deliberately employing the painting as a means of assessment. To aid the Qin family in their act, Gu Xuanqing decided to reveal no reservations. This painting was created over 2,000 years ago by the illustrious master Su Qianfan. While it is widely known that Su entered the Tao through painting, few are aware of his remarkable mastery in the sword path. Hence, this artwork, seemingly captivating with its starry sea, actually harbors Su Qianfan's supreme comprehension of the sword. As Gu Xuanqing spoke, he gently tapped the table, causing the teacup to stir and release a mist that evenly settled upon the painting. The expressions of young Master Gu and Elder One shifted dramatically as they realized Gu Xuanqing intended to destroy the artwork. However, his actions were so sudden that they could not react in time to prevent it. Just as they were about to express their anger, a piercing and vast sword intent suddenly emanated from the painting. Both individuals were taken aback, their focus deeply drawn into the artwork. Gu Xuanqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that they were entirely unaware of the true meaning behind the myriad forms and thousand stars? Despite his inner doubts, witnessing their engrossed state, he deemed it inappropriate to interrupt and simply sat by, awaiting the arrival of spiritual stones from Wan Treasure Pavilion. An entire hour passed before the grandfather and grandson emerged from the sword intent within the painting. When they turned to regard Gu Xuanqing again, their demeanor had transformed into something somewhat unnatural. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for your guidance," they both expressed in unison, clasping their fists in gratitude. The brief moment of insight they had just experienced felt far more rewarding than decades of arduous cultivation, and they understood that should they continue to delve deeper, there would be even greater rewards. However, with Gu Xuanqing present, they felt compelled to first express their gratitude. "Did you not know the meaning of this painting beforehand? What was the point of your imitation?" Gu Xuanqing paused, and as he spoke of such profound matters with such nonchalance, Wan Donglin felt a tightening in his heart. Gu Xuanqing became even more unfathomable in his eyes. The Wanbao building, a place for the buying and selling of treasures, relies on discernment for its livelihood. Yet, the cosmic star chart had been displayed here for decades, and he had failed to perceive any flaw, while others, with just a glance, could discern its origins and directly articulate the essence of the artwork. What sort of background could cultivate such a knowledgeable youth? Wan Donglin forced a smile, saying, "I am indeed dim-witted," allowing young Master Gu to laugh at me. Gu Xuanqing, seeing Wan Donglin regain his composure, promptly inquired, "Are my spirit stones ready?" Chapter 68. The overbearing marriage fanatic with the spirit stones in hand, Gu Xuanqing showed little interest in lingering further. Wan Donglin, not daring to overstep, escorted Gu Xuanqing out alongside Wan Chuxing. "Farewell, Master Wan. Farewell, Master Wan." The guests, who had been speculating about Gu Xuanqing's visit to the courtyard, were left utterly astonished by this scene. Master Wan, a figure rarely seen, had personally escorted Gu Xuanqing out. Many pondered in silence, realizing that this young master was indeed more formidable than they had imagined. Once Gu Xuanqing had departed Wanbao building, Wan Donglin and Wan Chuxing returned to the courtyard, both engulfed in confusion. Finally, it was Wan Chuxing who could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence. "Grandfather, what do you think young Master Gu truly means?" "Incomprehensible." Utterly incomprehensible, Wan Donglin shook his head repeatedly. He exchanged low-priced Tao crystals for spirit stones, which should imply he has some request from our Wanbao building. Yet he has never mentioned anything else. Moreover, although he revealed the true meaning of the cosmic star chart, he scarcely glanced at it, indicating that even a sword intent painting, which greatly affects us, holds little value in his eyes. "I suspect." Wan Donglin paused, and Wan Chuxing hastily pressed for clarification. "What do you suspect?" Wan Donglin spoke gravely. "From all indications, I suspect his strength is on par with mine." Wan Chuxing gasped in disbelief. "How is that possible? How could someone so young have already surpassed the void stage? Wan Donglin replied, just now, I received news regarding him. He dismisses even the inheritance of the ancient saint's relic, and with his emergence, the Xinyu sect of the southern wilderness. Wanbao Building has its own dedicated information channels, and upon learning of Gu Xuanqing's formidable rise at the Tianjiao banquet, Wan Donglin immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Wan Chuxing nodded gravely. If even the inheritor of the emperor's decree shows him such respect, then he may indeed have surpassed the void stage, as you say, grandfather? Wan Donglin remarked. Given this, it seems he has come to Wanbao Building for your sake. Wan Chuxing retorted, for me? Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? He is the fiancé of Qin Wan. Wan Donglin shook his head and remarked, according to the information I have gathered, he is not merely Qin Wan's fiancé. He is also the husband of Luo Xingxue and Qi Zian. Initially, for the sake of Luo Xingxue, he endured 2 years of imprisonment in the Luo family's dungeon. Even after that, Luo Xingxue still refused him, and as a result, he is now confining her within the Xianyao sect. Along the way, he developed feelings for a woman named Qin Yue from the Dan Hall, who also rejected him, leading to her expulsion from the Dan Hall. Subsequently, he married Qi Zian, and it appears that the Qi family is well aware of his background, accommodating him in every way. Consequently, the Qi family has now ascended to become the foremost family in Wangu Prefecture. As he spoke, Wan Donglin's expression grew increasingly grave. A domineering marriage fanatic? Even the Dan Hall fears him? What does that make me? Wan Chuxing's complexion shifted. Although Wan Baolu wielded some power, it paled in comparison to the Dan Hall's prestige. Wan Donglin continued, this matter, my dear, your grandfather will not force you, but if you harbor no affection for him, you must leave Ruixia City immediately to avoid unwarranted calamity. Wan Chuxing replied, grandfather, I have only seen him once. How can I speak of liking or disliking? Having accompanied her from a young age, Wan Donglin instantly discerned her thoughts. You admire the strong, I can understand that. But you must grasp one crucial point. He can bestow upon us boundless glory, yet he can also plunge us into utter ruin. You may observe him further. But be mindful of your boundaries. Do not find yourself caught between indecision in the end. In truth, not only Wan Chuxing, but even Wan Donglin, reflecting on the changes within the Qi family of Wangu Prefecture, desired to ingratiate himself with the ancient figure Gu Xuanqing. Though he could never betray his granddaughter for the family's sake, if she genuinely liked him, he would be more than willing to support their union. Just as young Master Gu returned to the Qi family, Gu Xuanqing was halted by Qin Wan. Is there something you need? Gu Xuanqing inquired. Follow me. Qin Wan replied succinctly, already leading the way. In a short while, the two arrived at the Qin family's martial arts arena. What do you require? Gu Xuanqing asked, puzzled. Qin Wan stated, although you managed to pass a trial yesterday with the help of Brother Tsin, your current strength is still peerless in Ruixia City. From now on, I will guide you in your cultivation. You? Guide me in my cultivation? In both his past and present lives. It was the first time Gu Xuanqing had heard someone offer to instruct him. Qin Wan nodded slightly. Your family possesses the complete Qin Tian sword technique. Yet you have only reached the human emperor realm at your age, indicating a lack of talent that necessitates proper guidance. My talent is lacking? Gu Xuanqing was taken aback. He wanted to retort that if she knew he had only been at the Qi Refinement stage 2 months prior, she might reconsider her assessment of his aptitude. However, after a moment's thought, Gu Xuanqing conceded. Indeed, while cultivating the Qin Tian sword technique, I encountered numerous confounding aspects, and I was unsure how to articulate my questions. Perhaps if you demonstrate it for me, I might identify my shortcomings. Very well. Eager to repay Gu Xuanqing's kindness, Qin Wan did not hesitate and immediately began to execute the Qin Tian sword technique. Though she wielded the Qin Tian Emperor's sword, awakened with the sword spirit, Gu Xuanqing observed her comprehension of the sword technique with a growing sense of disappointment. Indeed, she had made significant progress compared to the single strike she had executed in the Wangu Mountains, yet her understanding still fell short when compared to Mo, Xianyan, and others. As a complete sword technique was performed, Qin Wan, with a hint of pride, inquired, so, do you perceive the disparity between us? With the full sword technique at her disposal, Qin Wan felt an unprecedented comprehension of its essence. Oh, I must admit, there are aspects I do not fully grasp. Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly, beginning to demonstrate. For instance, regarding the 3 strikes of the sky, the angles of the sword strikes, and the balance of power. Furthermore, the application of sword intent when executing heavenly thunder. Gu Xuanqing posed several questions in succession. Qin Wan frowned, taken aback that Gu Xuanqing, who possessed only average talent, would raise queries that aligned precisely with her own limited understanding. I shall explain it to you gradually, she boasted, yet felt embarrassed to confess her ignorance. Thus, she pondered while providing vague answers. Fortunately, during her explanations, Gu Xuanqing consistently posed questions that greatly inspired her. Gradually, Qin Wan began to realize that she was gaining a deeper insight into the sky sword technique, inadvertently immersing herself in its profound essence. Casting a glance at the enlightened Qin Wan, Gu Xuanqing slowly shook his head and exited the training field, beginning to reminisce about his days at the blissful sect. Those individuals, though excessively arrogant, possessed far superior cultivation talents than Qin Wan. Chapter 69. A Master in the Realm of Love. However, on this outing, Gu Xuanqing encountered several martial artists who surpassed the virtual realm, making him hesitant to reveal his true identity within the Qin family. After all, should the Qin family become as inflated as the Qi Hua faction, attracting formidable adversaries, it could become quite troublesome for him. Forget it, I should focus on my cultivation. Upon returning to his room, Gu Xuanqing retrieved spirit stones and resumed his training. The 100 Dao crystals had been exchanged for a staggering 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and Gu Xuanqing no longer held back. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the energy within the spirit stones was exhausted and turned to ash, only for him to produce another handful of spirit stones, repeating this cycle of cultivation. Upon learning that Qin Wan had achieved enlightenment once again, Qin Yi and Qin Lu devoted themselves to protecting her day and night, leaving them little time to concern themselves with Gu Xuanqing. 10 days passed, and with the depletion of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Gu Xuanqing's cultivation advanced from the late human emperor stage to the early illusory realm. However, this breakthrough did not bring him much joy. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have expanded his dantian so excessively. A bitter smile crossed Gu Xuanqing's face. The further one advanced, the more power was required. Merely breaking through one level had consumed 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and he dared not contemplate how many more would be needed for future cultivation. While others were troubled by their comprehension of the heavenly laws, Gu Xuanqing was burdened by the scarcity of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a vast aura emanated from the training field, prompting Gu Xuanqing to push open the door and stride towards it. Wanner, have you broken through? Yes, father. I have reached the mid-stage of the reality return. Upon entering the training field, he beheld the exhilarated expressions of the father and daughter duo, celebrating Qin Wan's breakthrough. Is this truly worthy of such excitement? Gu Xuanqing frowned. After all the explanations he had provided, she was content with merely ascending a minor tier? The disciples of the blissful sect were known for making significant leaps in their cultivation. Young Master Gu, you have also made a breakthrough? Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, regarding his own breakthrough, Gu Xuanqing felt little in the way of sensation. Qin Wan nodded with evident approval, stating, though your talent is rather ordinary, your dedication is commendable. With just a casual mention from me, you achieve breakthroughs. I shall impart more knowledge to you in the future. Grateful for her guidance, Gu Xuanqing resolved to prepare himself for a long-term acceptance of her mentorship, hoping to aid Qin Wan in her swift ascent to truly support the Qin family. By the way, young Master Gu, I am giving you another 100 Dao crystals, but this time you must not exchange them for spirit stones at Wanbao Tower. Qin Yeqing interjected. Not exchange? Gu Xuanqing inquired. Qin Yeqing nodded slightly. When you previously exchanged Dao crystals for spirit stones, it indeed led the people of Ruixiao City to believe you were of exceptional origin, elevating our Qin family's reputation significantly. However, now that our objectives have been achieved, there is no need for further waste. Keep these Dao crystals for your own use. As he spoke, he placed a storage bag into Gu Xuanqing's hands. Qin Wan chimed in with a smile. How about that, father? I told you he is quite adept at feigning mastery. Even Wanbao Tower has been deceived by him. Impressive indeed. At that moment, a servant approached with an invitation, reporting, Master, the owner of Wanbao Tower wishes to meet young Master Gu for a discussion. Qin Yeqing took the invitation, glanced at it, waved the servant away, and then handed the invitation to Qin Wan. Is he only inviting him? Qin Wan observed the invitation, puzzled. Logically, given that Ruixiao City residents know Gu Xuanqing is her fiancé, it would be customary to invite them both. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yeqing speculated. Could it be they have sensed some flaw and wish to test young Master Gu? Qin Wan became anxious, asking, what shall we do? In recent times, due to Gu Xuanqing's appearance, the Qin family's prestige had risen significantly, attracting many martial artists and even compelling factions that had previously clashed with the Qin family over interests to make concessions. However, given Wanbao Tower's profound foundation, refusal was not an option, and sending Gu Xuanqing alone could lead to complications. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yeqing resolved, at this juncture, we can only proceed with determination. Let us hope young Master Gu can navigate this challenge. Although Qin Wan felt uncertain, she could conceive of no alternative and thus accompanied Gu Xuanqing as they set out, continually reminding him of how to handle various potential scenarios. As Gu Xuanqing exited the Qin residence, Wan Donglin and Wan Chuxing awaited him at the entrance of Wanbao Tower. Wan Chuxing wore a frown, questioning, "Grandfather, what does this Gu Xuanqing truly intend?" Having formed initial speculations, her feelings towards Gu Xuanqing had grown complex. She felt both the admiration for a strong figure and an underlying repulsion upon recalling his past. Nevertheless, 10 days had elapsed with no word from Gu Xuanqing, and this prolonged anticipation had left Wan Chuxing with nothing but curiosity and expectation. Wan Donglin shook his head discreetly, given the current circumstances. It appeared that this young Master Gu was indeed a seasoned player in the realm of romance. He was fully aware that his initial exchange of Dao crystals for spirit stones would provoke your curiosity and speculation, and then he intentionally remained absent, aiming to unsettle your inner peace. Now, it seemed his objectives had already been fulfilled. Wan Chuxing exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that he is being deliberate?" Wan Donglin nodded. "Reflect upon it. If he were to invite you alone now, would you decline?" Wan Chuxing hesitated for a moment and replied, "Though I may not agree immediately, I sense that my inner resistance has diminished significantly compared to before." Wan Donglin remarked, "This is precisely his brilliance. He is adept at manipulating human emotions. Thus, I seized this opportunity of art appraisal to invite him here. Should he continue to ignore you today, it would indicate that he is intentionally teasing your appetite." Wan Chuxing looked at Wan Donglin and asked, "Grandfather, how is it that you discern his thoughts so clearly? Were you also like this in your youth?" A fit of cough interrupted Wan Donglin. "Enough of such nonsense. He has arrived." As they spoke, they spotted Gu Xuanqing appearing on the street and quickly approached him. Has young Master Gu made a breakthrough? Wan Chuxing's gaze sharpened. Wan Donglin, however, slightly shook his head. If he truly possessed only the human emperor realm before, even a breakthrough would require more than 10 days. Wan Chuxing nodded slightly. Transitioning from the celestial stage to the void stage entails a qualitative transformation in understanding the laws of heaven. Accomplishing this within a month would already be quite remarkable. It appears that, as grandfather surmised, his cultivation must have surpassed the void stage, yet he is deliberately concealing his true realm, having forgotten how he once perceived others based on their realms, thus revealing a flaw. Wan Chuxing swiftly recognized the crux of the matter. This cannot be exposed, Wan Donglin cautioned, as they approached Gu Xuanqing. Chapter 70. Young Master Gu, I hold affection for you after a round of pleasantries, Wan Donglin stated. Today, the master of the Pill Hall, Chen Feihu, has brought a painting to our Wanbao building for consignment. I am somewhat uncertain, and considering young Master Gu's expertise in art, I have taken the liberty to invite you to lend your discerning eye. Although Gu Xuanqing found this somewhat peculiar, he responded, Old Master Wan is too kind. I shall certainly do my utmost. Young Master Gu, please, as Gu Xuanqing did not refuse, Wan Donglin promptly led the way. Wan Chuxing frowned. This fellow had greeted him only at the beginning and had not even cast a glance in his direction since. Could it really be, as grandfather said, that he is toying with his feelings? Amidst their varying thoughts, the three had already entered the distinguished guest room in the backyard. Chen Feihu was inside, savoring tea while waiting. Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Master Wan, is this the treasure appraisal expert you had me wait for? Wan Donglin chuckled. Master Chun, do not let young Master Gu's youth deceive you. In the realm of treasure appraisal, even I find myself humbled. Although Wan Donglin had ulterior motives for inviting Gu Xuanqing today, his words were sincere. Very well, let us have this young Master Gu evaluated. Though Chen Feihu harbored displeasure, he was in need of assistance and had no choice but to adhere to Wanbao Building's customs. With that, he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened. May I inquire where this painting, Master Chun, originates? Chen Feihu's expression darkened instantly. Doesn't Wanbao Building assess items solely based on quality, without regard to their origins? Wan Donglin added, Indeed, young Master Gu. We at Wanbao Building do have such a rule. Gu Xuanqing, however, fixed his gaze on Chen Feihu. You are the master of the Pill Hall in Ruixia City? Do you know Qi Ming and Tao Hai? Chen Feihu's expression suddenly changed. No, I do not recognize you. As he spoke, he reached for the scroll. His voice filled with anger. Master Wan, I came to you because I trust your Wanbao Tower. If you wish to interrogate me, you must first consider whether Wanbao Tower possesses the authority to do so. However, just as Chen Feihu's fingers touched the scroll, Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened. He clenched his hand in a formation, and the bamboo forest within the scroll seemed to come alive, with branches and leaves extending outward, instantly ensnaring Chen Feihu. Gu Gongzi, this is too much, Wan Donglin exclaimed in alarm. Are you attempting to engage in underhanded tactics? Chen Feihu struggled fiercely but found it futile. Gu Xuanqing smirked. Underhanded tactics? That would imply that your painting indeed has a dubious origin. Chen Feihu, filled with threats, retorted, Whether it is dubious or not is my concern. Wanbao Tower has no right to inquire. Gu Xuanqing's expression hardened as he replied, Indeed, Wanbao Tower has no right to inquire, but as the owner of this painting. Do I not possess that authority? You are the owner of this painting? The three present were taken aback. Wan Donglin and Wan Shuxing had previously appraised the painting and recognized it contained an exceptionally profound martial technique, but how could it possibly belong to Gu Gongzi? Regaining his composure, Chen Feihu shouted again, If you intend to engage in underhanded tactics, you must consider whether you can handle the consequences. Many at the Dan Hall are aware of my presence here. If I do not return, if you do not return, have Qi Ming and Tao Hai come to see me. Gu Xuanqing was genuinely furious. This painting was left for the Qi family to comprehend martial arts. While he did not care for material possessions, the fact that they secretly intended to sell it in Ruixia City was a different matter entirely. Do you really know Master Qi and Master Tao? Chen Feihu began to panic. You do not wish to call them, do you? Then I shall. Gu Xuanqing ceased his idle chatter and retrieved a communication talisman he had left for them to contact one another when he departed from Wangu Prefecture. He crushed it gently, and a wisp of azure smoke rose. You witnessing Gu Xuanqing's actions, Chen Feihu sat down weakly. Wan Donglin was sweating profusely. Gu Gongzi. This Chen Feihu is the head of the Dan Hall. How will Wanbao Tower explain itself afterward? You will understand shortly. Gu Xuanqing dismissed the need for further explanation. Under the weight of Gu Xuanqing's imposing aura, Wan Donglin dared not press further. Suddenly, an idea struck Wan Shuxing, and she murmured, Grandfather. Is it possible that Gu Gongzi feels I do not like him? Is this akin to how he treated Luo Xingxue and Qin Yu, intending to bring ruin upon the Wan family? This is indeed highly probable, Wan Donglin frowned, unable to conceive of any other explanation. With determination, Wan Shuxing bit her lip and suddenly approached Gu Xuanqing. Gu Gongzi, I like you. Faced with this unexpected confession, Gu Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Miss Wan. What are you saying? I already have a fiancé. I do not mind. As long as Gu Gongzi is willing, I do not require a title. Even if I must remain in the shadows, I am content. Wan Shuxing understood that this was Gu Xuanqing setting conditions for her. But with the fate of the Wan family at stake, she could only acquiesce, compromising without limits. Report to the esteemed host, Miss. The newly appointed master of the Dan Hall has arrived at the Wanbao building. At that moment, voices from the servants could be heard at the entrance. The expressions of Wan Donglin and his grandson changed dramatically. However, Gu Xuanqing, as if granted a reprieve, remarked, Master Wan, a guest has arrived. You two should go out to greet them. I shall wait here for you. Wan Donglin looked anxious. Is Shuxing coming with me? Of course. Gu Xuanqing was particularly wary of Wan Shuxing. The expressions of the grandfather and grandson dimmed, yet with the Dan Hall already at the door, they dared not defy Gu Xuanqing's intentions. As they made their way to the main entrance, Wan Donglin urged, Shuxing, you must escape through the back door. Grandfather, Wan Shuxing began, but was interrupted by Wan Donglin. Do you not see? Today is a trap. Earlier, he had wondered how Chen Feihu could part with a painting whose martial intent rivaled the sword intent of the Wanxiang Qianqing diagram. It was evident now that they had long set a snare for them to spring. Gu Xuanqing could control the Dan Hall and had anticipated that I would invite him here. In terms of connections and cunning, we cannot compete. Run, or you may find it impossible to escape. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Wan Shuxing fully grasped the gravity of the situation. This relentless suitor was indeed formidable. Yet, she resolutely shook her head. No, I will not leave. Whether in life or death, I shall remain by my grandfather's side. Bring the young lady away. And do not disclose her whereabouts. The further from Xiqing, the better. We cannot linger even for a moment. Wan Donglin summoned the warriors of the building and promptly issued orders. But just then, members of the Dan Hall hastily entered from outside. Chapter 71. A grave misunderstanding. Familiar with Wan Donglin, Lu Feng from the Dan Hall introduced, Master Wan, Miss Wan. This is our Dan Hall's Master Qi Ming and Deputy Master Tao Hai. Wan Donglin bowed. I have the honor of meeting both masters. Qi Ming returned the greeting, inquiring, Master Wan, is young Master Gu present in the Wanbao building? Upon hearing Qi Ming's immediate question about Gu Xuanqing, Wan Donglin felt a pang of apprehension. Please, follow me. Upon entering the guest chamber, Qi Ming and Tao Hai saw Gu Xuanqing glaring at them with a stern expression, while the Qian Zutu was restraining Chen Feihu. Their countenances shifted, and they hurriedly knelt. Young Master Gu, we were mistaken. Though anger simmered within, Gu Xuanqing was protective and did not wish for others to witness their embarrassment. Everyone else, please step outside. Upon hearing this, the astonished Wan Donglin and his grandson quickly exited. The others from the Dan Hall hesitated, glancing at the new masters. The two quickly urged, what are you waiting for? Did you not hear young Master Gu's command? Leave. Once the crowd had exited, Chen Feihu looked at Gu Xuanqing in terror. Who exactly are you? Qi Ming and Tao Hai. having risen through the ranks of the Dan Hall over the past 6 months, now found themselves kneeling respectfully before Gu Xuanqing. Ignoring Chen Feihu, Gu Xuanqing coldly addressed the two on the ground. Are you in dire need of money? The two looked at each other in confusion. Qi Ming quickly responded. Young Master Gu, you misunderstand. Chen Feihu, as the master of the Dan Hall, has been secretly pursuing personal gain and has been dismissed from his position. We have taken over. At the banquet of handover, we proudly showcased your painting, only to be met with ill intent. He cunningly used a drug to render us unconscious and absconded with the artwork. Tao Hai interjected, affirming that both of us had derived profound insights into martial intent from this painting, which is why, upon our departure, Long Xinyang insisted we keep it with us. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Xuanqing's expression softened slightly as he gazed intently at Chen Feihu, inquiring, is this truly the case? Chen Feihu, however, looked on in astonishment at Gu Xuanqing, exclaiming, this is your artwork? Although he did not practice martial arts, Chen Feihu could sense the profound intricacies within the painting. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why Qi Ming and Tao Hai held Gu Xuanqing in such high esteem. Just as he finished speaking, Qi Ming delivered a resounding slap, reprimanding. Young Master Gu has asked you a question. What right do you have to pose inquiries? Indeed, it was my momentary greed. I implore young Master Gu for forgiveness. Chen Feihu, struck by the reality of his situation, hastily pleaded for mercy. Outside, Lu Feng cautiously inquired of Wan Donglin, Master Wan, who exactly is that person inside? Wan Donglin replied, in response to your question, Lu Hall Master, the individual within is none other than the young master of the Xianyao sect, Gu Xuanqing, the latest prodigy of Ruixiao City. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, questioning, is it truly him? It seems implausible that a mere young master could instill such fear in two hall masters. I am uncertain, Wan Donglin admitted. Wan Chuxing whispered, grandfather, given the circumstances, things are not as we presumed. However, Wan Donglin shook his head, asserting, do you think Lu Feng was genuinely inquiring? He was subtly hinting to me that young Master Gu's identity is undoubtedly more than that of just a young master of the Xianyao sect. Upon his arrival in Ruixiao City, the Pill Hall immediately changed its leader to someone acquainted with him. Do you consider this mere coincidence? Upon hearing Wan Donglin's words, Wan Chuxing was drenched in cold sweat, acknowledging his grandfather's keen insight. At that moment, the guest entrance swung open, revealing Qi Ming and Tao Hai carefully escorting the limp Chen Feihu, who followed closely behind Gu Xuanqing. Master Wan, Miss Wan, I must take my leave. Gu Xuanqing, anxious to avoid a public declaration from Wan Chuxing, uttered a hasty farewell before swiftly departing. Qi Ming and Tao Hai promptly approached, expressing, Master Wan, Miss Wan, as newcomers, we humbly seek your guidance henceforth. While they had gathered some understanding of Wan Bao's influence on their journey here, enlisting young Master Gu's assistance in appraising their painting indicated that Wan Baolu was no ordinary establishment. Wan Donglin quickly conveyed his stance, stating, you two hall masters are too polite. Rest assured, I, the elder, shall never oppose matters concerning Chuxing and young Master Gu. Qi Ming and Tao Hai instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, becoming even more courteous towards Wan Donglin and Wan Chuxing. After a round of polite exchanges, they led the members of the Pill Hall out of Wan Baolu. Tao Hai, perplexed, queried, Qi, wasn't young Master Gu in Ruixiao City for Qin Wan? Qi Ming replied. Upon merely catching a glimpse of Qin Wan, young Master Gu pursued her to Ruixiao City, now that he has taken an interest in Wan Chuxing. What seems improbable about that? Moreover, Wan Chuxing is by no means inferior to Qin Wan. Tao Hai furrowed his brow, but Qi Ming interjected. There are no buts. The matters concerning the ancient young master are beyond our discussion. In any case, whatever he requires of us, we shall fulfill. However, it appeared that they were not entirely aware of the ancient young master's true identity. Given his affinity for such an atmosphere, discretion was imperative. As the members of the Dan Hall departed, the grandfather and grandson of the Wan family breathed a sigh of relief. Has he truly let us off the hook? Wan Chuxing queried with uncertainty. Wan Donglin shook his head, stating, the formation of the Dan Hall today was clearly directed towards us at Wan Baolu. The shift in their intentions must have resulted from your final confession, which softened the ancient young master's heart. Grandfather, are you implying that? Wan Chuxing seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Wan Donglin continued. It seems the ancient young master does not favor taking the initiative, hence his silence for over 10 days. Your proactive approach today aligned perfectly with his desires, leading him to spare us. Nevertheless, grandfather, I must reiterate, if you do not harbor feelings for him, we should depart from Ruixiao City immediately, distancing ourselves completely. Otherwise, you may find yourself compelled to be more assertive in the future. Little did Gu Xuanqing know that a mere appraisal event would incite such speculation, solidifying his resolve to maintain a clear boundary with Wan Baolu. Having just met, Wan Chuxing had already confessed her feelings, and her grandfather did not deter her. Such impulsiveness seemed unwise. Upon returning to the Qin family, Gu Xuanqing encountered Qin Yiqing, who was escorting Qin Wan and Qin Lu out. Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, Qin Yiqing inquired, "Ancient young master, how did things fare at Wanbeilu?" Gu Xuanqing nodded, replying, "It was nothing significant. Master Wan requested my assistance in appraising a painting, and that matter has concluded." Upon realizing it did not involve any conflict, the Qin family members were quite impressed with Gu Xuanqing's adeptness. Nodding slightly, Qin Yiqing remarked, "Since you have returned, why not accompany us to the He family?" "Dad," Qin Wan interjected, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Qin Yiqing explained, "Every year, attending your grandfather's birthday banquet means we must navigate their moods. Perhaps with the ancient young master in tow, things will be more favorable." "Wait a moment," Gu Xuanqing queried with curiosity. "Is Miss Qin's grandfather's birthday banquet held at the He family?" Qin Yiqing chuckled awkwardly, and Qin Lu eagerly began to clarify. "Second Uncle Qin Biqing was once the most gifted among our forebears. During that time, our family often faced oppression from various forces in Ruixia City. Coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the He family took notice of Qin Biqing's talents and invited him to join their family as a son-in-law. To solidify his position within the He family, Qin Biqing took several formidable members of our clan along, and to legitimize this, he even invited our grandfather." Gu Xuanqing exclaimed in astonishment. Even grandfather accompanied him to the He family? Being adopted into another family, to some extent, signifies relinquishing all ties to one's original clan. While it is understandable that Qin Biqing did not wish to squander his talents, the fact that their grandfather also followed suit raises questions. Qin Lu spoke disdainfully. "The He family is the foremost family in Ruixia City, not only secure, but also far superior to us in every regard. You are unaware that prior to my sister gaining the recognition of the Qingtian Emperor's sword, our Qin family was nearly expunged from Ruixia City." As she spoke of her second uncle and grandfather, Qin Lu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Qin Yiqing coldly scoffed, "Luoer, it is inappropriate to show disrespect to one's elders." Qin Lu retorted with dissatisfaction, "They have all entered the He family together. How can they still be considered elders?" Qin Yiqing asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, we are still one family." Qin Lu replied, "What kind of family is that? Every time we celebrate a birthday, we must consider their feelings." Qin Yiqing sternly stated, "No further discussion is permitted. Young Master Gu, let us proceed together." "Very well." Gu Xuanqing also expressed interest in the Qin family's elder and second uncle, Qin Lianshan. Being the father of Qin Biqing, who is now half-master of the He family, had a birthday that held significance for various factions in Ruixia City. By the time Gu Xuanqing and his companions arrived, a steady stream of guests was already entering the He family residence. Just as they reached the entrance, Qin Biqing emerged, exclaiming, "Elder brother, why have you only just arrived? Father has been waiting inside for quite some time." Seeing Qin Biqing come to greet him, Qin Yiqing's expression brightened. Greeting guests is a matter of etiquette. The status of the guests dictates the level of the host's reception. In previous years, Qin Biqing had always arranged for servants to welcome guests. Although accustomed to this, he personally came out this time to greet his elder brother, thereby elevating his own standing in front of Gu Xuanqing. Qin Yiqing remarked, "Second brother, you are being overly courteous. Let us go." Surprised, Qin Biqing laughed, "Elder brother, have you lost your mind? Today, all the prominent figures of Ruixia City are attending Father's birthday banquet. If I personally welcome you inside, how will the other guests I fail to greet perceive it? If they feel slighted and seek trouble with the Qin family, can you bear the consequences? It is not that I do not wish to consider your dignity. It is simply that the Qin family is too weak to afford such pretenses." Qin Yiqing forced a smile, recognizing that while Qin Biqing's argument was somewhat unreasonable, he had no standing to challenge him. Qin Biqing looked down the street with a cold smile. "Do you see? The owner of Wanbao Tower and his granddaughter are here. In previous years, they always sent gifts but never attended. Yet recently, my useless son has shown a hint of admiration for Wan Chuxing, and now they have both come. I am here to welcome them." With that, he disregarded the Qin family and strode forward. From a distance, Wan Donglin noticed the servants of the He family leading Gu Xuanqing and his companions toward the grand hall, causing his expression to change dramatically. Wan Chuxing gasped in shock. "Grandfather, how dare the He family treat young Master Gu in such a manner? He is a person of such great stature that even the head of the Dan Hall must kneel before him. How can the He family allow mere servants to greet him?" Wan Donglin furrowed his brow and quickly commanded, "Suppress your astonishment. Young Master Gu has his reasons for not wishing to reveal his identity. We must not expose him. Furthermore, from now on, maintain a sufficient distance from the He family." Wan Chuxing quickly responded, "Haven't I always kept my distance from them? If it weren't for your insistence that old Master Qin is Qin Wan's grandfather, I wouldn't have bothered attending this banquet to witness He Jin's repugnant demeanor." Master Wan, your personal visit is an honor, and I apologize for not having welcomed you properly, he said, aware that the foundation of Wanbao Tower was on par with that of the He family, and Qin Biqing dared not overstep. As the pleasantries continued, Gu Xuanqing and his companions had already entered the grand hall of the He family. In the grand hall, the tables were already filled with guests, and Mr. Qin Lianshan was engaged in lively conversation with those at his table. Qin Yeqing approached, bowed, and expressed, "Wishing you, Father, blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains." Qin Lianshan glanced at his son and granddaughter, giving a slight nod. "Jian'er, please arrange for them to be seated." "Yes, grandfather." A young man beside him stood up and said, "Uncle, follow me." Without waiting for Qin Yeqing's response, he led the Qin family members to the last few empty seats. Qin Yeqing's expression darkened. "Jian'er, you expect us to sit here? The end seats are reserved for the guards recruited by the He family. Does this imply that the Qin family is only worthy of being on the same level as the guards?" In previous years, although the He family had not given them much regard, they had never been so unkind. "Everyone, please quiet down." With He Jian's disdainful command, the entire hall fell silent. He Jian smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I initially arranged for the head of the Qin family to sit at this table, but he seemed dissatisfied. Therefore, I must now offer him a chance to choose. Qin family head, look around. Which family do you believe is deserving enough to offer you a seat? Speak up." And the He family guarantees no obstruction. As his words fell, countless hostile gazes were directed sharply at Qin Yeqing. The seating arrangement was reflective of the various factions' standings in Ruixia City. The closer one sat, the higher their status. Particularly at the main table where Qin Lianshan was seated, although a few spots remained vacant, who would dare to occupy them? The Qin family's dissatisfaction with being seated at the back was tantamount to provoking the various powers present. "I didn't mean that." Qin Yeqing waved his hands repeatedly. Although Qin Wan had garnered the recognition of the Qingtian Emperor's sword, her current realm was limited, and the Qin family remained on thin ice in Ruixia City. They could not afford to offend the gathered crowd. "Then sit quietly at the back," someone retorted. "To be in this grand hall is already a privilege for the Qin family. How dare you be picky about your seating?" The guests present could clearly see that the He family intended to humiliate the Qin family, and they knew how to play along. "Just sit here." Meanwhile, Gu Xuanqing had already taken a seat with great poise. "Are you the so-called top talent of Ruixia City? Wanner's fiancé?" He Jian scrutinized Gu Xuanqing and inquired. "Talent is a stretch, but I am indeed Wanner's fiancé." Gu Xuanqing replied with a cold smirk. "Does he truly consider himself a talent?" He Jian scoffed. "Ask those present from various factions how many of their juniors attended that so-called talent banquet. Which of the truly powerful families in Ruixia City would rely on such hollow fame to attract warriors? Aren't they all the ones who have warriors seeking them out? The term talent is utterly worthless." Standing beside Gu Xuanqing, Qin Lu murmured discontentedly, "Brother-in-law, let us put on a show and outshine him." At that moment, Qin Biqing had already led the Wan family's elder and grandson into the hall. Instantly, everyone present, including Qin Lianshan, rose to pay their respects. Although Wan Baolu was subservient before the Dan Hall, it was a formidable force in Ruixia City. In an instant, Gu Xuanqing, sitting still, appeared particularly conspicuous. Qin Lianshan glared at Gu Xuanqing and coldly remarked, "You blind fool, why don't you hurry and apologize to Master Wan?" Qin Lu, alarmed, quickly pulled Gu Xuanqing aside and whispered, "I wanted you to impersonate He Jian, that rascal, not to play the role of Master Wan." However, upon hearing Qin Lianshan's words, Wan Donglin cursed inwardly, thinking, "If you seek death, do not drag me into it." "Old Master Qin, you speak too harshly. Young Master Gu is a man of character, uninterested in such mundane formalities. That is entirely understandable," He Jian promptly interjected. He then stepped forward to Wan Chuxing, saying, "Chuxing, you have arrived. Come, let us pay our respects to grandfather. He has reserved a place for you over there." At this remark, Wan Donglin nearly burst into tears. To vie for Wan Chuxing's attention in front of young Master Gu? "How many heads do you have?" Wan Chuxing recoiled in fear and responded, "Young Master He. I originally came with my grandfather to pay respects to old Master Qin." Coughing awkwardly, Wan Donglin felt a pang of anxiety. Typically, his granddaughter's response would be deemed gracious and appropriate, but was this a typical situation? With young Master Gu present, how could she be so vague with He Jian? Wan Chuxing's heart sank, and she sought to remedy the situation but was at a loss for words. At that moment, He Shuai, wife of Qin Biqing and mother of He Jian, approached. "Chuxing, since you are here, do not be shy. You are well aware of my son's affections for you. If you have no objections, we may announce it at Old Master's birthday feast. It would be a double celebration." Having been rejected, He Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of his mother. "Auntie, I do not harbor any feelings for young Master He. Not even a little. Wan Chuxing quickly waved her hands, recalling the events of Wan Baolu that day. She turned to Gu Xuanqing and insisted, Young Master Gu, please do not misunderstand. I have no relationship with him, truly none at all. A murmur rippled through the crowd. In such a setting, the family had already spoken so boldly, and Wan Chuxing's rejection was enough to embarrass them. Yet now, she was explaining herself to Gu Xuanqing. What was their relationship? What was happening? Gu Xuanqing frowned and replied, Miss Wan, the nature of your relationships is of no concern to me and does not pertain to my interests. He was merely present to support the Qin family. How could he afford to cultivate rumors with other women? This was ridiculous. Wan Donglin quickly reprimanded, enough. Finally, Wan Donglin's stern admonishment provided a stepping stone for the He family to retreat gracefully. He Shuai, with a hint of pride, responded, Master Wan, please do not be upset. It is my ignorance of the affairs of youth that has led to this folly. Yet at that moment, Wan Donglin had no time to entertain He Shuai's comments. The absurdity he spoke of was that young Master Gu had been discreetly engaging with Wan Chuxing, and now she spoke so openly before Qin Wan. Was she not inviting trouble for young Master Gu? If young Master Gu was displeased, how could Wan Baolu remain joyous? Wan Donglin quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists toward Qin Wan, saying, Miss Qin, it is my granddaughter Chuxing who harbors feelings for young Master Gu. But he has persistently declined. This matter has nothing to do with him. Qin Wan's face was one of utter bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Yet, those present gazed in astonishment at this astonishing revelation, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, this was not merely a love triangle. It was a complex quadrilateral of affection. However, it seemed that Master Wan indulged his granddaughter far too much. To support the young woman she admired, he, of such high standing, actually misidentified himself before Qin Wan. Although many had heard rumors regarding Gu Xuanqing, none could fathom how his identity could render Wan Donglin so submissive. Only Qin Lu, standing nearby, regarded Gu Xuanqing with admiration. Acknowledging that her sister was correct, this man truly knew how to perform, instilling such fear in Wan Donglin. With this thought in mind, and eager to further humiliate the He family, Qin Lu smugly remarked, Master Wan, fear not. My sister is magnanimous. If Miss Wan is discontent, she could always become my sister instead. A younger sister assisting her brother-in-law in taking a concubine? This revelation left Qin Yeqing utterly aghast. Although he was perplexed by Wan Donglin's strange behavior, he understood that her attitude alone could jeopardize the Qin family's standing in Ruixia City. Qin Yeqing hastily interjected, Master Wan, my daughter is being foolish. Please do not take offense. Really, truly, Miss Wan, if you do not mind, I shall take a seat. Just as Qin Yeqing spoke, Wan Chuxing had already moved to occupy the empty space beside Gu Xuanqing. Qin Wan was left utterly dumbfounded. Although she intended for Gu Xuanqing to play the role of a master to bolster the Qin family's reputation, she had not anticipated it would escalate to this extent. However, observing her uncle's family with expressions so grim they could squeeze water from stones, she forced a smile and replied, Of course, I do not mind. To become sisters with Miss Wan is something I desire immensely. Thank you, Miss Wan. Wan Chuxing replied with a slight bow, cautiously settling beside Gu Xuanqing. Upon witnessing this, Wan Donglin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall sit here as well. He Shuai, though her face was a mask of fury, suppressed her anger, recalling the numerous collaborations between the He family and Wan Baolu. Master Wan, your rightful place is at the head. Today's events were laden with strangeness, and she sought an opportunity to speak privately with Wan Donglin. Wan Donglin promptly waved his hand, indicating, this spot is just fine. Young Master Gu clearly had a contentious relationship with the He family. How could he dare sit there? He Shuai snorted in disdain before turning away, while He Jian, though reluctant, was pulled along by his parents. Suddenly, the entire banquet fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere turning exceedingly awkward. Qin Yeqing quickly bowed to the two, saying, Master Wan, Miss Wan, your assistance to our Qin family leaves me at a loss for words. Wan Donglin quickly responded, with young Master Gu present. There is no need for our assistance. We simply cannot abide the He family's arrogant demeanor. Upon hearing Wan Donglin's words, Qin Yeqing's expression shifted once more. It was over. Gu Xuanqing had gone too far this time, deceiving even Wan Baolu. Should Wan Baolu discover that Gu Xuanqing was not as formidable as they believed, who could predict how they might retaliate against the Qin family? Chapter 74. The Quest for the Sword. Observing the change in their father's demeanor, Qin Wan and Qin Lu shared an awkward glance, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Fearing that excessive words might lead to missteps, the three members of the Qin family fell into silence. The elder and grandson of the Wan family wore anxious expressions as well. The He family dared to treat the young master of antiquity in such a manner, clearly oblivious to his true identity. Would their earlier actions jeopardize his discreet plans? Observing Gu Xuanchuan's calm demeanor, they too felt a pang of guilt. At the head of the table, Qin Biqing appeared troubled. The elder Qin furrowed his brow. Though the He family did not fear Wan Baolu, his somewhat awkward position within the He family deterred him from openly challenging Wan Donglin. After a moment's hesitation, the elder Qin finally declared, "Let us first attend to the matter at hand." He Jian's eyes brightened at once, yet Qin Biqing hesitated, saying, "But what of Master Wan?" The elder Qin narrowed his eyes, asserting, "This is a matter of the Qin family. He has no grounds to interfere. Moreover, if he is willing to accommodate Wan Chuxing, he surely would not wish for his granddaughter to be overshadowed by Qin Wan." Qin Biqing nodded slightly, leading He Jian toward Gu Xianxun and the others. Qin Biqing spoke candidly, "Elder brother, Jian has grown into a man. I believe it is time for the sole male of the younger generation of the Qin family to wield the Qingtian Emperor's sword." Qin Yeqing frowned. Gu Xianxun scoffed. "The only male of the Qin family's younger generation? Did I not just hear his name as He Jian?" Gu Xianxun had come to the Qin family out of respect for his disciple, Qin Tian. How could the second uncle's family, having forgotten their ancestors, have the audacity to claim the sword? Unhappy with Gu Xianxun, He Jian retorted fiercely, "Impudence. This is a matter of the Qin family. Who are you, a mere son-in-law, to interject?" Gu Xuanchuan's gaze sharpened, and he coldly replied, "What of it? Is a son-in-law not allowed to speak? Are they inferior to swine or dogs?" He Jian sneered. "A son-in-law is indeed inferior to swine or dogs." Gu Xianxun ceased to speak, instead regarding the visibly distressed Qin Biqing with a mocking expression. "No, father. That was not my intention. You are different," He Jian hastily explained, realizing he had fallen into Gu Xuanchuan's trap. "Father, you are capable. Unlike a son-in-law who clings to the powerful." Qin Biqing discerned Gu Xuanchuan's deliberate attempt to ensnare his son, shifting the conversation, "Elder brother, you would not go against father's wishes and become an unfilial son, would you?" Gu Xianxun retorted. "The Qingtian Emperor's sword is a treasured heirloom of the Qin family and rightfully belongs to them. As for filial piety, who among the He family, hosting a birthday banquet, possesses the right to speak of such matters in the presence of the descendants of the Qin family?" Qin Biqing immediately shouted, "Silence. You have no place to speak here. Impudence." Although Wan Donglin wished to avoid further conflict, he could not help but rise, slamming the table. "Qin Biqing, watch your words." As Wan Donglin pressed the matter, Qin Biqing's anger flared. "Master Wan, this is a matter of the Qin family. Are you truly intent on meddling?" Just as Wan Donglin was about to respond, he swiftly closed his mouth upon seeing Gu Xianxun prepare to speak. "Your son does not even bear the surname Qin. What right has he to claim the Qin family's imperial sword? You came to the birthday banquet out of respect for blood ties, but you are unworthy to bear the name of the Qin family." Gu Xianxun bellowed, already standing up. "Impudence." Old Master Qin bellowed, "Qin Yeqing, it is one thing for a youth like you to lack decorum, but at your age, do you still not recognize me as your father?" With his fierce admonition, a throng of He family warriors surged forth. "What? Is the He family preparing for a confrontation?" Wan Donglin's gaze darkened, showing no inclination to retreat. After all, such an opportunity to showcase himself before the esteemed young Master Gu was too precious to squander. Qin Yeqing looked at his father with deep sorrow. "Father, I have long warned you that the He family's unwavering support for you is solely due to our Qin family's imperial sword. Is this truly your intention?" Old Master Qin's eyes narrowed with fury. "You scoundrel, disobeying my words and daring to slander me. From this moment forth, I, Qin Lianshan, disown you as my son." A cold glint flickered in Qin Biqing's eyes. If his father no longer acknowledged him, then Qin Yeqing was no longer his elder brother. "Do not blame me for my rudeness today." Just as he prepared to act, a clear voice rang from outside. "The Dan Hall is here to congratulate." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone present was suddenly electrified. The Dan Hall, with its profound heritage, was a paragon of prestige in any location. At such celebratory feasts, while families would extend invitations to the Dan Hall as a mark of respect, none dared to hope for their actual attendance. None, not even the illustrious He family. Yet today, the Dan Hall had arrived, and the Hall Master himself. "Quickly, welcome the Hall Master." Qin Lianshan dared not overstate his importance, rising with excitement to greet them. Though this meant abandoning the other guests, no one dared to express displeasure. Instead, they offered their praises. Indeed, Old Master Qin's reputation is immense. Even the newly appointed Hall Master comes specifically to your birthday celebration. Old Master Qin, do continue to support us in the future." Amidst the flattery, as Qin Lianshan passed by Gu Xuanqing's group, he cast a glance at Wan Donglin, questioning, "Wan Baolu, is it truly so remarkable? Grandfather, let us hasten outside." We can deal with them later. Upon hearing of the Hall Master's visit, He Jian too was exhilarated. With this connection, the He family's reputation was sure to soar to new heights. Would the Qin family dare to cling to the imperial sword then? Not even with tenfold courage. Yet, disdain flickered in Wan Donglin's eyes. It seems the tides in Ruixia City are about to change. Wan Chuxing chuckled. If they were aware that they were welcoming the He family's death knell, I wonder if they would still be so jubilant. The kneeling figures of Qi Ming and Tao Hai were vividly etched in memory. Qin Yeqing and the others exchanged glances with Wan Donglin, pondering whether the newly appointed Hall Master shared a profound bond with the Wan family. Wan Donglin glanced at Gu Xuanqing and ambiguously stated, "Indeed, there is some connection. I visited Wan Baolu today, and young Master Gu was also present. How could an old man like me be deserving of such honor? Rousing the presence of two Hall Masters? Truly a grave sin." Qin Lianshan exaggerated his tone. "We would never dare miss old Master Qin's grand birthday celebration. Here is a bottle of 6th stage Tianhai Dan. I implore you to graciously accept it, old Master Qin." Outside, Qi Ming and Tao Hai's voices were not only courteous but also carried a hint of reverence, causing the hearts of those in the hall to race. Had the He family's foundation truly grown to such formidable heights? The two Hall Masters are excessively courteous. Although Qin Lianshan feels that their politeness is somewhat over the top, he graciously accepts the Tianhedan and urges them to enter quickly. Chapter 75. The Qin Family's Grievances. Greetings, Master Qi, Master Tao. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, everyone once again rose to pay their respects. Gu Xuanqing remained as steadfast as a mountain. Observing this scene, many could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this fellow truly oblivious? This is the Dan Hall, not the Wanbao Pavilion. Qin Biqing unconsciously glanced at Qi Ming and Tao Hai, wary of any young ladies accompanying them, fearing another admirer of Gu Xuanqing might emerge. At that moment, however, Tao Hai spoke up, "Old Master Qin." This way, he dared not admonish Gu Xuanqing for remaining seated. What puzzled Tao Hai was that young Master Gu was inexplicably seated at the end of the table. Qin Lianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he rebuked, "You insolent fool. How dare you show disrespect to the two Hall Masters? Hurry and kneel to apologize." "Preposterous." Tao Hai bellowed in response. "If you wish to court death, that is your affair, but to demand young Master Gu kneel, are you seeking your own demise?" Just as Tao Hai was about to explode with anger, Qi Ming swiftly restrained him, saying, "Old Master Qin, is he one of your Qin family members?" "Qi Ming, have you lost your mind? He has treated young Master Gu in this manner." Tao Hai whispered in alarm. Qi Ming countered. "His audacity towards young Master Gu suggests he is unaware of his true identity. If you expose this here, will young Master Gu be pleased? Have you not noticed how he is currently reveling in the company of others?" Upon hearing Qi Ming's reminder, Tao Hai was drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Qi Ming with eyes full of gratitude, he now regretted not bringing Qi Huo along. Otherwise, he would not have struggled to discern young Master Gu's intentions. Qin Lianshan, oblivious to their silent exchange, noticed Tao Hai's anger and quickly stated, "He is Qin Wan's fiancé, but her faction has already been expelled from the Qin family. All present can bear witness. Just now, I was about to reclaim our Qin family's Qintian Emperor sword." A glance exchanged between Qi Ming and Tao Hai allowed them to surmise the situation's essence. They had shown such courtesy due to young Master Gu's connection with Qin Wan. And this imbecile didn't even recognize her. Why should they extend him any favor? At that moment, in unison, both struck Qin Lianshan across the face with resounding slaps. "Hall Masters, why have you suddenly turned against me after being so polite just moments ago?" Qin Lianshan's face was a picture of confusion. Tao Hai stammered, hesitant to reveal young Master Gu's identity, at a loss for words. However, Qi Ming reacted swiftly, delivering another kick and shouting, "If you say he is not one of your Qin family, then he is not. Qin Wan bears the Qin surname, and Gu Xuanqing is her fiancé. We cannot strike down a junior indiscriminately. Should we not reprimand you instead? Indeed, as elders, if we fail to guide the younger generation, who else should we chastise?" Inspired by Qi Ming, Tao Hai charged forward, shouting, "Hall Masters, calm your anger, Hall Masters." Qin Biqing, He Shuaying, and He Jian hurriedly intervened. "Get lost." Yet at that moment, Qi Ming and Tao Hai, eager to impress Gu Xuanqing, roared fiercely, leaving no one daring to approach. The Qin family lacks the understanding to educate their juniors. Thus, we shall instruct you. The elders, accompanying me, Lu Feng, raised his voice in anger and directly confronted Qin Biqing. In addition to Lu Feng, several others present had visited Wanbao Tower today, and they bore witness to the scene of the two Hall Masters kneeling before Gu Xuanqing. Although the Hall Masters had issued a gag order prohibiting any mention of Gu Xuanqing, how could they possibly miss the opportunity to curry favor with such an enigmatic figure? As members of the Dan Hall continued to swarm in, Not only Qin Biqing, but also He Shui and He Jian found themselves under attack. Why? Why are you hitting me? Qin Biqing exclaimed, dodging repeatedly. What? Do you dare to oppose our Dan Hall? Lu Feng shouted fiercely. With such a heavy accusation leveled against him, Qin Biqing dared not respond. Instead, he cleverly pointed at Qin Yeqing, exclaiming, over there. That individual is also a senior of Gu Xuanqing. Why do you not strike him? Still defiant? Beat him mercilessly. Upon seeing Qin Biqing daring to redirect the ire towards Qin Yeqing, Qi Ming and Tao Hai immediately released Qin Lianshan and rushed over. Is your connection to the esteemed Gu Xuanqing something you can so easily point out? Though they did not voice their thoughts, their actions were ruthless. Witnessing this farcical banquet, the guests were left utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, they dared not utter a single word, fearing the wrath of the madman from the Dan Hall. Chu Xing. Quickly recall if we inadvertently revealed the identity of the noble Gu. Wan Donglin, observing the scene, wiped his sweat and whispered. If even the two hall masters of the Dan Hall were cautious about revealing Gu Xuanqing's identity, what would be the consequences if they were to inadvertently expose it? Stop. Just then, a commanding voice resounded as an imposing elder emerged from the back hall. Greetings, head of the He family. Greetings, head of the He family. The guests immediately bowed in respect. He Huai, the current head of the He family, commanded respect in Ruixia City. Qi Ming coldly retorted. Is the head of the He family here to instruct us on how to conduct ourselves in the Dan Hall? I would not dare. He Huai replied with a respectful gesture. The younger generation of the Qin family lacks decorum. Indeed, Brother Qin has some responsibility for their poor upbringing. Since you have already taught them a lesson, might we let this matter rest for the sake of the He family's reputation? The He family's reputation, you say? Qi Ming scoffed. He Huai smiled slightly. It is considerable, though not to be overstated. However, the Lord of Ling Tian from Wushu City frequently visits the He family. Wushu City, being near Ruixia City, outshines it in many aspects, and its Dan Hall branch oversees that of Ruixia City. Had the circumstances been different, Qi Ming and Tao Hai might have entertained this favor, but when it came to Gu Xuanqing, even the highest authority would be of no consequence. Qi Ming's expression darkened. Is the head of the He family attempting to deceive us upon our arrival in Ruixia City? Lu Feng. Summon the martial artists from the guild and bring forth Chun Feihu's account books. Let us investigate if the He family has been complicit in Chun Feihu's corruption over the years. Lu Feng complied, and He Huai's expression shifted dramatically. As the foremost family in Ruixia City, the He family had not only been involved in Chun Feihu's corruption, but had also reaped significant benefits from it. How could they withstand such scrutiny? Moreover, Qi Ming's demeanor clearly indicated that he was prepared to take decisive action. He Huai, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily clasped his fists and addressed, Master Qi, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. How might we resolve today's unfortunate incident? Qi Ming discreetly cast a glance at Gu Xuanqing, swiftly grasping his intent. However, just as he was about to speak, He Huai noticed the subtle gesture and quickly interjected. Master Qi, please do not take offense. Since this young man has offended you, I shall immediately command my people to apprehend him and deliver him to you for your judgment. What are you waiting for? Act now. With that, He Huai directed a stern command at the warriors of the He family. Chapter 76. The Fall of the He Family. Stop. Qi Ming and Tao Hai were immediately alarmed upon witnessing the He family daring to lay hands on Gu Xuanqing. They understood that, given the prowess of young Master Gu, annihilating the entire He family would be a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, his abstention from intervening implied a desire to remain concealed. Should their actions compel young Master Gu to reveal his strength, they feared the repercussions that would follow. With a quick thought, Tao Hai declared, Today, the Pill Hall is here to investigate the He family's collusion with former Master Chun Feihu regarding embezzlement. All unrelated parties must leave immediately. The guests, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation escalating to one involving corruption, prompting a swift exodus from the He residence. Who would dare to tread in such murky waters? Without even a moment to exchange pleasantries, the assembly hastily departed. We should also take our leave. Gu Xuanqing understood the motives behind Qi Ming and the others' actions, but chose not to inquire further, since the He family had extended their reach towards the heavenly sword. Their demise was well-deserved. Qin Lu, still shaken, suggested, Sister-in-law, perhaps we should apologize to them? She had never imagined that the illustrious He family would face such dire consequences due to her brother-in-law's failure to pay respects to the Pill Hall's master. Do you not think this matter is already grave enough? Qin Yeqing scoffed, urging them to exit the He residence swiftly. He had discerned that the Pill Hall was targeting the He family today, and the issue of Gu Xuanqing's lack of courtesy was merely a pretext for their assault. As they stepped outside, they witnessed Pill Hall warriors streaming into the He residence. Once they reached the street, Qin Wan turned to Wan Chuxing and asked, Do you truly harbor feelings for young Master Gu? She had noted that the Wan family had stood resolutely against the He family on his behalf, and she felt a flicker of admiration. Wan Chuxing, casting a furtive glance at Gu Xuanqing, hesitated to elaborate. Observing the scene, Qin Wan remarked, "If you genuinely care for him, you may visit the Qin family to see him anytime. I harbor no objections." Really? Wan Chuxing had never anticipated such magnanimity from Qin Wan. Of course, Qin Wan replied with a gentle smile. She and Gu Xuanqing were merely acting for the reputation of the Qin family, and although the current circumstances made it imprudent to reveal the nature of their relationship, she did not wish to jeopardize the affections of those who could genuinely care for him. Meanwhile, Wan Donglin, feeling uncomfortable standing beside Gu Xuanqing, quickly stated, "This matter has been resolved. We shall take our leave. Farewell." Wan Chuxing, recognizing the inappropriateness of lingering further, followed her grandfather toward Wan Baolu. As the group returned to the Qin residence, they were greeted by a cacophony of explosions emanating from the Yi family, where radiant lights erupted and a formidable aura surged skyward. Although the circumstances of their departure were shrouded in mystery, it was evident to all that a fierce confrontation had erupted between the He family and the Pill Hall. The tumult persisted for a full 2 hours, transforming the street where the He family resided into a desolate wasteland, engulfed in flames. Qin once said, "Young Master Gu, you must leave Ruixia City at once. The farther you go, the better." Qin Yeqing also realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "Indeed, once the Pill Hall resolves its issues with the He family, they may seek to hold you accountable for your disrespect towards their leader, which could spell trouble." Gu Xuanqing, momentarily taken aback, laughed, "Fear not. As the leader of the Pill Hall, they cannot possibly be so petty." Just then, Lu Feng approached the Qin family, stating, "Esteemed leaders, I request young Master Gu to accompany me for a discussion with the Pill Hall." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three from the Qin family shifted dramatically. "I shall accompany him," Qin Wan declared, stepping forward. While the Qin family lacked the power to oppose the Pill Hall, she was unwilling to let Gu Xuanqing bear the burden of their troubles alone. "We shall go as well." Qin Yeqing and Qin Lu chimed in simultaneously. At that moment, Lu Feng waved his hand slightly, and a group of martial artists surged forward, surrounding the Qin family. "Only young Master Gu may enter. The rest shall remain behind." Qin Wan's gaze sharpened, her eyes glinting with cold resolve as she grasped the Qingtian Emperor's sword. As a wave of overwhelming pressure radiated, she coldly retorted, "What if we insist on accompanying him?" Gu Xuanqing quickly restrained Qin Wan, saying, "You cannot hope to defeat them in your current state. I will go with them. You should seek out Master Wan. Perhaps he will have a solution." Although moved by Qin Wan's determination, Gu Xuanqing recognized that her audacity in drawing her sword against such a formidable assembly could lead to complications even greater than those posed by the Shaoyao sect if her true identity were discovered. Indeed, upon mentioning Master Wan, a glimmer of hope appeared in Qin Wan's eyes. At that moment, Gu Xuanqing followed Lu Feng outside. "Young Master Gu, the two leaders are aware of your desire to keep your identity concealed. We apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please forgive us." Lu Feng began to express his regrets as they exited the Qin residence. "Not at all. You have acted commendably." Gu Xuanqing responded with a slight nod. As they conversed, the group arrived at the Pill Hall. Inside, they beheld He Huai, Qin Lianshan, Qin Biqing, He Jian, He Shilia, and several other injured members of the He and Qin families lying prostrate in the Grand Hall. Qin Lianshan, on the ground, pointed an accusing finger at Gu Xuanqing, bellowing, "It's all your fault. You have brought this calamity upon us. Grandfather, do not lose your temper. His fate will surely be no better than ours." He Jian interjected with a cold glint in his eyes. "Impudent wretches. How dare you show such disrespect to young Master Gu? Are you so devoid of fear?" Lu Feng barked, stepping forward to deliver a swift kick, sending Qin Lianshan and He Jian sprawling against the wall. "Greetings, young Master Gu." At that moment, Qi Ming and Tao Hai, having approached, also paid their respects. "Young Master Gu." The members of the He and Qin families were left in stunned silence, as the two newly appointed leaders displayed such reverence towards Gu Xuanqing. In that instant, they finally grasped why the Pill Hall had suddenly turned against the He family. Qin Lianshan comprehended even more clearly why the two leaders had initially been exceedingly courteous before abruptly turning hostile. "They initially approached to celebrate my birthday due to the connection between Gu Xuanqing and Qin Wan, only to find that I had seated Gu Xuanqing and his companions at the lowest position, in an attempt to distance myself from him. I even declared that the Qin family would expel the entire Qin Wan family. If I do not perish, who will?" Observing Gu Xuanqing occupying the main seat, while Qi Ming and Tao Hai stood respectfully at the lower end, it was evident they resembled servants rather than dignitaries. He Huai had clearly seen through the situation and hurriedly said, "Young Master Gu, it is my family's folly that has offended you. I implore your forgiveness." However, The ambition to seize the Qingtian Emperor sword lies solely within the minds of the Qin family. Our He family has had no part in it. Gu Xuanqing's gaze turned sharp. Truly no involvement? For all these years, what purpose did you have in elevating Qin Lianshan so high? He Huai was at a loss for words. Those who dare to covet the Qingtian Emperor's sword shall meet their demise. Gu Xuanqing snorted coldly. Indeed. Qi Ming and Tao Hai responded in unison, and immediately, warriors from the Dan Hall advanced to drag the members of both families outside. Preserving their lives was merely to allow Gu Xuanqing to pass judgment. Chapter 77. The magnanimous woman Gu Xuanqing. Who exactly are you? Young Master Gu, we have erred. I beseech you to spare us. The He and Qin families continued to wail, yet this lamentation could not alter their fates. Tao Hai produced a letter and said, Young Master Gu, here is a letter from your family. A letter? Gu Xuanqing was taken aback. Tao Hai presented it with both hands, stating, before departing, Uncle Gu insisted I deliver this to you. Has Uncle Gu arrived at the Wangu Mountains as well? Gu Xuanqing inquired as he unfolded the letter. Indeed. Tao Hai replied, and as Gu Xuanqing opened the letter, it read, Head of the family, you must be wary of the Xiao sect and their treacherous intentions. Although they outwardly show you great respect, they employ various means to hinder our cultivation. Gu Xuanqing frowned. The Xiao sect is preventing my kin from cultivating? Qi Ming and Tao Hai looked at Gu Xuanqing in astonishment. Was this not your own intention? When did I ever express such a sentiment? Gu Xuanqing retorted. I heard it from the vice sect master Qi Hua. Tao Hai promptly recounted the initial theory from Qi Hua. When did Qi Hua become the vice sect master? That is because he understands your thoughts best. Sect master who wishes to pass his position to him, yet he humbly accepted only the vice role. He understands my thoughts best? Gu Xuanqing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. For instance, at the beginning. Tao Hai proceeded to recount the instances where Qi Hua had perfectly interpreted Gu Xuanqing's thoughts, with Qi Ming occasionally adding remarks. Gu Xuanqing felt overwhelmed. He had never anticipated that the mature and composed Qi Hua had covertly orchestrated so many significant matters, given Qi Hua's handling of things. If the Xiao sect had not been annihilated, one could only thank their ancestors for their protection. Gu Xuanqing decided it was imperative to set things right with this fellow. Through your Dan Hall's channels, convey a message to the Xiao sect. First, I want my kin to receive the most suitable cultivation methods and resources without restriction. Second, summon Qi Hua to Ruixia City to meet me. Qi Ming and Tao Hai were envious. Very well. We shall attend to this immediately. Upon learning of Qi Hua's capabilities, the young master Gu surprisingly decided to summon him immediately, a privilege undoubtedly unique to the Xianyao sect. At that moment, Lu Feng returned to the Grand Hall to report, Young Master Gu, both Lord Wan and Miss Wan are seeking an audience outside. Gu Xuanqing rose from his seat, stating, I shall take my leave as well. Qi Ming inquired, Are you departing, Young Master Gu? Gu Xuanqing replied, Hasn't the matter been resolved already? Recalling Qin Wan's earlier demeanor, Gu Xuanqing felt a genuine concern that if he delayed his return, unforeseen troubles might arise. As they bid farewell to young Master Gu, although they yearned to seek his guidance, none dared to impede him. Upon witnessing Gu Xuanqing's emergence, the Wan family, particularly the elder and his grandson, grew even more apprehensive. They had witnessed not far away the lifeless forms of the He family, once resplendent, now utterly extinguished. Had they even spared the members of the Qin clan? If their previous speculations regarding Gu Xuanqing had been mere conjectures, the reality now starkly illustrated that he was far more formidable than they had imagined. Let us depart. Gu Xuanqing nodded slightly and led the two individuals outside. Just as they exited the pill hall, the three members of the Qin family approached eagerly. Young Master Gu. Qin Yechen clasped his hands. Lord Wan, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude for today's events. However, Qin Wan interjected with a smile. There is no need for gratitude. Having young Master Gu accompany Miss Wan at Wanbao Tower for a few days surpasses any thanks. Miss Qin, you truly do not mind? Wan Chuxing gazed at Qin Wan in astonishment. Qin Wan chuckled. How could I possibly mind? I would be delighted for Miss Wan to offer her time to him. The relationship between Qin Wan and Gu Xuanqing was devoid of romantic entanglement, rendering her response refreshingly candid. Gu Xuanqing waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Immediately, Qin Wan pulled Gu Xuanqing aside. What are you thinking? Despite Xianyao sect's notable heritage, can they truly rival the He family? Wanbao Tower was not far from the He family in Ruixia City, and now with such a strong rapport with the Pill Hall's master. For them to take an interest in you is indeed a stroke of fortune you may not encounter again in several lifetimes. Contemplating Wan Chuxing's earlier declaration, Gu Xuanqing sighed. Yet I still await your guidance on the Qingtian sword technique. Qin Wan suggested. Regardless, Wan Chuxing is unaware of our true relationship. You can provide her with some comfort for a few days, and then return for me to continue instructing you. Faced with Qin Wan's unwavering insistence, Gu Xuanqing, concerned about revealing too much, reluctantly accompanied them to Wanbao Tower. So much had transpired that day. Upon arriving at Wanbao Tower, Gu Xuanqing declared, "I shall take a moment to rest," and swiftly retreated into the guest quarters. Observing his deliberate avoidance, Wan Chuxing appeared perplexed. "Grandfather, what does he mean by that?" Wan Donglin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "What young Master Gu contemplates, I cannot say, but it is evident that he holds greater regard for you than for Qin Wan." Wan Chuxing, skeptical, responded, "Surely not. He obliterated the He family today for Miss Qin." Wan Donglin chuckled, "Consider it carefully. While Qin Wan may be oblivious to his true strengths, you are not. Thus, it becomes clear for whom he places greater value. Is that truly the case?" Wan Chuxing felt a surge of excitement. Unbeknownst to her, the events of recent times had already begun to cultivate a sense of concern regarding Gu Xuanqing's disposition. Retreating to the guest house, the bored Gu Xuanqing decided to immerse himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, the city of Ruixiao was engulfed in a frenzy. The reason for this uproar was Gu Xuanqing's refusal to pay respects to the head of the Dan Hall, which led to the Dan Hall venting their anger on Qin Biqing and others, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the Qin family. Ironically, the instigator of this turmoil, Gu Xuanqing, was saved by the intervention of Master Wan. Subsequently, it became evident that numerous collaborations emerged between the Dan Hall and Wanbao Tower. Curiously, the two hall masters of the Dan Hall frequently visited both Wanbao Tower and the Qin family, which consequently elevated the status of the Qin family. Although they had yet to establish themselves among the elite, the future appeared promising. 2 days passed without Gu Xuanqing stepping outside, and Wan Chuxing, unable to bear the weight any longer, sought him out with the Wanxiang Qianxing map that Gu Xuanqing had assisted them in interpreting. "Young Master Gu, I still cannot fully comprehend the sword intent within this painting. Shall we contemplate it together?" Despite his trepidation at Wan Chuxing's forthrightness, Gu Xuanqing was prepared to offer her some guidance, recalling her previous assistance. The sword intent depicted was not particularly complex, primarily consisting of, as Gu Xuanqing spoke, he retrieved a spirit sword from his storage ring and began to demonstrate. With his movements, an ethereal figure materialized in Wan Chuxing's mind. Before she could fully grasp the astonishing sight, the exquisite sword intent portrayed by the figure ensnared her consciousness. Chapter 78. The Sealed Secret with Earnest Contemplation. Wan Chuxing absorbed the essence of Gu Xuanqing's teachings, who was equally dedicated, executing each move with utmost seriousness. After an hour, Gu Xuanqing had thoroughly illustrated the sword intent from the Wanxiang Qianxing map. As he sheathed his sword, the ethereal figure in Wan Chuxing's mind vanished. But the insights gained during that hour seemed to have unlocked the gates of martial arts for her. Sensing the enlightenment coursing through her, Wan Chuxing radiated with sword intent, her aura steadily ascending, while Gu Xuanqing shook his head in disbelief. They were both martial artists, yet Wan Chuxing's talent was astonishingly superior. Just a casual demonstration from him had evoked such profound realizations within her. In contrast, after providing Qin Wan with the most detailed annotations of the Qin Tian sword art and patiently highlighting her shortcomings, her progress had been minimal, and she had taken pride in it. "Young Master Gu," noted Wan Donglin, who had sensed the unusual energy and hurried over, observing his granddaughter's transformation with astonishment. Gu Xuanqing reassured him, "It's nothing. Miss Wan has gained some insights and is currently in training. Did you guide her?" Wan Donglin, having previously contemplated the Wanxiang Qianxing map himself, could sense the source of the sword intent and recognized that his granddaughter's comprehension had far surpassed his own. "One could say so," Gu Xuanqing replied with a subtle nod. Thank you, young Master Gu." Wan Donglin expressed his gratitude with urgency. Simultaneously, he became even more convinced that Gu Xuanqing's mastery was not as simple as it appeared. Just a casual pointer had enabled Wan Chuxing to achieve such understanding, indicating that the sword intent within the painting was trivial to Gu Xuanqing. It was no wonder that he had been dismissive of it at first glance. Certainly, what brings Wan Donglin further solace is that Gu Xuanqing is willing to guide his granddaughter, indicating that their relationship has undoubtedly progressed. This also speaks to Miss Wan's exceptional talent. I have not imparted much to her. Since she is engaged in her cultivation, I shall take a stroll outside. Wan Donglin surmised that Gu Xuanqing was headed to seek out Qin Wan, yet he dared not voice any objections. The various occurrences had already demonstrated to him that Gu Xuanqing is a venerable figure wandering the world, and the reasons behind this esteemed individual's fervent interest in matters of romantic nature were beyond his comprehension. Indeed, Gu Xuanqing was on his way to find Qin Wan. Observing Wan Chuxing's remarkable progress, Gu Xuanqing felt the urgency to closely monitor her development, for he could not remain by the Qin family's side for eternity. Upon seeing Gu Xuanqing, Qin Wan jested, Has our noble young master returned from the realm of tenderness? Although she considered her feelings towards Gu Xuanqing to be devoid of romantic inclination, recalling his absence for days upon arriving at Wan Baolu left her with a tinge of displeasure. Gu Xuanqing replied, "I sent to seek your guidance upon my return. It appears you possess a modicum of ambition." Pleased that Gu Xuanqing had not forgotten this matter, Qin Wan smiled, and the two proceeded to the training grounds once more. Revisiting their previous discussion, Qin Wan occasionally demonstrated her understanding, while Gu Xuanqing feigned ignorance, posing guiding questions based on her inquiries. After an extensive half-day, although Qin Wan made some progress, it paled in comparison to Wan Chuxing's immediate enlightenment. Ultimately unable to tolerate Qin Wan's lack of innate talent, Gu Xuanqing produced a hongmeng fruit, stating, "You should consume this hongmeng fruit." Staring wide-eyed at the fruit in Gu Xuanqing's hand, Qin Wan understood its immense value. "Did Miss Wan give this to you?" "Indeed," Gu Xuanqing replied, finding it unnecessary to elaborate. "You won't consume it yourself, but give it to me?" Qin Wan struggled to accept this gift. Gu Xuanqing explained, "You have obtained the Emperor's sword inheritance and will face numerous dangers in the future. Establishing a solid foundation is crucial." Qin Wan gazed longingly at the hongmeng fruit in Gu Xuanqing's hand, yearning for it, yet ultimately shook her head, stating, "I only proposed you as my fiancé for the sake of the Qin family's reputation. You cannot truly harbor feelings for me, and I cannot accept such a lavish gift. What are you thinking?" Noticing Qin Wan's misunderstanding of his intentions, Gu Xuanqing swiftly approached her, and in a deft motion, placed the hongmeng fruit in her mouth. As the essence of the hongmeng fruit flowed into her, warm and sweet, Qin Wan would be lying if she claimed to feel no stirrings of emotion. However, she had never entertained romantic thoughts towards him. Sighing, she remarked, "Miss Wan is willing to part with even a hongmeng fruit for you. You must not let her down. And you cannot harbor any undue thoughts towards me." As the power of the hongmeng fruit began to emanate, Qin Wan dared not speak further, crossing her legs to commence her cultivation. Has the Xuanqiu technique progressed to this extent? Sensing the aura emanating from Qin Wan, Gu Xuanqing shook his head once more. The Xuanqiu technique was the heart method cultivated by the legendary Qin Tian's Sword Emperor. Even though he had comprehended the Sword Emperor's scriptures during his breakthrough, the Xuanqiu technique had not evolved into an emperor scripture, yet it remained an exceptional technique. However, Qin Wan had barely grasped its surface. In essence, the real is but an illusion, and the illusion is but reality. Gu Xuanqing gently placed his hand on her back, guiding her to harness the power of the laws, while he himself silently channeled the Xianxu formula. With this activation, a phantom suddenly surged within Qin Wan's mind. As she was already immersed in her cultivation, she had sensed indistinct voices whispering in her ears, and now, with this new development, she immediately realized it was the power of the hongmeng fruit. To her astonishment, the hongmeng fruit was even more formidable than the legend suggested, and it was no wonder it was revered as one of the 9 great spiritual treasures. Consequently, Qin Wan set aside her distractions and began to earnestly comprehend the interpretation of the Xianxu formula revealed by the phantom in her mind. At that moment, a golden light flashed from the Qingtian Emperor's sword beside her, and a specter emerged from the blade. "I have seen the master." The specter bowed before Gu Xuanqing. "I suppose I should now refer to you as Old Jin." Gu Xuanqing couldn't help but reflect on how the once childlike little Jin had transformed into an elderly figure over the years. Has the master resolved the seal on the Dantian? Little Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as it sensed Gu Xuanqing's aura. Reincarnation has dispelled the seal. Gu Xuanqing felt no need to conceal anything regarding the sword spirit he had created. Does this mean the master has still not uncovered the fundamental cause of the seal? Little Jin inquired with curiosity. "That is of little consequence now," Gu Xuanqing replied with a smile. "It is of great importance. The Sword Emperor entrusted me to remain in this realm to remind you," Little Jin hastily explained. "In the past, I accompanied the Sword Emperor into the sacred domain. But upon entering the spatial passage to the sacred domain, the Sword Emperor discovered that the passage was rife with prohibitions aimed at you. The Sword Emperor took the risk to investigate, and within the vast territory of the sacred domain, in countless small worlds, every passage bore such prohibitions. All of this is tied to a tremendous secret that many powerful beings of the sacred domain covet, related to the seal from your previous life." "What secret?" Gu Xuanqing inquired. Little Jin replied, "The Sword Emperor, unable to ascertain the truth in time, was swept into the sacred domain by the power of the laws. And out of concern for your safety, he used great powers to send me back to the Qingyun continent, solely to alert you of this matter. The Qingtian Emperor sword was also severely damaged due to its reverse journey through space, which has kept it in slumber for these years, thus preventing it from accompanying the descendants of the Sword Emperor. It was not until it was awakened with Gu Xuanqing's assistance in the ancient Wangu mountain range that it spoke of Gu Xuanqing's secrets in the presence of Qin Wan. Gu Xuanqing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although the seal had been lifted with his reincarnation, he harbored many doubts. Where did the seal from his previous life originate? It did not seem like something the Qingyun continent could wield. Furthermore, from where did his understanding of the heavenly Tao arise? The martial emperor, the pill god. The formation ancestor. He could cultivate them at will, which indicated that his comprehension of the heavenly Tao surpasses that of the Qingyun continent. Yet, these concepts had existed in his mind since the dawn of his memories. Gu Xuanqing vaguely sensed that all of this was connected to the sacred domain. Initially, he had planned to cultivate slowly, attain the status of martial emperor, break through the void, and then seek the answers within the sacred domain. However, if the spatial passage leading to the sanctuary is fraught with peril, then it is imperative that one finds answers before venturing into the sanctuary. After a moment, Xiao Jin remarked that the Sword Emperor had instructed him to inform you that the 7 ancient clans might possess clues. The 7 ancient clans. Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened. The 7 ancient clans are a mysterious and unique entity in the Qingyun continent. Their history traces back to ancient times. Despite the ebb and flow of their power through the ages, they have never faced extinction. Throughout countless years, many have attempted to uncover the secrets of these ancient clans. Yet all who ventured have met untimely ends or vanished without a trace. In his quest to find a solution to the seal, he had once visited each of the 7 ancient clans, but ultimately, no fruitful outcome emerged. Nevertheless, within the domain of the ancient clans, Gu Xianxin sensed a lurking power that could potentially threaten his safety. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xianxin placed a finger upon Xiao Jin's forehead. Master, this is the Qin Tian's sword technique. Xiao Jin exclaimed in surprise. Gu Xianxin continued. Qin Wan's innate talent is rather lacking, and I presently have no time to teach her thoroughly. You shall accompany her and guide her gradually. Understood. Xiao Jin replied promptly. After departing from the Qin family, Gu Xianxin made a brief visit to the alchemy hall, advising Qi Ming and Tao Hai to take care of the Qin family before embarking on his journey to the ancient clans. In the aftermath of Gu Xuanqing's departure from Ruixia City, half a month later, Wan Chuxing and Qin Wan, having awakened from their cultivation, inadvertently discovered that Gu Xianxin was absent from either of their sides. Gu Xianxin has gone missing? The two sought out the alchemy hall, only to receive the news that the young master had matters to attend to and had already left Wangu City. It is all my fault. He must have fled out of fear that you would be upset after I consumed the Hongmeng fruit he gave you. Although she had consumed the Hongmeng fruit and advanced to the late stage of the reality return realm, Qin Wan could not find joy in her achievement. Hongmeng fruit. Wan Chuxing was taken aback. She understood well that the fruit must have belonged to Gu Xianxin himself. Yet even in his absence, she dared not reveal the truth. Just as the two were lost in their complicated thoughts, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them. Ladies, your sword intent resonates with the heavenly Tao, showcasing exceptional swordsmanship talent. Might you be inclined to join our Tianjin sect? Senior, are you from the Tianjin sect? Both women were astonished. The Tianjin sect is one of the 7 ancient clans of the Qingyun continent, revered as a dream destination for sword practitioners. When the proud elder of the Tianjin sect brandished his golden sword, the two, no longer doubting his identity, returned home for deliberation before following him. What? The master has left? Qihua hurriedly arrived at the alchemy hall in Ruixia City upon receiving the message, only to learn that Gu Xianxin was already gone. Qihua pressed for details. Did the master mention where he was headed? Qi Ming and Tao Hai shook their heads, stating, he did not mention it. But the young master summoned you immediately after we shared your thoughts on him. I suspect he wishes for you to comprehend his profound intentions. Let me ponder. Qihua furrowed his brow, struggling to decipher Gu Xuanqin's motives. It seems I must engage with the Qin and Wanliang families, for perhaps therein lies a clue. As the fiery spirit of Qihua busily speculates on Gu Xuanqing's intentions, the latter has already stepped into the Wan Beast Forest, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Qinsha territory. The 7 ancient sects, shrouded in mystery to the world, are well known to Gu Xuanqing, who is aware that the Heavenly Sword sect resides not far from Ruixia City, nestled within the depths of the Wan Beast Forest. Although the forest teems with spirit beasts, Gu Xuanqing, well acquainted with the habits of these creatures, encounters little hindrance. Navigating through auspicious paths while evading danger, he directly locates the periphery of the Heavenly Sword sect, the bamboo forest of the Heavenly Sword. As he steps into an expanse of endless emerald, he feels a wave of spatial fluctuation, and suddenly, he is enveloped by the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle, akin to a multitude of sharp blades, relentlessly assaulting him with their piercing edges. Gu Xuanqing swiftly brandishes his sword in defense, yet he finds himself merely fending off the onslaught rather than launching a counterattack. He understands that the selection of disciples in the Heavenly Sword Sect relies on the concept of sword affinity. Either an elder of the sect encounters a promising talent during their travels across the continent, or one must navigate the trials of the bamboo forest. Firstly, one must reach this grove within the Wand Beast Forest. Secondly, amidst the bamboo's assault, one may wield only a sword. Thirdly, one must endure for 10 days. This process is unaccompanied by any guidance, should any step falter. Even the most prodigious talent may find it difficult to enter the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is the essence of sword affinity. With Gu Xuanqing's profound understanding of formations, escaping the bamboo sword array is not overly challenging. Yet, he is acutely aware that his current strength does not suffice to overshadow the entirety of the Heavenly Sword Sect. To uncover the secrets surrounding the seals of his past life, he must discreetly infiltrate the sect and seek opportunities to investigate gradually. Though he cannot fully unleash his potential, Gu Xuanqing recognizes that to gain the attention of the Heavenly Sword Sect, he must exhibit a certain degree of talent. Sixfold sword intent. Within the bamboo forest, Gu Xuanqing indeed restrains himself, yet his performance still elicits exclamations of astonishment from several elders overseeing the formation. To reach the early stage of the illusory void realm and comprehend sixfold sword intent is remarkable. With further refinement, his future prospects are boundless. Indeed, while he may not rival the two young ladies brought back by Elder Outyin a few days prior, he is still an exceptional talent. Today's gathering of elders has yielded considerable rewards. The Heavenly Sword Sect places great importance on sword affinity, both in selecting disciples and in the entrance trials. The entrance formation is guarded in turns by elders from each peak, and during their watch, disciples who pass the assessment will be initiated into that particular peak. As 3 days elapsed, Gu Xuanqing, who had initially been merely perfunctory in his defenses, suddenly discovers a newfound understanding of the sword. The memories from his past life, steeped in scholarly pursuits, have accompanied him into this world. Yet, mere words cannot compare to first-hand experience. With each swing of his sword, the coordination between his body and the spirit sword becomes increasingly refined, achieving a near-perfect amalgamation. This sensation is one Gu Xuanqing has never experienced before. Immersed in this epiphany, he enters a state of complete oblivion. Gradually, an enigmatic force coalesced around Gu Xuanqing, as boundless sword intent took form. The bamboo leaves that ventured into this realm were instantly crushed to smithereens. Alas, the 7th level of sword intent, the sword domain has begun to take shape. In the heart of the bamboo grove, Elder Wentian observed this scene through the array's projection, his astonishment renewed. Elder Tianhong also rose from his seat. Realizing that time was of the essence, should others from different peaks discover his talent, they would undoubtedly disregard all decorum to seize him. Elder Wentian remarked, "Indeed, we must quietly escort him to Wuwei Peak, ensuring that no one becomes aware of his presence." Elder Tianhong countered, "How can we conceal him? The disciples of the sect are required to visit Wenjian Peak each month to listen to the sword's teachings." A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Elder Wentian's eyes. "The servant disciples do not need to attend." Elder Tianhong shook his head. "Servant disciples? Do you think they are foolish? Anyone who can initially comprehend the sword domain in the Ruoxu realm would certainly recognize their own exceptional talent." Elder Wentian chuckled. "The world is unaware of the depth of our Tianjian sect. We merely need to convey to him that such talent is only worthy of being a servant disciple within our ranks." As he spoke, a grayish-white aura materialized in Elder Wentian's hand. "Are you planning to invoke the ancestor's sword intent?" Elder Wentian exclaimed in shock. The ancestor's sword intent, a legacy left by the founder of the Tianjian sect, when activated, grants immense sword intent and unparalleled combat prowess for a brief period. This has also been one of the fundamental techniques passed down through generations in the Tianjian sect. However, as time has passed, the remnants of the ancestor's sword intent have dwindled, and the fragment in Elder Wentian's possession was earned through his near-fatal sacrifices for the sect. A resolute determination shone in Elder Wentian's eyes. Deception requires investment. Otherwise, how could one believe that with our understanding of sword intent, he could merely be a servant disciple? With a fierce gaze, Elder Wentian shattered the sword intent, and instantly, the other elders present were imbued with its essence, their imposing aura shifting dramatically. Gu Xuanqing was entirely immersed in the profound realm of sword intent, oblivious to the events unfolding within the Tianjian sect. Halt! A sudden, thunderous shout jolted him awake. Several piercing sword intents swept toward him, and Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened as he observed the chaos around him, inwardly lamenting his predicament. He had originally intended to pass the sect's assessment to join them, yet now he had inadvertently disrupted their bamboo grove. Elder Wentian regarded Gu Xuanqing with disdain, snorting coldly. You, young man, in 3 days, cannot even breach this bamboo grove. With such talent, do you aspire to join the Tianjin sect? What is this Tianjin sect? Who are you? Though he had an inkling, Gu Xuanqing understood that the Tianjin sect valued the connection to the sword, and he must feign ignorance. Simultaneously, he felt a profound shock. Wasn't he the entrance requirement to endure 10 days in the bamboo grove? Now it had changed to breaching the grove in 3 days to qualify? As his thoughts whirled, he gazed at the sword intent flowing from the individuals before him. And he was secretly astounded. This sword intent was nearing the Emperor of Swords' comprehension of the sword path. Indeed, it has been over 10,000 years since I last visited the Tianjin sect. Given the current elevation of its strength, it is only natural for the expectations placed upon disciples to have risen correspondingly. Had I known this from the outset, I would not have held back. As Gu Xuanqing's thoughts spiraled, a few individuals began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the Tianjin sect. Are you esteemed seniors of the Tianjin sect? Gu Xuanqing feigned astonishment and hastily inquired. Esteemed seniors, I must confess that I held back earlier. Might I have another attempt? If I cannot infiltrate the Tianjin sect in this manner, I shall be left with no choice but to force my way in. However, the mere presence of a few elders exudes such formidable prowess that Gu Xuanqing lacked the confidence to confront them. With your aptitude, even 10 opportunities would be in vain. While the elders were equally curious to witness Gu Xuanqing's true capabilities unrestrained, the damage to the bamboo grove had undoubtedly alerted the sect. Others would soon arrive, and they needed to swiftly deceive Gu Xuanqing into heading to Wuwei Peak. With a sigh, Wen Yang said, Wuwei Peak is currently in need of a servant disciple. Would you be willing to join us? Servant? I am willing. I am willing. I only seek to enter the Tianjin sect. Gu Xuanqing cared little for his status. Very well, follow us, Wen Yang declared as he produced a flying spiritual artifact. A 6th-tier flying spiritual artifact? Gu Xuanqing's brows furrowed slightly. Seemingly perceiving Gu Xuanqing's apprehensions, Wen Yang retorted, as sword cultivators, we traverse the world with naught but our swords. We do not require any flying artifacts. Had it not been for your insufficient cultivation, we would not have entertained such a notion. Ah, I understand now, Gu Xuanqing conceded, realizing the truth in Wen Yang's words. Elder Tianhong, you shall remain here to handle the matters at hand while we return to the peak. Leaving Elder Tianhong behind, the group ascended towards Wuwei Peak aboard the flying artifact. The sect members would be arriving shortly, and Tianhong needed to ensure everything was in order. Otherwise, it would be difficult to retain Gu Xuanqing at Wuwei Peak. As one of the 7 ancient sects, the Tianjin sect's splendor is unparalleled, even in comparison to the ancient sanctuaries of yore. Observing Gu Xuanqing gazing about in wonder, Elder Wen Yang admonished, do not extend your head out. Are you seeking death? Will this be dangerous? Gu Xuanqing queried in astonishment. Elder Wen Yang scoffed, dangerous, indeed. Since you have heard of the Tianjin sect's renown, do you know why it has endured for over 10,000 years on the Qingyan continent? Why? Gu Xuanqing was genuinely intrigued. Elder Wen Yang smirked, because our sect possesses a competitive mechanism that is unparalleled by other forces. Among peers, when one party initiates a challenge, the other cannot refuse, and the battle is fought without regard for life or death. Though you are currently but a servant disciple, disciples of your generation may challenge you as well. Do you believe you possess the ability to protect your life now? Gu Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Has the Tianjin sect changed so drastically? Or have I entered a counterfeit Tianjin sect? Seeing Gu Xuanqing's bewilderment, Elder Wen Yang nodded with satisfaction. Thus, until you become an official disciple, it is best to refrain from interacting with anyone to avoid unnecessary perils. I will heed your counsel. Although Gu Xuanqing found the rules of the Tianjin sect somewhat peculiar, he was indeed reluctant to invite trouble. Chapter 81. This disciple is difficult to manage. The flying spiritual artifact landed steadily on Wuwei Peak. Several elders escorted Gu Xuanqing to the puppet hall, where he would be responsible for the daily maintenance of these puppets. Is that all? He inquired, gazing at the 5 sword puppets with a hint of confusion. The puppets, akin to humanoid spirit tools crafted by array masters, possessed a rigid form devoid of life, making them ideal sparring partners. Maintenance, in essence, entailed routine cleaning and replacing the spirit stones when depleted, a task seemingly trivial. However, the notion of being confined to the puppet hall left Gu Xuanqing feeling somewhat disheartened. Elder Wen Yang chuckled, do you believe it to be simple? The puppets of our Tianjin sect are far from ordinary. They never cease their attacks, and you must embed spirit stones into them amidst their onslaughts every day. Do you comprehend? Gu Xuanqing replied, that still seems quite easy. Unfazed, Elder Wen Yang frowned. If you think it's so simple, then go ahead and give it a try. Understood, Gu Xuanqing responded, stepping forward. As soon as he departed, Elder Qingying whispered, Elder Wen Yang, those are the sword puppets used for the formal disciple assessment. What if he gets hurt? Elder Weniang replied, with this boy's talent, he likely has some renown outside. If we don't temper his spirit now, he may become difficult to manage later. With us watching, what harm could come to him? Elder Qingying nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. Having previously concealed his abilities, Gu Xuanqing was now determined to showcase his skills and seize the opportunity to impress, hoping to secure a position as a formal disciple and perhaps gain a broader scope of activities. With this in mind, he retrieved several spirit stones from the spirit stone platform and, in a flash, appeared before the 5 sword puppets. As he approached, the puppets immediately launched their attacks. Seemingly coordinated with a combination technique, their sword intent swirling with a chilling brilliance, blending offense and defense. Yet, to Gu Xuanqing, this was merely a jest. Activating his movement technique, he deftly maneuvered through what appeared to be perilous gaps, evading the oncoming sword lights. To the astonishment of Elder Wentiang and the others, Gu Xuanqing returned to his original position, reporting, "The spirit stones have been embedded." Elder Wentiang's lips twitched in disbelief. He had never anticipated such profound mastery of movement from Gu Xuanqing. "What do you mean by done? We are the Tianjin sect. Employing movement techniques for this task is inadequate. You must wield your sword. If the miscellaneous disciples merely carry out menial tasks, what significance would the previous assessment hold? This is not merely a chore. It is also a trial for your growth. You cannot rely on movement techniques. First, place the spirit stone at the sword tip, then embed it into the puppet's body. Do you understand?" Hearing Elder Weniang's reprimand, the other elders furrowed their brows in concern. Was this old rascal being too unreasonable? Given their own levels of cultivation, shattering a puppet was certainly no challenge, yet executing Elder Weniang's method amidst the puppet's relentless attacks was a feat even they might struggle to achieve. Gu Xuanqing broke into a cold sweat, realizing that in his eagerness to impress, he had overlooked the core tenet of the Tianjin sect, which revered the sword above all. As a mere servant disciple, to abandon the sword in favor of agility, wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Gu Xuanqing hastily exclaimed, "I acknowledge my mistake. I shall start anew." With that, he turned once more towards the sword puppet. "What do you mean by starting anew? The spirit stones on the sword puppet have already been fully embedded." Just as Elder Wentian reprimanded him, Gu Xuanqing formed a hand seal, channeling 5 streams of spiritual radiance simultaneously into the core of the puppet's formation, causing 5 puppets to freeze in place instantly. He understands formations? How is that possible? Only the elder of the formation hall can control the sword puppet. Shock filled the eyes of the onlookers. Despite being elders of the Wuwei Peak, they were utterly ignorant of the control methods for the sword puppet. Elder Wentian, however, wore an expression of delight as he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have stumbled upon a treasure." Indeed, originally, Gu Xuanqing's innate talent for swordsmanship was already sufficient to prompt them to employ the ancestral sword intent to subdue him. But now he astonishingly exhibited extraordinary prowess in formations as well. While they were still reeling from their astonishment, Gu Xuanqing had already activated the sword puppet. As the puppet launched its attack, he placed the spirit stones atop the sword's tip. He understood the necessity to perform admirably, otherwise, being expelled from the Tianjin sect would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Xuanqing refrained from evading, relying solely on his exquisite sword techniques to counter the sword puppet. Fortunately, although these puppets employed powerful moves, they could not convey overwhelming sword intent, providing Gu Xuanqing with ample room to maneuver. After all, when it came to the intricacy of techniques, he brimmed with confidence. With a series of soft clicks, Gu Xuanqing placed spirit stones back onto the puppet one by one, causing the faces of Elder Wentian and the other elders to change dramatically. Elder Qingying swallowed hard and said, "Gentlemen, if we were of the same realm and utilized only sword intents of equivalent levels, do you think we could defeat him?" Excited yet somewhat apprehensive, Elder Wentian replied, "Fortunately, we previously employed the ancestral sword intent. I shall intimidate him shortly." While the elders conversed, Gu Xuanqing had already retracted his sword. "Elders, I am capable of fulfilling this task," Gu Xuanqing declared, fearing expulsion from the Tianjin sect. Elder Wentian feigned profundity as he commented, "To embed a few spirit stones and achieve 17 moves, there is still room for improvement." Indeed, Gu Xuanqing acknowledged, though he believed his previous sword techniques to be nearly flawless. However, considering that the Tianjin sect was founded on swordsmanship, he conceded somewhat. "Since today's task is complete, let us step outside, and I shall offer guidance on your cultivation," Elder Wentian said as he turned to exit the puppet hall. Gu Xuanqing hurriedly followed suit. Outside the puppet hall, Elder Wentian tossed a weathered scroll to Gu Xuanqing. "This is the foundational sword technique for servant disciples of our Tianjin sect. Should you fail to grasp the true essence of the sword technique within 10 days, you will have to leave." Gu Xuanqing received the scroll, a slight frown creasing his brow. A low-tier heavenly sword technique? It was truly remarkable that, after a millennium of legacy, the Tianjin sect deemed this low-tier heavenly sword technique suitable only as an entry-level sword technique for servant disciples. Yet, as a dignified imperial master, did he truly require 10 days to comprehend a heavenly sword technique? However, the expression of Gu Xuanqing was one of astonishment in the eyes of Elder Wentian, who then nodded in satisfaction. I understand that 10 days is a rather short duration, but to become a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, one must achieve what others cannot. Very well, allow me to demonstrate for you. How much you comprehend will depend upon your own capabilities. With a sharp command, Elder Wentian conjured a spirit sword in his hand. A 6th-tier spirit sword? Gu Xuanqing exclaimed in disbelief. In his view, with the sword intent emanating from Wentian, how could he possibly wield such a low-grade sword? Elder Wentian's lips twitched slightly. I fear that the sword intent might affect you, which is why I chose the sword I wielded at the age of 20. Pay close attention. Fearing that Gu Xuanqing might utter something that could harm his pride, Elder Wentian issued a stern command and struck forth with his sword. A beam of radiant light, imbued with boundless sword intent, surged forth like a celestial river descending to the earth. As the sword sliced through the air, a crack several yards wide rapidly spread across the ground. With the sword intent rolling forth from the fissure, seemingly containing endless sharpness, Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was this the realm of myriad laws? The realm of myriad laws is merely a martial level beyond the virtual tier. Although Elder Wentian wielded the power of the peak late stage of the myriad laws, if he possessed only such a realm, it would be impossible for him to have such profound sword comprehension. Even the once exceptionally gifted Sword Emperor of the Sky did not possess such depth of understanding at the realm of myriad laws. Elder Wentian's lips twitched again. I am merely providing a demonstration for you to grasp the sword intent. Why concern yourself with my realm? Do you wish for me to unleash my full power and obliterate the entire Wuwei Peak? Indeed, he was merely demonstrating. Yes, I understand, Master. Gu Xuanqing nodded vigorously. For these 10 days, utilize this sword intent to comprehend the sword technique at your leisure. Whether you can succeed will depend on your talent. With that, Elder Wentian and the others turned to leave. The ancestral sword intent, once activated, serves not only to confront enemies, but can also be harnessed for cultivation and understanding through the intricacies of sword intent. Having successfully impressed Gu Xuanqing, they naturally intended to thoroughly absorb the ancestral sword intent. Gazing into the profound fissure in the earth that harbored the sword intent, Gu Xuanqing felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, as one of the 7 ancient sects, this sword's intent was comparable to that of a sword saint. Yet here in the heavenly sword sect, it could only be wielded by an elder. Moreover, Gu Xuanqing discerned that the sword intent emanating from the other elders was not in the slightest inferior to that of Elder Wentian. No wonder they have endured through the ages. Amidst his reflections, Gu Xuanqing began to peruse the Howling Sky sword technique that Elder Wentian had provided him. This introductory sword technique of the heavenly sword sect appeared to have far too many flaws. Although Gu Xuanqing understood that the technique was rated as a low-grade heavenly tier and thus was bound to have shortcomings, the number of flaws seemed excessive, nearly on par with some high-grade earthly tier techniques. With so many formidable sword cultivators in the heavenly sword sect, how could this serve as their introductory sword technique? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Gu Xuanqing's mind. This was a trial. As he was still merely a servant disciple, it was undoubtedly a test of his abilities. This was to ascertain whether he could identify the flaws within the sword technique and rectify them. Otherwise, how could he be granted 10 days to achieve such a feat? With this thought in mind, Gu Xuanqing returned to the puppet hall, embarking on a renewed study of the Howling Sky sword technique. However, as Gu Xuanqing immersed himself in deep contemplation, a glimmer of light flickered in the mechanical eyes of the 5 sword puppets behind him, which then began to autonomously execute sword moves. These moves were none other than the Howling Sky sword technique he had meticulously restored in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely absorbed in meditation. 10 days swiftly passed. Gu Xuanqing was diligently transcribing the reorganized sword technique when Elder Wentian entered the room. Observing that Gu Xuanqing's aura had not changed in the slightest, Elder Wentian raised an eyebrow and inquired about his progress with the sword technique. To his surprise, Gu Xuanqing had not anticipated the elder's timely arrival and quickly replied, "Elder, I have only completed 2/3 of it. Please grant me a little more time." Elder Wentian was taken aback, recalling that he had spent a full 6 months mastering the Howling Sky sword technique upon entering the sect. The fact that Gu Xuanqing had grasped 2/3 of it in just 10 days was astonishing. Although he felt a surge of joy within, Elder Wentian feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "What? In 10 days, you've only comprehended 2/3? With such talent, you might find it challenging to remain here as a mere disciple." Upon hearing that even the status of a servant disciple was in jeopardy, Gu Xuanqing hurriedly responded, Elder Wentian, please do not rush. Grant me just a little more time, and I will be done shortly. He then resumed his transcription. What are you writing? Elder Wentian approached with curiosity. Gu Xuanqing explained as he wrote, Elder, you intentionally provided me with a disordered version of the Howling Sky Sword technique to test whether I could identify the errors and restore the original technique, correct? In fact, I have already identified all the errors. I have merely transcribed 2/3 of it, and I shall finish shortly. Disordered? Original technique? Elder Wentian found Gu Xuanqing's words somewhat perplexing. However, when his gaze fell upon the sword technique Gu Xuanqing was transcribing, he felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being jolted. Is this truly still the Howling Sky Sword technique? He has actually elevated it to a level beyond the heavenly tier, creating a Tao-level sword technique? In just 10 days, he had not only identified the flaws in the Howling Sky Sword technique, but had also rectified them, thus birthing a new iteration of the Howling Sky Sword technique. My heavens, is this still a mere mortal? Were it not for Gu Xuanqing's cultivation being at the Void Realm, Elder Wentian would have certainly mistaken him for a hidden master of extraordinary prowess. Steady yourself. I must not reveal my astonishment. The success of Wu Wei Peak at the 10,000 Peaks Conference hinges on this young man. I must ensure he remains unaware of the terrifying potential he possesses. Amidst his astonishment, Elder Wentian diligently controlled his emotions. Once Gu Xuanqing finished transcribing the sword technique and looked up, Elder Wentian shook his head with a sigh, saying, well, although you have taken longer than anticipated, you have indeed put in effort. I shall grant you another opportunity. This is the Grand Luo Zhou Tian sword technique. And you have only 10 days. Taking back the sword technique, Gu Xuanqing sighed inwardly, reflecting that the sword cultivation methods of the Tianjin sect had their merits. Yet he had never considered employing such an approach when he taught his own disciples in the past. As Gu Xuanqing delved into the Luo Zhou Tian sword technique, Elder Wentian remarked, please provide me with your compiled insights on the Shao Tian sword technique. Each disciple's understanding must be archived within the sect. Noting the time spent and highlighting any errors made. Errors? Gu Xuanqing was taken aback, as this was a compilation he had meticulously crafted. Elder Wentian, might I have a glimpse of the original technique? He silently mused that indeed, reading countless tomes pales in comparison to traversing myriad miles. No matter how enriched one's theory may be, the path of martial arts ultimately requires the pursuit of answers through practice. Coughing awkwardly, Elder Wentian lamented his own words. Why not simply take the sword technique and leave? Why feign profundity here? Where could he even procure the original technique for Gu Xuanqing? Suddenly, his demeanor turned frosty. You are but a mere servant disciple now. When you meet the requirements and become an official disciple, you shall naturally gain access to the original technique. Chapter 83. Am I to be expelled from the sect? Holding the Luo Zhou Tian sword technique in his hands, Gu Xuanqing became increasingly earnest. Although he had cultivated numerous imperial realms, such heights merely represented the pinnacle of Qingyun continent's power and did not encapsulate his own unblemished path to the Tao. The Tianjin sect might harbor secrets related to his seal, suggesting they could possess profundities that transcend the Qingyun continent. Indeed, the inconsistencies in the Luo Zhou Tian sword technique appeared far less pronounced than those in the Shao Tian sword technique. Yet, Gu Xuanqing did not allow himself to relax. He understood that the Tianjin sect had likely concealed the flaws even more subtly, increasing the challenge at hand. With only 10 days remaining, he immediately seated himself to ponder diligently. Simultaneously, the sword puppet behind him began to replicate the sword moves that were currently swirling in Gu Xuanqing's mind. How much had he comprehended? At that moment, Elder Wentian, having just returned to the Wu Wei Hall, was swiftly encircled by several other elders, clearly intrigued by Gu Xuanqing's talent. Elder Tianhong observed, you appear rather shaken. Could it be that he has fully comprehended the technique? Elder Qingying immediately shook his head, refuting the notion. Impossible, though he possesses some talent. The Shao Tian sword technique is vast and profound. If he were to grasp 60 or 70% within 10 days, we at Wu Wei Peak would be burning incense in gratitude. Behold for yourselves, Elder Wentian replied, presenting Gu Xuanqing's meticulously transcribed sword technique anew. My heavens! He has revised the Shao Tian sword technique? The elders were astonished, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Suddenly, a formidable sword intent emanated from Elder Qingying. Was his sword domain on the verge of a breakthrough? As they sensed the transformation within Elder Qingying, their astonishment deepened. Initially, Elder Wentian had activated a strand of ancestral sword intent to daunt Gu Xuanqing, sharing it among the others. They had dedicated themselves to 10 days of earnest cultivation. Though they had all made progress, a breakthrough still lay ahead. Yet now, Gu Xuanqing's sword technique had propelled Elder Qingying to the brink of a breakthrough. Although the others did not exhibit the immediate results that Elder Qingying did, they were all aware of the sword technique and understood that if they diligently practiced it, breakthroughs would soon follow. Though astonished, they refrained from disturbing Qingying's moment of enlightenment and exited the grand hall. Amidst the shock, Elder Tianhong wore a troubled expression and inquired of Elder Wentian what they should do. With such talent, it seemed that their Wu-Wei peak would struggle to retain him. After all, he could even modify the sword technique. How could they intimidate him? High talent alone. But leveraging the name of the Tianjian sect could still serve as a facade. Proudly, Elder Wentian recounted his exchanges with Gu Xuanqing. Indeed, the talent was exceptional. The other elders, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously in approval. Elder Wentian continued, stating that although they had managed to impress him for the moment, they must prevent him from interacting with others, lest their ruse be discovered. You must warn Wang Jun and the others to keep their distance from the puppet hall. The elders nodded in agreement, somewhat self-deprecatingly remarking that it seemed there were advantages to having fewer disciples at Wu-Wei Peak. With only 3 disciples, notifications were rather straightforward. As Elder Tianhong went to inform the other disciples, the other elders resumed their own cultivation. The Shaodian sword technique was originally a medium-level technique within the Tianjian sect, and they had initially misled Gu Xuanqing into believing it was merely an entry-level technique for servants to exaggerate the sect's prowess. Now that Gu Xuanqing had refined it into a Dao-level sword technique, they were unwilling to miss the opportunity. Unbeknownst to Gu Xuanqing, who had nearly exceeded the time with the Shaodian sword technique, he became even more diligent in seeking flaws within the Deluo Zhou-Tian sword technique. Indeed, it was no wonder that Elder Wentian had mentioned his understanding of the Shaodian sword technique was still lacking. Through relentless effort, Gu Xuanqing spent 8 days transcribing the improved Deluo Zhou-Tian sword technique and recognized his own shortcomings. He realized that within his own sword technique, there were hidden flaws concealing numerous mysteries. However, just as Gu Xuanqing had stored away the completed manuscript, he noticed that the sword puppets behind him lay motionless on the ground. In his fervor to cultivate the sword technique, he had neglected to place spirit stones for the puppets. Though the Tianjian sect was exceptional in swordsmanship, the array was indeed lacking. These sword puppets had not activated for a considerable time, and their consumption of spirit stones was surprisingly high. With a sigh, Gu Xuanqing approached the spirit stone platform, retrieved a spirit stone, and placed it on the sword tip, initiating the process. As the first spirit stone was embedded, one of the sword puppets sprang to life, lunging towards Gu Xuanqing with its sword drawn. The sword intent was at the 8th level, but this was the 9th level of sword intent. Gu Xuanqing's expression shifted. When he had first interacted with the sword puppets, they had not been this formidable. Although the sword puppets could not manifest a sword domain, the combination of the 9th level of sword intent and their formidable strength, comparable to that of a returning reality warrior, left Gu Xuanqing astonished. There was no time to embed a spirit stone into the second puppet. Gu Xuanqing had no choice but to withdraw and defend himself. The clash of sword and puppet resounded through the air as he retreated, the sounds of metal ringing in quick succession. Shaodian sword technique, Deluo Zhou-Tian sword technique. Indeed, the sword puppet of the Heavenly Sword Sect is remarkable, possessing not only the sect's sword techniques, but also exhibiting an innate prowess that far surpasses the chaotic sword techniques bestowed upon him by Elder Wentian. It is evident that this puppet has mastered the original sword techniques. During their confrontation, the spiritual stone perched upon the tip of Gu Xuanqing's sword was knocked to the ground, compelling him to retreat to the spiritual platform to retrieve another stone. It is no wonder that Elder Wentian previously remarked that even the role of a mere servant disciple within the Heavenly Sword Sect requires extraordinary strength. The ease with which Gu Xuanqing initially managed should have been attributed to the presence of Elder Wentian, who suppressed the puppet's power with his sword intent. Despite having numerous methods to counter the sword puppet, Gu Xuanqing's pride rendered him unwilling to resort to such tactics. If this task is designated for servant disciples, it implies that even they can embed spiritual stones into swords within the sect. Surely, a master such as himself should be capable as well. The temporary setback ignited Gu Xuanqing's fighting spirit, and he prepared another spiritual stone to charge forward once more. Little did he know that although these sword puppets lacked sentience, the profound insights he emitted while comprehending the Shaodian sword technique and the Dazhou Luotian sword technique had infused his modified sword techniques into the puppets themselves. One could assert that the puppets' understanding of these sword techniques had far surpassed that of Elder Wentian and his peers, who merely studied from manuscript copies. Moreover, the puppets were inherently stronger than Gu Xuanqing, and now he had to not only withstand their attacks, but also embed spiritual stones into the bodies of other puppets. A task that could be deemed as nothing short of hellish in its difficulty. As time pressed on, Gu Xuanqing began to feel anxious, with merely 2 days remaining. Would Elder Wentian expel him from the Heavenly Sword Sect upon discovering his inability to embed even a single spiritual stone into a sword puppet? Chapter 84. The Tribulations of Wuwei Peak Naturally. This further fueled Gu Xuanqing's determination. Spiritual stones were repeatedly knocked to the ground, yet Gu Xuanqing rose time and again. Throughout this process, his integration with the sword continuously evolved, leading him to realize that the innate comprehension of the Tao he possessed required a prolonged period of practical application to truly flourish. Now was the perfect opportunity. Gradually, Gu Xuanqing's understanding of the two sword techniques deepened, clarifying why Elder Wentian had once remarked upon his inadequacies regarding the Shaotian sword technique. While Gu Xuanqing made strides in his progress, the sword puppet's comprehension remained stagnant, tethered to Gu Xuanqing's earlier insights during his study, thus widening the gap between them. Finally, Gu Xuanqing succeeded in embedding a spiritual stone into one of the sword puppets. However, this achievement meant he would now face not just one, but two sword puppets, complicating his subsequent endeavors. With both puppets attacking simultaneously, Gu Xuanqing was forced to retreat repeatedly. Yet, his personal growth also illuminated the realization that even in the humble role of a servant within the puppet hall, seemingly inconsequential, there lies a profound form of cultivation. From the moment he could remember, even during his past life as a Qi Refinement practitioner for millennia, Gu Xuanqing had always guided others, never experiencing such a learning journey himself. This newfound sensation invigorated Gu Xuanqing's spirit, emboldening him to fight with ever-increasing fervor. As the day passed, Gu Xuanqing finally embedded spirit stones into the four sword puppets, yet the fifth remained elusive. Confronted by the formidable attacks of the sword puppets, whose power surpassed his own and whose comprehension of the sword path was nearly equivalent, Gu Xuanqing found it nearly impossible to breach the impenetrable web of swords. Even with his agility, although his dantian was far superior to that of an average person, the depletion of his spiritual and law energies after 2 days of relentless sword strikes left him with little remaining. With the 10-day deadline set by Elder Wentian approaching, Gu Xuanqing, in desperation, formed a formation seal, causing the four sword puppets to cease their movements. He then stepped forward to embed the spirit stone into the fifth puppet, retreating afterward to release the binding on the puppets. After completing this task, Gu Xuanqing felt a flush of embarrassment. In his quest to remain at the Tianjin sect, he had resorted to cheating to fulfill a task meant for a mere servant disciple. As Gu Xuanqing gasped for breath to recover his expended energy, Elder Wentian approached. Observing the weary expression on Gu Xuanqing's face, the elder, albeit with some concern, inquired about his progress as the deadline had arrived. Gu Xuanqing, equally apprehensive, dared not meet the elder's gaze. "Elder, I am prepared," he replied cautiously, producing the transcribed Tianluo Zhou Tian sword technique. Elder Wentian took it into his hands and was once again astonished. If the previous Shaotian sword technique had merely reached a mid-level proficiency, this Deluo Zhou Tian sword technique had attained the pinnacle of sword techniques. Suppressing his astonishment, Elder Wentian nodded slightly. "There is some improvement compared to the previous Shaotian sword technique. This is the storm sword technique. Continue your studies." Gu Xuanqing, filled with trepidation, asked, "Will it still be 10 days? While identifying the weaknesses in the sword techniques was manageable, the time-consuming nature of the puppets posed a significant challenge. What if it isn't? Naturally, if you do not wish to become a formal disciple of the Tianjin sect and prefer to remain in the puppet hall for all eternity, then your time is unbounded." Elder Wentian replied curtly, "I will strive to improve." Gu Xuanqing nodded vigorously. The subsequent days became the most humbling of his 2 lifetimes. He came to fully understand Elder Wentian's intentions. With each sword technique he comprehended, the elder would unseal a corresponding sword technique for the puppets, resulting in increasingly powerful adversaries. Over the course of 6 months, he consistently relied on the formation's deception to complete the embedding of spirit stones into the puppets. Nevertheless, throughout this journey, Gu Xuanqing's understanding of the sword reached unprecedented heights, while his own cultivation advanced to the late stage of the returning void realm. A mere step away from the returning reality realm. What an extraordinary phenomenon is this? Elder Wentian and the others grew anxious. The pressing concern was no longer the nature of this anomaly, but rather what sword technique they could provide him with upon their next encounter. The assembly of elders furrowed their brows in collective contemplation. The sword technique of Wuwei Peak has been revised by Gu Xuanqing. Although the old fellows wielding the modified technique continue to break through their limits, the pressing issue is their lack of new sword techniques to present. Of course, they possess lower-tier techniques, but wouldn't that raise Gu Xuanqing's suspicions? The ancestral sword intent has already been utilized. If Gu Xuanqing grows doubtful and cannot be subdued, what then? Elder Tianhong tentatively suggested promoting him to a formal disciple. A formal disciple? Who among you would teach him? Elder Wentian inquired. Over the past 6 months, it has become evident that Gu Xuanqing has surpassed them in all but realm. When it comes to comprehension of the sword, even they find themselves lacking. The assembly frowned, pondering their predicament. The competition among the various peaks within the Tianjin sect is fierce, and with Wu Wei Peak's dwindling talent, Gu Xuanqing stands as their final hope. Should he be enticed away by another peak, Wu Wei Peak may very well face expulsion from the Tianjin sect after the 10,000 Peaks Conference. Simultaneously, they understood that once Gu Xuanqing learns the truth, he would likely be more inclined to join another peak. At that moment, disciples Qin Wan of Outyin Peak and Qi Chuxing arrived to pay their respects. Just as the elders were deliberating, disciple Wang Jun rushed over in haste. Elder Wentian's gaze sharpened, paying respects? Outyin Peak is indeed overstepping. Elder Tianhong also furrowed his brow, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Qin Wan, a descendant of the Qin Tian Sword Emperor, possesses the Qin Tian Emperor Sword, while Wan Chuxing has grasped the 8th level of sword intent and has already solidified her sword domain. They have already challenged 72 peaks, yet now they seek to encroach upon Wu Wei Peak? This is nothing short of bullying. According to the rules of the Tianjin sect, however, no peak may refuse such visits. Wang Jun's lips twitched as he recalled Wan Chuxing's words. They were aware of Wu Wei Peak's circumstances, but Elder Outyin had instructed them to contend against 100 peaks. They merely intended to pass through Wu Wei Peak and reassured them not to worry, as they would finish quickly. This is outrageous, Elder Wentian exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. I see this as an opportunity. Perhaps they could teach Gu Xuanqing a lesson, instilling in him the awareness that there are many strong figures within the Tianjin sect. Elder Tianhong mused, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Chapter 85. The Terrifying Sword Puppet. Hold on. Just as Elder Wentian was about to nod in agreement, Elder Qingying interjected. Although these two have recently gained fame, can you guarantee that they are indeed stronger than Gu Xuanqing? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent once more. Elder Qingying continued, moreover, even if they can defeat Gu Xuanqing, the news of such a sword genius from Wu Wei Peak would inevitably spread. It is worth noting that Gu Xuanqing is still merely a disciple of miscellaneous duties, should other peaks seek to recruit him. Elder Wentian quickly asserted. We cannot allow that. It is absolutely vital that Gu Xuanqing does not meet them. The others nodded in agreement. However, since they from Outyin Peak wish to provoke us, we shall not allow them to have it easy. Elder Wentian remarked coldly. Although the battles of recent years have been simplified to mere contests between disciples, according to the rules, they must first traverse our Wu Wei Peak's puppet hall before engaging with our disciples. Indeed, let us irritate them a little. Even if we are destined to lose, we must ensure that others understand that those who come to Wu Wei Peak to pay their respects must first perform before the sword puppets in front of everyone. The other elders nodded in agreement. Without further ado, I will retrieve Gu Xianshun from the puppet hall while you welcome our guests. Once they reached a consensus, they immediately parted ways. Elder Wentian, I still need a bit more time with that sword technique. Upon the sudden appearance of Elder Wentian, Gu Xianshun felt somewhat perplexed. As it was only the 6th day, Elder Wentian nodded slightly. Although your talent is somewhat lacking, I have been observing your efforts over the past 6 months. However, the Tsang Hai sword technique is not easily comprehended. I shall offer you an opportunity. Follow me. Oh, Gu Xianshun replied, his brow furrowing slightly. In his view, the Tsang Hai sword technique was not particularly difficult. Could it be that his understanding was still insufficient? Following Elder Wentian out of the puppet hall, they soon arrived before a magnificent waterfall. The waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way, the roaring waters crashing down, and even from over 10 zhang away, Gu Xianshun could feel the mist enveloping him. You shall contemplate here. In 4 days, I will come to assess your understanding of the Tsang Hai sword technique. Elder Wentian cast this remark before turning to leave, disregarding Gu Xianshun. This is not right, Gu Xianshun thought as he gazed at the waterfall, his brow furrowed. The Tsang Hai sword technique, while derived from water, embodies not only the fury of the sea, but also the gentleness of water. A waterfall flows down with ferocity, yet lacks resilience. This does not make sense. Could it be that my initial direction was incorrect, prompting Elder Wentian to bring me here for correction? The battles with the sword puppets over the past 6 months had instilled an unprecedented level of self-doubt in Gu Xianshun, compelling him to sit in meditation and reconsider the relationship between the Tsang Hai sword technique and the waterfall. You from Wu Wei Peak have gone too far. Ling Shimi and Wan Shimi have come to pay their respects, and you actually require them to first battle in the puppet hall? Elder Wentian had just returned and found many young disciples in the puppet hall protesting for the two women. What is happening? Elder Wentian inquired. We greet Elder Wentian. Though they felt displeased, respect for her status prevailed, and both Qin Wan and Wan Chuxing, along with their companions, offered their salutations. Elder Tianhong approached and said, They are all suitors of Qin Wan and Wan Chuxing, and they are currently standing up for them. Elder Wentian surveyed the scene, her lips twitching slightly. Good heavens! Behind the two women stood dozens of male disciples, many of whom hailed from the top 10 peaks. Realizing the situation, she understood. The two women were not only exceptionally beautiful, but also displayed remarkable talent and strength. Not to mention those male disciples, if she were decades younger, she would perhaps join their ranks as well. Although she had not anticipated matters escalating to this point, Wu Wei Peak had no option for retreat now that they had arrived at this juncture. After all, they are esteemed elders of the Tianjin sect. It is unlikely they would be intimidated by the formation of their disciples. The initiation into the puppet hall is a tradition established by our ancestors. Are you questioning the sacred teachings of the Tianjin sect? With a sharp reprimand from Elder Wentian, silence enveloped the venue. The puppets are merely training partners for the newly initiated disciples, posing no threat to them whatsoever. Thus, the so-called tradition has long been disregarded. However, if Elder Wentian insists on adhering to the rules, none can oppose him. In light of this, allow me to pay homage to the mountain first today. At that moment, disciple Wan Juanxiang from Tianshao Peak stepped forward. Everyone is aware that my Wan Juanxiang practices the Thunder Sword technique, which is primarily offensive. Should I inadvertently harm the puppet of Wu Wei Peak, I hope the elders will not hold it against me. Faced with Wan Juanxiang's veiled threat, Elder Wentian, caught in a dilemma, could only grit his teeth and reply, as long as you possess that capability, feel free to dismantle the puppets. Very well. Then I shall not hold back. Wan Juanxiang cast a triumphant glance at Qin Wan and Wan Chuxing before striding towards the puppets. Since the two sisters scornfully refused to lower themselves to enter the puppet hall, dismantling the puppets on their behalf would surely win their favor. Indeed, other male disciples, who had similarly realized this, regretted not having thought of it sooner. With a commanding shout, Wan Juanxiang had already swung his sword towards the 5 puppets. Eager to impress the two beauties, he held nothing back. The sword transformed into a thunderous force, violet light illuminating the horizon, his sword intent reaching 7-fold. The sword domain taking shape. In an instant, countless bolts of purple lightning formed a space, enveloping both the 5 puppets and himself. The sword domain. Unless confronted with a stronger domain power, he would reign as the sovereign of this realm. Yet, as the spectators marveled at Wan Juanxiang's sword domain, suddenly, before their eyes, flashes of lightning erupted, layers upon layers of thunderous sword domains materializing from thin air, continuously merging with Wan Juanxiang's own domain. The thunder roared, the sound of clashing, swords piercing and sharp. With a cry of despair, Wan Juanxiang, disheveled and tattered, was sent sprawling to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. The puppets have comprehended the sword domain. Not only Wan Juanxiang, but all present were left dumbfounded. Which peak does not possess puppets? Yet, those have long ceased to be a mere game for them, while the 5 puppets of Wu Wei Peak have utterly transformed their understanding. Wan Juanxiang, considered among the more capable of the younger generation within the Tianjin sect, had been defeated in mere moments, using his most prized thunder sword technique. Indeed, it was not only the disciples who were perplexed. The elders of Wu Wei Peak shared the same bewilderment. What has transpired with these puppets? At that moment, Qin Wan and Wan Chuxing also stepped forward. We acted rashly earlier. We kindly ask the elders for forgiveness as we now request to enter the puppet hall. At this juncture, Qin Wan and Wan Chuxing recognized that Wu Wei Peak had not intended to humiliate them. Rather, the prowess of their puppets was truly extraordinary. Witnessing the strength of the puppets ignited their competitive spirits. Chapter 86. The seizure of the sword puppets. At this moment, several bewildered elders of the Wu Wei Peak were eager to discern the true nature of these sword puppets. Wan Chuxing proposed, Sister Wan, allow me to take the lead. You observe for now. Due to Gu Xuanqing's influence, Wan Chuxing had come to regard Qin Wan as her elder sister, positioning herself as the younger sibling. Despite Qin Wan's repeated revelations regarding Gu Xuanqing's true identity during their 6 months at the Tianjin sect, Wan Chuxing, well aware of Gu Xuanqing's formidable prowess, remained skeptical. Witnessing Gu Xuanqing's apparent deception, she chose not to expose the ruse, but instead steadfastly supported Qin Wan. Qin Wan understood that challenges within the puppet hall could not be undertaken simultaneously. Be cautious, she advised. With the precedent set by Wan Juanxiang, Wan Chuxing approached with utmost care. However, as she drew within 3 feet of the sword puppets, 5 of them simultaneously raised their blades in attack. With a fierce shout, Wan Chuxing instantly summoned her sword domain, the Shaodian sword domain and the Deluo Zhoutian sword domain, a dual sword domain. Even the elders, including Wentian, were taken aback by Wan Chuxing's display. It is already a remarkable feat for the younger generation of the Tianjin sect to manifest a sword domain. Yet Wan Chuxing had managed to fuse 2 domains. Their rapid rise to prominence within less than half a year was no mere coincidence. At that moment, the 5 sword puppets divided their formations, with 2 manifesting the Shaotian sword domain and the other 3 conjuring the Deluo Zhou Tian sword domain. Engaging Wan Chuxing in fierce combat. Were these still mere puppets? They had previously summoned the Thunder Sword domain. Now they exhibited these remarkable abilities. Although the puppets lacked Wan Chuxing's capacity to independently merge sword domains, their numerical superiority granted them an advantage in this duel of domains. Furthermore, the power of the sword domains conjured by the puppets appeared to be far more refined than that of Wan Chuxing. Despite Wan Chuxing's diverse techniques, she could only sustain her defense for the duration of a single incense stick. Ultimately, it was through the sword techniques gleaned from the myriad stars diagram that she barely managed to withdraw unscathed, avoiding the disgrace that befell Wan Juanxiang. Witnessing this outcome, Qin Wan realized that her own participation would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Yet, she resolutely stood her ground. The challenge of the 100 Peaks was not merely for display, but rather an opportunity for profound learning. Before her lay the finest chance for growth. Under the oppressive force of the 5 sword puppets wielding identical sword domains, Qin Wan ultimately summoned the Qingtian sword domain. Though her aura was magnificent and her sword intent profound, this was merely a martial exchange. With the intent to avoid utterly dismantling the sword puppets, Qin Wan ultimately succumbed. A profound silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated that the illustrious Tianjian twins, who had triumphed over 72 peaks, would falter at the hands of the Wuwei Peak, the lowest ranked within the Tianjian sect, and to be defeated by mere sword puppets. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your guidance. I take my leave. Yet, neither Qin Wan nor Wan Chuxing felt disheartened. From their recent encounter, they recognized that the sword techniques employed by the puppets were far more intricate than their own. This realization underscored the inadequacy of their comprehension of the sword techniques. Now, their focus must shift to reflecting deeply on the insights gained from this battle, enhancing their understanding of the sword techniques. The protagonist departed, and the other disciples soon followed suit, leaving only the members of Wuwei Peak exchanging glances in bewilderment. Observing the peculiar stares from around them, Elder Wentian inquired, "What are you all looking at me for?" Elder Tianhong chuckled, "Elder Wentian, spare us the pretense. Over the past 6 months, you are the only one who has visited the puppet hall to converse with Gu Xianshan. Are you suggesting that this sword puppet was not your doing? Should we believe it was Gu Xuanchuan's handiwork?" Elder Wentian retorted with irritation, "If I truly possessed such abilities, would Wuwei Peak have fallen to its current state? Moreover, the sword puppet comprehends the sword domain. Who in the sect possesses the skill to endow it with sentience?" Elder Tianhong nodded slightly. Though he too doubted Elder Wentian's capabilities, he could not help but press further. "It truly isn't you?" Elder Wentian replied, "I wish it were, but my strength does not permit it." Elder Qingying shook his head. "Then it is indeed puzzling. Surely this could not have been orchestrated by Gu Xianshan. While he possesses some talent, he cannot possibly reach this level." Soon, others joined in the denial. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in Elder Tianhong's eyes. "Gentlemen, contemplate this possibility." "Elder Tianhong, what are you thinking? Please share." Elder Tianhong nodded. "What if Gu Xuanchuan's talent has attracted the attention of a reclusive elder from our sect, and these sword puppets are the means by which this elder is assisting him in his training?" The others fell silent in confusion. Indeed, the Tianjian sect was known to harbor some ancient and reclusive masters, unlike the whimsical tales concocted by Hu Haiquan of the Xiao sect to placate his disciples. In truth, whenever the Tianjian sect faced dire straits, formidable hidden powers would emerge, ensuring the sect's survival through the ages. Suddenly, Elder Wentian's eyes brightened. "Now that you mention it, I recall that whenever I sought Gu Xianshan for the techniques, he appeared utterly exhausted, as if he had just endured a grueling battle. This suggests he must have recently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the sword puppet." Elder Tianhong nodded again. "If that is the case, everything falls into place. Although Gu Xianshan is exceptionally gifted, his modifications to the techniques have transcended our understanding. But what if it is this reclusive elder, using his hand, who has imparted the revised techniques to us?" Elder Qingying nodded in agreement. "Indeed, yet since this elder has not revealed himself to us, it would be prudent to act as though we know nothing. Exactly, should we inadvertently offend the elder, and he chooses to disregard us, the consequences could be dire. But what shall we do next? The news of this sword puppet will undoubtedly spread throughout the sect within half a day, and surely someone will come seeking it. Regardless, we shall feign ignorance. Even if they wish to take the sword puppet, we will not intervene, as long as they do not discover Gu Xianshan. Keeping Gu Xianshan at Wuwei Peak is tantamount to harboring the reclusive elder here. Do we truly need to concern ourselves with these sword puppets?" After deliberation, the group forged a plan. Indeed, within a mere half day, the esteemed sect leader Luo Chengkong, the venerable elder Yulong of the Array Peak, along with several other prominent elders, graced the Wu-Wei Peak with their presence. Upon examining the sword puppets, they were left in awe. Elder Yulong inquired of Elder Wentian. These sword puppets have transcended to the realm of spiritual implements. Might you consider parting with them for the Array Peak? Rest assured, we shall ensure that Wu-Wei Peak does not suffer any losses. However, before Elder Wentian could respond, Elder Qingfeng of the Jiuju Peak interjected. The understanding of sword techniques exhibited by these puppets far surpasses the records of our Tianjin sect. I propose we prioritize the study of the sword techniques they demonstrate. Thus it should rightfully belong to Jiuju Peak. In light of this discussion regarding sword techniques, a spirited contention arose among the various peak leaders over the 5 sword puppets. Chapter 87. I feel abandoned by the sect after days of diligent study. It became apparent that the 5 sword puppets shared a nearly identical comprehension of the sword path. To avoid offending the various peaks, Elder Wentian reluctantly decided to auction them. This decision significantly enhanced their regard for Wu-Wei Peak. After all, many speculated that this presented a pivotal opportunity for Wu-Wei Peak's rise. Surely, they should retain at least one puppet for themselves. Yet, unbeknownst to the others, the members of Wu-Wei Peak, aware of their own lack of talent and strength, selflessly chose to relinquish this opportunity to their fellow disciples, displaying a commendable sense of nobility. Little did the other peaks realize that during their explorations, Elder Wentian and his associates uncovered that the sword techniques understood by the puppets were, in fact, the handwritten manuscripts held by Gu Xuanqing. With the sword techniques in their possession, what need remain for the sword puppets? It would be more pragmatic to exchange them for resources necessary for cultivation. Amidst their ulterior motives, the auction concluded satisfactorily for all parties involved. Naturally, those peak leaders who failed to acquire a sword puppet felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet they bore no grievances, acknowledging that fortune favored the fortunate. Fortunes had indeed changed. Wu-Wei Peak, once at the bottom of the hierarchy, now found its resources dramatically increased, leaving several members feeling as though they were dreaming. Nevertheless, Elder Wentian maintained his composure. Although the sword puppets were sold to other peak leaders and remained within our Tianjin sect, one could not disregard the possibility of displeasing the reclusive ancestor. These resources must first ensure Gu Xuanqing's cultivation before we gradually distribute the remainder. Elder Tianhong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must not anger the hidden elder, otherwise, how shall we enjoy such benefits in the future? Elder Wentian then instructed. Please arrange the sword puppets that Elder Yulong left behind and restore everything to its original state. I shall seek him out. As the others busied themselves, Elder Wentian approached the waterfall and pretended to inquire. How goes it? Have you gained any insights? Gu Xuanqing rose, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I have greatly benefited. As he spoke, Gu Xuanqing presented the newly organized Songhai sword technique to Elder Wentian. Truly gained insights? Elder Wentian was taken aback. Initially, he had merely intended to lure Gu Xuanqing away from the puppet hall, bringing him to a place with water, yet he had genuinely achieved enlightenment? Upon closer inspection, Elder Wentian realized that the revised Songhai sword technique in his hands bore little resemblance to the original. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is an entirely new sword technique, yet it still maintains the pinnacle standard of the Dao tier. The notion of a self-created sword technique? At this moment, Elder Wentian became increasingly convinced that there must be a master guiding Gu Xuanqing from behind. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary his talent, it would be implausible for him to conceive a sword technique of such caliber within just a few days, given his current realm. Suppressing his astonishment, Elder Wentian felt it necessary to assert control over Gu Xuanqing. Was this still the Songhai sword technique? Since that reclusive elder had refrained from revealing his methods over the past half-year, it indicated that he approved of this approach to nurturing Gu Xuanqing. Compelling Elder Wentian to continue playing his part, Gu Xuanqing's face flushed with embarrassment. He had diligently integrated his insights from observing the waterfall into the Songhai sword technique. But upon reflection, the new sword technique he had forged bore little resemblance to the original. Elder Wentian snorted lightly and said, Enough, enough. Come back to the puppet hall with me. You are wasting my efforts. Upon learning that Elder Wentian intended to take him back, Gu Xuanqing sighed in relief, grateful that he would not be expelled from the sect, at least for now. Upon returning to the puppet hall, Gu Xuanqing noticed that the sword puppet had already been replaced. You still lack some aptitude for sword comprehension. However, in matters of cultivation, haste makes waste. For the time being, refrain from pursuing sword comprehension and focus on these Dao crystals for your training, Elder Wentian remarked, tossing a storage bag to Gu Xuanqing. As Gu Xuanqing scanned the contents of the storage bag with his mental energy, he was taken aback. Could it truly be that all of this was meant for his cultivation? So many? The bag contained no fewer than 3,000 Dao crystals. Was the Tianjin sect truly so generous as to casually bestow such wealth upon a mere servant disciple who might not even remain in the sect? The wealth of the Tianjin sect was astonishing. Despite having taught numerous martial emperors and having encountered many imperial sect legacies, he had never seen a servant disciple receive such treatment. Truly, the 7 ancient sects were formidable, having stood resilient on the Qingyun continent for millennia. Their foundation was indeed extraordinary. However, upon considering his circumstances, Gu Xuanqing hastily inquired, "Elder, could these Dao crystals be exchanged for spirit stones?" Elder Wentian regarded Gu Xuanqing with a look of astonishment before quickly realizing the situation. This lad, although somewhat talented, likely came from a modest background, struggling in the outside world and still holding a perspective limited to spirit stones. With this in mind, Elder Wentian smugly replied, "Spirit stones? Do you think a place like our Tianjin sect would possess such lowly commodities? Focus solely on your cultivation. When you run out of Dao crystals, come to me. There are plenty of Dao crystals, but should you fail to break through to the return to reality realm within a month, do not blame me for expelling you from the Tianjin sect." With that, Elder Wentian turned and strode out, disregarding Gu Xuanqing's reaction. Left alone before the empty door, Gu Xuanqing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If only he had sufficient spirit stones, he could easily break through to the return to reality realm. Not in a month, but in half that time. Yet now, with only these Dao crystals that held no utility for his progress, how could he possibly achieve a breakthrough? With no other options, Gu Xuanqing resolved to make the most of it. Reluctantly, he began to set up a gathering spirit array using the Dao crystals within the puppet hall. And then he reinforced himself with another gathering spirit array using his own methods. After accomplishing all of this, Gu Xuanqing did not hasten to cultivate, but instead chose to infuse the sword puppet with spirit stones. He was acutely aware that this round of cultivation would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. As Gu Xuanqing prepared himself for another fierce battle, he discovered that the sword puppet possessed no capacity for counterattack whatsoever. It dawned on him that Elder Wentian must have recognized his lack of talent and subsequently sealed the sword techniques of the puppet. This was untenable. He had to achieve a breakthrough within the month, or risk being expelled from the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought in mind, Gu Xuanqing, seated in meditation, refrained from practicing the carefree technique. Although the carefree technique was an imperial scripture, it emphasized balance and tranquility, thus its cultivation speed was not particularly swift. Pressed by the circumstances, Gu Xuanqing resorted to practicing another imperial scripture, the frenzied dragon technique, which had been inherited by another disciple, the frenzied dragon martial emperor. As Gu Xuanqing commenced his practice of the frenzied dragon technique, coupled with the dual spirit gathering formations both internal and external, spiritual energy began to surge incessantly into his body. However, at that moment, the 5 sword puppets behind him mimicked his posture and also entered meditation, similarly absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, with additional heavenly laws emanating from the surrounding formations flowing into their forms. Chapter 88. Elder Wentian's kindness no longer daring to aspire for the status of a formal disciple. Gu Xuanqing diligently cultivated, striving only to preserve his nearly abandoned position as a miscellaneous disciple. Outside, Elder Wentian, along with the other impoverished elders of Wuwei Peak, and the 3 senior brothers who were the only ones accompanying Gu Xuanqing on Wuwei Peak, suddenly received an influx of resources, prompting them to cultivate fervently as well. A month quietly slipped by, as the last of the formation's crystals shattered under the exhaustion of power. Gu Xuanqing finally achieved his long-desired breakthrough to the early stage of the reality-returning realm. At last, he could pass the test. Feeling the surge of power within him, Gu Xuanqing exhaled in relief and instinctively approached the spirit platform to retrieve a spirit stone, preparing to embed it into the sword puppet. However, as he drew near, the sword puppet launched a sweeping strike. Knowing that Elder Wentian had sealed the puppet's sword techniques, Gu Xuanqing nonchalantly raised his sword to block. With a resounding crash, Gu Xuanqing felt a tremor course through his entire being, as if struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent flying backward. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Regaining his composure, he activated his technique to suppress the turbulent energy roiling within him. Staring blankly at the sword puppet before him, he realized that the puppet's power had surged exponentially. It dawned on him that Elder Wentian had not only sealed the sword techniques, but had also restored their strength, presumably to test the results of his cultivation. Having made a misstep and sustained a minor injury, Gu Xuanqing dared not engage in a contest of strength. Instead, he resorted to employing a formation technique to first control the sword puppet before embedding the spirit stone. Just as Gu Xuanqing was preparing to recuperate from his injuries, Elder Wentian entered the room, and upon noticing the bloodstain on Gu Xuanqing's chest, inquired with curiosity, How did you get hurt? Feeling somewhat ashamed, Gu Xuanqing replied, I was injured when I embedded the spirit stone into the sword puppet. In disbelief, Elder Wentian turned his gaze toward the sword puppet, a look of astonishment blooming in his eyes. The newly released sword puppets, seemingly the most ordinary of their kind, unexpectedly emanated an aura that even made their own wielder feel a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, Elder Wentian quickly suppressed his astonishment, feigning indifference as he remarked, "You cannot even handle a mere sword puppet? This is the task assigned to you, a mere servant." Gu Xuanqing hurried to clarify, "I can manage it. It was merely an accident. Furthermore, I have just broken through to the realm of return to reality. Elder, please grant me another chance." Elder Wentian sighed gently. "It is not that I am unwilling to give you an opportunity, but the sect has its own rules. With your talents, it is indeed challenging to remain in our Heavenly Sword sect. I will strive for another attempt," Gu Xuanqing acknowledged. Realizing that his comprehension of the sword path was indeed inferior to that of the Heavenly Sword sect, he resolved to navigate this challenge and quietly departed from Wu Wei Peak, seeking to uncover the secrets of his own seal. For if he were expelled from the sect, re-entry would be exceedingly difficult. Very well, Elder Wentian sighed. "Although your talent may be lacking, I have witnessed your diligent efforts during this period. Rules are rules, but in my view, perseverance in cultivation is even more crucial than innate talent." Gu Xuanqing nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, this sentiment he had expressed to many disciples in his previous life. Observing that the moment was ripe, Elder Wentian continued, "Although your innate gifts are somewhat deficient, I have chosen not to report this reality to the sect due to your evident dedication. However, the annual elimination of the lowest-ranking servant disciples is about to commence." Gu Xuanqing inquired, puzzled, "Elimination of the lowest-ranking servant disciples?" Elder Wentian nodded, "Yes, the sect holds competitions among the servant disciples each year. The top 10 will be promoted to formal disciples, while those ranked 50 or lower will be expelled from the sect." The thought of being cast out after placing beyond 50 filled Gu Xuanqing with alarm. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, and though he possessed various means, he was not afraid of life and death struggles. However, in this legitimate competition, he could not employ such tactics. And should he be discovered by members of the Heavenly Sword sect, his chances of remaining would diminish further. Moreover, the competition would undoubtedly be a straightforward test of swordsmanship. Elder Wentian slightly nodded, reassuring him, "Do not worry too much. At least several elders from Wu Wei Peak hold a favorable view of you, and we intend to lend you a helping hand." "Help me?" Gu Xuanqing asked, somewhat perplexed. Elder Wentian explained, "We could arrange for some of your opponents to deliberately lose to you, thus ensuring you are not expelled from the sect. However, this would mean that throughout the competition, you must not engage with anyone or communicate. After each match, you must leave immediately, otherwise, others may glean clues from your demeanor or aura, and should that happen, not only would you be in trouble, but we would also be implicated." Filled with gratitude, Gu Xuanqing bowed deeply, "Elder Wentian, your assistance is beyond what I can repay." Elder Wentian sighed, "To pass this assessment and focus on your cultivation would be the greatest reward for me. In those days, my innate talent was not particularly remarkable. However, through diligence and perseverance, I ascended to become the esteemed leader of Wu Wei Peak. I firmly believe that you too can achieve greatness in the future." The gaze of Gu Xuanqing was imbued with unwavering determination. "Indeed, I shall strive earnestly." Elder Wentian nodded slightly, stating that the elimination competition for the disciples would commence tomorrow, urging him to take this time to recuperate. "I shall personally come to escort you." Gu Xuanqing was deeply moved. Elder Wentian swiftly returned to the hall of Wu Wei, where Elder Tianhong and others immediately surrounded him, inquiring, "So, has he agreed?" Elder Wentian replied, "He has indeed consented. It is settled. As long as we proceed with caution, Wu Wei Peak will assuredly avoid disqualification after the 10,000 Peaks Conference." Indeed, Elder Wentian is astute. By feigning the bribery of opponents, even if he were to defeat someone, he would not perceive it as a testament to his own prowess. By the time he realizes the truth, Wu Wei Peak will have already surpassed the elimination threshold. Elder Wentian sighed lightly, acknowledging, "Although that is true, seeing his expression of gratitude earlier fills me with guilt." He paused and added, "Yet for the legacy of our revered master and Wu Wei Peak, I must act thusly. However, should he uncover the truth later and lay blame upon us, we shall endure it." The others concurred. Naturally, if not compelled, we would never stoop to such measures. Subsequently, Elder Wentian remarked, "By the way, the puppet hall sword puppets have undergone another transformation." Elder Tianhong's eyes brightened. "What? Has there been an enlightenment of sword techniques?" Many peak leaders had failed to acquire them previously. If that were indeed the case, it would be a significant windfall. Elder Wentian clarified, This time it is not about sword techniques, but the power of the sword puppets has experienced a remarkable change, akin to a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Surely not. Can the sword puppets cultivate independently? Chapter 89. The first battle approaches with the elimination competition for the disciples set to commence tomorrow. Gu Xuanqing did not dare to be negligent. Although Elder Wentian mentioned assisting him in negotiating with other opponents, what if they were unwilling? Having grown accustomed to seizing his own destiny, Gu Xuanqing understood the necessity of healing his injuries prior to the competition. However, the previous strike from the sword puppet had taken him by surprise, compelling him to retrieve several Dao crystals, shattering them, and commencing to inscribe patterns upon his body. Had an alchemist been present, they would have recognized that the patterns Gu Xuanqing was inscribing bore a striking resemblance to those on an alchemical furnace. Upon completing this, Gu Xuanqing procured some medicinal ingredients from his storage pouch and directly consumed them, beginning his cultivation. Of course, this was merely what others perceived as cultivation. In truth, Gu Xuanqing was engaged in alchemy. In his previous life, during the Qi Refinement stage, even with the aid of earthly fire, he could only concoct low-grade elixirs. After developing his own body array technique, he expanded into the body furnace alchemy. By inscribing the patterns originally meant for the alchemical furnace onto his body using the body array technique, he transformed himself into the furnace. Utilizing the spiritual energy absorbed through the gathering array, swallowing the medicinal ingredients for refinement. In this life, one can cultivate. Now, not only does one possess spiritual power, but also the formidable force of the laws. Thus, there is no longer a need for the spirit gathering array to assist in alchemy, although this method remains viable, with even greater efficacy than before. Within Gu Xuanqing's body, the medicinal materials are decomposed into pure medicinal potency through the synergy of spiritual power and the laws, aided by the array's patterns. This essence then merges and disperses throughout Gu Xuanqing's being, nurturing his injuries. As time flows relentlessly, Gu Xuanqing's aura stabilizes. At dawn, he opens his mouth and expels a Tian Luo pill. Observing the pill adorned with merely 5 intricate patterns, Gu Xuanqing sighs, lamenting his long absence from alchemical practices, which has rendered him somewhat rusty. Just as he stores the pill in a bottle, Elder Wentian strides in. Are you prepared? In the midst of his inquiry, Elder Wentian notes the complete stabilization of Gu Xuanqing's aura, causing him to be secretly astonished. This young man not only possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but also exhibits a terrifying capacity for physical recovery. Gu Xuanqing presents the pill bottle with both hands, stating, "There is no issue now. Here is a Tian Luo pill. I kindly ask Elder Wentian to accept it, considering it a means to facilitate dealings with opponents." Gu Xuanqing, who harbors a distaste for incurring favors, intentionally consumed additional medicinal materials during his recovery to forge the Tian Luo pill for this very purpose. "Since you are one of us from Wuwei Peak, how could I refuse to assist you?" Elder Wentian instinctively taps the pill bottle while gazing at the 5 swirling patterns on the Tian Luo pill, exclaiming, "Is this truly a 5-pattern Tian Luo pill?" Gu Xuanqing furrows his brow. If such words had been uttered by another, he would assume their astonishment pertains to the 5-patterned pill. However, standing before him is Elder Wentian of the Tianjin sect, a place where even a mere disciple could casually bestow 3,000 crystals. Although the Tian Luo pill bears 5 patterns, it remains a 5th-tier pill, thus lacking in rank. Gu Xuanqing, with a hint of difficulty, responds, "Currently, there is but this one. Rest assured, Elder Wentian, if it proves insufficient, I shall devise another solution." Indeed, yesterday was primarily focused on healing, leaving him unable to produce more. Upon hearing Gu Xuanqing's words, Elder Wentian recognizes his own indiscretion. He clears his throat and states, "This single 5-pattern Tian Luo pill is undoubtedly far from adequate. However, you need not worry further. Since you are one of us from Wuwei Peak, I shall handle the other matters." Despite a surge of guilt rising within him, and although he initially had not considered the Tian Luo pill, upon witnessing the 5-patterned pill, Elder Wentian understands that he lacks the authority to refuse. Thus, he resolves to compensate Gu Xuanqing more in the future. Gu Xuanqing, believing in the sincerity of Elder Wentian's words, expresses his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Wentian." Elder Wentian nods slightly. "Let us proceed. Several elders are waiting outside. It is time for us to depart." Exiting the puppet hall, they indeed find Elder Tianhong and others waiting patiently outside. The group boards a flying spirit device, and upon reaching the competition peak, they make their way directly to the small courtyard of Wuwei Peak. Gu Xuanqing notices that each sect has its own resting courtyard and cannot help but inquire, "Elder Wentian, why has our courtyard been arranged at the end?" Although they had prepared a response beforehand, Gu Xuanqing's question causes their faces to flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Elder Tianhong who spoke. stating that due to the comprehensive assessment of the miscellaneous disciples across various peaks, our Wu Wei peak is currently ranked last. Thus we can only rest at the back. Gu Xuanqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame, realizing that he had burdened several elders. Elder Tianhong reassured him, saying, "It's all right. We have already made preparations. After this competition, we will certainly be able to advance a step forward." Gu Xuanqing inquired, "When does the competition commence? I wish to observe the battles of my fellow disciples, so that I may have a clearer understanding." Elder Wentian quickly interjected, "Although we have arranged for your opponent, there are other elders watching from the stands. If you observe the other battles and it disturbs your mindset, resulting in a poor performance, that would indeed be troublesome." Gu Xuanqing initially intended to assert that his mindset would remain unaffected, but upon considering the elders' involvement in his underhanded tactics, he recognized their concern that any slip-up might jeopardize their plans. At that moment, Wang Jun and 2 other senior brothers from Wu Wei Peak entered, with Wang Jun announcing, "Elders, I have drawn the lots. Junior brother Gu is in the first match." The Wanfeng Conference is a significant event that determines the standing of each peak within the Tianjin sect for the upcoming year and influences resource allocation. All major peaks participate, and such a large number of participants necessitates a lottery to determine opponents. However, due to Gu Xuanqing's unique circumstances, Wang Jun and the others were tasked with drawing lots on his behalf. Elder Wentian nodded slightly and deliberately looked at Wang Jun, asking, "Is the opponent arranged?" Wang Jun confidently assured, "Rest assured, junior brother Gu's opponent is Wang Changshan from the Kongyun Peak. When he first joined the Tianjin sect, I provided him with guidance. Once I explained the situation to him, he immediately agreed." Gu Xuanqing quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Wang." For the sake of his own interests, the entire Wu Wei Peak was bustling with activity, and Gu Xuanqing silently vowed that once the competition concluded, he would diligently concoct several batches of elixirs to repay everyone's efforts. After all, with his current level of strength, the only skill he could offer in return was likely his alchemy. Wang Jun cast a somewhat guilty glance at Gu Xuanqing and remarked, "We are all fellow disciples. It is only right that we help each other." Elder Wentian added, "There is no time to waste. Let us depart." Thus, the group from Wu Wei Peak made their way towards the 76th competition room that Gu Xuanqing had drawn. Chapter 90. A brilliant performance at the Wanfeng Conference. The participants were numerous, necessitating the division into different competition rooms for simultaneous contests. Participants often chose to observe highly esteemed disciples, hoping to glean insights from their battles, or they would watch those of similar strength to better understand their opponents. However, by the time the members of Wu Wei Peak arrived at the 76th competition room, it had already gathered a considerable number of fellow disciples. They were not there to scrutinize opponents or learn. They were simply there to enjoy the spectacle. 3 moves. I wager Wu Wei Peak will surely be defeated within 3 moves. 3 moves? How could that be? I bet on 2 moves. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Gu Xuanqing was met with the surrounding discussions, his face reddening in embarrassment. Had he truly become so notorious for his weakness throughout the Tianjin sect? It is no wonder that Elder Wentian and his companions have consistently kept themselves away from others. It is indeed a means of safeguarding themselves. Upon hearing this news, Elder Wentian discreetly produced a pill bottle and instructed Wang Jun, place a bet on Gu Xuanqing to win. As an annual grand event, such peripheral gambling has become a customary practice within the Heavenly Sword sect. Despite the presence of disciples, the true financiers are a coalition of several elder masters from the main peaks. This is also a well-known secret within the sect. With determination, Wang Jun accepted the pill bottle and made his way towards the betting area. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xuanqing had already ascended to the competition stage. Facing him was a young man wielding a long sword, who gazed intently at Gu Xuanqing and remarked with a light laugh, "Wang Changshan, I seek your guidance." Observing that his opponent was also at the initial stage of the return to reality realm, Gu Xuanqing silently lamented. The fact that Elder Wentian felt compelled to bribe the opponent clearly indicated that he was outmatched even against peers within the Heavenly Sword sect. Of course, Gu Xuanqing was aware that if he were to employ an imperial-level sword technique like the Qingtian sword art, victory would likely be within his grasp. However, this could potentially expose his true identity. Moreover, as a dignified imperial teacher, it would be utterly humiliating to be outperformed by someone who practiced the same sword techniques. With a heavy heart, he clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Gu Xuanqing, I seek your guidance." As both parties took their positions, the presiding elder of the competition promptly announced, "The contest begins." Wang Changshan smirked and said, "Junior brother Gu, I regret to inform you that I must hasten our duel as I wish to observe the battles of my esteemed seniors on the Heavenly Sword rankings." With that, Wang Changshan swept his sword horizontally, manifesting the initial form of his sword domain. Instantly, a dark vortex intermingled with boundless sharpness enveloped the entire arena. Gu Xuanqing's gaze sharpened as he discerned the instability within the sword domain, immediately realizing that his opponent was deliberately allowing him a chance. Furthermore, recalling Wang Changshan's earlier words, he understood that, for his adversary, engaging in combat with him was far less appealing than witnessing the duels of their more formidable seniors. Given this tacit invitation, Gu Xuanqing no longer held back. With a soft shout, he unleashed a decisive strike, sensing the opening his opponent had provided. His sword cleaved through the connection between the sword domain and Wang Changshan's spiritual sword. A tremendous roar erupted as boundless sword intent, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged outward. The immense backlash struck Wang Changshan, sending him hurtling backward, leaving a mist of blood in his wake. The sounds of the spiritual sword clattering to the ground and Wang Changshan hitting the floor coincided, plunging the entire arena into silence. Everyone was aware that this contest had concluded almost as swiftly as it had begun, yet none had anticipated that the tides of victory would turn so unexpectedly. What had transpired? How had Wang Changshan lost? Many spectators had barely grasped the sequence of events during their clash. Gu Xuanqing triumphs, declared the elder, snapping back to reality. However, Gu Xuanqing felt no joy in his victory. He cast a guilty glance at Elder Wentian and hurriedly approached Wang Changshan. Though the mastery of the sword technique did not unfold as anticipated, in that fleeting moment of impact, Gu Xuanqing, with his profound insight, discerned that Wang Changshan had failed to retract his strength in time, despite the goodwill extended towards him. His sudden strike resulted in Wang Changshan suffering the backlash of his own sword domain, leading to considerable injury. Brother Wang, I sincerely apologize for my hasty action, Gu Xuanqing expressed earnestly. With a stifled surge of internal energy, Wang Changshan, upon hearing Gu Xuanqing's words, felt a fresh wave of anger rise, causing him to spit blood anew. You think your victory grants you the right to mock me? Just wait. I may be the weakest in Kongyan Peak, but you shall soon witness how Brother Zhao will deal with you from Wuwei Peak. With a fierce shout, Wang Changshan struggled to rise, making his way towards the arena exit. What a performance! Observing Wang Changshan's demeanor, Gu Xuanqing silently admired his dedication. Although injured due to his own miscalculation, the fury displayed post-defeat was so genuine that it betrayed no hint of artifice. How outrageous! To defeat someone and then humiliate them. I sincerely hope I do not encounter this Gu Xuanqing again, for I would ensure he regrets it. Below, numerous disciples who had wagered on Wang Changshan's victory scoffed in discontent. At that moment, Elder Wentian approached Gu Xuanqing, his gaze sharp. Didn't I instruct you to refrain from speaking out of turn? Yes, my apologies. Let us depart, Gu Xuanqing replied, realizing that his concern for Wang Changshan had nearly given him away. Fortunately, Wang Changshan's acting skills were commendable. His previous outburst rendered Gu Xuanqing's concern as mere mockery in the eyes of others. With this thought, Gu Xuanqing refrained from further comments and promptly followed Elder Wentian and the others back to their courtyard. Wang Jun and the others had their own matches to attend, thus did not accompany them. Another senior brother, Wang Peng, observed Gu Xuanqing's retreating figure and remarked, Brother Wang, that sword strike from junior brother Gu was remarkable. A profound sense of apprehension flickered in Wang Jun's eyes. When Wang Changshan's sword domain was first established, that strike cleaved through with such precision and decisiveness. I fear we may not achieve such prowess even after a decade of training. Another senior brother, Xie Tong, nodded in agreement. No wonder the elders cherish him so dearly. In my estimation, none of our fellow disciples beneath the sky sword rankings could withstand a single strike from junior brother Gu. With such formidable talent, we must not tarnish the reputation of Wuwei Peak after training with his revised sword technique. After this exchange, the three parted ways, each heading towards their respective arenas. As disciples of Wuwei Peak, they too had battles to face. Upon returning to the courtyard, Elder Wentian admonished sternly, since your opponent was already inclined to show leniency, how could you still sever the sword domain? You have not practiced together. Poor coordination could easily lead to injury.